You were the sole heir of the esteemed Chongsheng Yi family, not only manifesting celestial phenomena upon your birth that reverberated through the heavens and earth, but also awakening the unparalleled half-life rebirth. Even the ancient emperors regarded you as their chosen successor for cultivation. However, your betrothed was but a mere shell of her former self, stripped of her powers. Consequently, your grandfather resolved to have you annul the engagement with the former imperial dynasty. At that moment, an unsettling premonition began to stir within you. The thought of being stripped of your dual pupils and facing an annulment felt like a quintessential villain's narrative. No, this marriage absolutely must not be dissolved. As your heart raced, you sensed an inexplicable disquiet in the atmosphere. Shower? What do you mean? You inhaled deeply, your tone resolute. I say this marriage cannot be annulled. Just then, a mechanical notification echoed in your mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for shattering the narrative constraints. You have bound the Destiny Villain system. All items bestowed upon the destined individuals will yield a 10,000-fold return. The system detected the first destined woman, Gu Mingyue. Please confirm if you wish to bind. Upon hearing the system's voice, waves of tumult surged within you. Did this imply that by binding to the destined, you could trigger system rewards and continuously reap their benefits? System, bind me immediately. Congratulations, host, for binding the first destined woman. Rewards, the devouring heavenly demon technique and the Zhou Tian'ai technique. With newfound determination, you set forth towards the ancient imperial nest. Yi Zhantian gazed at your departing figure, exhaling a weary sigh, perplexed as to why you would refuse to annul the engagement in Yi Zhantian's eyes. The situation was incomprehensible, and the present day, Gu Mingyue has become a mere shell of her former self. Although you are the foremost heir of the Yi family, you are not the sole one. To ascend as the divine offspring of the Yi lineage, it is imperative to garner the allegiance of the other 8 esteemed branches. Yet, at this moment, you have merely awakened a pair of dual pupils, rendering it arduous to overpower the other 8 prodigies in such a short span of time. Suddenly, Yi Zhantian appeared to have an epiphany. I have heard, he began, that a remarkable figure has recently emerged from the main lineage. The clan leader must be referring to Yi Fan, he continued. Indeed, that young man awakened a supreme bone just a few days ago. Wai Langshan, the grand elder of the Yi family, wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Yi Zhantian's eyes. Summon him to meet me at once. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the late emperor, a woman clad in a resplendent crimson and yellow robe sat regally upon the throne, her cold gaze surveying the assembly of celestial ministers below in the hall. A young woman adorned in golden robes sneered, "Sister, your cultivation has waned to nothingness. That it would be prudent to pass the imperial seat to me and take a well-deserved rest." Qian Kenqing, the empress, emphasized the importance of court matters, proclaiming, "It is said that Gu Mingyue's father is a man of merit." In response, Gu Mingyue regarded the kneeling ministers with a nonchalant demeanor, her beautiful eyes glinting with indifference. She was, in truth, unconcerned with the title, for she was a reborn soul having been sealed in her rebirth. It would take but 3 years for her to reclaim her supreme powers, after which she would seek vengeance against that fiend Yi Xia. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to dissolve her engagement with you and devote herself to seclusion and cultivation. Just then, a sudden humming sound resonated from beyond the grand hall, as a figure clad in white descended from the heavens in the presence of the night snack prince, Tu Royal. Guards from the previous dynasty trembled, utterly intimidated by a wisp of demonic light emanating from the young man clad in white, causing them to kneel upon the ground. As the newcomer approached, the courtiers of the former dynasty were struck with astonishment, their hearts brimming with conjecture. Meanwhile, Gu Yuetang wore a subtle smile, stepping forward with anticipation. He surmised that the purpose of this visit must be to annul a betrothal. After all, how could the esteemed heir of the Yi family deign to marry a so-called waste of an empress? Brother Yi Shao, you have come to break off the engagement, haven't you? Upon hearing this, your brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, your hand shot out, delivering a sharp slap to Gu Yutang's face. Who are you to call me brother? And who dares to claim that I have come to annul an engagement? At this instant, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes fixed upon you, filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Gu Mingyue, who had previously appeared languid, gradually straightened, an expression of surprise crossing his features as he gazed intently at you. Given his understanding of your character, How could one possibly consider marrying a waste? Simultaneously, as your gaze settled upon Gu Mingyue, an icy chill surged from the soles of your feet. The fated daughter, Gu Mingyue, a paragon of the supreme reincarnation genre, was destined to face a tumultuous path. In the previous life, the destined daughter had been forcefully consumed by the host on the night of her wedding, leading to the obliteration of her bloodline. Now, reborn with awakened memories, she would seek vengeance against the host 3 years hence, shattering the seal of her rebirth. In that moment, the truth dawned upon you. The reason Gu Mingyu's powers had been rendered null was not merely to conceal the secret. The celestial realm of Tianshan has become widely known among the people. He likely intends to use this as a pretext to dissolve our engagement, retreating into obscurity to restore his cultivation. In that moment, a bold scheme took root in your heart. You stepped forward, approaching an elderly minister with white hair, grasping his hair firmly and lifting him off the ground. What did you just say? This scene incited a wave of indignation among the court officials, yet none dared to move. The young scion of the Yi family is audacious and disrespectful. I am the venerable minister who served 2 emperors, he began. But before he could finish his statement, your hand struck out, delivering a blow that sent blood spilling from his mouth. I ask you again, what did you just say? Your brow furrowed slightly, and a cold light emanated from your dual pupils. Instantly, the atmosphere in the grand hall became suffocating. Even the formidable figures from the previous emperor's reign were cowed by your overwhelming presence. With clenched jaws, the elder's face betrayed his fury. Gu Mingyu's cultivation has been rendered useless. His position must be passed to his sister, Gu Yuetang. As these words fell, you exerted a sudden force with your palm, crushing the head of this venerable minister into a fine mist. The grand hall was plunged into an eerie silence. My fiancée Yi Xiao shall never be bullied, even if she is reduced to an ordinary mortal. From this day forth, should anyone dare to slight Gu Mingyue in the slightest, whether they be celestial rulers or divine beings, I shall spread my wings. With a sweeping motion of your hand, a terrifying pressure descended with a thunderous force, shattering Gu Yutang's corporeal form, blood splattering across the ground. At this moment, Gu Mingyue stood within the great hall, her enchanting eyes trembling. A hint of confusion lingered in the air. When, in his previous life, had he ever sheltered me as he does now? Could it be that his rebirth has altered the course of fate? Was there some unforeseen change that transpired in the shadows? Gradually, Gu Mingyu's gaze settled into a calm demeanor. Young master, the play has concluded. Might you now reveal your purpose for coming? In response, you merely chuckled lightly before producing a porcelain white jade vial and tossing it toward him. I heard you injured your meridians during your cultivation, so I sought out the pill sage to procure an 8th grade creation pill for you. Gu Mingyu's eyes flickered with surprise as she accepted the jade vial and slowly opened it. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of the elixir enveloped the grand hall, leaving the former court officials of the dynasty in a state of astonishment. It was indeed an 8th grade creation pill. This single pill was worth the foundation of an ordinary divine dynasty. Yet now, you had casually bestowed it upon the Empress Mingyue. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host! You have gifted the destined daughter an 8th grade elixir, breaking the villainous trope and activating a 10,000-fold return reward. You have received a supreme elixir of the heavens. Upon hearing this, your expression brightened with joy. The 10,000-fold return system was indeed a wondrous tool for reaping benefits. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue gazed at the white jade elixir in her hand with increasing bewilderment. Could his generous offering be a means to entangle her further? Beyond this thought, she could conceive no other reason at this juncture. You wore a gentle expression, looking up at Gu Mingyue, and remarked, I possess many more spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs. The bright moon pales in comparison to a secluded place. Today, I shall attend to your well-being. Had I known that this astonishing 10-fold return system was so formidable, I would have relocated the entire Yi family treasury. Ah! Gu Mingyu's eyes sparkled slightly, and a cold sneer surfaced within her heart. Is the fox's tail finally to be revealed? As the two exited the grand hall, they arrived at a treasure trove of books. You once again retrieved a multitude of spiritual herbs from the universe, pushing them all towards Gu Mingyue. These herbs may prove beneficial for your injuries. With such concern from the young master Yi, how might I repay your kindness? Gu Mingyue raised an eyebrow. a charming smile gracing her face. That in that moment, you were taken aback. Not due to Gu Mingyu's sudden allure, but because the anticipated system notification had failed to materialize. Why did the system not trigger the return reward this time? The mechanism for the tenfold return reward states, a destined individual may only trigger a reward return once within 7 days. Why on earth did you not mention this sooner? You gazed at the pile of rare treasures on the ground, swallowing hard. Just as Gu Mingyue assumed you would seize the opportunity to claim her, you smiled and said, "First, take care of your injuries. I shall return after a while. If anyone troubles you, do not hesitate to seek me at the Yi family." After leaving her with those words, you turned and departed, leaving her in surprise and dismay. Is this still the avaricious demon he once knew? With his rebirth, some schemes have evidently shifted. Yet he remains unable to dismiss your identity as a forbidden demon. He must seize the moment to cultivate diligently and restore his supreme prowess as soon as possible, enabling him to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, you returned directly to the Yi family. As you stepped into the grand hall, you were intercepted by the Grand Elder, Yi Langtian. "Young master, you have returned. The ancestor is awaiting you at the ancestral hall." A sudden wave of foreboding washed over you, prompting you to inquire, "What has transpired, Grand Elder?" A prodigious young talent with awakened supreme bones has emerged within the Yi family. The ancestor has taken him into the ancestral hall, stating that he would see you immediately upon your return. Your gaze sharpened with determination as you swiftly made your way toward the ancestral hall. My dear grandfather, are you truly so anxious for me to waste not a single moment? At this moment within the Yi family ancestral hall, you pushed open the hall doors with a resounding thud, revealing Yi Zhantian standing before the ancestral shrine, utterly alone. With a quivering voice you asked, "Grandfather, where are the supreme bones?" "Shower, so you are already aware." Yi Zhantian turned to face you, nodding slightly. "I understand your urgency, but do not rush. I have already gathered information for you. Yi Fan, the heir of the Yi family's main lineage, recently awakened his supreme bones. He is currently sealed within the rear hall by my divine power. Once you integrate the supreme bones into your being and harmonize with your own strength, no one in the Yi family will stand against you in the upcoming Son of God battle in a month's time. Yi Fan's parents have perished, and with the excavation of bones, everything aligns. Fortunately, the excavation has not yet commenced." "Grandfather, I refuse." Yi Zhantian's expression faltered, and he furrowed his brow as he regarded you. "Shower, do you comprehend the significance of possessing a set of supreme bones?" The dual-eyed being was originally destined for an invincible path. With merely a fragment of bone, one could ascend to greatness, signifying that you would become the most extraordinary prodigy among the myriad realms. Yet, do refrain from foolish actions. At that moment, the system's notification resonated once more. "Congratulations, host, for shattering the villainous archetype. Rejecting the Supreme Valley has granted you a 10,000-fold reward. Celestial Tao Valley, shall the host bind to the child of destiny?" At this juncture, a glimmer of realization flickered within Yi Fan's eyes, and he silently lamented the naivety of youth. Remarkable. The Celestial Tao Valley had transcended the realm of mere mortals. The true Valley of Greatness system must be bound to me forthwith. Meanwhile, Yi Zhantian persistently implored Xiener, "You must contemplate this carefully." "Grandfather, there is no need for further words. I am aware of my course of action." "Lend me the Qianquan ring," she declared, decisively seizing Yi Zhantian's artifact and hastily making her way to the rear hall. The child of destiny, Yi Fan, concealed his golden opportunity, awakening the chaotic divine body template. The narrative unfolded as the child of destiny's supreme bone was excavated, leading to the awakening of the chaotic form. After escaping the Yi family, he inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious mountain village, obtaining true spiritual teachings that rendered him invincible in his era. At this moment, gazing at the black-clad youth reclining upon the bed, a hint of obsession flickered in Yi Fan's gaze. That he was sealed by his grandfather, his divine corpse imprisoned here, and he had likely deduced his own fate. Even if you were to release him, regaining his trust would be an impossibility. After a moment of contemplation, you resolved with clarity. Currently, Yi Fan harbored no affection for you, only animosity. Thus, to secure the allegiance of this destined individual, one must offer more than mere warmth. At this moment, a bold scheme has already taken root in your heart. If executed smoothly, it would not only allow you to continuously exploit Yifan's potential, but also, one fateful day, lead him to follow you wholeheartedly. You then produce a technique known as the Primordial Demon Body Refinement Method, a 7th-grade chicken casting pill, a superior Taoist artifact, the 9 dragons seeking heaven. Cauldron in various divine talismans. Each of these treasures is sealed within distinct Chenkuan bags, their release timed according to varying realms of cultivation. Even if you cannot directly bestow fortune upon Yifan, the mere act of him accessing the Chenkuan realm periodically to enjoy these spiritual treasures will yield you boundless returns. Endure a little, dear brother, you whisper. You stride before Yifan and, with a sudden motion, extend a hand that precisely plunges into his chest. As a strand of spiritual pattern intermingled with a hint of demonic intent descends, the golden bone within Yifan's chest instantly transforms into a shadowy black, completely obscured and devoid of any aura. This technique, a reward from the system, is the Zhou Tian Ai technique, capable of perfectly concealing any presence. Consequently, Yifan will believe that you have extracted his supreme bone, thus leaving the trajectory of his narrative unaffected, as he can only grow rapidly through hatred. His divine body will flourish, and that trace of ever-changing demonic wings will serve as an opportunity for you to tame him. Gradually, a look of confusion emerges on Yifan's face, accompanied by a sense of excruciating agony, as if something has been forcefully driven into him. He slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the blood-stained youth standing before him. The gaze suddenly sharpened. My supreme bone. Yifan lowered his head to behold his shattered chest. His complexion drained of color. In his heart, a realization dawned. Yexiao, you have excavated my supreme bone. You beast more wretched than a mere animal. Before Yifan could unleash his fury, a resounding slap landed upon his face. I have claimed your supreme bone, you declared. Within it lies a collection of elixirs and techniques. A modest recompense for you. You may depart now, though you may also choose otherwise. However, in that case you might lose more than just your supreme bone. With that, you shook your head with a smile, turning away as you sailed towards the palace exit, paying no heed to the murderous intent and resentment that gleamed in Yifan's eyes. At that moment, Yifan's fists clenched tightly. A mouthful of blood erupted forth in the eyes of Yexiao, the foremost of the Yi clan. He, a mere illegitimate child, bore no distinction from an insect. The sensation of being disregarded and mercilessly toyed with ignited an inferno within Yifan's heart. Yet, just then, a sudden bewilderment washed over his face. His eyes gradually filled with horror and disbelief. He could sense, from the site where his supreme bone had been taken, a strand of mystical, ancient chaotic essence was slowly awakening. Yifan swallowed hard, bending to retrieve the Qian Kuan sword from the ground, enduring the searing pain in his chest. He fled wildly beyond the confines of the Yi clan's territory. Shao, you shall await me. For one day, in the presence of all Shenzhou, I shall expose your vile visage, reclaiming all that rightfully belongs to me. Shao, will you truly let him go so easily? Yi Zhantian gazed at the figure gradually vanishing into the mountains and forests, a flicker of concern appearing in his eyes. Although you had excavated Yifan's supreme bone, he still felt that it was imperative to eradicate the roots completely. Rest assured, grandfather, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Please do not intervene. By the way, could you lend me the key to the Yi family treasury? It is said that one relies on their parents at home, and of course one depends on their parents' wealth when venturing out. Now that you are bound to the 10,000-fold return system, it is only natural to carry more spiritual treasures for unforeseen circumstances. Yi Zhantian sighed softly. If Yifan truly dares to retaliate against you, I, Yi Zhantian, will personally ensure his demise. After selecting what he needed from the treasury, he returned to his quarters. Holding a Chenkuan bag brimming with divine treasures and spiritual talents, a fleeting shadow crossed his gaze. With less than a month remaining until the Battle of the Divine Suns, he realized that during this month, he could exploit the mysterious moon 4 times. As a villain, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Thus he planned to gather some life-saving trump cards from the mysterious moon. Now was the opportune moment to merge with that innate Dao bone. As the system fused with the innate Tao bone, a profound aura of the great Tao surged around him. At this moment, he made no effort to conceal the innate Tao bone, allowing the innate Tao energy to ascend, gradually enveloping the entire Yi family. A deafening thunderclap resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, as clouds billowed and the atmosphere shimmered with brilliance. The harmony of the great Tao echoed as ancient true immortals of the earth suddenly appeared above the Yi family estate. The towering figure, adorned with runes, stood grandly. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the formidable beings from the Yi family point one by one, the ethereal shadows of the earth spirits knelt in reverence before the Yi clan. The emperor bowed his head, and the celestial beings recited sacred verses. This extraordinary scene instantly reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states. Countless ancient figures emerged from the depths of the earth, lifting their gazes towards the central holy state of the Yi family. Such an astonishing phenomenon has captivated even the leaders of the celestial sects and the esteemed masters of the immortal teachings, filling their hearts with a blend of curiosity and dread. In the heavenly profound Tao state, Gu Mingyue, clad in a resplendent crimson phoenix robe, stood before the imperial palace, her gaze indifferent as she looked towards the holy state. Reflecting on the passage of time, she recalled that, in her previous life, Yi Shao had unearthed a supreme bone from a younger clan member prior to the Battle of the Divine Sons, which enabled him to showcase his formidable prowess and ultimately claim the title of Divine Son. Moreover, his first act upon assuming this prestigious position was to dismantle the entire hierarchy of the Yi family, leading to the utter disintegration of the 9 branches, leaving them in a state of superficial unity yet profound discord. Yi Shao, it appears you remain unchanged. Gu Mingyue's gaze fell upon the 8th grade creation pill in her hand, a cold glimmer rising in her eyes. However, as she turned, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. Before her stood a petite yet voluptuous young woman clad in azure, who regarded her with a knowing smile that danced on the edge of laughter. Is something troubling you, Mingyue? Is it because of that Yi Shao? I've heard that this young master of longevity is rather fickle. Do take care not to fall for his charms. With a determined stride, Gu Mingyue descended from the city wall, making her way towards the imperial palace. Humph, it seems I must find an opportunity to test this Yi Shao, to unveil his true nature before Mingyue. The young woman in azure pondered for a moment, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her cerulean eyes. In the great Fan Buddha state, atop a mountain, within a sacred temple, an elderly monk with snow-white brows that brushed the ground suddenly set aside his wooden fish, raising his gaze towards his disciple before him. Amitba, Lian Shang, your heart is in turmoil. Master. The young nun named Lian Shang blushed slightly, her delicate features framed by a snow-white robe that radiated a soft, ethereal light. Even her tender little head was adorned with a faint rosy hue. So be it. Whether it is fate or calamity, it rests upon your destiny. You may descend the mountain now. In the desolate ancient state, a tall woman clad in a golden phoenix robe stood gracefully at the mountain's peak, her hands clasped behind her. Her exquisite features and regal demeanor exuded a sense of profound allure that penetrated to the core of existence. Indeed, the prophecy of the ancients was true. As she murmured softly, 9 ethereal white tails seemed to sway gently behind her, an enchanting sight to behold. In the heart of the sacred state, an old blind man dressed in simple garments and wielding a bamboo staff made his way onto the bustling street, suddenly furrowing his brow. Celestial signs have manifested, and misfortune has arisen. This must be the first of the 10 taboos, the white-robed harbinger of calamity. Thus, the era of great conflict begins. He shook his head, his steps unsteady as he muttered peculiar phrases, heading towards the direction of the celestial signs. Meanwhile, the entire Yi family had already descended into a state of fervor. The elders of the 9 branches emerged from the grand hall, congregating before the ancestral shrine. Even with their formidable prowess, they could not truly uncover the source of the overwhelming innate Tao energy cloaking the area. At that moment, the Yi clan's domain resembled a realm of chaos, where heavenly machinations unfolded, and celestial contracts were everywhere. Who could it be? Not within the ancestral shrine. Could it be the awakening of one's own bloodline? Only Yi Zhantian remained composed, albeit with a hint of confusion within. Such a formidable spectacle surpassed even the might of the supreme bone by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Even he could not ascertain whether this extraordinary phenomenon was indeed instigated by Yi Xiao. Suddenly, a deafening hum emanated from the ancestral grounds of the Yi family. An aged figure appeared, gaunt and ghostly in appearance. However, with every step he took, an astonishing surge of vitality erupted around him. His emaciated form gradually expanded, transforming into a towering figure of 10 feet, descending from the heavens. A tremendous, indescribable aura of sanctity descended forcefully, directly crushing the elders of the 9 veins to the ground. Even Yi Zhantian, with his aged eyes, flickered with a profound sense of trepidation. A saint. He had not anticipated that this phenomenon from the Yi family would awaken a slumbering ancestral saint. Yi Zhantian, the head of the Yi family, bowed and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to ancestor Fu Tian." As he bent in reverence, a deep astonishment flashed in the eyes of the 9 vein elders. Yi Fu Tian, the 9th ancestor of the Yi family, was the original dominator of bodies. It was said that this dominator once wielded his physical prowess to slay true dragons, withstand supreme beings, and shatter ancient worlds. Could it be that the Yi family possesses a true dragon in this era? Yet, the identity of this miraculous child remains unknown. Yi Fu Tian sighed deeply, his robust form exuding a torrent of vitality that resonated with the heavens and earth. Beside him, Yi Chongyang, an elder of the dominator lineage, chuckled softly. With the impending battle of the divine child, the emergence of their ancestral saint undoubtedly increased their chances of victory. Do you know who summoned this phenomenon? Yi Futian furrowed his brows as he observed the grinning Yi Chongyang beside him, and in a solemn tone he inquired. Returning to the ancestor, I am uncertain. With a sharp sound echoing through the air, Yi Futian delivered a swift slap to Yi Chongyang's face, sending him flying away. What are you laughing about? For a full 7 days, the ethereal shadows of the Yi family lingered in the skies before gradually dissipating. At this moment, Yi Zhao's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he gazed down at the innate Dao bone on his chest, which radiated with a spectrum of colors, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He could sense that within this bone of great Dao, an indescribable and formidable power was unfolding. If his assumptions were accurate, this should be the innate Dao bone's inherent divine ability, a true forbidden power. Ding, warm reminder. The 7-day period has concluded, and Gu Mingyue's reward count has been updated. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon a resplendent piece of golden armor in his hand, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. As a villain, one's life is certainly of utmost importance. In the Tianshan Dao state, at the imperial palace of the immortal phoenix, Yi Xiao descended from the heavens, landing before the palace, signaling for the 2 celestial guards to remain silent. Concealing his aura with the Zhou Tian transformation technique, he stepped into the imperial palace. Inside, ethereal mist swirled, illuminated by celestial light, accompanied by the continuous sound of flowing water, evoking a sense of wonder. Wow! So much water. Yi Zhao's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes. At this moment, the ethereal charm within the hall suggests that Gu Mingyue is likely bathing? Purging her marrow? How fortuitous! Yi Xiao entered the grand hall, circumventing a screen, and his gaze abruptly sharpened. Behind the screen, he beheld a flawless silhouette, pure as snow, leaning against the jade spirit pool, occasionally raising her delicate arm, allowing droplets of liquid essence to cascade down. Her long, ink-black hair was elegantly gathered atop her head, accentuating the graceful length of her alabaster neck. The exquisite, snow-white back, glistening with the spirit liquid, flushed ever so slightly, radiating a soft, luminous glow. She languidly lifted her arm, the essence gliding over her pronounced, slender collarbone, causing ripples to form in the pool below. Even Yi Xiao, in this moment, could not bear to intrude, standing quietly in the hall, captivated by this breathtaking scene. A little higher. Yes, sit up a bit more. Until Gu Mingyue slowly straightened her posture, her waist unfurling, and the rounded, pristine curves gradually emerged from the water, swaying gently, an astonishing outline that momentarily rendered Yi Xiao breathless. Gu Mingyue's expression faltered as she abruptly turned to face the figure clad in white standing within the hall, her gaze sharpening. Yi Xiao! As a gasp escaped her lips, Gu Mingyue was about to rise, but then seemed to recall something, a rosy hue blossoming upon her delicate features. When did you arrive? I've been here for a while. Yi Xiao exclaimed in awe, openly admiring Gu Mingyue, stating, I noticed you were engaged in marrow cleansing and did not wish to disturb your practice. You! Shameless! Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth tightly, daring not to stir, concealing herself beneath the water, with only her head peeking out, exuding a certain playful charm. Yi Xiao, are you reluctant to disturb my cultivation? Oh, by the way, Yi Xiao suddenly recalled something, retrieving a golden silk soft armor from the Chenkuan ring and placing it by the spiritual pool. This sacred soft armor boasts astonishing defense. You have lost all your cultivation, so wear it when the time comes. Gu Mingyue's delicate face froze in astonishment as she gazed at Yi Xiao in disbelief. When did he become so considerate? Was this still the self-centered demon Lord Yi Xiao she remembered, who was solely focused on attaining immortality? Ding! Congratulations to the host for bestowing the sacred armor upon the destined daughter, activating a 10,000-fold reward. Supreme Starry Robe, Supreme Artifact. Rest assured and cultivate, Mingyue. I shall return to see you in due time. Before Gu Mingyue could fully grasp the surprise, Yi Xiao had already turned and strode towards the palace exit. Oh, since Mingyue enjoys bathing so much, my Yi family possesses a splendid place. When you have the opportunity to visit, I shall personally take you there. Dear one, remember this. If you cannot enter a place filled with deep affection, allow Lingbao to take you inside. Yi Xiao was confident that with his persistent and frequent advances, Gu Mingyue's heart would eventually waver. Yi Xiao. It was only after Yi Xiao's aura had completely vanished that Gu Mingyue took a white long veil from the nearby rack and wrapped it around herself, emerging from the spiritual pool. She looked down at the golden silk armor in her hands, her heart increasingly perplexed. A sacred artifact is already considered an unparalleled blessing. Yet, Yi Xiao casually bestowed upon her a gift without imposing any excessive demands. What could his true intentions be? At that moment, as Yi Xiao departed from the Xianhuang Imperial Palace, a series of celestial patterns suddenly illuminated around him, ancient and mysterious, gradually transforming into a pristine robe of supremacy. With this magnificent garment, Yi Xiao felt confident that even formidable beings from the cave void or those who had attained the path of severance would find it a daunting task to eliminate him. However, he realized that he must not grow complacent and needed to exert effort in other areas as well. After a brief contemplation, he gazed at a volume of the Youjiao body technique in his hand, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Just then, amidst the forest before him, a petite figure darted forth, directly leaping into Yi Xiao's embrace. In an instant, he felt an astonishing softness collide against his chest, rising and falling. Big brother, save me. Behind her, a colossal demon ape, towering several meters high, approached with a grin, lunging toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, the brilliance of his dual pupils emanating fiercely. He swiftly extended his hand, unleashing several talismans that struck the demon ape's head. In an instant, the expression on the soul sea beast's face turned utterly blank, its jovial demeanor vanishing. Is it really necessary to hurl 7 divine symbols at me? I am but a small soul sea demon, merely frolicking with this maiden. The immense head of the beast shattered under the weight of Yi Xiao's talismans. Blood and bone fragments sprang across the ground. Wow! Big brother, you are so powerful. How can I repay you? The young girl clad in azure, with her delicate red lips slightly pursed, possessed a pair of azure eyes that shimmered with a hint of bewilderment. Even her breathing had grown somewhat hurried. Big brother, do you desire it? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, nodding slowly. I do desire. What is it that you wish for? The girl bit her silver teeth against her lip, her gaze cast downward, exuding an enchanting allure. The truth is about to slip out, she continued. I wish for the mountains and rivers to stand firm, for the common folk to find happiness, and for all esteemed readers to enjoy longevity and smooth sailing in all their endeavors. As Yi Xiao's words lingered in the air, the girl's expression momentarily tightened. Though she struggled to grasp the meaning behind his words, they seemed to diverge from her expectations. Big brother, do you wish to obtain a docile and obedient pure-blood steed? Very pure indeed. I do not desire such a thing. Yi Xiao shook his head, his demeanor grave. If you refuse such a beautiful steed, then what is it that you seek? The girl's expression darkened with indignation. Her cheeks puffed in anger. I seek the territories of Daozhou besieged by the dark races, the ancestral lands of humankind. At that moment, despite Yi Xiao's calm and solemn tone, there was no indication that he intended to dismiss the girl. Suddenly, he reached out and gently patted her small head, speaking earnestly, though you may be young, your thoughts are rather insidious. You! This time, the girl could no longer contain her inner fury. She broke free from Yi Xiao's embrace, fleeing swiftly into the depths of the ancient forest. Testing me? Yi Xiao scoffed coldly before striding towards the territory of the Yi family.
Iniest, I, Xiao.
Am innately devoted and resilient against any trial. I swear my eternal affection lies with a girl of 18, her skin as white as snow and her body radiating warmth. A chuckle escapes. Meanwhile, within the halls of the immortal Phoenix Palace, Gu Mingyue listens to the words of the young woman in azure, and a gentle smile unexpectedly graces her exquisite, fair face. Mingyue, you still smile. The azure-clad maiden bites her silver teeth, clearly taken aback by Yi Xiao's earnestness, which is utterly outrageous. He is a wielder of dual pupils. Do you truly think you can conceal your cultivation and your demonic essence before him? Gu Mingyue shakes her head, her gaze drifting. Nevertheless, she senses that this incarnation of Yi Xiao differs somewhat from his previous life. She remains uncertain whether this disparity is feigned or genuine. But time flows on. 2 days hence, dark clouds once again gather above the Yi family estate, intricate patterns undulating. Before long, a grand decree of the Tao gradually materializes, descending with myriad divine inscriptions. This is an omen of the heavenly Tao? Has the Yi family once more manifested such a celestial phenomenon? Throughout the holy state, waves of astonishment ripple forth. All the sect leaders of the immortal clans and the undying masters gaze toward the Yi family estate, their expressions now devoid of surprise, as if they have grown accustomed to such events. But at this moment, within the chambers of Yi Xiao, a white jade spirit pill hums and rotates at his dantions, transforming into mountains and rivers, chaos and primordial essence. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. At last, after Yi Xiao successfully integrated the Supreme Elixir, he ascended beyond the 9th level of the Soul Sea, breaking through to the Divine Will tier. The elixir transformed the Dan Sea into a divine will, purifying the chaos of heaven and earth. What delighted Yi Xiao even more was that, under the nurturing of the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, his Dan Sea divine will radiated a resplendent golden hue, shrouded in a misty veil. Within it, streams of chaotic energy surged and swirled, boundless and infinite, vast and immeasurable. This was the Chaotic Divine Wheel, Chapter 7. The Battle of the Chosen One, the Arrival of the Fiancée, the Chaotic Divine Wheel. As the name suggests, this divine wheel is capable of nurturing chaotic energy within the Dan Sea, giving rise to a boundless chaotic Dan Sea. Under the same circumstances, the spiritual energy contained within the chaotic divine will be tenfold, or even 100-fold, compared to that of ordinary prodigies. If that is the case, let us astonish the 3,000 states even further. Yi Xiao grinned widely and suddenly clasped his hands together. Instantly, the chaotic divine wheel within his Dan Sea began to spin and hum, devouring all the spiritual energy from a Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and divine thunder surged. Mountains, celestial palaces, true dragons, and great phoenixes rose and fell in alternation, reshaping the cosmos. At this moment, Yi Xiao's realm surged dramatically. Divine Will 1st level, Divine Will 2nd level, Divine Will 3rd level, Divine Will 4th level, Divine Will 7th level. It was only when his realm broke through to the 7th level of the Divine Wheel that it gradually stabilized. Even so, the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill in his Dan Sea had still not been completely consumed, having only absorbed 1/10 of its spiritual essence. However, he had to emerge, for 7 days had elapsed. My dear, I am coming. Ding. Congratulations to the host for bestowing the Daughter of Destiny with the Divine Shadow Movement technique. Receiving a 10,000-fold return reward, the Supreme Clear Dragon Step, Supreme Technique. As usual, Yi Xiao made his way straight to the ancient Phoenix celestial dynasty, and after delivering the fortuitous blessings, he uttered not a single word of idle chatter before returning to the Yi family estate, once again entering seclusion to cultivate, leaving Gu Mingyue standing in the great hall, bewildered and her thoughts in disarray. She longed for Yi Xiao to insult and whip her, to inflict upon her the same torment as in her previous life. This way, once her nirvana seal was broken, she could effortlessly crush him. However, the current Yi Xiao was exceedingly attentive and unwaveringly loyal, making it difficult to discern the shadow of that malevolent figure. For the next half-month, Yi Xiao meticulously visited the Xianhuang ancient dynasty every 7th day, bestowing upon Gu Mingyue various spiritual treasures and artifacts. In return, he had also gleaned more formidable opportunities from this supreme empress: the starry robe, the Tai Ching dragon tread, and the void divine talisman. With these life-preserving trump cards, Yi Xiao had managed to establish a foothold on the path of the antagonist. At the very least, he would not be reduced to a mere side character, only to have his head crushed by the destined one during a trivial escapade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the destined son the Ape Demon Body Refinement Technique, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward. The Divine and Demon Immortality Sutra, Supreme Law. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Xiao's ears. Instantly, a towering divine and demonic manifestation emerged in his sea of consciousness, pulsating with the purest waves of power. The Divine and Demon Immortality Sutra. Yi Xiao's gaze trembled, and a genuine smile graced his face. It seemed that his younger brother, Yi Fan, had likely entered the mysterious mountain village and commenced his arduous training for the impending revenge. Yi Xiao merely needed to bide his time, awaiting the moment his brother fully restored his cultivation and appeared before him, ready to impart a well-deserved lesson. After all, what are younger brothers for if not to be thrashed? As Yi Xiao closed his eyes in deep concentration, merging the essence of this divine magical form into his very blood and flesh, he immediately felt an overwhelming force coursing through every part of his being. According to the records of this supreme technique, the human body comprises a staggering 400 trillion cells. The Immortal Divine Magic Sutra allows for the condensation of a divine particle within each cell. Each of these divine particles harbors a terrifying power equivalent to 10,000 pounds. Once the scripture reaches its ultimate completion, Yi Xiao would possess an astonishing 400 trillion units of divine strength, truly capable of shattering myriad paths. For the next 3 days, Yi Xiao remained in his chamber, diligently practicing the Immortal Divine Magic Sutra. With the aid of the spiritual energy contained within the Supreme Foundation Pill, the divine particles within him rapidly multiplied to a count of 1,000, equating to an immense strength of 10 million pounds. Such power could rival the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm, far beyond the capabilities of contemporary individuals. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed through the skies above the Yi family estate. Radiant hues illuminated the heavens, and divine waves surged forth. In an instant, the entire Yi family was engulfed in a fervor. Elders from the 9 branches and family members alike emerged from the grand palace, converging towards the Yi family's sacred hall. Today marks the Battle of the Divine Sun, where the 9 prominent heirs will seize the opportunity to contend for the esteemed title of Divine Son. Should one ascend to this position, they would become the next inheritor of the Yi family's legacy, receiving unwavering support from all 9 branches. Although the Yi family advocates for rivalry among the 9 branches to select the most formidable successor, the title of Divine Son is truly a matter of collective expectation, bearing the honor and disgrace of the Yi family. Has it begun? Yi Xiao slowly rose, stretching his limbs before making his way towards the palace entrance. If his memory served him correctly, upon obtaining the position of the Divine Son, he would not only gain access to the Divine Son's secluded abode for cultivation, but also inherit the treasured ancient soul-subduing stone of the Yi family. At that moment, he felt a growing anticipation, pondering the terrifying opportunities that would arise when this artifact returned its worth 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, within the celestial Phoenix ancient dynasty, Gu Mingyue sat gracefully at her desk, cradling an ancient scroll, though her gaze frequently drifted towards the palace's exterior. Over the course of the month, she had completely deciphered Yi Xiao's patterns of movement. This fellow would descend upon the imperial palace every 7 days, bestowing upon her various spiritual materials for her transformation. After fully refining an 8th-grade transformation pill, Gu Mingyue was astonished to discover that the seal upon her nirvana mark was gradually loosening. Consequently, her cultivation had returned to the divine will realm. Logically, today marked the 7th day, yet Yi Xiao had yet to make his appearance. Where could he be? Had he abandoned her due to her silence over this past month? Gu Mingyue set the scroll aside, a hint of faint melancholy flickering in her beautiful eyes. Gu Mingyue, have you not visited the Yi family? At that moment, a melodious and ethereal female voice echoed from outside the grand hall. A girl clad in azure stepped forth, gazing at Gu Mingyue with an expression of surprise. As the guardian divine beast of the celestial phoenix ancient dynasty, the azure bird appeared youthful, yet was, in truth, millennia old. The Yi family? Why would I venture there? Gu Mingyue replied, her delicate brows furrowed, her tone indifferent. Today marks the battle of the son of the Yi family. As Yi Zhao's fiancé Yi, shouldn't you express some concern for him? Qing Yuan raised an eyebrow at Gu Mingyue, speaking with a teasing tone. The battle of the son? At these words, Gu Mingyue's delicate face momentarily froze, the flicker of resentment within her gradually dissipating. So it is. Why should the battle of the son concern me? I would rather he be vanquished by another branch of the Yi family. Oh, what does that imply? Qing Yuan observed Gu Mingyue, who was striding towards the hall's exit, her large eyes filled with confusion. Recently, it seems a secret realm has emerged in the central holy state. I intend to explore it in hopes of acquiring some fortune. With that, Gu Mingyue lightly tapped her jade foot, her phoenix robe billowing as she stepped into a white jade spirit palanquin, heading in the direction of the Yi family. Chapter 8. Today, I shall vanquish you all. Let us unite Yi family shrine. As an ominous aura descends, a torrent of spiritual energy surges forth, stirring the winds and clouds. The 9 branches of the Yi family, represented by 9 esteemed elders, each possess strength surpassing the realm of Tao severance. Indeed, the profound heritage of any branch of the Yi family rivals that of ancient celestial sections. However, ever since the previous patriarch, Yi Zhao's father, ventured into the heavens, the Yi family has been unable to select a singular master to unite the 9 branches. This time, during the Divine Sun ceremony, should anyone ascend to the position of Divine Sun, it would undoubtedly restore the Yi family's illustrious legacy. At that moment, the ancestral grounds of the Yi family suddenly shimmered with radiant starlight, as stars ascended and illuminated the heavens. Among them, a young man clad in resplendent silver armor, with a steadfast countenance, strode forward, treading upon the starry river, exuding brilliance. Yi Xingqian, the 9th heir of the Yi family, possessed the star Dao physique. Ah, Xingqian, it appears your cultivation has advanced once more. A gentle and humble voice resonated from the distant hall before Yi Xingqian's feet could touch the ground. Another young man, elegantly dressed in gray and wielding a feather fan, chuckled and shook his head, his demeanor poised. Surrounding him was a trace of golden spiritual energy that ebbed and flowed, manifesting the essence of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, shrouded in mystery. He was Yi Ru, the 8th heir of the Yi family, embodying an innate righteousness, impervious to all malevolence. One after another, 2 more heirs of the Yi family emerged within the shrine, igniting the atmosphere of this realm into a fervent frenzy. One among them, adorned with the majestic visage of a great phoenix, possessed a striking beauty. She was Yi Qinghuang, the 7th in the Yi family lineage, a scion of the ancient phoenix bloodline. The other, a youth with a sullen demeanor and a slender form, bore an arm radiating a blinding brilliance of holy light. He was Yi Hao, the 6th in the Yi family sequence, endowed with natural holy bones. Each of these individuals commanded immense renown across the sacred lands, transcending the exalted disciples of celestial sects and the heirs of great teachings. Yet, within the Yi family, they could only rank behind the 6th sequence. Suddenly, a resonant sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Behold, magnificent divine lotuses began to bloom, emanating an inexhaustible divine radiance. Clad in white, Yi Xiao stepped forth from the depths of the Yi family, exuding a gentle elegance akin to jade. At that moment, the world fell silent, and all sounds ceased. Everyone gazed upon the youth in white, his hair bound, with an unparalleled celestial countenance, their eyes reflecting a profound mixture of envy and reverence. He was Yi Xiao, the first in the Yi family lineage. As the most extraordinary prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Xiao embarked on the path of immortality at the tender age of 3, entered the spirit-gathering palace at 10, and by 18, he had already achieved the 9th level of the Soul Sea, a supreme genius. Although his realm may not be the highest among the Yi family's ranks, his innate talent and rapid cultivation speed left the elders and ancestors in awe. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Yi family, deep and commanding, as the sound of bells echoed, shrouding the world in darkness. The Yi family members felt a chill in their gaze, lifting their eyes in unison, their expressions suddenly tightening. They beheld a figure in crimson, strikingly beautiful, gracefully descending into their midst. Before her stood a visage pale and indifferent, startling as a celestial being. Her hair, styled in a delicate coil, framed eyes profound like the depths of a phoenix, and a gracefully sculpted nose exuded an innate elegance and nobility. Gu Mingyue stood amidst the ethereal void, her garments fluttering like wisps of cloud, embodying an otherworldly grace intertwined with an aura of imperial majesty, both extraordinary and solitary. At this moment, her expression remained serene, yet within her heart, turbulent waves surged endlessly. The grand hall of mountains and rivers before her, every blade of grass and every tree, was intimately familiar. In her previous life, she had revered Yi Xiao, loving him to the marrow of her bones, often visiting the Yi family. Yi Zhantian, his grandfather, had treated her with utmost kindness, frequently bestowing upon her various spiritual treasures and divine materials, attending to her every need. However, the Xianhuang ancient dynasty was situated in the Tianxian Dao state, and the Yi family's profound heritage was still a step above. Throughout it all, Yi Xiao had remained cold and distant towards her. The more he withdrew, the harder Gu Mingyue strived in her cultivation, yearning for his acknowledgement. This humility, far from winning his favor, only deepened his disdain. It was only at the final moment of her life that Gu Mingyue comprehended the truth. This son of the Yi family had merely been exploiting her all along, depleting her innate gifts and the essence of the celestial dynasty, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of Shengzhou. Ultimately, on the night of their grand wedding, Yi Xiao unleashed dark sorcery, consuming her corporeal body and divine soul entirely, achieving the zenith of the immortal path. Mingyue, what brings you here? Just as Gu Mingyue was lost in her thoughts, Yi Xiao's figure materialized before her, his tone gentle, reminiscent of their first encounter. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of warmth blossomed in her heart. Mingyue, such an endearing appellation, the recognition she had once ardently yearned for. In an instant, she was startled by the notion, breaking into a cold sweat as her expression gradually turned frigid. I passed by the Yi family residence to visit Grandpa Yi. Before Gu Mingyue could finish her sentence, Yi Xiao suddenly extended his hand, gently grasping her delicate hand. At that moment, Gu Mingyue's body stiffened, a flush rising to her fair face. Throughout her past and present, she had never experienced such intimacy with any man, particularly with Yi Xiao, who had always maintained an insurmountable distance from her. Yet today, amidst the gathering of the Yi family's divine scion and the elders from the 9 clans, Yi Xiao took the initiative to hold her hand. In that fleeting moment, Gu Mingyue felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Her gaze locked onto Yi Xiao's profound, dark eyes, her heart trembling softly. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, they held hands. This was the respect and recognition she had yearned for in her previous life, and it also bore the deepest scars of her heart. Could it be that he has discovered the secret I carry? Gu Mingyue inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Until she fully understood Yi Xiao's intentions, she could not afford to place her trust in the scion of the Yi family so easily. Otherwise, her fate might be even more tragic than in her past life. Bright moon, your presence brings me great joy, Yi Xiao said, his demeanor gentle, seemingly oblivious to Gu Mingyue's unease. Together, they approached the divine temple, standing before the esteemed elders of the Yi family, like a pair of celestial lovers, evoking envy in those around them. Ah, the Empress Mingyue, they chuckled. Yi Zhantian nodded with a light smile. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Yi Xiao had refused to annul the engagement. With Gu Mingyue's exquisite beauty, She truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in the 3,000 Tao states. Alas, her cultivation had been entirely diminished. Otherwise, she and Yi Xiao would indeed be a match made in heaven. The head of the Yi clan and the esteemed elders stood present. Gu Mingyue, with her ethereal and cold beauty, subtly withdrew her hand that had been held by Yi Xiao and slightly bowed as she spoke. Since the young master Yi Xiao has arrived, the battle for the divine sun shall commence. From the second branch of the Yi family, Elder Yi Qingshan stepped forward, his tone grave as he addressed Yi Xiao. Young Master Yi Xiao, you should be well acquainted with the rules of the Divine Sun competition. Correct? Indeed, Yi Xiao replied with a gentle nod, his expression revealing little turmoil. Within the Yi family, there were 9 branches, each comprising 9 esteemed ranks. To ascend as the Divine Sun of the Yi family, one must either conquer the other 8 participants or win their allegiance and support. Therefore, young Master Yi Xiao, please proceed. As Yi Qingshan stepped aside, the grand hall was entirely surrendered to Yi Xiao. Instantly, all eyes of the Yi family were drawn to this foremost contender. Yi Xiao's gaze swept over Yi Xingchen, Yi Ru, and others, and a warm, radiant smile suddenly graced his handsome visage. Fighting one by one is rather tedious. I invite you all to come at me together. Chapter 9. The 3 waist and 1 kneel, the arrival of the 5th sequence of the Yi family. What? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, both the clan elders of the 9 lineages of the Yi family and the contemporary sequences, including Yi Xingchen, displayed expressions of shock. Are we to confront him together? Has Yi Xiao lost his mind? Although he is the foremost sequence of the Yi family, he also benefits from being the direct descendant of the main lineage and the clan leader. No one questions Yi Xiao's talent. However, who among the Yi family sequences is lacking in strength? Only Gu Mingyue remained indifferent, as if she had anticipated this moment. She alone possessed the knowledge of Yi Xiao's secrets. This individual not only awakened the dual pupils but also stealthily excavated the supreme bone of a branch descendant prior to the Divine Sun's battle. If Gu Mingyue's conjecture is correct, the extraordinary phenomenon witnessed by the Yi family that day was instigated by Yi Xiao's fusion with the supreme bone. The dual pupils and the supreme bone, these 2 unparalleled gifts, are sufficient for Yi Xiao to dominate the current generation, exuding an invincible aura. Shower, do you mean? Yi Zhantian's throat constricted, his eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. The divine son of the Yi family can only be me. I alone am worthy. You are all merely suited to gaze upon my silhouette. Yi Xiao's tone was calm, his white attire exuding an air of authority. What do men desire, if not 3 things? First, to display their prowess. Second, to attract beautiful women. Third, to flaunt before those beautiful women. Moreover, if he wishes to gain the acknowledgement of the 9 lineages of the Yi family, he must employ the most direct and domineering means to overshadow the other 8 sequences. After all, loyalty in this world is forged through strength. Arrogance. Yi Xingchen and Yi Ru exchanged glances, stepping forward to stand before Yi Xiao. In the next moment, ethereal patterns spiraled around them, and their energy surged. However, just as they began to channel their spiritual power and prepare their hidden cards, Yi Xiao clenched his fists and brought them down with tremendous force. The earth-shattering impact reverberated like a tumultuous wave crashing down. The star that had just materialized above Yi Xingchen's head erupted instantaneously, sending him plummeting to the ground, his bones shattered beyond repair. Simultaneously, Yi Ru's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to advance when he beheld the intertwining divine patterns in Yi Xiao's eyes, resembling 2 celestial whirlpools spinning ominously. In an instant, the entire space surrounding Yi Ru distorted grotesquely. Time stood still and myriad paths dissolved. Yi Xiao's figure, akin to a phantom, revealed a dragon beneath his feet, allowing him to traverse the void and appear directly above Yi Ru. In that moment, Yi Ru's head spun. His lips trembled as he murmured, "Son of God, please don't strike my face." With a swift motion, Yi Xiao brought his foot down upon Yi Ru's face, sending him hurtling 100 paces away. After a brief struggle, he lay still, devoid of any further movement. At that critical juncture, Yi Hao seized the opportunity to materialize behind Yi Xiao. His arm, radiant with golden light, adorned with sacred patterns, resembled a divine golden limb, and it descended upon Yi Xiao's back. Clang! Before the ruthless expression on Yi Hao's face could fully settle, it began to solidify piece by piece. At that moment, he beheld a wisp of ethereal starlight suddenly emanating from the white robes of Yi Xiao. Astonishingly, the formidable power of his sacred bone dissipated in an instant, failing to inflict any harm upon Yi Xiao whatsoever. Is this your reliance? A mere sacred bone? Yi Xiao slowly turned, grasping the sacred bone arm of Yi Hao, his expression serene as he spoke. In that instant, a genuine fear flickered across Yi Hao's eyes. He felt an overwhelming certainty that should Yi Xiao exert even the slightest force, he could shatter his sacred bone, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Son of God, I was mistaken. Just as Yi Hao's words fell, a resounding crack echoed through the air, the sound of bone breaking reverberating quietly. The arm, radiating with sacred brilliance, was brutally crushed by Yi Xiao's grip. Ah! The anguished wail instantly resonated throughout the entire Yi clan, instilling terror in their hearts. I find your attitude quite appealing, yet your mistakes must bear consequences. Yi Xiao casually discarded Yi Hao to the side, as if he were disposing of refuse. His gaze gradually shifted to Yi Qinghuang, causing this proud daughter of the Yi clan to tremble, her legs taut, as if she were striving to suppress something within. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Qinghuang suddenly inhaled deeply and reverently knelt before Yi Xiao. Son of God, I am of the ancient phoenix bloodline, capable of transforming into the true form of a phoenix. If you so desire, you may ride upon me. A profound silence enveloped the world. At that moment, the faces of all the elders and clansmen of the Yi clan bore expressions of intense shock. In the blink of an eye, for great sequences witnessed 3 fall while 1 knelt. The ruthless and formidable demeanor of Yi Xiao not only failed to instill resentment among the elders of the Yi family, but rather ignited an overwhelming excitement within them. The title of the chosen one of the Yi family is destined to attract countless envious gazes, challenges, and animosity. The Yi family, having long withdrawn from the world, is now fragmented into 9 branches, and many factions within the Holy Continent are unwilling to witness the emergence of another chosen one from their lineage. Without this fierce determination, the path of the chosen one would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. In the throng, Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze towards Yi Xiao increasingly tinged with apprehension. She suddenly realized that in this lifetime, Yi Xiao not only possessed a deeper intellect but also a significantly enhanced strength. However, the one aspect that remained unchanged was his inherent ruthlessness. One's nature is difficult to alter. At that moment, a thunderous laughter erupted from within the depths of the Yi family. A towering figure descended from the heavens, crashing down before the grand hall like a meteor. The ground shook violently as the stone plaza before the hall was shattered underfoot. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure with dark, sun-kissed skin, resembling a small mountain, strode forth, a square and imposing face adorned with a haughty and domineering smile. Yi Xiao, I challenge you. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. This was Yi Tsong, the 5th in line of the Yi family, the inheritor of the celestial titan physique. It is said that Yi Tsong's physical combat prowess ranks just below that of the 2nd lineage of the Yi family. However, his overly reckless nature has relegated him to the 5th position. Ye Xiao, I am aware of your formidable dual pupils and the numerous spiritual treasures at your disposal. Yet today I shall only challenge you in terms of physical strength. Yi Tsong smiled broadly, crossing his arms, seemingly indifferent to the exasperation emanating from the surrounding elders. Even if you were to triumph over me, I would still refuse to acknowledge your divine son status. To the astonishment of the assembled elders, Yi Xiao actually nodded in agreement to Yi Tsong's unreasonable stipulation. Although Yi Tsong may not possess the sharpest intellect and is somewhat of a rogue, his Tsongtian dominance body is recognized as the pinnacle of power across the 3,000 realms. Moreover, this individual had already entered the divine will realm, a full decade ahead of Yi Xiao. It would be a formidable challenge for Yi Xiao to overwhelm him purely with physical prowess. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Yi Xiao, should you emerge victorious today, I shall serve you as a dog, Yi Tsong exclaimed with enthusiasm. For heaven's sake, stop talking and let us begin. Before the grand hall, Yi Zhongyang, an elder from the Yi family's 5 branches, slapped his forehead in despair and roared in frustration. Boom! At his words, Yi Tsong let out a cold snort, his hands clenching fiercely. Above him, a celestial dome thundered down, within which the silhouette of an ancient warrior descended upon the heavens, dominating the 10 realms. Yi Shao, I, too, possess great power. Yi Tsong grinned, as a layer of golden scales suddenly enveloped his head. From his forehead, 2 golden dragon horns spiraled forth, while a violet aura of blood surged vigorously. His hands transformed into the form of a white tiger, exuding an aura of boundless ferocity. This spectacle instantly provoked a wave of astonished murmurs from those present. On Yi Chongyang's aged visage, a hint of pride surfaced as he discreetly cast a glance towards the distant sky. The celestial overlord body, the 9 divine forms. Although Yi Tsong may lack intellect, his innate prowess is unparalleled throughout the ages. Presently, he has merely reached the divine will realm, yet has already manifested the dragon's head and the tiger's claw, 2 formidable divine forms, promising a bright future. One punch will suffice to vanquish you. As Yi Tsong's words echoed, a colossal fist imprint erupted with a surge of violet blood radiance, exuding an extraordinary dominance. The celestial overlord body, the overbearing fist. In the next instant, Yi Tsong's fist descended, akin to 100,000 mountains plummeting from the heavens. Even before the blow landed, the entire White Jade Plaza was marred with countless fissures, a sight to behold. The overbearing fist. Yi Shao gazed upward, observing the descending Yi Tsong, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation. Though Yi Tsong was indeed reckless, he was not foolish. He revealed his strongest techniques right from the outset. Naturally, with Yi Zhao's prowess, he could effortlessly evade this assault by employing the Taiching Wandering Dragon Step. However, this battle was not one he sought to win, but rather to instill fear within the 9 branches of the Yi clan. With this thought, a radiant glow ignited upon one of Yi Zhao's arms. Within him, 1,000 divine and demonic particles resonated in unison, causing the void to tremble and blur. Amidst the astonished gazes of the elder and younger members of the Yi clan, he too thrust forth a fist, meeting Yi Tsong's furious onslaught head-on. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked. At that moment, the crowd beheld a bizarre fissure open in the void behind Yi Shao. Amidst the chaos, a towering figure of divine magic loomed, stretching to the heavens, from which emerged a hand enveloped in myriad intricate symbols. With a resounding clash, the 2 combatants' fists met, and in that instant, the very fabric of the universe seemed to shatter. Yi Tsong's previously domineering expression faltered, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Who emerged victorious? The gaze of the entire Yi family converged upon the 2 intertwining figures suspended in the void. Yet, as a crisp sound of breaking bones echoed through the air, the crowd's countenance shifted dramatically. Yi Tsong plummeted from the sky, landing before the elders of the Yi family, his outstretched arm grotesquely twisted and shattered, blood and bone exposed. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the Yi family once more. Defeated, the illustrious Tsong Tian Ti, the strongest physique of the Yi family, reduced to a mere shadow by Yi Zhao's single blow? How could this be? Yi Tsong, bewildered, rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon the severed arm hanging limply beside him, swallowing hard. Bark like a dog for me first. In the distance, Yi Shao stood resplendent in white, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes reflecting an indifference that seemed to transcend the heavens. What? At these words, Yi Tsong clenched his jaw tightly, bellowing in rage. I have not yet lost. Enough! Just as he took a step forward, intent on charging at Yi Shao, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens above. An elderly, robust figure strode forth, appearing before the gathered crowd. Bow before ancestor Fu Tian. The assembly trembled, bowing deeply in reverence to Yi Fu Tian. The first patriarch of the Yi family cast a cold glance at Yi Tsong, as if to say, is this not humiliating enough? With that, he strode directly before Yi Shao and respectfully bowed, proclaiming Yi Futin, the 9th ancestor of the Yi family, pays homage to the sun. A profound silence enveloped the entire Yi family. Every member, from the esteemed elders to the contemporary youth, bore expressions of intense astonishment and disbelief. A saint bows his head. No matter how extraordinary Yi Zhao's talents may be, how could he ever be deemed worthy of such reverence from a saint? Henceforth, Yi Xiao shall be recognized as the son of our Yi family, the master of the 9 veins. We shall dedicate all our resources to aid the son in ascending to the pinnacle of the great path. Should there be any who act in defiance, we shall eradicate 10 clans, expunge the family tree, and sever the cycle of reincarnation. As Yi Futan's words resonated, the air was thick with tension. A pin drop could be heard amidst the profound stillness. All gazes were fixed upon the young son, clad in white and exuding an ethereal demeanor, their hearts stirred with genuine reverence. Even Gu Mingyue, at this moment, regarded Yi Xiao with a hint of complex emotion in her eyes. At 18, brimming with ambition. Moreover, this sentiment reflects not only my own, but that of the other ancestors as well. What? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yi family wore increasingly solemn expressions. Bowing deeply to Yi Xiao, we pay homage to the son. With the revival of the ancestors of the Yi family, from this moment forth, there shall be no 9 veins, only one clan. Son, tomorrow I shall open the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, and you shall lead the Yi lineage to traverse the sacred path, endure the thunderous tribulations, and embody the ancestral essence. Yi Futan's voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the heavens. With a gentle wave of his palm, an ancient stone seal ascended from the ancestral hall, radiating a brilliant light of souls. The soul stone. Waves of astonishment echoed through the heavens and the earth, causing the eyes of every member of the Yi family to tremble, their bloodlines boiling with fervor. This soul stone is a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, a legacy left by their illustrious ancestor, the great emperor, and is revered as one of the 10 divine treasures of the 3,000 Tao states. It is said that this stone, a celestial artifact from the 9 heavens, was formed from the remnants of Pangu's creation of the world, capable of suppressing all malevolent spirits and impervious to the intrusion of a myriad of ghosts. Furthermore, it symbolizes the identity of the Yi family's divine son, having been enshrined in the ancestral hall for countless ages, basking in the incense of the 9 veins. Today, as Yi Xiao ascends to become the 11th divine son of the Yi family, the soul stone shall serve as his protective talisman, rendering him invincible. With a hum, as Yi Futian waved his hand, the soul stone descended from the heavens like a vibrant meteor, landing gracefully in Yi Xiao's grasp. Salutations to the divine son. In the Yi family territory, thousands of clan members bowed deeply, paying homage to a single individual. Thank you, ancestor. Yi Xiao gazed at the soul stone in his hand, a glint of cunning mirth flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Gu Mingyue and strode directly toward her. For now, as your cultivation has waned, let this soul stone serve as your protection. Upon finishing his words, Yi Xiao handed the treasured artifact of the Yi family to Gu Mingyue. What? Upon hearing this, not only did Gu Mingyue stand frozen in place, but even Yi Futian and the esteemed elders of the 9 veins gaped in astonishment, swallowing hard. As Yi Qinghuang and the other proud daughters of the Yi family stood with slightly parted lips, their eyes glistening with emotion, the significance of the soul stone became palpable. It was a divine artifact, the pinnacle of creation within the 3,000 prefectures. Today, the illustrious son of the Yi family, Yi Xiao, openly bestowed it upon the Moonlight Empress, ostensibly to ensure her peace and safety. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue's gaze quivered, momentarily lost in a daze. This soul stone had been Yi Xiao's most formidable trump card in his previous life, aiding him in suppressing countless young supremes. Could it be that he was deliberately testing her? In that case, Gu Mingyue would not refuse such a token. With a slight press of her crimson lips, she extended her hand to accept the soul stone, her gaze impassively scrutinizing Yi Xiao's countenance. Yet, throughout the entire exchange, this scion of the Yi family displayed not a trace of astonishment or resentment, leaving Gu Mingyue utterly bewildered. Perhaps it would be best to return such a precious gift. In her eyes, no creation in this world held more value than the life of the Moonlight Empress. Yi Xiao shook his head, his expression sincere. After all, as long as Gu Mingyue lived, he could continuously draw upon her essence. At that moment, the Yi family estate was alive with sounds of merriment and barking dogs, as if everyone had suddenly been satiated. Everyone, please disperse. Yi Futian and Yi Zhantian exchanged glances, hastily gesturing for the crowd in the square to vacate. The atmosphere had been set. What was to come next required no further elaboration. The youth, filled with vigor and passion, certainly could not contain themselves for a day and a night. Congratulations, host, for successfully bestowing upon the destined daughter the heirloom of the Yi family, the soul-settling stone, imperial artifact. You have received a 10,000-fold reward, the primordial ancestor talisman, celestial artifact. The primordial ancestor talisman can be refined into 9 great imperial talismans, transforming into the first chaotic ancient treasure that opens the heavens and the earth, disregarding the suppression of realms to subdue all souls that enter the host's soul sea. The unification of the 9 talismans will unveil the fateful connection between the host and the metamorphic demon body, heralding the dawn of the vast celestial realm. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Zhao's gaze sharpened, revealing a profound depth, an artifact of celestial origins. Throughout the myriad states and countless epochs, he had never heard of such a celestial artifact descending. Moreover, this primordial ancestor talisman could metamorphose into a chaotic ancient treasure, intertwining with the fateful essence of the metamorphic demon body, the vast celestial realm. At that moment, Yi Zhao suddenly realized that his integration with the system and awakening of the metamorphic demon body seemed far from coincidental. It felt like a mission intricately linked to the future of the 3,000 states and the Yi family. It was as if an unseen, dark hand was orchestrating his destiny. Yi Zhao, the son of the Yi family, this soul-settling stone. Gu Mingyue furrowed her brows, still unable to comprehend why Yi Zhao would relinquish his life-saving trump card to her. If it were true that the celestial scion had previously gifted her a spiritual treasure with ulterior motives, perhaps to covet her form, the value of this soul-settling stone transcended mere treasures. It was akin to gaining an additional life. Rest assured and refine it. Did I not mention it is merely lent to you? You shall return it once your cultivation is restored. Yi Zhao waved his hand, his expression regaining tranquility. When will I restore my cultivation? Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled slightly, and she sighed inwardly. Yi Zhao, if you knew what my first action would be upon regaining my power, would you still have the same resolve in gifting me these divine treasures? Yi Zhao, the hour grows late. I must take my leave. Yi Zhao shook his head, suddenly grasping Gu Mingyue's delicate hand. Mingyue, the day is waning. Perhaps it would be better to depart tomorrow. Tomorrow? At his words, Gu Mingyue stiffened, particularly affected by the profound depth in Yi Zhao's eyes, which extinguished the flicker of guilt that had just emerged in her heart. Release me. In that moment, Gu Mingyue transformed into a figure of utter coldness, gradually comprehending Yi Zhao's sinister intentions. Now that her powers were diminished, she posed no threat in his eyes. The very treasures he bestowed upon her, such as the soul-settling stone, could be reclaimed with ease. With a hum, a thought crystallized in her mind, and without a trace of hesitation, a faint ethereal glow enveloped her, symbols coalescing as she directed her fury towards Yi Zhao. Mingyue, have you regained your powers? Yi Zhao exclaimed, though his eyes betrayed no sign of surprise. From the moment he laid eyes on Gu Mingyue, he had sensed the shift in the aura of this Phoenix Empress. Moreover, under the power of his dual pupils, he discerned her extraordinary innate potential. The primal Tao embryo, accompanied by the 9 heavens' mystical female body. Among these, the primal Tao embryo was already considered one of the most formidable talents across the 3,000 Tao states, nurturing the essence of the primal. The 9 heavens' profound womb, if Yi Zhao's memory serves him right, is reputed to be the pinnacle of dual cultivation physiques among the realms. Should Yi Zhao assist Gu Mingyue in awakening her innate Tao, he would enable her to unlock the profound womb, thereby paving the way for a simpler and more joyous path of cultivation in the future. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shall we change our posture? Seems, Mingyue, you have concealed many matters from me. Yi Zhao cast Gu Mingyue a meaningful glance. In the next moment, ethereal runes surged around him, and the brilliance in his intensified. An overwhelming and terrifying divine will pressure descended, confining that expanse of void. Your realm. Gu Mingyue's eyes widened in astonishment. Before she could struggle further, Yi Zhao swept her up in his arms and soared deeper into the clan's territory. Yi Zhao, what are you doing? Let me go. At that moment, Gu Mingyue was truly alarmed. She had initially believed that, with her current realm of the first level of the divine wheel, even if she were not Yi Zhao's match, she could at least protect herself. However, She never anticipated that Yi Zhao's cultivation had surged so rapidly. In her previous life, Gu Mingyue often yearned to break through the barrier between them and truly unite as one. Yet now she was utterly disillusioned with Yi Zhao, consumed by resentment, and could never allow her flesh to be tainted by him. What is the meaning of this? Yi Zhao's expression was frigid, as if he had reverted to the indifference of his past life. In the long, dark night, what else could he do? Yi Zhao, you are shameless. Let me go. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, yet the more she struggled, the more forcefully Yi Zhao tightened his grip. Yi Zhao, you are hurting me. What does a little pain signify? Soon, I shall ensure your suffering intensifies. Upon overhearing the quarrel between the two, the elders of the Yi family, including Yi Futian, displayed a hint of amusement upon their faces. The youth is indeed brimming with vigor. It is likely that by dawn, what will illuminate Gu Mingyue's visage will not merely be the sunlight. With a resonating hum, Yi Zhao descended from the sky, landing in a secluded area of the Yi family's mountain, a place sealed away from the world, and strode directly inside. This realm resembled a sanctuary untouched by time, serving as the exclusive cultivation retreat for the heir of the Yi family. Ethereal mist descended, and a swirling chaos of energy unfolded, as if the universe was being birthed anew, with the sun and moon coalescing. Terrifying resonances of the Tao manifested as auspicious apparitions, exuding an aura of extraordinary beauty. Precious herbs of the highest order, including millennium-old ginseng, carpeted the ground, alongside rare celestial blossoms that unfurled in 9 distinct hues. At the heart of this sanctuary lay a celestial pond, filled with ancient divine blood and the essence of the 9 heavens. In an instant, Gu Mingyue felt the very blood within her veins surge. Even the nirvana seal showed signs of loosening. This is the ancient celestial pond of the Yi family, a secret sanctuary reserved for the heir. Yi Zhao cast a profound glance at Gu Mingyue, his eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment. Yi Zhao, you. In that moment, Gu Mingyue sensed her heart tremble, suddenly realizing. So, your intention in asking me to depart the Yi family tomorrow is to bring me here for healing. Otherwise, what could it be? Yi Zhao sighed softly. Gu Mingyue, just how despicable do you perceive me to be in your eyes? Gu Mingyue tightly clenched her delicate hands, a trace of anxiety surging within her for the first time. Particularly, the disappointment reflected in Yi Zhao's eyes evoked a flicker of guilt within her. Yi Zhao, this time, I have misunderstood you. This time, Gu Mingyue, it seems you have misjudged me more than once or twice. Yi Zhao suddenly leaned in, gazing at the exquisite, pale face before him. How do you intend to make amends? Yi Zhao, do not go too far. Since you perceive me as such a shameless person, I might as well embrace that shamelessness today. With that, Yi Zhao made a move to kiss her, startling Gu Mingyue, whose body twisted and trembled, a faint blush rising to her charming face. Speak, how will you compensate as long as it is not too excessive? Oh, let me hear you call me husband? Ding, the destined daughter has compromised with the host for the first time, rewarding the host with a glimpse into her fate. Chapter 12. The Fate of Gu Mingyue. The trial of the ancestral land begins. Yi Zhao, what are you doing? In the dimly lit chamber adorned with crimson candles and fragrant cushions, Gu Mingyue, crowned with a phoenix tiara and delicately adorned with makeup, radiated an unparalleled beauty. Yet, her face was etched with terror as she beheld Yi Zhao's hand plunging into her dantian, forcibly extracting her innate Tao. In an instant, a surge of demonic energy filled the room, akin to an ancient realm of darkness, invading every pore of Gu Mingyue's body. Yi Zhao, if you desire my innate Tao, you could have simply told me. Why must you treat me this way? Gu Mingyue's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a poignant blend of sorrow and despair. In but a fleeting moment, the body of the celestial Phoenix Empress, a being of supreme strength, was reduced to ashes. Yi Zhao, do not go too far. With Gu Mingyue's resounding cry, the fateful scene before Yi Zhao dissipated into nothingness. At last, he comprehended why, despite his relentless efforts, Gu Mingyue's wariness and aversion toward him remained unyielding. On the night of their grand wedding, to have one's Tao excavated, was this not the act of a beast? Most crucially, in his previous life, Yi Zhao had also cultivated demonic techniques. Now, if he wished to alter Gu Mingyue's perception, he could not merely conceal his transformed demonic body and the swallowing heaven demon art. He had to devise a means for Gu Mingyue to embrace this secret. Excessive? It appears Mingyue remains oblivious to the harm you inflict upon me. My harm to you? Gu Mingyue gritted her silver teeth. Witnessing Yi Xiao about to force a kiss, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Husband, can you let me down now?" With a splash, Yi Xiao shook his head, embracing Gu Mingyue as he stepped into the immortal pool. A wave of profound energy surged toward them, enveloping their figures in a misty haze. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's garments were soaked by the celestial liquid, clinging tightly to her form and revealing astonishing contours. The ripples surged, and the sharp angles blushed with crimson. The essence of the immortal pool was vast, and the spiritual waves were pure. It should aid in your recovery. Focus and merge your spirit. Yi Xiao gazed down at Gu Mingyue's vaguely visible, pristine figure, speaking with utmost seriousness. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue's expression was filled with indignation as she struggled free from his embrace, on the verge of an explosive outburst. "I am going to cultivate now. Please do not disturb me, my wife." With that, Yi Xiao settled into a cross-legged position, his blood vessels resonating with a thunderous roar. Behind him, a spectral figure of a divine demon materialized with a resounding crash, ravenously consuming the source of the local laws. The divine particles within him ascended at an astonishingly visible pace. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,000 particles, equating to an immense 30 million pounds of divine strength. Such physical power, not only would it overwhelm contemporaries, but even a peak Great Ascension expert would be obliterated by a mere touch. Humph! Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fury, and moved to the edge of the immortal pool, settling into a cross-legged position. System Primordial Ancestor Talisman. Merge. Meanwhile, within the vast sea of souls belonging to Yi Xiao, a golden divine talisman materialized out of thin air, resembling an ancient sun, radiating a blinding brilliance. In that moment, his entire soul sea seemed to be infused with this golden light, brimming with divinity and fortified like an impenetrable fortress. Time flowed on. When Yi Xiao opened his eyes, golden light surged forth from his dual pupils, obliterating all within heaven and earth. His gaze gradually settled upon the graceful and statuesque silhouette before him. At that moment, Gu Mingyue sat upright with an air of dignity, her figure accentuating its alluring curves. Her long, fair legs were completely exposed beyond her garment, delicate and flawless, emanating a lustrous glow akin to white jade. Strands of her hair clung to her forehead and neck, exuding an indescribable allure, while her waist, slender as a grip, accentuated the rounded beauty above and below. Faintly, Yi Xiao caught a whiff of a subtle, intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, refreshing to the senses. The 9 heavens' mysterious womb. Yi Xiao murmured softly, as the innate Tao bone on his chest erupted in resplendent celestial radiance, enveloping the entire celestial pool within its glow. This innate Tao bone of his was nearly of the same origin as Gu Mingyue's innate Tao fetus. Now, Yi Xiao merely needed to harness the Tao rhythms and celestial opportunities within this celestial pool, along with the innate power of his Tao bone, to completely awaken Gu Mingyue's innate Tao fetus, giving rise to the 9 heavens' mysterious womb. Thus, a trace of his essence would linger upon her. Henceforth, no matter where this destined woman might wander, she would be inescapably attuned to Yi Xiao's perception. As a reincarnator, Gu Mingyue must surely be aware of the myriad secret realms across the 3,000 Tao states, including the times of their emergence. In those perilous locales, how could Yi Xiao bear to allow his delicate little wife to venture forth alone? Hehehe. On the following day, as dawn broke, the entire Yi family estate resonated with the sound of ringing bells, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal glow. Yi Xiao emerged from the celestial pool, casting a glance at Gu Mingyue, who remained seated in meditation with her eyes closed, before departing the cave abode and heading towards the ancestral hall. It was only after his presence had completely faded that Gu Mingyue's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The innate Tao fetus, how could it possibly? With her brows slightly furrowed, Gu Mingyue looked down at the golden Tao fetus within her Dan Si, her eyes filled with confusion. According to the trajectory of her previous life, this innate Tao fetus had awakened only after she entered the celestial mechanism realm and comprehended the laws of the great Tao. Why, in this life, had it awakened in the divine will realm? Although the celestial pool before her was formidable, having restored her to the third layer of the divine wheel in just one night, it was insufficient to nurture the innate Tao fetus. Could it be that her rebirth had truly altered the great Tao's principles in this realm? If so, would Yi Zhao's character and life trajectory also be? No. Gu Mingyue's fair face turned solemn as she forcefully suppressed the swirling thoughts within her heart. She had already faced death once. Was that lesson not enough? Resolute in her decision, Gu Mingyue immediately rose and made her way outside the cave, quietly departing from the Yi family. If her memory served her right at this juncture, the ancient in ruins tomb should soon manifest. In her previous life, it was within this very tomb that she encountered a youth from a lesser family. Although the youth possessed an unremarkable appearance, he was endowed with extraordinary talent, a true prodigy of the sacred body. During this journey, he had secured unparalleled opportunities within the divine tomb, ascending to the pinnacle of the sacred continent. If Gu Mingyue could seize his fortune, she might unravel the seal of the Nirvana mark more swiftly. At that moment, Yi Xiao, I must personally extract your heart to discern whether it is dark or red. Meanwhile, before the ancestral hall, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and cast a glance towards the direction of the Divine Sun's cave. Gu Mingyue's eagerness to depart, even at the cost of foregoing the spiritual liquid and Tao rhythm within the immortal pool, clearly indicated that she had more pressing matters to attend to. Shouldn't Ti snatching an opportunity from an betrothed be termed otherwise? Now that everyone had gathered, preparations were in order. As Yi Futian's voice echoed, 3 ancient figures became vaguely visible in the void above him. In the next instant, the 3 figures acted in unison, unleashing myriad runes that tore apart the fabric of the heavens and earth. A golden mist began to rise, revealing a golden pathway descending from the sky, its resonant Tao sounds echoing as if it were the immortal path of yore that traversed the realms. The sacred road. The eyes of the Yi family members shimmered with fervor, their spirits ignited with a burgeoning battle intent. Their gazes then fell upon Yi Xiao, as if awaiting the command of this divine scion of the Yi family. Among them, a youth clad in black, with striking features, radiated an intense battle spirit in his eyes. The ancestral energy coursed through him, as the cosmos awaited its fate. He aims to personally crush Yi Xiao at the pinnacle of the sacred path, before the 9 veins, and reclaim the position of the divine sun. Chapter 13. The eccentric contrast of Yi Linglong. I certify the dual-pupiled. The rules are well understood. Though ancestral energy courses through the veins, granting unparalleled opportunities to defy fate, historically, only one member of the Yi family has ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred path, enduring the trials of eternal thunder punishment. Yi Futian cast a profound glance at Yi Xiao. The individual he referred to was none other than Yi Zhao's father, the once undisputed paragon of the Yi clan. Thus, one must not force matters. Indeed, ancestor. Upon hearing this, the 9 great sequences, including Yi Xiao, felt their fighting spirit not only undiminished but intensified. Let us commence. As Yi Futian's voice resonated, a youth clad in azure stepped forth from the ranks of the 9 sequences. The aura of sword energy surged beneath his feet, akin to an ethereal blade, as he advanced directly toward the sacred path. Neither the void, the passage of time, nor the oppressive aura of the ancestral realm within the sacred path could hinder his progress. In the blink of an eye, he ascended 100 stone steps with remarkable composure. It is Yi Xian, the 4th sequence of the Yi family, known for the profound heaven sword body, the contemporary sword immortal. His extraordinary talent in the sword arts had once attracted the admiration of the sword cultivation sacred land, the Dragon Abyss swordmaster, yet Yi Xian had resolutely declined. In his own words, he aspired to traverse a path of swordsmanship unlike any other. Onward, Yi Tsong and the others exchanged glances, slightly bowing to Yi Xiao, and made their way toward the sacred path. In an instant, only 3 figures remained beneath the golden sacred path. Aside from Yi Xiao, there was a male and a female. The female, named Yi Linglong, was adorned in immaculate white garments, exuding an ethereal elegance, her countenance gentle, imbued with an innate chilliness. Her eyes are remarkably bright, resembling 2 exquisite amber gemstones, sparkling with enchanting brilliance. Her flowing black hair cascades down to her waist, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. However, What captivates most is Yi Linglong's pair of long, elegant legs, subtly revealed beneath her white attire, voluptuous and curvaceous, forming a striking contrast with her slender waist, even surpassing the lifespans of certain fated individuals. With her heart of 9 apertures, this third heir of the Yi family possesses a mind of exceptional acuity, effortlessly comprehending any profound technique or divine ability she encounters. The other figure is a young man of resolute countenance and slender build, clad in a black embroidered long robe. His hair casually drapes behind him, and though not particularly robust, he emanates an overwhelming sense of intimidation. He is Yi Chun, the second heir of the Yi family. Before Yi Zhao's emergence, Yi Chun was regarded as the future leader of the Yi clan, a true embodiment of invincibility. His ancient sacred body, due to its formidable combat prowess, has been cursed by the heavenly Tao and sealed for generations. Yet, through sheer determination, Yi Chun has risen, vanquishing the proud and defeating the divine offspring. An elder of the Yi family once prophesied that should Yi Chun break the 5 shackles of the heavenly Tao, he would become the most powerful prodigy in the clan's history, without exception. Now, the second heir has shattered 4 of these shackles, standing mere inches away from the 5th, as foretold by the elder. Had it not been for Yi Futian's sudden arrival, designating Yi Xiao as the divine offspring of the Yi family, nearly half of the clan's elders would have believed that Yi Chen's combat strength was unrivaled in contemporary times. Indeed, the awakened dual-eyed talent of Yi Xiao poses a formidable challenge to the power of the ancestral sacred body. Meanwhile, Yi Chun has astonishingly attained the remarkable realm of the 9th layer of divine will, a young supreme being. Yi Xiao, I shall await you at the terminus of the sacred path. As these words fell, Yi Chen's figure transformed into that of a youthful true dragon, charging forth upon the sacred path with unbridled vigor. Yi Chun remains impressively aloof. The elders of the Yi family sighed in unison, casting cautious glances at Yi Futian. Previously, the venerable ancestor Linxian had observed the celestial signs and prophesied using the profound forces of the mortal realm. Yi Futian, with a serene countenance, gazed at the golden silhouette stepping steadily towards the pinnacle of the sacred path, murmuring, Our Yi family shall witness the emergence of twin dragons in this generation. What? Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes subtly flickered, as if struck by a sudden realization. The eternal true dragon is a natural-born emperor. Should the Yi family indeed bring forth twin dragons, would it not herald the birth of 2 imperial realms? However, Yi Futian sighed softly, a hint of melancholy lurking in the depths of his aged eyes. The ancestor Linxian had foreseen that while our Yi family's twin dragons united would be invincible in this world, if they were to be divided, it would lead to the annihilation of our clan. What? Young Master Yi Xiao, are you not yet prepared to ascend the sacred path? Before the sacred path, Yi Linglong spoke, her crimson lips parting as she cast a sly glance at Yi Xiao. Sister Linglong, must we really maintain such formalities? Yi Xiao replied with a resigned smile. The lineage of Yi Linglong is the most unique among the 9 branches of the Yi family. They steadfastly uphold the purity of the Yi clan's bloodline, favoring intraclan unions. According to the words of Elder Yi Qingshan from the 2nd branch, intermarriage within the clan yields the highest probability of producing ancestral bloodlines. In every generation of the Yi family's 2nd lineage, there invariably emerges an individual of remarkable talent accompanied by a multitude of less intellectually gifted kin. From a young age, Yi Linglong had set her sights on Yi Xiao, relentlessly pursuing him with teasing and playful banter. Dear Yi Xiao, do let your sister see whether you have matured. In an instant, the composed elegance that adorned Yi Linglong's countenance vanished, revealing an unbridled greed in her amber eyes. You are now the scion of the Yi family, and my loyalty lies entirely with you. Should you doubt this, feel free to investigate. As she spoke, Yi Linglong entwined her arms around Yi Zhao's, whispering sweetly in his ear and playfully nuzzling against him. Sister Linglong, you are aware that I am engaged. Yi Xiao sighed, taken aback by the stark contrast between Yi Linglong's outwardly poised demeanor and her private demeanor, which was far more audacious than anyone could have imagined. So what if you are engaged? There is still no marriage, is there? Besides, even if you were married, could you not take a few concubines? Sister has many connections. We could have a deeper exchange when time permits. Sister Linglong, let us ascend the sacred path. With that, Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead, denying Yi Linglong the chance to continue her pursuit, and strode toward the sacred path. Little Yi Xiao, can you evade the first day of the month and the 15th? Sooner or later, I shall push you down and take a hearty bite. Yi Linglong replied with a seductive smile, smoothing her hair before reverting to her usual cold demeanor. As the two individuals tread along the sacred path, an overwhelming aura descended upon them, akin to the simultaneous collapse of 100,000 mountains. However, in Yi Xiao's eyes, such pressure was scarcely noteworthy. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, akin to a soaring dragon, he effortlessly surpassed Yi Ru and the others, racing towards the mountain's summit. This remarkable speed provoked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. It was only when a formidable battle automaton clad in silver armor materialized before him that Yi Xiao finally came to a halt. In front of the automaton, Yi Xian, Yi Tsong, and the others wore solemn expressions, hesitating to make a move. They could sense that the automaton's realm was at the pinnacle of the divine wheel. Among the current generation of the Yi family, apart from Yi Chun, who had already traversed this place, none could contend with this formidable guardian. Yi Xiao, perhaps we, the esteemed talents of the Yi family, should join forces to vanquish this sentinel, suggested Yi Xian, gripping an ancient bronze sword, its aura swirling around him. At this, Yi Xiao shook his head, his expression indifferent as he retorted, "What do you all consider yourselves, esteemed talents?" His gaze transcended the crowd, landing upon the figure in black at the end of the sacred path. Among the 9 branches of the Yi family, the only one worthy of contending with Yi Xiao was Yi Chun. This time, he sought to affirm his reputation for the dual pupils. Chapter 14. A glimpse of light commands the great vehicle. The true invincibility of the dual pupils. Yi Xiao. Yi Xian clenched his jaw tightly, his hand trembling around the sword hilt. With his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, none in the holy state dared to underestimate him. Am I not a prodigy? A Yi Xian, a proud member of the Yi family's 4th sequence, a contemporary sword immortal, am deemed insignificant in Yi Xiao's eyes? At that moment, Yi Xiao made his move. With a single punch, he unleashed a cacophony of 3,000 divine and demonic particles. A wave of terrifying power surged forth, shattering the void into dust. Puff! The body of the silver-armored war puppet was instantly obliterated, reduced to fragments by Yi Xiao's blow. Silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. All the members of the Yi family watched in horror as the figure in white gradually receded, their eyes reflecting a profound shock and disbelief. I am not considered a prodigy. Even Yi Xian could not suppress a gulp, murmuring to himself. With his 3rd-tier divine will realm, coupled with the Shentian sword body, slaying a 5th-tier divine will opponent was well within his capabilities. Yet, in the face of such a pinnacle divine will war puppet, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Yi Xiao's single punch made it clear to all present in the Yi family that the chasm between them had widened. I grant you time to chase until you can no longer see me. Yi Tsong, how does your physical strength compare to that of the divine son? Yi Linglong suddenly turned to Yi Tsong, her eyes filled with a blend of admiration and wonder. She had previously believed that Yi Xiao's greatest strength lay in his dual pupil talent. It now appears that the physical form of the scion of the Yi family is remarkably resilient. Such fortitude in flesh, could it possibly be surpassed in merely a day? Yi Tsong let out a cold snort, his expression one of disdain, exuding an extraordinary dominance. Just when the onlookers believed that this formidable being was about to boast once more, he unexpectedly lifted his gaze towards Yi Xiao's silhouette and spoke in a somber tone. What am I? I am not even as significant as a hair from the divine sun. At these words, not only did Yi Linglong falter, but the 7 distinguished figures present also displayed expressions of surprise, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Was this truly the same Yi Tsong, the stubborn individual who defied both heaven and earth? If Yi Linglong's memory served her correctly, Yi Tsong had once engaged in a battle with Yi Chun, during which Yi Chun had shattered 18 of his ribs. Yet Yi Tsong did not utter a single word of surrender. Now, this inheritor of the formidable body was voluntarily comparing himself to a mere hair of the divine sun. Hiss! Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the pinnacle of the sacred path. A colossal golden-armored battle puppet descended from the heavens, wielding a golden war spear, towering several meters high. It stood across the sacred road like a golden mountain, and with a single swing of its spear, it sent Yi Chen's figure flying back 100 feet. A great vehicle of battle. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the 9 white jade meditation cushions at the end of the sacred road, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. These 9 cushions represented the ancestral essence of 9 esteemed ancestors of the Yi clan. It was said that there had once been a prodigy from the Yi family who, infused with ancestral essence, transformed their sacred bones into supreme divine bones, rendering them invincible in the world. Yi Chen yearned to truly overpower Yi Xiao and reclaim the position of the Yi family's divine heir. The sole method to achieve this was to shatter the 5th seal of the ancient sacred body. However, before him stood an extraordinary great ascension battle puppet, his combat prowess unparalleled and devoid of any vulnerabilities. Despite Yi Chen's attempts at various strategies, he found himself unable to surmount this obstacle. As he pondered in silence, a subtle yet profound sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Curious, Yi Chen's gaze trembled slightly as he turned slowly, his eyes suddenly sharpening with focus. He beheld a familiar figure clad in white, striding confidently past him and approaching the great ascension battle puppet. This spectacle once again stirred a cacophony of astonishment among those present. The elders of the Yi family and their ranks were all ensnared by a mix of shock and tension. Particularly, Yi Futian furrowed his brow, a trace of profound contemplation adorning his aged visage. The great ascension battle puppet was not merely a test of the 9-vein successor's strength. Although the divine heir of the Yi family held a lofty status, leading the family to ascend to the zenith of the sacred continent and the 3,000 Tao states would require the support and allegiance of the other 8 veins. This formidable automaton was not something that could be contended with by contemporary individuals. It necessitated a unified effort from the 9-vein successors. Yet, Yi Xiao's actions at this moment suggested a complete lack of intention to collaborate with Yi Chen. With a resounding roar, the great ascension battle puppet unleashed another strike. Sweeping towards Yi Xiao with ferocity, the terrifying golden radiance compressed the void, creating ripples as if opening a gateway to another realm. The force contained within the strike was nearly unfathomable, reaching a staggering weight of 20 million pounds. Even the esteemed elders of the celestial mechanism were enveloped in a profound sense of trepidation. At that moment, an intricate and terrifying luminescence suddenly flickered within Yi Xiao's eyes. Radiant golden light shimmered with divine essence. In an instant, the void around him was utterly frozen. He merely extended a single hand and grasped the golden great halberd. With a crack, the sacred path beneath him began to collapse, fissures tearing through its surface. Yet, Yi Xiao remained utterly still, his white garments billowing, as he truly managed to counter the formidable assault with but a glance. Yi Xiao, the divine son. At that moment, the entire Yi family fell into a profound silence. Countless proud maidens of the Yi clan trembled, instinctively parting their lips, tears of crystal flowing forth. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed the light patterns swirling once again within Yi Xiao's eyes, resembling 2 epochs in a swirling vortex. His dual pupils, eternally exiled, radiated a brilliance that cascaded from the heavens, imbued with the most ancient and terrifying power of time. The void, where the great puppet resided, suddenly rippled with eerie waves, as if a temporal passage had been unveiled. In the next heartbeat, its form eerily vanished from sight, silent and untraceable. Gulp. The world was steeped in silence. Amidst the awe and shock reflected in the eyes of the onlookers, that figure in white finally stepped forward, standing atop the sacred path, clad in ethereal white, with the clouds drifting gently. At that moment, Yi Xiao resembled a beam of light, deeply penetrating the hearts and minds of the Yi clan. Who dares to claim that the dual pupils are inferior to the sacred body? Gradually, the gaze of the crowd fell upon the pinnacle of the holy road, fixating on the dual figures of black and white, their expressions becoming increasingly fervent. The twin dragons of the Yi family, bearing the ancient sacred body and the battle reincarnation eye. This confrontation was not merely a battle for the title of the divine son. It was pivotal to the future trajectory of the Yi family for the next 100,000 years. How could this be? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, observing the battle puppet that lay motionless, devoid of any lingering spiritual might, his palm gradually clenching. At this moment, his heart was equally shaken by Yi Xiao. Despite the formidable power of his sacred body, he found himself unable to contend with that colossal battle puppet. Yet, Yi Xiao had merely used a glance to completely bind it, shattering it into pieces. I offer you a chance. Let the ancestral energy surge through you, Yi Xiao remarked with an indifferent expression and a calm tone. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes trembled, having never been so scorned. However, given his current strength, it was indeed a formidable challenge to overcome Yi Xiao. He could only hope to unlock the fifth seal of his sacred body. Yi Chen took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the mountain peak, making his way toward one of the white jade cushions. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying rumble echoed from the heavens. A golden lightning bolt descended, resembling a divine waterfall cascading down, enveloping Yi Chen's form in an instant. In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of all, Yi Chen's skin erupted with numerous cracks. As blood spattered forth, Yi Chen's anguished screams resonated throughout the entire Yi family estate. Ah! This scene once again caused the onlookers of the Yi family to hesitate, their faces etched with expressions of pain and terror. As the second descendant of the Yi family, Yi Chen possesses the ancestral sacred body, a true embodiment of forbidden power, shackled by the heavenly path. Yet, under the divine punishment of the sacred path, he could only endure for a mere 3 breaths before his physical form was nearly obliterated. Alas, even Yi Chen's ancestral sacred body is proving insufficient. Before the ancestral hall, the elder members of the Yi family sighed softly, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss. I refuse to believe it! With a fierce shout, 9 golden chains suddenly manifested around Yi Chen. The great Tao resonated, and at that moment, the very skies above the Yi family reverberated with a celestial sound, shaking the vast expanse of the cosmos. Crack! To the astonishment of all present, 4 of the chains shattered explosively. Yi Chen's aura surged dramatically, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond the Great Ascension. Even more astonishingly, ancient and majestic divine patterns began to emerge upon his skin. Mountain ranges and ancient palaces unfurled like a grand tapestry of epochs upon his being. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the entire realm converged towards him, colliding magnificently with the sacred path's divine punishment. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened as he looked up at the ominous clouds of tribulation, deep in thought. Should Yi Chen be unable to withstand this heavenly trial, it is feared that none among the remaining members of the Yi lineage would be able to endure it either. With a muffled groan, the ancestral Dharma manifestation above Yi Chen's head shattered violently, as he appeared on the verge of being consumed by the tribulation. No. His eyes widened in fury, golden patterns bursting forth, revealing a glimpse of true fear and despair in the depths of his gaze. The ancient law has shattered, leaving him powerless against the might of this divine thunder calamity. Buzz. At that moment, a slender hand emerged from the void above Yi Chen, tearing through layers of thunder and grasping his shoulder, pulling him out from the white jade lotus pedestal. Instantly, the divine punishment of thunderclouds in this place bizarrely came to a halt. Yi Chen swallowed hard, turning to gaze at the tall figure in white behind him, his eyes reflecting a profound complexity. Thank you. Yi Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he suddenly stepped towards the first white jade lotus pedestal. Yi Xiao, the divine son. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, letting out a soft sigh. This divine punishment not only tempered the body but also eroded the soul. Oh! Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded slightly, uttering no more words, and directly stood upon the first pedestal. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the powerful members of the Yi clan, he surprisingly stepped towards the second lotus pedestal. Then, the third pedestal, the fourth pedestal, until all 9 white jade lotus pedestals shimmered with celestial radiance. The atmosphere of the sacred path suddenly grew exceedingly volatile. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered in the heavens, and golden lightning coiled in the void, resembling an ancient divine dragon, brewing a cataclysm of annihilation. What is Yi Xiao doing? He has simultaneously activated the 9 ancestral energy inheritances, summoning 9 divine thunder calamities. Insanity! Yi Xiao has lost his mind. Even Yi Chen's eyes were now glimmering with intense astonishment. With his ancient sacred body, Even a single thunderous punishment was a challenge to withstand. Yet, at this moment, Yi Xiao was able to invoke the 9 calamities of punishment simultaneously. Truly, he is a man worthy of my admiration. Only Yi Linglong, with her enchanting beauty and alluring smile, revealed a captivating curve that spoke of madness and charm. Boom! As the first golden divine thunder descended, the entire sacred path was instantly shattered into fragments. Following this, bolts of divine thunder, akin to primordial dragons, pierced through the void, descending upon Yi Xiao with relentless force. 9 punishments of thunder, 9 layers of heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the surrounding ancient forests, towering mountains, and grand palaces were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Yi Xiao's figure was engulfed in the overwhelming torrent of thunder, vanishing into the heavens above. Shower! Yi Xiao! The expressions of Yi Zhantian and the others changed dramatically. Just as they were about to step forward, their eyes suddenly narrowed, as if witnessing something beyond belief. At that moment, they saw a wisp of ethereal radiance rising amidst the golden sea of thunder. The sound of the great Tao resonated in waves, and in an instant, myriad extraordinary phenomena obscured the sky. The majestic phoenix true dragon manifested, bringing forth auspiciousness. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy arose from the vast expanse of the Yi family's territory, with innate Tao rhythms echoing throughout. Among this spectacle, a figure clad in white emerged, standing tall beneath the multitude of thunder punishments, exuding an aura of serenity and the essence of the Tao. Upon his chest, a glimmer of innate Tao light radiated, suppressing the chaos of the ages. All karmic ties converge upon me and shatter into oblivion. A deep, resonant voice reverberated through the heavens, as a strand of innate radiance surged forth, akin to the divine light from above, tearing apart the ominous thunderclouds. In that instant, the entire Yi family was once again engulfed in fervor. Yi Futian and Yi Zhantian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, filled with boundless astonishment and exhilaration. With the frailty of a mortal form, he boldly faced the 9 ancestral tribulations. Suddenly, from the depths of the Yi family's domain, a surge of majestic true energy ascended, sealing the heavens and obscuring all phenomena. This aura belonged to the 8th ancestor. A profound silence enveloped the world. All gazes were fixed upon the figure clad in white, standing resolutely against the sky, his garments pristine and ethereal, evoking genuine awe and reverence among the onlookers. The innate Taoist bone. It dawned upon them that the prodigious talent, previously awakened within the Yi family, was none other than the divine scion, Yi Xiao. At that moment, on the 9 white jade lotus platforms, celestial patterns began to swirl, and ancestral energy awakened. Yi family, unite with me. Let the ancestral energy flow through us. Yi Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he descended from the heavens, landing upon the central lotus platform. Upon hearing these words, both Yi Chen and Yi Xian, along with the others, were struck with astonishment, their mouths agape as if they had just received a staggering revelation. Especially Yi Linglong, who trembled with excitement, a rosy hue blooming on her fair, exquisite face, her eyes glazed over, resembling a fervent zealot. In that moment, Yi Xiao became a source of torment within her thoughts. The divine child. In the next moment, no one dared to hesitate even for a fleeting instant. They all stepped forward and seated themselves upon the cushions, allowing the ethereal ancestral energy to permeate their physical forms, cleansing their marrow and bones, and reshaping their divine abilities. Chapter 16. The Prodigy of the Yi Family. Born today, the Yi family stands on the cusp of a grand era. Yi Futian and his companions, filled with fervor, gaze upon the 9 great sequences seated at the end of the sacred path, their hands clenched tightly in anticipation. In this moment, the final vestiges of reluctance within the hearts of the elders and formidable figures of the Yi family dissipate entirely. The ancestral aura flows through them, unlocking celestial opportunities. Now, Yi Xiao, with sheer determination and the frailty of a mortal body, defies the 9 divine tribulations, awakening the 9 great legacies and leading the 9 sequences to ascend the pinnacle of the sacred path. Who could resist such a prodigy? How could the Yi family not prosper? A decree resounds. Within 30,000 miles of the Yi family's domain, all beings retreat. Yi Yi Zhantian takes a deep breath, turning resolutely to the other 8 clan elders, proclaiming the will of heaven and announcing to the 3,000 Tao states. Today, the prodigy of the Yi family is born. The heavens and the earth tremble. The formidable sound of the Tao resonates like the tolling of great bells, reverberating with divine majesty. Deep within the heart of the Yi family's territory, a golden edict rises slowly, illuminating the heavens and casting its light upon the vast oceans below. Suddenly, an uproar erupts throughout the 3,000 Tao states. Countless ancestors and revered beings from ancient sects and clans emerge from their grand halls and the earth, gazing upward at the edict that shrouds the entire sacred state, their eyes reflecting genuine trepidation. The imperial decree of the Yi family. In the heart of the sacred state, a young man clad in a golden imperial robe stands with hands clasped behind his back before a celestial city, surveying the expanse of the sacred state. His eyes, a pure golden hue, resemble twin suns, as divine patterns swirl and manifest within their depths. Behind him stood an elderly man clad in black, with dark hair and a pallid visage, who occasionally coughed softly. Old Lu, if memory serves me right, the last time the decree of the Yi family graced the world was approximately 30 millennia ago. The young man in the golden robe remarked with a shake of his head and a smile, his fair and handsome countenance adorned with a hint of profoundness. His appearance was remarkably striking, characterized by sword-like brows and captivating eyes, complemented by red lips and pearly teeth, exuding an innate languid charm. Yi Qingcong, the black-robed elder, slowly nodded, uttering but a single name, yet his aged eyes betrayed an unmistakable tremor of astonishment. The decree of the Yi family symbolized the divine sun. After a lapse of 30,000 years, the immortal Yi family had surprisingly produced another divine son of the 9 veins. At that moment, he vividly recalled the ethereal figure in white robes, who had nearly vanquished all the prodigies of the 9 provinces. Gulyalu, Old Lu, please send someone with generous gifts to the Yi family to extend our congratulations. The young man in the golden robe stretched his waist, and unlike the shock and tension that enveloped all the sects and forces across the 3,000 states, his expression remained serene and unperturbed as he turned towards the heart of the divine city. Oh, and do have the divine envoy return at their convenience. I have matters to inquire about. Understood. The black-robed elder bowed respectfully, watching as the golden-robed youth entered the divine palace, disappearing from sight. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely set forth towards the Yi family. As time flowed inexorably onward, 7 days later, the end of the sacred path suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of starlight, accompanied by an unceasing roar. 9 divine stars gradually ascended, hovering in the firmament, radiating a piercing and resplendent silver brilliance. At this moment, Yi Xingqian's aura suddenly surged, transcending the threshold of the soul sea and stepping into the divine will realm. I have succeeded. I have become the starry divine wheel, he exclaimed, laughter echoing like thunder. Almost concurrently, Yi Ru and Yi Qinghuang also found divine manifestations above their heads, the spiritual patterns swirling as they too ascended to the divine will realm. This level signifies the distinction between the prodigies and demons of the 3,000 Tao states. In this contemporary era, those who can reach the divine will realm are undoubtedly heirs of immortal sects or scions of ancient clans. Gradually, the members of the Yi family began to awaken from the ancestral aura that enveloped them, especially Yi Linglong and Yi Xian, whose realms had reached the 9th level of the divine wheel, embodying the essence of youthful supremacy. More importantly, their sacred bodies and bloodlines became increasingly pure through the refinement of this ancestral energy, showing signs of remarkable progress. Suddenly, a strange shattering sound emanated from the heavenly chains surrounding Yi Chen. In the next instant, a magnificent divine radiance swept across the heavens, and an awe-inspiring ancient divine statue loomed at the horizon, towering with a height of 10,000 zhang, as if it could effortlessly rend the ages apart. The ancient divine idol. The elders of the Yi family gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with shock. With their own realms, they felt a profound sense of trepidation before this ancient figure. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of Yi Chen's power once he shattered the 9 celestial shackles of the ancient sacred body. Truly, he is the true dragon of the Yi family. Yi Futian sighed deeply, his heart brimming with hope. Now, With the 9 major lineages of the Yi family simultaneously infused with ancestral energy, their talents transforming, they could be regarded as unparalleled throughout the ages. Such a miraculous event symbolizes the fortune of the Yi family and serves as an opportunity to shatter the long-standing lineage of immortals, thus becoming the sovereign of the 3,000 Tao states. He is not the true dragon of the Yi family. At this moment, a deep yet gentle voice unexpectedly resonated from the ancestral hall. An elderly man, clad in white with hair as white as snow, stepped forth with a sprightly demeanor, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Although he bore no trace of divine authority, he imparted an overwhelming sense of boundlessness and inscrutability. Salutations to the 8th ancestor. In an instant, all the formidable members of the Yi family present bowed deeply, their expressions solemn. Yi Linxian, the 8th ancestor of the Yi family, the foremost of the Haoran lineage. It is said that this venerable ancestor, prior to his millennium of existence, refrained from cultivation, instead dedicating his days to reading and comprehending the profound principles of the Haoran Tao within the vast realms of literature. Thus, he ascended to greatness, ultimately becoming one of the 9 ancestors of the Yi family. Yi Linxian was particularly adept at geomancy and divination, capable of discerning the ever-changing heavenly mysteries. Yi Chun is not the true dragon of the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Futian and the others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Aside from Yi Xiao, Yi Chun possessed the most exceptional talent and the highest cultivation among the Yi family. If he is not the true dragon, then who could possibly be? Furthermore, another true dragon of the Yi family is absent from their midst. Yi Linxian sighed softly, gazing up at the 9 youthful figures standing tall at the pinnacle of the sacred path, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Absent from the Yi family? The elders of the Yi clan murmured, suddenly struck by a thought, their gazes sharpening with realization. Could it be that he resides within that lineage? At that moment, a venerable elder of the Yi family suddenly appeared in the distant sky, while numerous elders from various immortal sects and ancient clans gathered outside the family grounds to extend their congratulations. Within 10 breaths, anyone who dared to leave the Yi family's territory would face ruthless extermination. Yi Linxian's expression remained composed, his voice resonating across the vast expanse. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth, sweeping across mountains and rivers for 1,000 miles. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly refined 8th ancestor of the Yi family harbored such a fierce disposition? As the echoes of Yi Linxian's words faded, Yi Chun slowly rose to his feet, standing alongside the other 7 members of the Yi family, their expressions filled with reverence as they gazed upon the figure clad in white, still absorbing the ancestral energy. At that moment, they noticed a white jade bone within Yi Zhao's chest radiating a luminous glow, as if an ancient world were unfolding before them. Yi Tsong furrowed his brow, suddenly leaning forward and rubbing his eyes vigorously, staring in bewilderment at Yi Zhao's chest. Why was the divine bone of the Son of Destiny emanating a dark light? Chapter 17. The 10th lineage of the Yi family, the legendary hidden vein. As soon as Yi Tsong's words fell, an overwhelming divine force descended from the heavens. Before he could react, he was forcefully struck to the ground, grimacing in pain. Yi Chen's expression was cold. He cast a disdainful glance at the remaining members of the Yi family. From this day forth, should anyone dare to disrespect the divine son, I, Yi Chun, shall be the first to object. For Yi Chun, Yi Xiao not only saved his life, but also demonstrated unparalleled talent and combat prowess that overshadowed him. However, what truly instilled reverence in Yi Chun was Yi Zhao's profound sense of righteousness. This divine son of the Yi family single-handedly awakened the 9 great legacies, leading the 9 lineages to receive the ancestral vitality together. Such magnanimity and determination made Yi Chun wholeheartedly acknowledge Yi Zhao's identity as the divine son. With a resonating hum, Yi Zhao's eyes abruptly opened, radiating with spiritual brilliance. In an instant, the void before him strangely twisted. On his breastbone, dark golden divine patterns surged, transforming into a chaotic divine demon, treading upon the heavens and bearing the weight of the mysterious underworld. At that moment, the entire essence of the Yi family resonated with fervor, the sounds of the Tao reverberating powerfully. The emergence of the divine demon from the breastbone signified innate vitality, Yi Linxian and others gazed in astonishment, abruptly turning to look beyond the Yi family's ancestral grounds. 10 breaths had elapsed. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from its original location, reappearing thousands of miles away. Yi ancestor. Their 2 ancient ancestors of the celestial sect appeared horrified, collapsing to their knees in panic. Yi Linxian spoke not a word of superfluous chatter. His hand extended forth, as if grasping the very essence of the sun, moon, and mountains, shattering the flesh and souls of the 2 quasi-saint powerhouses entirely. The innate Tao bone. No wonder, with his extraordinary intellect, he had failed to discern the true nature of the celestial phenomenon from days past. It was revealed that Yi Xiao had awakened not some celestial bone or imperial bone, but the genuine innate Tao bone. Such a gift transcended mere terror, standing as an unparalleled marvel of the ages. Before him, these celestial lords and saints had varied intentions. Some sought to align themselves with the Yi family, while others wished to pry into the secrets of the family's divine scion. To Yi Linxian, however, they bore no distinction. All were expendable. With a thunderous rumble, at the terminus of the sacred path, Yi Xiao slowly rose, surveying the 8 ranks of the Yi family before him, his countenance betraying not a flicker of emotion. Bow before the divine scion. Yi Chun felt his spirit tremble, unable to withstand even a mere glance from Yi Xiao, and alongside the other 7 ranks, they bowed deeply in his presence. Beep! Congratulations, host, for shattering the narrative constraints and gaining the heartfelt allegiance of the 8 ranks of the Yi family. Reward, transformation of the 10,000 change demon body. Awakening the 10,000 change demon domain. Is this even possible? Yi Xiao's expression faltered as he beheld the system interface before him, clearly taken aback. Host, Yi Xiao, Realm, 7th layer of Divine Wheel, Identity. Divine Scion of the Yi family, Treasure, Starry Robe, Supreme Artifact. Primordial Ancestor Talisman, Celestial Artifact. Technique, Zhou Tian Transformation Art, Celestial Scripture. Tai Ching Dragon Step, Supreme Technique. Immortal Sutra of Gods and Demons, Awakening of 5,000 Divine Demon Particles, Supreme Technique. Talents and Abilities, Dual Pupils, Time Reversal, Innate Celestial Bones, Heavenly Calamity, and the Myriad Transformation of the Demonic Body, First Transformation of the Myriad Soul Seal, Second Transformation of the Myriad Demonic Realm. It is evident that the infusion of ancestral energy is immensely beneficial for Yi Xiao. His decision to share the fortune with other branches of the Yi family is undoubtedly aimed at consolidating their loyalty and gaining their recognition and submission. As the scion of the Yi family, it is imperative that the current generation remains formidable to confront the impending tribulations of heaven and earth, as well as the grand events of the mortal realm. Yi Xiao's objective is to remain perpetually stronger than them, thereby eliminating any concerns of betrayal. Scion, I have an ungracious request. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, suddenly lifting his gaze to Yi Xiao, his eyes brimming with a surge of combat spirit. I wish to witness the distance between us. Although Yi Chun was fully aware that he could never rival Yi Xiao, he still yearned for a clash, not for status or glory but simply to attain enlightenment. Oh? Yi Xiao nodded gently, his expression remaining serene. Proceed, Scion. I hope you will unleash your full power. Yi Chun bowed deeply, and the shackles of heaven descended with a thunderous roar. Instantly, the entire expanse was illuminated in a radiant glow, shimmering with golden light. Crack, crack, crack. As the sounds of 5 shackles shattering echoed, Yi Chen's aura began to surge, a divine manifestation appearing above his head, his feet standing on celestial radiance. In the next instant, he thrust forward with a mighty fist, golden light piercing through the heavens, coalescing into an ancient seal, the primal holy seal, a single imprint to subdue the universe. Boom! In an instant, the entire sacred path shattered completely, as a terrifying pressure emanating from the 9th divine will surged forth, violently casting Yi Xian, Yi Linglong, and others away. It was utterly terrifying. After thoroughly breaking the 5th heavenly path shackles, Yi Chen's ancient sacred body had ascended to a minor realm of completion, showcasing an invincible demeanor. Exerting full power, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, he clenched his palm, and the 3,000 divine and demonic particles buzzed back to life, with ethereal shadows of gods and demons descending upon the realm, standing in opposition to the ancient sacred statue. In the next moment, their assaults collided fiercely, and Yi Chen's expression froze almost instantaneously. Crack! In that fleeting moment, the ancient sacred seal shattered entirely, transforming into a cascade of golden light that filled the sky, dazzling beyond measure. Yi Chen's figure plummeted directly from the end of the sacred path, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire world fell into a sudden silence. Yet, for the powerful members of the Yi family, this was merely a familiar sight. Not to mention the ancient sacred body. Even if Yi Xiao were to punch and obliterate his grandfather, Yi Zhantian, the Yi clan would find it hardly surprising. Only Yi Tsong, with a solemn expression, gasped in astonishment, "My goodness, the ancient sacred body is indeed formidable. I never expected this tactic of collapsing to sleep. Son of Xiao, I have some matters regarding cultivation that I wish to consult with you. Might you have time tonight?" Ling Long expressed, her red lips pressed tightly, her innocent visage contrasting with the unabashed allure in her eyes, akin to a spring that stirs profound waves. Shower. At that moment, the two venerable ancestors of the Yi family, Yi Linxian and Yi Futian, descended from the void and stood before Yi Xiao, their aged eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration. "Shower, this is our 8th ancestor, Yi Linxian, the progenitor of the Haoran lineage, and this is the 9th ancestor, Yi Futian, the progenitor of the body lineage," Yi Zhantian remarked, straightening his posture and introducing them in a solemn tone. "Greetings to the two esteemed ancestors," Yi Xiao said, bowing respectfully, his demeanor humble and gentle as jade. This scene further pleased the two ancestors, who nodded slightly, their gazes toward Yi Xiao filled with increasing satisfaction. "Shower, there is no need for excessive formalities. However, there is a matter I feel compelled to bring to your attention," Yi Linxian said with a faint sigh, his expression growing grave. "In truth, our Yi family comprises not merely 9 branches, but 10. Besides the 9 branches, there exists a hidden lineage, a direct bloodline from our family's progenitor," Yi Linxian continued, casting a profound glance at Yi Xiao. "Oh!" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately grasped the deeper significance of Yi Linxian's words. "This hidden lineage has always been solitary, possessing few members. Your father once clashed with the heir of this lineage for the position of the divine son, inflicting grave injuries upon them, which led to their resentment and departure from the Yi family. Recently, I observed the celestial signs, and I witnessed 2 true dragons, one black and one gold, emerging within our Yi family. Should these 2 dragons unite, our family shall thrive. Yet, if they were to contend, it would inevitably lead to our clan's destruction." As Yi Linxian finished speaking, a look of astonishment crossed the faces of those present from the Yi family, clearly hearing of the hidden lineage for the first time. The true dragon of the Yi clan? In an instant, a youthful figure appeared in Yi Zhao's mind, Yi Fan. Although this young man from the Yi family does not hold a prominent position, he remains the sole fated individual of the Yi clan, undeniably a true dragon. As for the black dragon, if Yi Zhao's conjecture is correct, it symbolizes malevolence and destruction, undoubtedly referring to himself. However, from what Yi Linxian implied, it seems that he believes the true dragon is concealed within the hidden veins of the Yi family. "Shower, I shall dispatch individuals to locate the one within the hidden veins. I hope you. Rest assured, ancestor, I understand what must be done. Once you uncover the traces of the hidden veins, please inform me. I shall personally seek them out." Yi Zhao's expression softened as he suddenly turned his gaze toward the distant sky, his dual pupils shifting. At that moment, he perceived a glimmer of golden light rising not far from the Yi clan's territory, creating myriad wonders. Coincidentally, Gu Mingyue's aura was emanating from that direction. Could it be? A subtle smile graced Yi Zhao's lips as he slightly bowed to the gathered ancestors and powerful figures of the Yi clan. "Esteemed ancestors, I must depart from the Yi family for a while." With that, he turned decisively and soared toward Gu Mingyue's location. He had previously surmised that Gu Mingyue's departure from the Xianhuang ancient dynasty must be for a greater purpose. As a reincarnated being, she possessed profound knowledge of the secret realms within the 3,000 Dao states and would undoubtedly seek ways to seize the opportunities therein. Yi Zhao's mission was to closely follow in Gu Mingyue's footsteps and uncover these hidden realms. Then, he merely needed to bestow these hidden treasures upon Gu Mingyue. Not only would he win over the enchanting wife of the empress, but he would also receive unexpected delights in return. As for the concealed lineage of the Yi family, the unfolding narrative suggests that their plight aligns remarkably well with the fate of the destined individual. Whether they can reintegrate into the Yi family hinges upon their worth. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the holy state, Gu Mingyue stood majestically atop a desolate mountain, adorned in resplendent crimson phoenix attire, gazing into the distance at a mountain radiating with golden brilliance. In her previous life, it was here that she encountered the young man named Lin Chen, witnessing firsthand his astonishing rise from the 7th level of the Soul Sea to the 5th level of the Divine Wheel in a single night. Although Gu Mingyue remained unaware of the opportunities he had seized, this time she was determined to keep a close watch on Lin Chen and seize the fortune that lay within this place. The commotion soon attracted numerous clans in the vicinity. Figures descended from the heavens, landing at the foot of the ancient mountain, their eyes gleaming with intense greed. Above, a golden palanquin floated serenely, its drapes cascading down, reflecting the silhouette of an extraordinarily graceful figure within. Just this single form exuded an unparalleled aura of nobility. Surrounding the golden palanquin were several guards clad in golden armor, exuding a robust and solemn presence. Further away, an elderly man with white hair stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive, coldly surveying the assembly of talented youths from various clans below. Lin Chen, I never anticipated you possessed such skill, managing to locate the site of my ancestral fallen place of the Inshu ancient sect. Among them, a young man with golden hair flashed a bright smile, adorned in resplendent golden armor that shimmered like the sun. Beside him stood an ordinary-looking youth clad in gray cloth, the very Lin Chen who had claimed the fortunes of this place, as mentioned by Gu Mingyue. Lin Chen, may we now proceed to the ancient tomb of Yinsu? A voice, cool and melodious, emerged from behind the curtain, instantly causing Lin Chen's gaze to sharpen slightly as he shook his head gently. Fair saint, let us wait a moment longer. Now is not the most opportune time to unveil the tomb. Lin Chen continued, if we delay any further, it is likely that the heirs of the entire holy state will be drawn here. The golden-haired youth, Ji Wuli, furrowed his brow, his demeanor defiant. He was the cousin of the saintess Ji Ruming and held the status of a true disciple within the ancient teachings of Yinsu. If you, young Master Wuli, possess a method to breach the tomb's external restrictions, then by all means proceed, Lin Chen remarked indifferently, twirling an ancient stone ring on his finger. You! At this, Ji Wuli clenched his teeth, but was silenced by a mere glance from Ji Ruming, who advised, let us heed young Master Lin Chen's words and wait. To Ji Ruming, someone at the Soul Sea level was akin to an ant. However, Lin Chen had already demonstrated his capability to locate the ancestral burial site. In this moment, Ji Ruming was reluctant to sever ties with him, fearing the potential loss of her ancestor's legacy hidden within the tomb. Little Chen, when we enter the ancient tomb of Yinsu, do not rush to the main hall. First, assist me in locating the Yin-Yang divine essence. Once my strength is somewhat restored, I shall help you acquire that supreme divine treasure within. At that moment, a gentle and soothing female voice unexpectedly resonated within Lin Chen's soul sea. Lin Chen silently nodded, a hint of cunning flickering in his eyes. His intention in revealing the secret of this place to Ji Ruming was to leverage her proximity to the ancient tomb site. Otherwise, given Lin Chen's identity, he would likely have been effortlessly obliterated by the formidable powers of the Yinsu ancient sect upon merely triggering the restrictions of this location. As more and more prodigies from various clans converged here, Ji Wuli's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, he spotted several disciples of prominent sects among the crowd, celestial sons of the Xian sect, renowned prodigies from the holy state. Behind them stood, to varying degrees, some guardians. Although the Yinsu ancient sect is an unparalleled sect in the holy state, rivaling the Chongqing family, the combined strength of Ji Ruming and Ji Wuli might not suffice to subdue all the prodigies present. Before this journey, the Ji siblings had not genuinely believed that a young man from the Soul Sea could uncover the resting place of the Yinsu ancestors. Thus, they had brought only 4 divine attendants from Yinsu and an elder at the Dao severing stage along with them. However, to their astonishment, Lin Chen had inadvertently unlocked the ancestral tomb. Sister, Should we send word to the sect to dispatch more elders? Ji Wooly inquired gravely. The seals within this ancient tomb grow stronger with higher realms. Thus, it would be futile for young Master Ji to exert unnecessary effort. Lin Chen's demeanor remained indifferent as he slightly shook his head. Young Master Lin, may I pose a question to you? Ji Rumming suddenly sighed softly, a hint of confusion in her tone. Why do you assist me so fervently with the Insu ancient teachings? At the beginning of next month, the Taoist sect's Daozi will expound on the Tao, and I wish to request a Taoist token from you, Saintess Ji. Lin Chen scratched his head, revealing a sincere and simple smile. You, a mere soul-see individual, daring to seek discourse with the Daozi? Ji Wooly scoffed, but just as his words fell, his expression abruptly tightened, and he lowered his gaze to the ground below. There, a vast black ruin gracefully emerged, radiant with divine light. Colorful celestial mists ascended, and the sounds of the Tao reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the depths of the ocean. The Insu ancient tomb has emerged. It is the aura of our ancestors. Within the golden palanquin, Ji Rumming exclaimed in shock, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. At that moment, she beheld a sudden fissure opening in the depths of the desolate mountains, the rock walls on either side bulging, with a mysterious white liquid flowing gently within the crevice. Fragments of radiant mist soared, and the sounds of the Tao roared as a black ancient palace was reflected at the end of the abyss, drawing countless gasps of awe. Numerous powerful presences converged upon this location, landing beneath the ancient mountain, their eyes greedily fixed on the vast black chasm. Sister, if we do not enter soon, the entire Holy State's forces may be drawn here, Ji Wooly said, his gaze filled with avarice. Bathed in this divine radiance, he felt his bloodline boiling. If they could uncover the remains of their ancestors on this journey and obtain their legacy, their cultivation and talents would ascend to new heights, solidifying their status as true paragons of the contemporary era. Young Master Lin Chen. Ji Rumming glanced at Lin Chun, seemingly seeking his opinion. This scene filled Lin Chun with an indescribable sense of pride, gradually allowing him to savor the taste of power. There is no need to rush. At this moment, the sealing force within the ancient tomb is most formidable. Should one recklessly intrude, they would merely become a stepping stone for others. Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he gently shook his head. Very well, this expedition to the ancestral tomb shall rely entirely on you, young master. As she finished speaking, a delicate, pale hand suddenly emerged from behind the golden canopy, slender and exquisite, as if crafted from the finest jade. Merely the sight of that hand caused Lin Chen's gaze to sharpen, and an involuntary ripple stirred within his heart. He, a youth hailing from a remote mountain village, had never witnessed the grandeur and prosperity of the Holy Land, having only interacted with the talented individuals of small towns. In contrast, the holy maiden Ji Rumming was renowned throughout the Holy Land as an unparalleled beauty, possessing an ethereal grace and an abundance of admirers. It was said that her fiancé was a young supreme being, a paragon of the holy body, with a background and strength that ranked among the elite of the contemporary era. This decree of discourse shall be bestowed upon you, young master. Ji Rumming flicked her finger, and a white jade ancient decree promptly pierced through the void, appearing before Lin Chun. Sister, did you not say you would take me to the discourse this time? Ji Wooly's expression faltered, her gaze toward Lin Chun growing increasingly resentful. Can you even compare with young Master Lin Chen? If young Master Lin does not find it bothersome, we may travel together to the discourse. Ji Rumming's voice was melodious, as she took the initiative to lower her status to forge a connection with Lin Chun. According to her knowledge, the downfall of their ancestors was due to a fierce contest for a celestial treasure against a formidable demon. Should she successfully acquire this artifact, she would be able to showcase her extraordinary prowess in the forthcoming Taoist sect's secret realm. In comparison to the ancient tomb of Insu, the Taoist sect's secret realm stands as one of the most significant hidden domains in the central sacred province. It is said to be replete with remnants of ancient beings, innumerable rare materials, and profound legacies of the great Tao. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. The invitation from the Saintess of Insu was a privilege that even the heirs of ordinary ancient clans could scarcely dream of. As for the treasures within this ancient tomb, he and Yu Ji, The remnant spirit of the great demon residing within his ring had already devised a plan. When the moment arrived, he would merely need to implement a subtle stratagem, not only securing the opportunity but perhaps also winning the heart of the enchanting Saintess Ru Meng, achieving two goals with a single endeavor. As for Ru Meng's fiancé, as long as he is absent, it does not count. Suddenly, a deafening hum erupted from the abyss. A misty spray of water burst forth from the depths, transforming into various spiritual treasures that scattered in every direction. In an instant, the expressions of those present turned to one of utter astonishment, their eyes gleaming with intense avarice. Seize them! With a furious shout, a surge of spiritual brilliance erupted from each prodigy, all racing towards the scattered spiritual treasures and opportunities. Sister! The gaze of Ji Wooly was drawn to a piece of golden parchment, and she swallowed softly. Go! This time, Ji Rumming did not intervene. Watching as Ji Wooly strode forward, his entire being illuminated in golden light, resembling a formidable war deity. Though his cousin's temperament was domineering, his innate talent was not to be underestimated, having already stepped into the realm of divine cycles. However, just as Ji Wooly reached out to seize the golden parchment, a fair hand suddenly emerged from the side. Ji Wooly's expression faltered, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the front, where a figure clad in red gracefully approached, akin to a startled swan, snatching the golden parchment into her grasp. It was a woman, tall and exquisitely fair-skinned, radiating a luminous glow. Even though her face was partially obscured by a veil of rosy light, the mere outline of her profile was breathtaking, rendering the world around her dim. Moreover, compared to Ji Rumming, one of the top beauties of the holy state, this woman in red possessed an ethereal grace, exuding an imperial majesty rarely seen in ordinary women. Ji Wooly's throat constricted, his earlier resentment dissipating, replaced by a gentle smile. My dear lady, I was the first to lay eyes on this golden parchment. He continued, of course, if you desire it, I would be willing to bestow it upon you, as a gesture of friendship. Begone. The voice of the woman in red was frigid, barely sparing a glance at Ji Wooly before turning to depart. Seeking death. This scene instantly ignited a flicker of resentment within Ji Wooly, who bellowed, Do you know who I am? I am Ji Wooly, a direct disciple of the ancient In Ruins sect. This is the tomb of my ancestors, and you dare to usurp my sect's opportunities? Are you not afraid of my obliteration of your entire clan? Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding ancient clan members and disciples of great sects displayed a fleeting look of trepidation, clearly wary of the name Ancient In Ruins sect. I offer you two choices. Either surrender the treasures and apologize, or... Before Ji Wooly could finish his sentence, the woman in red elegantly waved her jade-like hand, her garments fluttering as she unleashed a strand of celestial light, descending upon him. What? Ji Wooly's eyes widened in shock as an icy dread surged from the depths of his heart. He could scarcely believe that someone would dare to strike against him in the sacred grounds of the ancient In Ruins sect. In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted around Ji Wooly, the mystical patterns on his battle armor swirling like a radiant sun illuminating the heavens. Yet, just as the celestial radiance descended, the true disciple of the ancient In Ruins sect suddenly trembled, blood spurting from his mouth as he was forcefully hurled backward, crashing into the depths of the forest. The entire realm was enveloped in a profound silence. All gazes were fixed upon the enchanting figure in red, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Damn it! You dare to harm me? Have the courage to reveal your name. Ji Wooly struggled to rise, every bone in his body feeling as though it were shattered, his face emanating an astonishing ferocity. Suddenly, the woman in red remained silent, her jade-like hand reaching out, intent on striking Ji Wooly down on the spot. Stop! At that moment, a crisp and chilling voice resonated through the air. Immediately, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, instantly suppressing the figure of the woman in red. Who are you, to dare lay hands on a disciple of my sect? Ji Rumming's voice was devoid of emotion, lofty and imperious, her fierce indignation directed at the woman in red. Why does my lady not reveal her identity? I am somewhat renowned in this holy province. Before the woman in red could utter a word, an even colder voice echoed from the distant skies, capturing the attention of all the extraordinary talents present. Chapter 20. A leaf presses down the ages, a command pacifies the 9 provinces. Ji Rumming furrowed her delicate brows and looked up, her gaze suddenly sharpening. At that moment, she beheld a figure in white approaching from the horizon, hair elegantly tied back, exuding a gentle and refined aura. In an instant, a flicker of trepidation arose within her heart, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of dread. It was the son of the Yi family, Yi Xiao. The world fell into silence. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of astonishment erupted, reverberating across the expanse. All present, be they disciples of the celestial sects or venerable elders of the great teachings, bore expressions of profound shock and trepidation. Not long ago, the imperial decree of the Yi family had been proclaimed, officially announcing Yi Zhao's ascension to the position of son. Such a status was sufficient to rival that of the young emperor of the imperial court, transcending all others. To dare to lay a hand on my fiancée, you possess remarkable courage indeed. Yi Xiao descended from the heavens, landing beside Gu Mingyue, casting a cold glance at Ji Wuli. At his words, Ji Wuli's body trembled, suddenly feeling as if he might be on the brink of death. Am I injured? Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Yi Xiao cradled Gu Mingyue's flawless visage in his hands, the depths of his eyes revealing a hint of worry and reproach. Why did you leave without a word? Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled slightly, and she lowered her head with an unexpected air of humility, no longer exhibiting the cold and imposing demeanor she had moments ago. This scene instantly drew gasps of admiration from those around, their eyes glinting with envy. Fiancée, you are the celestial phoenix empress? Gu Mingyue. Ji Ruming's eyes narrowed, and she stepped out from the golden chariot, appearing before the crowd. At this moment, she donned a golden robe, her demeanor solemn, and her delicate, ethereal visage bore a hint of subtle sorrow. Her figure was remarkably slender, with a modest yet pronounced curvature at her chest. Her features were exquisitely refined, her waist enchanting, and her long, slender legs peeking from beneath the golden garment, exuding a fragile allure that was both captivating and heart-wrenching, evoking a desire to embrace her tightly against the wall, to cherish her delicately. In an instant, the assembly of clan prodigies was utterly entranced by this illustrious maiden of the Yin ruins. Turned out to be Yi Xiao, a misunderstanding indeed. Even in the presence of Yi Xiao, Ji Rumming, despite her esteemed identity, dared not exhibit a hint of defiance, slightly bowing in deference. This scene stirred boundless turmoil within Lin Chen's heart, as he gazed at Yi Xiao with a mixture of envy and apprehension. To him, Ji Rumming was the epitome of unmatched brilliance across the 3,000 Dao states. Her status and prowess instilled both awe and trepidation, rendering her untouchable. Yet, the goddess he revered above all appeared as a mere handmaiden before Yi Xiao, humble and restrained. This revealed the true essence of power. If he could seize this opportunity to present himself with an air of superiority, might he not earn Ji Rumming's respect? Although Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the Soul Sea, he harbored a hidden card capable of astonishing the 3,000 Dao states. Little Chen, do not provoke this Yi Xiao. Suddenly, the voice of Yu Ji echoed through Lin Chen's Soul Sea, laced with a touch of apprehension. Oh! Lin Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the words of his predecessor, who had once proclaimed that with their presence, no one in the Holy Province would dare to oppose him. Alas, the Chongqing Yi family stood unyielding for eons, their profound heritage daunting. Even in my era, they were a forbidden entity. Yuji sighed, her tone somber. Do nobles and lords possess true lineage? Lin Chen scoffed, having labored to align himself with the formidable Ji Rumming. How could he possibly relinquish such an alliance? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He, Lin Chen, intended to ascend the pinnacle of existence, stepping over the corpses of these divine scions and the holy heirs. This was his path, and his unwavering resolve. You well just heed my words. We must seize the opportunities here and depart swiftly. This time, Yuji did not commend his indomitable spirit or defiance against authority. Instead, she expressed a sense of resignation. Ultimately, a prodigy like Lin Chen, emerging from a humble background, lacked the broader perspective and experience. He had never encountered a true dragon. How could he comprehend its terrifying nature? A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding exists for the deceased? Upon hearing Ji Ruming's words, Yishao nodded gently, yet his countenance betrayed no emotion. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of all present, he suddenly extended a hand, crashing down towards Ji Wuli. Boom! A terrifying wave of power shattered the void in an instant. Behind Yishao, a manifestation of divine and demonic might materialized, the terrifying pressure of the 7 divine wheels bearing down, firmly pinning Ji Wuli to the ground, rendering him utterly helpless, stripped of the defiance he had previously displayed. Sister, save me, please. Yishao stopped this. Upon witnessing this scene, the elderly figure with white hair behind Ji Ruming stepped forward, appearing above Yishao's head. Yishao, I am Ji Bangyin, the 3rd elder of the ancient church of Yin Su. I implore you to spare Ji Wuli for my sake. As he spoke, a formidable pressure emanating from the realm of severing paths descended from above, causing the expressions of all the powerful figures present to shift dramatically. Spare you? What worth do you possess? Yishao scoffed, radiant with the brilliance of his Dao bones, the essence of the great Dao spreading forth, completely disregarding Ji Bangyin's threat as he unleashed his fist. In an instant, Ji Wuli's countenance twisted in agony, trembling uncontrollably, unable to escape his fate. A sickening sound of shattering bone echoed as the head of this true disciple of the ancient church was obliterated by Yi Zhao's punch, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground. Gulp. This scene caused the onlookers to freeze in horror, chills running deep within their bones. You insolent child of the Yi family. Ji Bangyin's expression hardened in shock, his body trembling with rage. He extended his palm, transforming into a colossal grinding stone, manifesting the divine marks of the Great Su as it descended upon Yishao with crushing force. The terrifying might of the Tao poured down like the weight of 100,000 mountains, grinding the very fabric of the void into dust. In an instant, the world around them was engulfed in darkness. Yet, just as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the next moment, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes reflecting genuine astonishment and despair. A swift streak of radiance tore through the clouds, descending from the very edge of the universe. To his horror, Ji Bangyin's outstretched hand was severed by this beam of light. Drops of blood, imbued with the essence of the Tao, rained down, reducing the ancient mountains and forests below to mere powder. Who dared? Ji Bangyin's heart trembled. Just as he intended to defend himself, his body suddenly quaked. The radiant beam pierced through his brow, splattering gruesome shards of bone and blood behind him, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. His figure plummeted from the sky, vitality extinguished. This was a profound silence enveloping the world. Everyone raised their eyes to the golden light suspended in the firmament, their gazes abruptly sharpening. It was an ancient golden decree, resonating with a powerful hum. Upon it, the character for Leaf shone brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming presence, embodying a fragment of true celestial intent. A single leaf suppresses the ages. A decree commands the sacred state. At this moment, an uproar reverberated through the myriad celestial sects and ancient clans of the sacred state, the echoes of Tao resonating throughout. Chapter 21. The advantage is mine. The calculations of the child of destiny Yi. Yishao, the divine son. Ji Ruming's delicate figure trembled slightly, yet she dared not move an inch. A token from the Yi clan, having traversed countless miles, had unexpectedly subdued a formidable being of the Tao-severing realm. The individual wielding the token must have attained at least the level of a saint. Indeed, the ancient cult of the Yin ruins was at fault from the outset. Elder Ji Bangyin, confident in his own strength, sought to teach the divine son of the Yi clan a lesson, deeming it a trivial matter. However, the Yi clan's domineering nature exceeded Ji Ruming's expectations. Did the saintess also wish to dance? Yishao stood protectively before Gu Mingyue, shielding her from harm, and gazed up at Ji Ruming. At that moment, his eyes inadvertently fell upon Lin Chun, who stood beside Ji Ruming, and his gaze sharpened slightly. Child of destiny, Lin Chen, golden finger. Ancient demon soul within the ring, sacred body of flame. Template, rise of the underdog, identity. Young master of the Lin family from Huayan City, plot direction. With the memories of the ancient demon soul, Lin Chun will seek a divine material, the yin-yang divine essence, within the ancient tomb of Yin ruins to aid in his cultivation restoration. This will allow him to suppress a remnant soul of ancient strength within the tomb and obtain the legendary weapon, the ancient sword of slaying immortals. Hidden relationship, fated childhood sweetheart, future fated partner. Observing the system interface before him, Yi Xiao appeared calm outwardly, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. At last, on the very first day of leaving the Yi family, he had encountered such a quintessential child of destiny. Once the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth in poverty ignited the fervor of countless individuals. It also symbolizes the irretrievable youth of Yi Xiao. Yet, fervor aside, when the time comes for action, one must act decisively. The destined plum blossom and the fated partner are nearly standard for those who dare to tread the perilous path of youth. If Yi Xiao's instincts prove correct, his destined plum blossom likely possesses a formidable background. Suddenly, an audacious thought surged within Yi Xiao's mind. If he could supplant Lin Chen and seize the opportunities that rightfully belonged to him, could he not also attain these fated connections? Sister, open the door. It's your brother, he called out. System, what rewards await me if I successfully eliminate a destined individual? Yi Xiao inquired with a profound gaze. Beep, upon successfully binding a destined individual, you will receive one of the destiny forging value. Upon successfully slaying a destined individual, you will acquire 5 of the destiny forging value. Once the destiny forging value reaches 10, a heavenly Tao treasure chest will be awarded, offering the chance to draw ancient spirit beasts, heavenly Tao artifacts, and forbidden techniques. Oh, at these words, Yi Xiao's brows arched with intrigue, and his gaze toward Lin Chen grew increasingly appreciative. If it's time to kill, then let it be done. If it's time to bind, then let it be bound. I desire the destiny value, the fated beauty, and the treasures of the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, as she beheld the figure before her, clad in white and exuding an air of ethereal coldness, Gu Mingyue felt a fleeting daze. She had not anticipated that Yi Xiao would go so far as to provoke an immortal sect and even slay a true disciple and an elder of such a revered establishment for her sake. In a previous life, this divine scion of the Yi family seldom sought to cultivate enmity in his quest to ascend to the pinnacle of the holy province. To the numerous celestial sects and sacred teachings, and even to the eyes of mortals, he appeared as the gentle and righteous scion, harboring the welfare of the world in his heart. Only Gu Mingyue was privy to the sordid deeds he carried out in secrecy. Why? If the spiritual materials and treasures bestowed upon her by Yi Xiao were merely a ploy to win her favor with ulterior motives, then what compelled him to oppose the ancient church of the abyss for her sake? Yi Xiao, the divine scion, if there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave. Rumeng. Ji Rumming inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the fury within her, and turned to depart. Wait a moment. At that instant, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke, causing Ji Ruming's body to tense, a flicker of rage vanishing from her eyes. You have taken lives and vented your anger. What more do you seek? The ancient church of the abyss has bullied my fiancée, and you, as the saintess of the abyss, would simply walk away? Yi Xiao shook his head. Though his expression remained gentle, his words sent a chill coursing through her heart. What, does the scion intend to eliminate me as well? Ji Rumming clenched her silver teeth, coldly huffing. While the Yi family boasts a profound heritage, the ancient church of the abyss would not allow itself to be trifled with. As the saintess of the abyss, Ji Rumming embodies the dignity and limits of this immortal sect. Should Yi Xiao indeed dare to subdue her today, it would constitute a provocation against the ancient church of the abyss, inevitably igniting a true immortal conflict. It is not an impossibility. Yi Xiao nodded gently, stepping forward directly towards Ji Rumming. In an instant, a chilling sense of foreboding surged within her. It dawned upon her that Yi Xiao truly dared to take action against her, showing no regard for the ancient teachings of Yin Su. Beside her, Lin Chun clenched his fists, unease flickering in his eyes. Although he was not intimidated by Yi Xiao, the guardian behind him was someone he could not confront at this moment. At that instant, the profound meaning of Yu Ji's words resonated within him, intensifying his yearning for power. Yet, if Yi Xiao were to eliminate Ji Rumming, it would unravel all his meticulously laid plans. Senior, are we truly to stand idly by? Xiao Chun, I understand your reluctance, but you must realize that, In the presence of Yi Xiao, you are no different than an insect. At these words, Lin Chen's expression faltered, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Though Yu Ji spoke the truth, it left him with a lingering discomfort. Yi Xiao, what exactly do you desire? I could offer additional spiritual treasures as compensation. Surely that would suffice. Ji Ruming's throat constricted, ultimately hesitant to gamble on Yi Xiao's ruthlessness. Spiritual treasures? Yi Xiao scoffed, gesturing towards Gu Mingyue behind him. I present you with two choices. Either kneel and apologize to my fiancée or perish. You are utterly tyrannical. Ji Ruming's face flushed with indignation, caught in a predicament akin to riding a tiger. Just then, Lin Chen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ji Ruming. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, yet his eyes remained devoid of any ripple. The chosen one. Is it not a pretense to call oneself so? Yi Xiao, the divine son. Lin Chen slightly bowed, a respectful expression gracing his face. I can guide the divine son to this ancient tomb in search of opportunities. I humbly beseech the divine son to spare the holy maiden Ji. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression grew increasingly intrigued, and a suspicion began to take root in his mind. Given the typical nature of the chosen one, Lin Chen must be harboring some ulterior motive, attempting to ensnare him. Yi Xiao, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Before Yi Xiao could utter a word, Gu Mingyue suddenly approached him, shaking her head gently. Lin Chen appeared weak and without connections, yet only she was privy to his hidden strengths and future potential. If Gu Mingyue recalled correctly, Lin Chen would eventually gain the admiration of a remarkable young woman, rivaling the heirs of the Chongqing clan, and rise to become one of the most coveted talents in the central holy state. Should Yi Xiao provoke him today, it would undoubtedly summon endless calamities. Why am I considering Yi Xiao's position? Gu Mingyue's expression faltered, and she found herself vexed by her own thoughts. This time, she would regard it as repaying the favor he had shown her earlier. Oh, Yi Xiao nodded, casting a cold glance at Ji Ruming. Since Mingyue had suggested leniency, he would grant her this reprieve. However, Ji Ruming, should you provoke me again, your fortune may not hold. You lead the way. With that, Yi Xiao beckoned to Lin Chen, his demeanor haughty. Lin Chen, are you going to betray me? Ji Ruming, filled with indignation, conveyed her thoughts to Lin Chen telepathically. Rest assured, Saintess, I shall devise a means to ensnare Yi Xiao. You go and seize the fortune. Oh, Lin Chen, you had better assist me in acquiring the ancestral relic, or I shall not spare you, she retorted with a scoff. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen refrained from further discourse and approached Yi Xiao directly. You were quite audacious earlier before Yi Xiao. Where has that bravado disappeared to? Ji Ruming and Yi Xiao, prepare yourselves. Witness how I shall toy with you, you so-called divine scions and saintesses. Humph, it is hardly unusual for a divine scion to perish within a secret realm, is it? Moreover, this place, the Great Abyss, is perilous. Even the ancestor of Yin Su was ultimately trapped and perished here. Even with the path protector at Yi Xiao's side, he could never hope to tread lightly. The advantage lies with me. Chapter 22. Is self-directed performance feasible? Gu Mingyue and Yi Xiao engage in a battle of wits and courage. A sudden humming reverberated throughout the realm. Within the vast black chasm, a splash of milky white spiritual radiance erupted, shrouded in mist. A golden ancient gate gradually emerged, its luminescence swirling, exuding an extraordinary aura. It has appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen led Yi Xiao, Gu Mingyue, Ji Ruming, and others into the spiritual gate. The remaining disciples of various celestial sects and the young masters of ancient clans exchanged glances and followed suit. As the group stepped into the chasm, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force of sealing energy, which firmly constrained their realms beneath the divine wheel. Even the elders of significant sects were alarmed to discover that their spiritual power and bloodlines were gradually solidifying within them. Meanwhile, Lin Chen advanced through numerous forbidden divine patterns, navigating the area with an air of familiarity. The group observed that the chasm was adorned with numerous remnants of grand halls. Massive azure stone pillars lay in ruins, broken walls and crumbling structures reminiscent of an ancient celestial palace, now in decay. More frighteningly, intricate and ancient totemic engravings adorned the shattered stone columns, still resonating with astonishing ripples despite the passage of countless ages. Some prodigies from various clans, caught off guard, found their bodies shattered and souls extinguished by this overwhelming force. Senior, what exactly is this place? Lin Chen's gaze quivered, his entire being taut with tension. With his perspective, he had never witnessed such a terrifying miracle. Beneath his astonishment lingered a hint of subtle greed. This was the ancient site of the Yin ruins, once shattered by a formidable demon that broke its seal. The voice of the Phantom Princess was indifferent, as if she were intimately familiar with this place. The Yin ruins? A great demon? Lin Chen's heart quivered, and he swallowed hard. According to his plan, he intended to lure Ji Ruming and her companions to the sacred temple of inheritance, where he would use the sealing restrictions to imprison them, all the while seeking the yin-yang divine essence to aid the Phantom Princess in regaining her strength. However, the unexpected arrival of Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue had disrupted his scheme. Lin Chen needed to devise a way to eliminate the threat posed by Yi Xiao to continue his pursuit of Ji Ruming and capture the saintess of the Yin ruins, thus ensuring his prominence in the forthcoming Taoist sect's secret realm. Rest assured, as long as I can acquire the yin-yang divine essence, no one within this great abyssal seal shall stand against me. The Phantom Princess sighed softly. Compared to the scions of the longevity families like Yi Xiao, Lin Chen's temperament still exhibited a significant disparity. Senior, can we not completely leave Yi Xiao here? For reasons unknown, from the moment Lin Chen laid eyes on Yi Xiao, an overwhelming aversion to the scion of the Yi family arose within him, as if it were an instinctive fate. After a brief silence, Yuji spoke solemnly. Xiaochen, I can comprehend your feelings. Although you possess nothing at present, if you follow my guidance, you shall inevitably rise to prominence. Yi Xiao, the son of God, wields a formidable background, one that is beyond your reach. It would be prudent for you to harbor no animosity towards him. Otherwise, upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression faltered, his gaze darkening further. Senior, you misunderstand. I do not harbor jealousy towards Yi Xiao, rather. Enough. I do not wish to hear such words again. Follow my instructions, and once we seize our opportunity, we shall depart from this place. This time, Yuji did not afford Lin Chen the chance to respond, coldly reprimanding him. After all, even in her prime, she would not dare to provoke the eternal Life Yi family. Ignorance begets fearlessness, she scoffed. Lin Chen snorted in response, suddenly realizing that ever since Yi Xiao's arrival, both Yuji and Ji Ruming's attitudes towards him had shifted. Damn it! Did Mingyue leave without a word, intending to monopolize this fortuitous opportunity? Behind Lin Chen, Yi Xiao regarded Gu Mingyue with a cryptic smile. At his words, Gu Mingyue's gaze flickered, a hint of guilt washing over her. Alas, it is truly disheartening. I had intended to direct my heart towards Mingyue, yet she has turned away. Yi Xiao sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Is it possible that your desires would lead me to compete with you? However, Gu Mingyue paid him no heed, her expression remaining indifferent. There always existed an invisible barrier between her and Yi Xiao. For a formidable demon, Gu Mingyue could not possibly cast aside all concerns and once again plunge herself into an abyss of despair. At this moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from the depths of the great chasm ahead. There stood a majestic black palace, quietly ensconced within the darkness, with swirling runes and a terrifying aura of demonic energy, reminiscent of an ancient, colossal beast, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. It has arrived, Lin Chen exclaimed, feeling a tinge of fear despite being well aware of the opportunities that lay before him in this ancient hall. Ji Ruming and the others narrowed their eyes, equally awestruck by the imposing grandeur of the palace. They could sense an immense vitality surging from within, as if a powerful life force was pulsating. Could it be that the ancestors still lived? In an instant, Ji Ruming's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, casting a dark glance at Yi Xiao. Boom! Just as the group pondered their thoughts, a thunderous roar echoed from the void above them. A massive handprint, ablaze with black flames, descended from the heavens, enveloping Yi Xiao and the others entirely. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with speculation. He had already observed the recent developments in Lin Chen's narrative. This destined individual would first aid the remnants of the great demon's spirit within the ring to regain strength before arriving at this place to seize fortune. Perhaps, along the way, he might even enact a classic tale of heroism to win Ji Ruming's heart. As for the fiancé, once he was eliminated, wouldn't that render her a widow? Before them lay a radiant imprint of a demon, likely the venerable figure residing within Lin Chen's ring. This is dire. As Lin Chen exclaimed, he swiftly turned to Ji Ruming, conveying through their connection, Saintess Ji, I shall divert this guardian demon. You must enter the hall first. Without a moment's hesitation, flames erupted around him, enveloping the surroundings in a blazing inferno. In an instant, Ji Ruming's complexion paled, deeply unsettled by the overwhelming aura of fire. Only Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue maintained their composure, seemingly already aware of Lin Chen's hidden strength. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, sending Lin Chen plummeting from the heavens, blood spewing from his mouth. Saintess Ji, go! He bellowed, his figure suddenly darting into the depths of the abyss. Ji Ruming's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment as she rushed towards the grand hall. Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Particularly Gu Mingyue, her delicate brows furrowed, as if lost in thought. According to the events of the previous life, the fortune within this place would ultimately fall into Lin Chen's hands. The grand hall before them evidently harbored an astonishing legacy, likely the ancestral inheritance of the Yin ruins. Lin Chen's decision to lure the demon away seemed rather peculiar. Gu Mingyue, you shall remain here while I procure the fortune for you. Yi Xiao suddenly smiled, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Gu Mingyue's expression momentarily froze, hesitating to act rashly. In her previous life, Ji Ruming ultimately met her demise within the ancient tomb, seemingly a consequence of Lin Chen's deliberate machinations, rendering her a scapegoat. As long as Gu Mingyue kept a vigilant watch on Ji Ruming, she need not fear Lin Chen's absence. Yi Xiao, in his arrogance, was likely to find his efforts fruitless. Gu Mingyue's crimson lips curled into a smile as she strode towards the imposing black hall. At that moment, she found a peculiar amusement in the intellectual duel with Yi Xiao. The thought of his exasperation brought her an inexplicable joy, surpassing even the thrill of acquiring fortune. Deep within the tomb, Lin Chen descended from the heavens, landing before a dilapidated hall. Behind him, an exceptionally tall and graceful figure gradually materialized. Her black hair cascading down to her waist, her visage obscured, and her long, slender legs entwined with strands of dark, enchanting patterns, reminiscent of wearing sheer black silk, exuding an air of mystery. Did they not pursue? Yu Ji murmured, turning to gaze into the shadows behind her, her eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. With her profound spiritual perception, she was acutely aware that no one in this era could conceal their presence from her. Clearly, even with Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue's resolute natures, they could not resist the allure of fortune, allowing Lin Chen to divert the demons while he ventured into the hall to seize the treasures. Senior, it appears they have taken the bait. Lin Chen smiled faintly, the tension within him gradually easing. According to Yu Ji, the hall not only housed an extraordinarily powerful restriction but also contained legacies beyond the reach of contemporary individuals. Indeed, even the ancestors of Yin Su were ultimately consumed by this opportunity, meeting their demise and vanishing from existence. Although Yi Xiao possesses a terrifying background and is unrivaled in the present age, he cannot be compared to the ancestors of Yin Su. Once they step into the Great Hall, they will be utterly imprisoned. Lin Chen only needs to acquire the essence of Yin and Yang in this place to aid Yu Ji in restoring her cultivation, enabling him to crush all three great prodigies and seize the final inheritance. Remarkable. Yu Ji gently nodded and raised her gaze toward a dilapidated ancient temple in the distance, her eyes suddenly narrowing in focus. Senior, what is it? There exists a trace of demonic intent within the hall, likely belonging to the formidable demon who was slain by the ancestors of Yin Su. Yu Ji's brow furrowed tightly, a resolution gradually forming in her eyes. Xiaochen, I will devise a way to divert this demonic soul. You should enter the hall to seek the essence of Yin and Yang. Senior, that is far too dangerous. Why not you go instead? Yu Ji cast a cold glance at Lin Chen, her brow slightly knitted. In the past, she found such concern warm and thoughtful. However, for reasons unknown, upon witnessing Yi Zhao's overwhelming execution of Ji Bang Yin and his protection of Gu Mingyue, she suddenly felt averse to such meaningless verbal reassurances. Lin Chun awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head as he watched Yu Ji step into the great hall. Soon after, a thunderous roar emanated from within, the demonic intent surging forth. Yu Ji's figure then rushed out, fleeing toward the entrance of the abyss. Behind her, a silhouette shrouded in demonic mist pursued relentlessly, emitting furious roars. Little dust, I cannot hold on for much longer, and the commotion here will soon attract other powerful beings from the celestial sections. The divine marrow rests upon the jade platform at the center of the grand hall. You must hurry. As the voice of the ethereal Ji echoed through Lin Chen's soul sea, a flicker of gravity crossed his face, prompting him to hasten towards the grand hall ahead. Meanwhile, within the hall, Yi Xiao stood before a white jade spiritual platform at its center, a playful smirk gracing his lips. With his celestial manipulation technique, not even a remnant soul like that of the ethereal Ji, let alone a supreme being, could easily detect his presence. He reached out to grasp a golden treasure box upon the spiritual platform, extracting a piece of black and white jade marrow that continuously morphed in shape. He left behind a trace of soul consciousness within the treasure box before placing it back in its original position. At that moment, a glimmer of subtle malevolence flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes. Currently, Lin Chun harbored two main storylines, Fate's Green Plum and Fate's Betrothed, neither of which had yet exhausted their radiance. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the woman with the long, dark legs behind Lin Chun. From her, Yi Xiao sensed an aura reminiscent of ancient demons. With proper training, she could potentially serve as a splendid mount, something to ride when occupied and to enjoy when at leisure. Lin Chun, your senior is quite beautiful. She now belongs to me. With that thought, Yi Xiao waved his hand, unleashing intricate demonic runes to seal the entire grand hall, leaving only a single entrance, before vanishing from sight. Soon, Lin Chen's figure rushed into the hall, making a beeline for the white jade spiritual platform. As he beheld the exquisite treasure chest placed upon the spiritual altar, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins, igniting a fervor within him. Although he had not yet glimpsed the essence of yin and yang concealed within, the lingering trace of its profound aura upon the jade platform hinted at a potential awakening of the long-stagnant boundaries he had faced. A creation of destiny. According to the words of Yu Ji, it was this very essence that had enabled the ancestors of Yin Su to transcend the divine realm and ascend to the sanctified tiers of existence. Should she succeed in integrating this essence into her being, she would at the very least regain her divine status. At that moment, Lin Chun would no longer need to fear the so-called holy sons of various sects or the heirs of celestial clans. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chun grasped the golden treasure chest in his hand and carefully pried it open. The moment he did, a look of astonishment washed over his face, prompting him to swiftly close the chest and survey the surroundings of the grand hall. Then, he opened it, closed it, opened it, closed it. All the while, Lin Chun incessantly shifted his posture, as if validating something. How could this be? It wasn't until a sudden flurry of urgent wind sounds erupted from outside the hall that Lin Chen's expression gradually solidified, his gaze falling upon the now empty treasure chest, leaving him utterly numb. It was devoid of anything. Not a trace remained. This realization shattered his plans to venture into the central ancient hall, to subdue Yi Xiao, Gu Mingyue, and to conquer Ji Ruming, thus seizing the legacy. How could this happen? At this moment, his heart was not only filled with confusion but also with a palpable sense of unease and terror. If there were truly no essence of yin and yang here, why would Yu Ji deceive herself into entering the hall to seek treasures? Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Lin Chen's complexion turned pale as he frantically fled towards the entrance. Yet, the moment his figure was about to step out of the ancient hall, he found himself frozen in place, his mouth slowly agape. At that moment, Lin Chun beheld a shadow of darkness swirling with ominous energy standing before the grand hall. With a single punch, it mercilessly obliterated the physical forms of two ancient clan heirs into a fine powder. In the distance, lifeless bodies with shattered skulls lay strewn across the ground, blood and bone fragments splattered about, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. How could this great demon have returned so swiftly? Lin Chun's eyes narrowed, as if realizing something. He cautiously masked his presence and stealthily attempted to slip away. Just then, the dark shadow suddenly turned to gaze upon him. In an instant, a chill surged through Lin Chen's entire being, and under the watchful gaze of those pitch-black, abyssal eyes, an overwhelming urge to flee gripped him. Without a moment's hesitation, flames surged around him, transforming into a pair of fiery wings, and he desperately soared into the void. Before the astonished eyes of all the heirs of the immortal sex and the young masters of the ancient clans, the dark shadow inclined its head slightly, as if receiving some directive, and its malevolent aura intensified. There would be no mercy. Chapter 24. Lin Chen's disquiet felt as though an unseen hand was toying with Lin Chen's very essence. The youth from earlier was Lin Chen, the follower of Ji Rumming. He has actually colluded with dark forces. No, this malevolent entity is his servant. No wonder they obstructed our entrance to the hall. It turns out they were assisting Lin Chen in seizing the opportunity for transformation. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from shock, when a wisp of dark light descended from the heavens, resembling a vast realm of darkness, seeking to ensnare them within its clutch. Flee! In but an instant, a dozen young prodigies found themselves enveloped by this sinister aura, their corporeal forms decaying. Ethereal figures, imbued with spiritual light, streaked across the sky, desperately fleeing towards the exit. Beneath them, a strange domain of darkness loomed over the land, consuming the talented youths and their lifeless bodies, silent and unseen. A growl erupted. After a brief pause, an enraged roar of a dark spirit resonated from within the dilapidated ancient hall. The grotesque shadow of the great demon emerged once more, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. Seething with fury, what has transpired? Upon hearing this ominous chant, the faces of the various clan prodigies in the vicinity turned ashen, a profound sense of unease taking root in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's figure materialized before the central ancient hall, the designated meeting place with Yu Ji. At this moment, the countenance of this fated child was notably grim. Where has the yin-yang divine essence gone? Why does this remnant of the great demon stand guard outside the hall, slaughtering the clan prodigies, yet choose to spare him? With the delicate perception of her soul, if Yu Ji had already known that there was no divine essence within the palace, why would she have risked herself to seize it? A gentle and melodious voice echoed, and Yu Ji descended gracefully from above. In her eyes, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled, her crimson lips curving slightly. Had she succeeded? Lin Chen scratched his head, revealing an awkward expression as he handed the treasure box to Yu Ji. Yet, the moment she opened the box, she froze in place, a chilling intensity flashing in her gaze. Lin Chen, although the yin-yang divine essence is exceedingly precious, it is quite challenging for one at the Soul Sea realm to fully refine it. However, if I were to refine it, Senior, when I acquired this treasure box, it was empty. Lin Chen sighed softly, understanding Yu Ji's sentiments, but he genuinely had not seen the yin-yang divine essence. What? Yu Ji furrowed her brows, her thoughts swirling as she replayed the entire sequence of events. Had someone beaten her to the essence? No. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. At least he had not seen anyone trespassing into the ancient palace. Impossible. Yu Ji bit her silver teeth, her gaze toward Lin Chen betraying an unmistakable disappointment. Just moments ago, when she entered the ancient palace to lure away the remnants of the great demon's soul, she had distinctly sensed the presence of the yin-yang divine essence. Yet now Lin Chen was telling her that he had not seen it. Yu Ji refused to believe that someone could conceal their presence right under her nose. The only explanation left was that Lin Chen had obtained the essence and was unwilling to hand it over to her. Senior, that remnant of the great demon exhibits rather peculiar behavior. It has impeded all the prodigies of our clans. At this moment, a flicker of confusion suddenly arose within Yu Ji's heart. It is not that she doubts Lin Chen. On the contrary, her fate has become intricately entwined with that of this young man. Yu Ji aspires to reconstruct her physical form and restore her peak prowess, relying entirely on Lin Chen to grow alongside him. Yet, the words Lin Chen speaks at this moment are exceedingly baffling. Senior, I suspect we may have fallen into someone's scheme. Lin Chen clenched his fist, a profound unease stirring within him. It felt as though an invisible hand was whimsically toying with his destiny. Ah! Just then, a chilling scream suddenly echoed from the depths of darkness. In an instant, Yuji's figure vanished from the spot, returning to the stone ring belonging to Lin Chun. Senior, the opportunity of the ancestor of the Yin ruins. Let us depart. With your current strength, it is utterly impossible to refine that magical treasure. Nor can I, if we were to offend the son of Yi Shao as a result. Yi Shao again. Lin Chen's expression darkened with indignation, as he felt that Yuji's demeanor towards this divine son was excessively subservient. In his eyes, Yuji is not only his senior but also his mentor, and even evokes some inexplicable sentiments. The two have endured countless perilous trials, growing through life and death, akin to the closest of companions, steadfast and unwavering. However, with Yi Zhao's formidable emergence, it seems that Yuji's attitude towards him has undergone a subtle transformation. Shaochen, do not be too disheartened. As long as you can enter the Taoist secret realm, there will be no contemporary rival in the holy state. Yuji inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the resentment bubbling within her, and softly offered her consolation. What could she do? The choice had been made by him. I understand, Lin Chun replied with a gentle nod. At this moment, his desire for rapid growth still hinged upon Yuji's vast experience. He could not afford to sever ties with this formidable remnant of a great demon. Shaochen, hurry! I sense the presence of that great demon approaching. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun cast a lingering glance at the distant hall before turning towards the entrance of the great abyss. Only when their auras had completely vanished did Yi Shao emerge from the shadows, casually toying with a piece of yin-yang divine essence, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. This time, his act of seizing the divine essence was not solely to extract benefits from Gu Mingyue, but also to implant a thorn in the hearts of Lin Chen and Yuji. From this moment on, the bond of trust between the master and disciple would be irrevocably shattered. When the opportune moment arrived, Yi Shao would merely need to present sufficient leverage to sway Yuji back and lead Lin Chen astray. 30 years of fortune may shift, yet who could compare to the naturally affluent? However, Yi Shao still had not stepped into the central ancient hall. Instead, he pursued Lin Chun. Along the way, Lin Chun inevitably encountered numerous prodigies from ancient sections. Upon catching sight of Lin Chun, they immediately unleashed their supernatural abilities and fled in a frenzy. This scene only intensified the unease swelling within Lin Chen's heart. How could this be? Lin Chen's expression was filled with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words, compelled only to suppress his aura and hasten away from this den of turmoil. Thus, after a considerable pause, a faint ripple of demonic runes surged at the entrance of the abyss, sealing the entire chasm within. There one could see Yi Shao, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, stepping resolutely into the darkness. His intent was clear: to solidify Lin Chen's notorious reputation as a fiend, inciting enmity by slaughtering the heirs of the clans within the abyss. This is dire. The demon has sealed the abyss. In the distance, a throng of young prodigies rushed forth, desperate to flee this place. I told you Lin Chun would not spare us. We have uncovered his collusion with the demon, and now he seeks to eradicate us entirely. Damn Lin Chun, let us strike together. Among them, a robust young man clad in blue suddenly manifested a radiant silver treasure, directing it towards Yi Shao in a bid to suppress him. Yi Shao, however, uttered not a single word of hesitation, unleashing a punch imbued with a torrent of demonic runes that roared forth like an overwhelming tide. Boom! In an instant, the spiritual treasure summoned by the blue-clad youth was shattered by Yi Shao's fist, releasing a blinding silver light that obliterated both the artifact and the youth's physical form. Yes, going all out. In that moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted, and spiritual patterns surged, effortlessly shattering the void. With the abyss sealed, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the divine will level. How could they possibly contend with Yi Shao? Puff puff. As the eerie sound of shattering echoed, Yi Shao stepped into the celestial expanse, each of his punches effortlessly obliterating a prodigy, thereby devouring and refining their essence and spirit. Flee! In the void above, Yi Shao observed the figures retreating into the abyss, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. At this moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that a true malevolent force awaited them in the depths. Hundreds of sect disciples had entered the ancient tomb of Yin Su, all destined to perish within, an event that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the central sacred continent. Lin Chen's identity as a dark demon would inevitably resound across the heavens, burdened with infamy. In such perilous times, when the child of destiny faces universal opposition, might there not be some formidable allies of fate ready to make a dazzling appearance? My brother is not a demon. Yi Xiao is the real villain, and here comes yet another wave of intense drama. Sister, heed my words. While your brother may not be the same as before, Yi Xiao will forever cherish you. Hey! Yet, amidst all this, Yi Xiao's foremost concern remained Gu Mingyue. Having witnessed a fragment of the destiny that befalls this supreme empress, he grasped her genuine apprehensions. Yi Xiao aimed to dismantle her doubts regarding the path of her heart, not merely by concealing the secret of his demonic identity, but by encouraging her acceptance of it. Presently, this offered a splendid opportunity. Chapter 25. An ancient sword that slashed through the immortals. As Yi Xiao's silhouette materialized within the grand hall, he was immediately enveloped by a formidable aura of demonic intent. Clearly, something capable of instilling trepidation in the ancient beast behind Lin Chen was not merely a stroke of fortune, but rather a harbinger of peril. However, this demonic essence, which might spell endless danger for ordinary prodigies, posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Xiao, who had cultivated the devouring demon technique and awakened the myriad transformations of the demonic body. As Yi Xiao ventured deeper, he observed numerous shattered seals and formations within the hall, likely dismantled by Gu Mingyue and Ji Ruming. Encountering little to no resistance, he arrived at the hall's terminus. There, he beheld an ancient bronze door, adorned with intricate carvings that exuded an astonishing aura of demonic energy and sealing power, reminiscent of an ancient portal connecting to an unknown epoch. Extending his hand toward the door, he was met with an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that threatened to crush him to the ground. Snorting disdainfully, Yi Xiao unleashed a radiant spectrum of colors from the bones of the great path in his chest, successfully countering the sealing force. With that, his figure surged into the bronze ancient door, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyue and Ji Ruming sat quietly within the hall, their faces ashen and devoid of color. The entire chamber was suffused with a terrifying demonic aura, strewn with countless bones and fragments of divine treasures. Fearsome formations were etched upon the walls of the hall, radiating strands of resplendent light, imprisoning the demonic intent within. Even so, given the prowess of Gu Mingyue and Ji Ruming, it remains exceedingly arduous to thwart the encroaching malevolence, their eyes swirling with an ominous glow, gradually succumbing to its corruption. How could this be? Ji Ruming bit her silver teeth, her aura surging with vitality, as a golden orb hovered serenely above her, casting down a resplendent brilliance. Initially, she had believed that by discovering the remains of her ancestor, she would obtain the coveted legacy of this realm. Yet, she could never have anticipated that the remnants of her forebear would not bestow fortune, but instead herald a tide of sinister intent. Beside her, Gu Mingyue maintained an expression of indifference, though a flicker of bewilderment danced in her depths. She lifted her gaze towards the withered corpse suspended above the grand hall, her delicate brows knitting in contemplation. At that moment she beheld an ancient, unremarkable stone sword piercing through the forehead of the cadaver, affixed to the throne beneath it. The malevolent aura permeating the hall emanated from this very sword. Gu Mingyue realized that if she wished to escape this place, she must devise a means to seal this dark essence. Ji Ruming pondered for a moment before turning to Gu Mingyue and speaking. She no longer yearned for ancestral inheritance. Her sole desire was to survive and exit this realm. Suddenly, she felt a pang of nostalgia for Lin Chen, wondering if he were present, whether he might possess a solution to their current predicament. Oh! At this, Gu Mingyue raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding in agreement. Although the soul-calming stone gifted to her by Yi Xiao rendered her impervious to the immediate threats posed by the dark essence, the sealing power within the hall was concurrently suppressing her cultivation and spirit. Over time, Gu Mingyue would inevitably become tainted by the malevolence, jeopardizing her heart of Tao and foundational principles. Does the saintess have any effective methods? According to the ancient teachings of Yin Su, it is rumored that our ancestors once possessed a malevolent sword known as L11N, which had slain true immortals and was tainted by a trace of celestial karma. Ji Ruming sighed softly. Although she could not fathom why her ancestor had been slain by their own sword, It seemed evident that the ominous stone blade, imbued with dreadful intent, was indeed the legendary L11N sword. And then, Gu Mingyue's gaze sharpened, her mind growing increasingly perplexed. If the greatest treasure within this hall is this ancient sword that has cut down true immortals, how did Lin Chen ascend from the 5th layer of the Soul Sea to the 3rd layer of the Divine Wheel in just one night? Or could it be that this ancient tomb conceals other fortuitous encounters? Was Lin Chen truly intent on leaving this place, trapping Ji Rumming and himself? If that were the case, what of the formidable demon that obstructed everyone? How did Lin Chen manipulate her to perform this elaborate ruse? Suddenly, a faint unease arose within Gu Mingyue's heart. Initially, she had thought that Yi Zhao's pursuit of Lin Chen would yield nothing, yet now, it seemed that this rogue had long since discerned Lin Chen's intentions and schemes. Cursed be it. Before departing, the sect leader bestowed upon me a divine talisman containing a fragment of our ancestor's soul. If we could awaken the ancestor's will through this, perhaps we could suppress the sword. Ji Rumming retrieved a golden ancient talisman from her Chenkuan ring, her expression growing increasingly solemn. This talisman represented her final trump card. Should it fail, she would truly find herself at a dead end. Gu Empress, I implore you. Very well. Gu Mingyue did not refuse. She slowly rose to her feet, an aura of innate energy subtly swirling around her. In the vicinity of her presence, a space of approximately 10 feet, all malevolent forces surged and retreated, resembling a black vortex that encircled with astonishing waves. She accepted the spirit talisman from Ji Ruming's hand and took deliberate steps toward the ancestor of the Yin ruins. Under Ji Ruming's anxious and expectant gaze, Gu Mingyue raised her hand and cast the ancient talisman upon the corpse of the ancestor. In the next instant, a more formidable wave of malevolence erupted, violently propelling Gu Mingyue away. At that moment, the tightly shut eyes of the corpse suddenly opened, revealing an endless abyss of eeriness and malice. Boom! The terrifying surge of malevolence instantaneously engulfed the entire hall, shattering all the ceiling runes. In this moment, both Gu Mingyue and Ji Rumming were filled with genuine terror and despair. Suddenly, a peculiar humming sound resonated from the void behind Gu Mingyue. A figure clad in white strode forward, radiant with celestial brilliance and imbued with a profound aura. He reached out and embraced Gu Mingyue, allowing Ji Rumming to be tossed aside by the malevolent force, crashing to the ground with a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Gu Mingyue's eyes trembled in astonishment as she turned to behold the striking visage so near to her, her gaze sharpening in recognition. Yi Zhao. Chapter 26. A heroic rescue. This damned romantic plot. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the grand hall, as a terrifying aura of malevolence swept forth, resembling a hellish realm intent on devouring all intruding souls. Go! Yi Zhao grasped Gu Mingyue's shoulder and forcefully hurled her toward the exit of the hall. In contrast, his figure surged forward to confront the oncoming specter of the undead, his white garments billowing, embodying unwavering resolve. In that moment he seemed to radiate light, illuminating a corner of Gu Mingyue's shadowed heart. Yi Zhao! Before Gu Mingyue could even touch the ground, a colossal wave of malevolent energy crashed down, enveloping both Yi Zhao and the ghastly remains, rendering them utterly invisible. The entire hall plunged into an eerie silence. Even Ji Ruming's countenance turned ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Should Yi Zhao perish within the ancient tomb of her ancestors today, the entire Yinsu sect would undoubtedly bear a grievous toll. Yi Zhao. Gu Mingyue's crimson lips quivered, her gaze reflecting a profound confusion. Her very reason for returning to this life was to personally extinguish Yi Zhao, to alleviate the bitterness that weighed upon her heart. Yet, as she beheld the looming malevolence and recalled Yi Zhao's selfless act moments ago, a sharp pang of anguish pierced her heart. How could this be? Was this man truly willing to sacrifice his life for her? The specter she had witnessed moments earlier was an embodiment of the remains of the ancient ancestors of Yinsu, warped by the curse of celestial fate within the immortal slaying sword, rendering any deception utterly impossible. Despite Yi Zhao's myriad of methods, it was improbable for anyone to emerge unscathed before him. Empress Gu. We should depart from this place, Ji Rumming suggested, stepping in front of Gu Mingyue with a soft sigh. No. In response, Gu Mingyue shook her head, remaining resolutely in place. At that moment, her heart was engulfed in turmoil, Although she yearned for Yi Zhao's demise, witnessing him in such peril stirred an unwillingness within her. I simply cannot bear the thought of him perishing by another's hand. I must be the one to end his life. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her delicate hand, murmuring, Yi Zhao, you must survive this. Meanwhile, within the realm of the 10,000 transformations, Yi Zhao stood suspended in the void. The panic that once marred his countenance had dissipated. He sensed that the malevolent energy emanating from the corpse was rooted in the ancient stone sword nestled in his brow. While this dark essence could not compare to his own formidable power, it was laced with an exceedingly terrifying force of causality. This, perhaps, was the true opportunity for Yi Zhao to unlock Gu Mingyue's heart and soul. With this thought, Yi Zhao hesitated no longer. A surge of energy erupted from his chest. A radiant stream of 7-colored brilliance ascended, enveloping the ancestral body of the Yin ruins and suppressing its dark energy. Roar! In an instant, the corpse of this venerable ancestor erupted with surging demonic energy, as a glimmer of consciousness flickered to life in its eyes. Young one, who are you? The ancestor of the Yin ruins furrowed his brow, scanning the surrounding demonic realm, his gaze increasingly filled with trepidation. Shu, esteemed elder, do not speak. Allow me to first suppress the dark energy within you. Yi Zhao's expression was grave, surrounded by a shimmering aura, embodying an ethereal elegance. The ancestor of Yin Ru pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. He comprehended that once his fragment of consciousness dissipated, he would be utterly dominated by the malevolent sword of extermination, reduced to a mere shell, forever trapped in a cycle of reincarnation. Senior, open your soul. Do not resist me. As Yi Zhao's words echoed, a flicker of intensity appeared in the ancestor's eyes, yet he did not decline. Indeed, in the next instant, both their gazes ignited with a fervent spiritual light, while a subtle, sinister smile crept upon the ancestor's lips. Without warning, his fragment of residual soul tore through the fabric of reality, merging into Yi Zhao's ocean of souls. Young one, there is no need for such complexity. Simply relinquish this corporeal form to me. Oh! In response, Yi Zhao displayed no hint of surprise, his figure gradually materializing from the ocean of souls, his countenance indifferent as he regarded the aged specter before him. In truth, whether he invaded the ancestor's ocean of souls or the venerable sage attempted to usurp him, the outcome would remain unchanged. From the moment Yi Zhao awakened him with his innate Tao bone, the ancestor's fate had been sealed. With Yi Zhao's formidable prowess, he was utterly incapable of contending with this demonic corpse. To extricate himself from the current predicament, the most prudent course of action was to eradicate the residual soul within the demonic corpse. Young one, did your forebears not admonish you against carelessly opening your ocean of souls, especially in the presence of a famished ancient spirit? The ancestor of Yin Ru shook his head, a trace of faint derision flickering in his eyes. In the beginning, he contended with that formidable demon for the ancient sword of slaying immortals. Although he managed to vanquish it with great effort, he likewise sustained injuries to his Tao foundation and ultimately fell prey to the retribution of the bloodline of the immortals, leading to his demise and the extinguishment of his Tao. Now, as Yi Zhao awakens his lingering soul, he bestows upon the ancestors of Yin Su a glimmer of hope for life anew. How could they possibly resign themselves to eternal slumber in this damp, shadowy sepulchre? The path of immortality has always been thus. Sentient beings vie for ascendance, devoid of sentimentality or camaraderie, and the legacies of their forebears. The death of a fellow cultivator brings no harm to the Taoist. All beings cultivate in pursuit of longevity. Oh, has the ancestor ever pondered why I have beckoned you into my sea of souls? Yi Zhao smiled radiantly, causing a tremor of unease to ripple through the ancestor of Yin Su. At this moment, he exhibited no hesitation, extending his hand to suppress Yi Zhao. Alas, it was too late. Yi Zhao's gaze deepened, and a beam of golden light descended from above, as the primordial ancestral talisman manifested, enveloping the entire sea of souls. In an instant, the ancestor of Yin Su felt a chill coursing through his being, his steps faltering as he swallowed nervously. Even with his elevated status, he felt an indescribable dread beneath this divine radiance, his spirit firmly suppressed. You intend to refine my soul, young one? How does this differ from the actions of a malevolent entity? At this juncture, The ancestor of Su finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This youth had deliberately lured him into the Sea of Souls with the intention to hunt him down. How audacious! Whatever the ancestor may say, how could a junior like me be deemed a malevolent being? Rather, I believe many in the righteous path of the Holy Province would find great interest in this ancestor's remains. Yishao smiled gently, wielding the primordial ancestor talisman with a resounding force, akin to an ancient divine sun, obliterating all traces of soul consciousness and ethereal light. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The ancestor of Su gritted his teeth, his countenance twisted with malice. Surrounding him, strands of soul patterns unfurled, surging toward the primordial ancestor talisman in a desperate attempt to obstruct it. Yet, in the presence of this supreme celestial artifact, these soul patterns persisted for but a fleeting moment before being utterly annihilated, along with the very essence of the Su ancestor, reduced to mere powder. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy silently spread across the entire Sea of Souls. Yishao promptly settled into a meditative posture, seeking to thoroughly refine this remnant soul of a sage. In an instant, his spiritual aura began to ascend, striving towards a breakthrough into the great ascendancy realm. 7th layer of the divine wheel, 8th layer of the divine wheel, 9th layer of the divine wheel, 1st layer of the great ascendancy. Boom! The entire Sea of Souls erupted in a cataclysmic upheaval. However, under the suppression of the primordial ancestor talisman, these waves swiftly returned to tranquility. At this moment, Yishao's eyes abruptly opened, their gaze sharp as a blade, tearing through the ages. Great Ascendancy Soul. Chapter 27. A touching revelation. The source of Yishao's demonic intent. After refining the remnant soul of the ancestor from the Ru ruins, Yishao slowly rose, gazing at the lifeless corpse before him. His expression gradually grew somber. Even with his demonic physique and Dao bones, he felt an indescribable trepidation in the presence of this ancient sword, the sword of slaying immortals. Immortal, such a realm, once documented in ancient tomes, has long since faded into obscurity across the 3,000 Dao states. If the sword did indeed sever a true immortal, what terrifying heights must the wielder have attained? With measured grace, Yishao extended his hand, grasping the hilt of the stone sword. In the next moment, an eerie dark golden blood vein suddenly erupted from the sword's body, coiling around his entire arm, as if it were a living entity, invading his being. Simultaneously, demonic patterns surfaced upon his skin, and the formidable power of the devouring immortal demon technique surged, enveloping both the sword of slaying immortals and the holy corpse. A deep hum resonated as a terrifying demonic intent unfurled. At that moment, Yishao resembled an ancient demon god, shrouded in dark luminescence, embodying true apocalyptic might. According to the system's description, this demonic technique is the primordial magic of creation. The myriad transformation of the demonic body is the progenitor of all demons, the source of darkness. Before this demonic physique, any demonic intent or entity would find itself suppressed and subjugated. The stone sword before him had once cleaved through true immortals, entangled in the threads of celestial karma. Anyone seeking to wield this sword would ultimately be countered by this karmic force, destined to become a mere puppet of the blade. However, for Yishao, this demonic aura posed no threat whatsoever. Instead, it resonated with his own demonic essence, amplifying his formidable presence. As time flowed inexorably onward, Gu Mingyue observed the surging realm of demonic energy with palpable anxiety. Even with her considerable strength, she felt insignificantly diminished in the face of this overwhelming force, utterly unable to penetrate its depths. At that moment, amidst the layers of demonic energy, a glimmer of pure light suddenly emerged. A shadow, dark as night, descended from the heavens and crashed to the ground. In an instant, a flicker of alarm flashed in Gu Mingyue's eyes. Further away, Ji Ruming gasped, her taut nerves suddenly relaxing. She beheld that the fallen figure was not Yishao, but rather the remains of an ancestor. As the skeletal form appeared, the pervasive demonic aura within the hall receded like a receding tide, revealing a figure clad in white, with an ethereal visage and an icy demeanor. Yishao. Gu Mingyue's gaze quivered, her eyes narrowing in focus. At that moment, Yishao appeared indifferent, grasping an ancient stone sword, and his aura seemed to take on an unervingly profound quality. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of blood weeping echoed, causing Yi Zhao's body to shudder violently as he plummeted from the sky. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue stepped forward instinctively, embracing Yi Xiao in her arms. How do you feel? So soft. Yi Xiao buried his face into Gu Mingyue's embrace, slowly closing his eyes. At that moment, he could perceive the delicate fragrance emanating from Gu Mingyue, while feeling the astonishing softness of her bosom, a look of indulgence evident on his face. You! Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth tightly. Yet upon observing the pallor on Yi Zhao's face and the bloodstains on his white attire, she ultimately refrained from pushing him away, letting out a quiet sigh within her heart. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly gripped her. She felt that Yi Zhao's injuries were far more severe than they appeared. A saint-turned-corpse demon, a cursed evil sword. Particularly just moments ago, the frigid glimmer in Yi Zhao's eyes, devoid of emotion, had eerily reminded her of glimpses of his former self in a past life. Gu Mingyue's heart trembled, and a possibility dawned upon her. Could it be that Yi Zhao's demonic intent originated from this? Had he been corrupted by the malevolent forces within the palace, step by step descending into darkness, all for her salvation? Gu Mingyue was uncertain whether the Yi Xiao of her previous life had ever appeared in the ancient tomb of Yin Su. Moreover, she had never contemplated that he could be corrupted by malevolent intent, nor had she paid heed to his injuries or peculiarities. This was her oversight as his fiancée. In this life, Gu Mingyue's greatest concern was the secret of Yi Zhao's demonic body. It now seemed that he did not deliberately cultivate demonic arts, but was rather compelled by circumstance. Suddenly, a flicker of regret crossed Gu Mingyue's eyes. Had she not left the Yi family and secretly ventured to seize Lin Chen's creation, she would not have found herself in such peril. Yi Xiao would not have been ensnared by the corpse demon in the demon realm while trying to save her. If he truly succumbs to the path of darkness and transforms into a universally reviled demon, what choice will Gu Mingyue make? The Changsheng Yi family possesses myriad methods. They must have a way to resolve the demonic essence within Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, assisting Yi Xiao to his feet as they made their way toward the palace exit. I shall escort you back to the Yi family. Wait a moment, Mingyue. Yi Xiao struggled to rise, his complexion remarkably pale. He produced a black and white divine essence from his Chenkuan ring, presenting it to Gu Mingyue. Here, this is the greatest opportunity in this place. In an instant, a surge of yin and yang energy swirled forth, creating an extraordinary phenomenon that pulsated with life. Gu Mingyue and Ji Ruming's expressions froze in unison. Their lips parted in shock and trepidation. Yin-yang divine essence. Gu Mingyue murmured, standing transfixed, her eyes gradually reddening. Previously, she had suspected that this ancient grave of Yinshu might conceal other forms of fortune. Lin Chun had seized the opportunity to depart, intending to evade others and use the malevolent energy of the corpses here to ensnare them. Now, it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. However, in the end, Lin Chun also did not achieve his desires, and was instead thwarted by Yi Zhao's acquisition of fortune. I suspect that the demon who attacked us earlier was in league with Lin Chun. Yi Zhao's indifferent remark sent a shiver through Ji Ruming, enveloping her in a chill. Congratulations to the host for successfully bestowing upon the daughter of destiny the essence of yin and yang, thus receiving a 10,000-fold reward. The yin-yang will pearl, which contains the primordial essence of yin and yang, allowing for the comprehension of the profound path of duality. Yi Xiao, you too have been injured. This essence. Gu Mingyue sighed softly, feeling that if this continued, she would once again succumb to the embrace of the scion of the Yi family. I have stated that whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Please do not depart without notice again. Let us leave this place first. Yi Xiao shook his head, taking Gu Mingyue's hand as they made their way towards the palace exit. Behind them, Ji Ruming exhaled softly, her gaze towards Gu Mingyue tinged with a hint of envy. As the three emerged from the grand hall, they beheld countless talented individuals lying lifeless in the chasm, their severed limbs strewn across the ground. Among them were descendants of ancient clans and sons of celestial sects, their ends tragically gruesome. Some remains bore signs of having been gnawed upon, an utterly chilling sight. Look, it's Ji Ruming. Yi Xiao the Scion. Scion, keep your distance from Ji Ruming. She is a demon. Just as the three appeared at the chasm's entrance, the remaining 5 ancient clan descendants cried out in alarm, shouting frantically at Yi Xiao. Demon? Whom do you refer to as a demon? Ji Ruming's expression faltered, and the unease within her heart intensified. What on earth is happening? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, raising his gaze towards the demonic seal enveloping the chasm above. Earlier, when he refined the ancient sword of slaughtering immortals, he had sensed a faint ripple of soul consciousness gradually dissipating. If his assumptions are correct, this wave of spiritual turbulence should indeed be linked to the formidable demon that once guarded the essence of yin and yang. He was slain by the ancient sword of slaying immortals, reduced to a mere puppet of the blade, shackled by a fragment of his soul, thus never truly perishing. As Yi Xiao refines this sword, that fragment of imprisoned consciousness shatters, leaving the demon's remaining vitality utterly extinguished. Lin Chen. He is the gray-clad youth who followed Ji Ruming, conspiring with demons and slaughtering all who entered the ancient tomb. Indeed, I witnessed him seize treasures in the palace, where a demon obstructed all the prodigies and mercilessly dispatched them. I also saw that demon bowing in deference to him. The 5 young masters from various clans wore expressions of rage, their eyes brimming with intense resentment. It is utterly terrifying. Over the past 2 days, they have been hiding in the abyss, living in constant fear, a torment more agonizing than death itself. Oh! Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao slowly turned his gaze towards Ji Ruming, his eyes gradually growing colder. Saintess Ji, you are aware that my Yi family stands in fierce opposition to the forces of evil. Gulp. Ji Ruming swallowed hard, her fingers poised to point towards the heavens. Yi Xiao, I swear, I have no collusion with Lin Chen. He approached me regarding the Yin Ruins ancient sect, claiming he could assist me in locating my ancestral tomb. I too have been exploited by him. Oh? Yi Xiao nodded gently, a hint of difficulty shadowing his expression. Even if I were willing to believe you, what of the fallen prodigies from the sect? Gu Empress, please, you must help me prove that I too was deceived by Lin Chen, nearly falling victim to that wretched corpse demon. At this moment, Ji Ruming was truly flustered, her delicate face drained of color. She understood that once the events within the ancient tomb were disseminated, the Yin Su ancient sect would become the target of universal disdain. Those disciples who had perished, along with the sects of the Holy Sun, would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Humph, the Divine Sun must not trust her. I believe the Yin Su ancient sect harbors ulterior motives, deliberately eliminating the heirs of surrounding clans to solidify its dominant position. Indeed, this matter cannot be so easily dismissed. The clamor continued. Just as the numerous clan prodigies were clamoring, Yi Xiao suddenly struck down with a sword, the sword's aura resonating thunderously. In an instant, the 5 clan heirs, each at the first level of the divine wheel, were rendered momentarily stupefied, their foreheads pierced, plummeting from the heavens, their vitality extinguished. This scene caused Ji Ruming's delicate form to tremble, her slender, graceful legs gradually tightening. Let us depart. Yi Xiao, with an impassive countenance, struck down once more, shattering the seal above the vast abyss, and departed alongside Gu Mingyue. Yi Xiao, the divine sun. Ji Ruming clenched her silver teeth, suppressing the turmoil within her heart, and pursued Yi Xiao, imploring him to validate my name. Why should I validate your name? What connection do we share? Yi Xiao scoffed coldly, disregarding the plea in Ji Ruming's eyes, and continued towards the Yi family alongside Gu Mingyue. If memory served him correctly, this saintess of Yin Su was betrothed to a young supreme, a paragon of the sacred body. The myriad transformations of Yi Xiao's demonic body require the absorption of 5 sacred bloodlines to complete its 3rd transformation. If Ji Ruming were not a fool, she would realize that the only one capable of saving her and the ancient cult of Yinshu is Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, the son of God. By the banks of the great abyss, Ji Ruming clenched her delicate hands, suddenly seeming to resolve upon a certain determination, as she pursued Yi Xiao and his companion. Yi Xiao, since you intend to assist her, why do you keep her in suspense? In the ancestral home of the Yi family, Gu Mingyue furrowed her brows in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Yi Xiao. In her previous life, she had not heard of Lin Chen colluding with evil forces, and she felt that this expedition to the ancient tomb of Yinshu was fraught with unforeseen variables. It was precisely for this reason that an inexplicable glimmer of hope arose within her. To seek assistance, one must at least adopt a posture of humility. I am not one to readily offer everything to anyone. Yishao suddenly turned to look at Gu Mingyue, and this inadvertent gaze, imbued with deep affection, caused Gu Mingyue's fair face to momentarily freeze, a faint blush gradually rising upon her cheeks. Yishao, your injury. It seems I shall need to enter seclusion for a while. I will refrain from visiting you at the Phoenix Ancient Court in the coming days. Yishao offered a helpless smile, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind Gu Mingyue's ear. This tender gesture made her heart quiver, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Very well, take care of yourself. Gu Mingyue responded softly, her expression remaining aloof, yet her steps betrayed a hint of anxiety. At this moment, her resolve was slightly unsettled. Come forth. Until Gu Mingyue's breath faded away, Yizhao's expression gradually turned cold. He descended from the heavens, landing before the Divine Sun's grand hall. Behind him, Ji Ruming, her demeanor tense, cast a furtive glance at the surrounding realm before revealing herself, slightly bowing towards Yishao, the Divine Sun. This marked her inaugural visit to the Eternal Life Yi clan, and she was immediately awestruck by the magnificent scenery. An eerie celestial aura enveloped the area, with palatial structures of grandeur reminiscent of an ancient celestial court. In the distant expanse, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, with faint traces of profound divine patterns emerging, resonating with a powerful, resonant hum. It felt as though they were in a secluded universe, where the grandeur of the Tao surged forth, and the laws were majestic. That figure appears to be Ji Ruming, the Holy Maiden of Inshu. How remarkable! The Divine Sun has only just become engaged and dares to bring the Holy Maiden of Inshu back to his clan? I seem to recall that Ji Ruming has a fiancé. Holy Maiden, you surely do not wish for your fiancé to lose his life. Hiss! A vivid scene unfolds. Within the Yi clan's territory, Yi Tsong, Yi Ru, and others gazed at the golden-robed figure standing behind Yishao, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. As a renowned beauty of the holy state, Ji Ruming was strikingly beautiful, with exquisite features and a delicate, vulnerable aura that captivated countless suitors. Yet, at this moment, the unparalleled beauty, esteemed by the world, appeared before Yishao like a humble maid, exuding an air of submission. Speak. What is your purpose in following me? Yishao entered the divine hall, taking his seat at the long table, lifting a wine jug and savoring a sip. The divine child. Ji Ruming took a deep breath, her expression gradually becoming solemn. Given her status, she should not have to demean herself before Yishao. However, after witnessing the cold-blooded ruthlessness of this divine child, she felt an instinctive fear toward him. I wish to propose a transaction. Oh, a transaction? Yishao regarded Ji Ruming with keen interest. You do not intend to suggest that I absolve the debts of killing Ji Wuli and Ji Bangyin in exchange for your assistance in clearing your name, do you? Ji Ruming's expression faltered, her silver teeth gently biting her crimson lip. Yishao, you have also slain many prodigies. With a chuckle, Yishao shook his head and suddenly stood up, approaching Ji Ruming. In the next instant, he reached out, grasping her delicate, fair neck and lifting her effortlessly into the air. Do not speak of Ji Wuli and the others. Even if I were to kill you, what of it? You. Gazing into the strikingly handsome yet indifferent face before her, Ji Ruming's lips quivered, her eyes gradually misting over. Yishao, what must I do for your assistance? I only aid my own, and you are not one of them unless you agree to serve me as a maid. Chapter 29. A call for the master to listen? The secrets of the Phantom Maiden. What? Upon hearing Yizhao's words, Ji Ruming stood frozen in disbelief. Yishao carelessly tossed her aside, as one might discard an animal, devoid of any compassion. This scene once again trampled upon Ji Ruming's proud heart. As the illustrious saintess of the Yin ruins, she was among the most exceptional women of the holy state, her background, talent, and appearance all deserving of a place within the top 10 of the holy state. Yet, she was subjected to such humiliation by Yishao. Unfortunately, the fate of both Ji Ruming and the ancient Yin ruins sect now lay firmly in Yizhao's hands, leaving her no room for even the slightest rebellion. Yishao, might I implore you to consider an alternative condition? The Yin ruins sect is willing to pay any price. Ji Ruming inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within her, and asked in a grave tone. My patience is quite limited. Until I change my mind, you will either leave or comply with my demands, Yi Xiao replied, returning to his seat at the long table and pouring himself a drink, unconcerned about Ji Ruming's potential refusal. From the moment she set foot in the Yi family estate, her ability to depart unscathed had vanished. Very well. I shall acquiesce, though I trust you are aware that I am already betrothed. Ji Ruming pondered for a moment, biting her silver teeth, glaring at Yi Xiao with resentment. Saintess Ji, you overestimate your position. You are not yet worthy of sharing my bed, Yi Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile, suddenly raising his gaze to Ji Ruming. Unveil your soul's ocean. Am I truly so lacking? Ji Ruming stamped her foot in frustration, only to suddenly realize something, her eyes narrowing in intensity as she opened her soul sea. Yi Xiao, the divine son, do not. You cannot do this. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm, his irises ablaze with divine energy that transformed into an ancient, obsidian seal, descending upon Ji Ruming's soul sea. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in swirling divine patterns, a spectacle of myriad phenomena. Ji Ruming's form was firmly suppressed by this overwhelming force, her hair disheveled, rendered immobile. Why? I have already promised you. Ji Ruming's expression was one of grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks. At this moment, she felt an ominous premonition. Should she dare to resist even slightly, this soul force would shatter her soul sea, leading to her demise. I do not trust you. Yi Xiao shook his head, commanding the soul seal as it forcefully embedded itself into Ji Ruming. A resounding hum resonated as torrents of soul energy surged in, nearly overwhelming her. Stop, please. It's too much, Yi Xiao, I can't take it. As Ji Ruming's panicked, helpless gasps filled the air. Her body collapsed to the ground, her fair skin flushed with a delicate hue, glistening with fragrant sweat, utterly enticing, as she gasped for breath. Come here, massage my shoulders. Tell me how you met Lin Chen. Yi Xiao's tone was indifferent, a strand of his soul consciousness slipping away quietly. From this moment forth, this holy maiden of the Yin ruins would become his most loyal servant. With a mere thought, Yi Xiao could evoke her deepest desires and fears. Yes, divine son, what did you call me? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze swirling with an ethereal essence. Suddenly, Ji Ruming trembled, as if a hidden switch had been activated, her legs gradually tightening. Master! She bit her silver teeth and slowly approached Yi Xiao from behind, gently kneading his shoulders. Though her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, her eyes reflected no trace of resistance. So, you mean he assisted you in opening the ancient tomb of Yin Su merely to obtain a Taoist token, thereby securing a chance to enter the secret realm of the Tao sect? A faint smile graced Yi Xiao's lips, and a realization dawned upon him. The chosen one, with nothing pressing on his agenda, relished in embarking on adventures and forging brotherhoods. The reason Yi Xiao took Ji Ruming as his servant was not solely to frame Lin Chen. There was an even more significant purpose, the identity of her fiancé, the saint body. In the forthcoming Taoist debate, Yi Xiao merely needed to orchestrate a few schemes to ensnare Lin Chen and Ji Ruming's fiancé alike. If fortune favored him, Lin Chen's little childhood sweetheart might also conveniently deliver herself to him, provided she was aware of Lin Chen's perilous situation. Yes, master. Ji Ruming pressed her crimson lips together and cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao. What are your plans next? You shall return to the ancient teachings of Yin Su and publicly unveil Lin Chen's identity as a demon. At that juncture, I will, as the scion of the Yi family, validate your claims to the world. Yi Xiao's fingers lightly tapped the table, a flicker of contemplation glimmering in his gaze. Lin Chen, with his relentless ambition to enter the secret realm of the Tao sect, must undoubtedly harbor a unique fortune hidden within. In such moments, the only hope he could rely on was the remnant soul of the great demon within the ring. However, previously in the ancient tomb of Yin ruins, Yi Xiao had preemptively seized the essence of Yin and Yang, which had already embedded a thorn of distrust deep within the hearts of the two individuals. From here on, Yi Xiao merely needed to tug at this thread slightly to plunge them into unbearable anguish, creating a fade of unity while their spirits drifted apart. Yes, master. Ji Ruming nodded gently, bowing respectfully to Yi Xiao before turning to depart. Your fiancé will also be going to Tiandao City, won't he? At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice suddenly resonated from behind her, causing Ji Ruming's heart to tremble as she emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement. Rest assured, Master, we share no feelings. I will not allow him to touch me. Go. Yi Xiao gestured with his hand, watching as Ji Ruming exited the grand hall, vanishing at the horizon of heaven and earth. Before long, the events that transpired within the ancient tomb of Yin ruins spread throughout the entire sacred state with astonishing swiftness. The demon Lin Chun slaughtered countless heirs of various clans, attempting to devise a scheme to eliminate the saintess of Yin ruins and the son of the Yi family. Although the two ultimately managed to escape a grave calamity, Yi Xiao, the son, sustained considerable injuries. This news was corroborated by numerous elders of the Yi family, utterly shocking the 3,000 Dao states. Who could have imagined that the son of the Yi family, having just emerged, would encounter such a dire tribulation? In no time, the name Lin Chun and his likeness were posted everywhere. Some ancient clans and immortal sects even dispatched elders and disciples far and wide in search of Lin Chen's whereabouts, eager to seize this opportunity to eliminate the demon and curry favor with the son of Yi Xiao. Damn it! Within the ancient city, Lin Chun gazed at the posted notices, his palm clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Little Chun, do not concern yourself. With my mastery of disguise, no one shall recognize you. The voice of Yu Ji resonated from the depths of his soul, momentarily calming Lin Chen's turbulent spirit. Senior, does the Taoist sect's secret realm truly conceal a strand of heavenly spiritual fire? Indeed, I personally sealed it within the secret realm, where not only the spiritual fire resides but also a plethora of divine materials and treasures, sufficient to aid you in transcending to the realm of severing the Tao. Enough! Enough! Do not paint further. Lin Chun waved his hand, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Previously, when the Yin ruins tomb was uncovered, Yu Ji had boasted similarly, claiming invincibility and absolute certainty. And what was the outcome? Merely a single Yi Xiao had sent Yu Ji fleeing in terror, nearly causing her to lose control. Sighing at his words, Yu Ji felt an inexplicable chasm had formed between her and Lin Chun since the unveiling of the Yin ruins tomb. Their current exchanges, fraught with feigned encouragement, evoked a sense of distaste in both. Strangely, a visage of a gentle and refined face emerged in Yu Ji's mind. Had she encountered the son of Yi Xiao back then, he would surely not have coveted a strand of yin-yang divine essence. Would he? Moreover, the secrets buried deep within Yu Ji's heart perhaps were not insurmountable. The recollection of the massacre she had witnessed still sent shivers down her spine, a chill that penetrated to her very core. Are there still hopes for the 3,000 Dao provinces? Chapter 30. An unfathomable gift. The three great taboo appear before the Dao wall. Lady Orchid, please hurry. In the borderlands of the holy state, a young girl clad in a flowing ice blue gown approached. Her silvery hair cascaded down her back, framing a visage of exquisite beauty tinged with a hint of worry. She possessed an ethereal and slender form, delicate yet poised to bloom, revealing only the faintest hints of her potential. Her features were meticulously sculpted, akin to a flawless masterpiece, radiating an aura of transcendent nobility. Her ice blue eyes resembled the purest of celestial springs, clear and untainted by the dust of the world. At that moment, her bare feet were adorned only by a red cord wrapped around her ankle, as she traversed a serene forest. Suddenly, a layer of frost enveloped the earth beneath her, glistening like crystal. Princess Luoshi, I cannot go any further, an elderly woman with gray hair gasped, shaking her head in exhaustion from a distance. Grandmother, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Princess, our Luoshan clan has long since withdrawn from the world. If the clan leader discovers your departure, let them find out. It is not as if this is the first time they have punished me. Luoshi's expression was one of indifference, her mind reflecting the image of her brother's steadfast face. He is in trouble. I cannot remain idle. With her words, an eerie silence enveloped the forest, as a chilling aura froze the very fabric of existence, rendering all life barren. At that moment, Luoshi seemed to emanate a radiant glow, her delicate feet warm and refined, while her ice-blue eyes mirrored an ancient snowbound realm. The milk-white snowflakes began to fall, casting a more sacred aura around Luoshi's figure. Ah, princess, you have already repaid your debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your plea for my assistance, How could he have possibly escaped the pursuit of the Blood Soul Palace? Elder Orchid hesitated, letting out a soft sigh. Grandmother, let me reiterate, until the Blood Soul Palace is vanquished, this debt remains unsettled. Moreover, you would do well not to let my brother know of these matters. Otherwise, Luo, she shot a cold glance at Elder Orchid, her delicate foot lightly stepping forward as she made her way towards the heart of the holy state. In less than 10 days, the grandest event in the holy state would unfold. The Tao sect's discourse on the Tao. Even if her brother chose not to appear, the vile son of the deity who had falsely accused him would undoubtedly make an entrance. She was no longer the little girl who trailed behind her brother. She was the princess of the Luo god clan, destined to be the sovereign of the northern ice region of the 10 great states. No matter who it was, should they dare to harm her brother in the slightest, she would not let them go unpunished. Humph! Meanwhile, at the everlasting Leaf family, Yishao sat in the Son of God hall, gazing at a pearl of dual colors in his hand, a glimmer of profundity flickering in his eyes. In recent days, he had received a celestial elixir and a supreme technique known as the Void Great Handprint from the system. It was evident that Yifan was also diligently cultivating in the mysterious mountain village, ever prepared to exact his revenge. Master. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice resonated from outside the hall. Ji Ruming's figure approached, bowing gracefully before Yishao. Have all matters been taken care of? Yishao raised his eyebrows slightly and set down the teacup in his hand. Ji Ruming obediently approached him and knelt before him, gently bowing her head. Rest assured, my master, everything has been prepared as per your instructions. Have you ascertained the situation regarding the Lin family of Fireflame City? Indeed, it has been clarified. Approximately a decade ago, the Lin family was annihilated by the Blood Soul Palace, and Lin Chun was fortuitously rescued by a mysterious powerful figure, after which his whereabouts became unknown. Oh, at these words, Yi Zhao's gaze turned slightly frosty. The Blood Soul Palace, as one of the foremost powers in the 10 great states of the underworld, possesses an unfathomable depth. The fact that this mysterious figure could rescue Lin Chun from the Blood Soul Palace speaks volumes of their strength. If Yi Zhao's conjecture is correct, this enigmatic savior is likely Lin Chen's childhood protector. As for why she did not bring Lin Chen back to her clan, it is probably due to her disdain for his status. As for the news regarding the 9 great imperial talismans, it has already been disseminated as you commanded. Our In Su ancient sect will also dispatch individuals to seek the whereabouts of the talismans. Ji Ruming pressed her crimson lips together, a subtle smile gracing her features. She did not comprehend why the Son of God would choose to broadcast the news of the 9 great imperial talismans. According to the Son of God, these 9 talismans symbolize the fate of the mortal realm. Whoever can merge with them shall become the protagonist of this chaotic era. If someone manages to gather all 9 talismans, it would herald the dawn of a new epoch. However, as a servant of the Son of God, Ji Ruming's role is to be obedient and fulfill her duties. You've done well. I shall enter seclusion for a period. You will guard me during this time. As the words fell, Yishao directly consumed the celestial pill he had taken from Yifan, and summoned the yin-yang rotation pearl to hover above his head. A thunderous roar ensued, and in an instant, the entire temple was enveloped in a rich aura of immortality, with the sounds of the great Tao resonating in a harmonious cadence. Meanwhile, Ji Ruming's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. In that moment, she felt the spiritual energy within her body surge like a torrential river, nearly overflowing from her thighs. It was on the verge of collapsing. Even with Ji Ruming's esteemed status, she had never witnessed such a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Just a mere thread of it almost filled her corporeal form to the brim. At that moment, she realized that even being a mere maid to Yishao was an immense opportunity for women of her stature, such as the Holy Maiden of the Grand Sect and the Divine Maiden of the Celestial Sect. To serve the Son of God was to partake in the elixirs without enduring the hardships. Although she was still unaccustomed to this role and had yet to master the art of winning the Son of God's favor, she could only learn as she progressed. In a fleeting instant, Yi Zhao's realm began to ascend, his surroundings adorned with myriad runes and radiant light. 7th level of the Divine Wheel, 8th level of the Divine Wheel, 9th level of the Divine Wheel. Master! Ji Ruming's delicate form trembled, once again awed by Yi Zhao's formidable talent. Yet, Before she could fully comprehend her astonishment, she witnessed the jewel above Yi Zhao's head shatter with a resounding crash. From within, the dual energies of yin and yang cascaded down upon him, cleansing his flesh, tempering his bones, and ultimately converging in his Dan Si. In that moment, a luminous radiance floated above the Yi residence, and the divine sounds echoed for miles. Within the realm of the chaos divine will, a magnificent fusion of yin and yang gradually materialized, giving rise to a breathtaking tableau of duality. In a moment of clarity, Ji Ruming beheld celestial bodies, rivers, and mountains. Chaos birthed yin and yang transformed into the universe. Is this the power of creation? Beyond the confines of the Yi clan's territory, an elderly man clad in simple garb, his eyes a haunting white, raised a bamboo staff and gazed at the heavens above, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his gaze. Shortly thereafter, a chilling smile crept upon his aged visage as his fingers delicately twirled. The ancestral divine wall interwove the cycles of reincarnation, revealing 3 great taboos intertwining with the world. The harbinger in white, the eternal emperor, and perhaps that figure from the 9 heavens. A shiver coursed through Ji Ruming, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. In that instant, she could distinctly sense the power gestating within the Yi Xiao divine wheel, a force immeasurably more vast than ordinary spiritual energy, transcending the very essence of spiritual power itself, akin to a profound enlightenment of the Tao. If she were not mistaken, this power had already ventured into the realm of Tao principles. Yet, the power of Tao principles marks the threshold to the realm of celestial mechanics. How could Yi Xiao, merely at the level of the divine will, comprehend such grand Tao laws? To what extraordinary degree had his talent ascended, transcending the great ascension realm to grasp the Tao principles? Moreover, the Tao principles that Yi Xiao perceived were not the commonplace 5 elemental laws, but rather the pinnacle of the 3000 Tao, chaos and yin-yang. These 2 forces encapsulated the might of creation, capable of shaping the cosmos with but a thought, conjuring myriad forms. A sudden wave of weakness washed over Ji Ruming, her throat constricting as she gazed at the figure clad in white before her, her eyes brimming with admiration and infatuation. This extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of Ye's clan members, including Yi Tsong, who stood before the grand hall, their expressions clouded with a hint of sorrow. Ever since the battle of the Son of Heaven, Yi Chun and Yi Linglong had retreated into seclusion once more, preparing to shatter the 6th heavenly barrier. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had departed from the Yi family to venture into the 3000 states, seeking to comprehend the true essence of his swordsmanship. Only Yi Tsong and the others, having undergone a transformation of their innate gifts through ancestral energy, yearned for exhilarating battles. The Tao sect was engaged in discussions of the Tao, and a secret realm was set to be unveiled. For the contemporary prodigies of the sacred state, this was an exceptional opportunity for growth. The secret realm of the Tao sect was reputed to be one of the oldest in the sacred state, said to house the remnants of an ancient giant whose fall had paved the way for the grandeur of the Tao sect, resulting in a convergence of numerous clans within the realm. At that moment, a resonant hum emanated from the distant heavens. A figure in white strode forth, their garments fluttering gracefully, exuding an aura of celestial majesty. Beneath their feet, a golden divine path unfurled, sprawling expansively until it reached the crowd. Following closely behind Yi Xiao was a woman clad in golden robes, her ethereal beauty striking yet cold, with delicate skin and a slender, fragile frame, trailing half a step behind like a devoted maid. Salutations to the Son of Heaven. Yi Tsong and the others trembled in reverence, bowing deeply towards Yi Xiao. Yi Tsong, accompany me to the ancient city of heavenly Tao. As Yi Xiao's voice fell, Yi Tsong immediately broke into a grin, revealing a smug expression towards Yi Ru and the others, indeed, the Son of God. Yi Xiao stepped forward, making his way beyond the clan grounds. When the Tao ancestor ascended to the celestial domain, he forged a divine wall of the great path with his lifelong insights, enabling glimpses into past and present lives. Ever since Yi Xiao merged with the primordial ancestor talisman, he has always felt that his physical form held an extraordinary origin. Who is he truly? What fateful connection does he share with the primordial chaos demon that shaped the heavens and the earth? Perhaps that divine wall of the great path could provide him with some answers. In an instant, golden radiance surged from the Yi clan grounds. A golden palanquin began to ascend slowly, racing towards the ancient city of the heavenly path. Yi Xiao reclined within the palanquin, resting upon Ji Ruming's snow-white and gentle thigh, exuding an air of languor. Meanwhile, Ji Ruming delicately peeled spiritual fruits one by one, feeding them into his mouth. The current Ji Ruming bore none of the former pride and nobility of the saintess of the hidden ruins, entirely embodying the demeanor of a maidservant. Time flowed by. As the Tao sect's discourse was about to commence, many holy sons from various clans and disciples of grand teachings began to arrive in the ancient city of the heavenly path. Numerous young supremes, rarely seen in ordinary times, gathered within the ancient city, awaiting the descent of the Tao sect's son to engage in discourse. It was said that this son was born with divine eyes, a reincarnation of a mighty being, possessing profound understanding of the heavens and the earth, having glimpsed his true self in the cycle of reincarnation. His status within the holy state was hardly inferior to that of the young emperor of the imperial court or the eternal life son. On what grounds do you drive us out? In front of the Wanbao pavilion in the ancient city of the heavenly path. A young maiden clad in azure garments wore an expression of resentment, her dark, expressive eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Behind her, a youth in a brown robe cast furtive glances her way, his face etched with embarrassment as he frequently turned to survey the surrounding crowd. The girl, though pure of countenance and lacking the opulence of others like Gu Mingyue, exuded a certain vivacity and innocence. At that moment, she stood before the Wanbao pavilion, gazing at the throng of black-clad servants blocking her path, enveloped in a sense of helplessness and humility. The young master of the Yun Tian ancient sect is selecting spiritual treasures at the Wanbao pavilion. No outsiders are permitted entry, sneered a man with a scarred face, showing no regard for the two young figures before him. While the Yun Tian ancient city may not be the pinnacle of power in the holy province, it was still considered a second-rate sect. Moreover, the Yun Tian ancient sect had the backing of the Radiant Sun sacred sect, rendering it quite renowned in the vicinity of the Tiandao ancient city. How can this be? Yu Qingji clenched her silver teeth, turning to the youth behind her. Li Fan, did you not say that the Tiandao city is a sacred place for cultivation, where the Tao sect upholds equality among all? Junior sister, let us not create a scene. We should leave, Li Fan replied with a wry smile, a sigh of helplessness escaping his lips. As a true disciple of the heavenly sword sect, he was somewhat well known in their mountainous region. But where were they now? This was Tiandao City, the most illustrious ancient city in the holy province, where even a dog might hail from a sacred sect or an immortal lineage, entities far beyond their reach. Furthermore, what manner of place was the Wanbao Pavilion? Behind the Wanbao Pavilion lies the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the largest trading establishment in the 3,000 Daos, housing countless spiritual treasures and divine materials. With the meager resources in Li Fan's hands, it is inconceivable that he could afford even a single talisman, let alone the divine materials within the Wanbao Pavilion. Oh! Yu Qingji's expression froze, particularly in response to the mockery and disdain evident on the faces of those around her, which stirred an indescribable sense of humiliation within her. In her eyes, her senior brother was her greatest support, capable of anything. Yet, witnessing the dark cloud that loomed over Li Fan's face, the remnants of her dignity were utterly trampled. Two country bumpkins daring to aspire to enter the Wanbao Pavilion? They should take a moment to reflect on themselves. The scarred man scoffed, his scorn unmasked. Just as his words fell, a gentle and composed voice unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. Is the Yun Tian Guzong truly so impressive? Chapter 32. Are you a songstress? It is often said that human strength surpasses circumstances. Yun Tian ancient sect? I have never heard of it. Suddenly, a rough and playful laughter echoed from nearby, instantly capturing the attention of those around. Who dares to insult my Yun Tian ancient sect? Before the scarred man could react, a brilliant golden fist imprint descended with thunderous force, crashing directly onto his chest. In an instant, the servant, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Soul Sea, was obliterated, his flesh and bones scattered across the ground. A hush fell over the world. Following this, the ancient city was filled with gasps of astonishment. Everyone gazed at the tall figure striding forth, their eyes reflecting profound shock. In Tiandao ancient city, there are two ironclad laws. First, during the discourse of the Tao, No protector may enter the city, except for the current prodigies and the cultivators residing within. Second, fighting within the ancient city is strictly regulated, and killing is strictly prohibited. Anyone, regardless of their sect origins, who violates these two laws will face expulsion from the ancient city at best, or be ruthlessly executed by the city's law enforcement elders at worst. Who is this youth that dares to kill in public? Simultaneously, a deafening hum resonated from the center of the ancient city. A figure clad in white, with snow-white hair, approached, his aura reaching the level of Dao Severance. Senior brother in front of the treasure pavilion. Yu Qingji's gaze trembled as she beheld the remnants of flesh on the ground, a chill rising from her feet that she could not suppress. Do not provoke trouble, you were warned, yet here we stand, on the brink of calamity for the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Fanya gritted his teeth tightly, casting a knowing glance towards Yu Qingji before turning to depart from this place. It is not merely the formidable Yun Tian ancient sect that we cannot afford to offend. Should the law enforcers from the Dao sect in Tian Dao City arrive, it is likely that none of us will leave this day unscathed. Stop! At that moment, a deep, wrathful voice echoed from the treasure pavilion. A stout young man, with small eyes reminiscent of beans, emerged, cradling a flamboyantly dressed woman in his arms. He was none other than Yun He, the scion of the Yun Tian ancient sect. With his chin slightly raised, he scrutinized Yu Qingji and her companion before fixing his gaze upon a tall and robust young man in the distance. Did you kill my servant? It was not us. Li Fanya began, but before he could finish, Yu Qingji stepped forward, positioning herself before Yun He. Though a hint of anxiety colored her expression, she did not falter. Yu Qingji understood that the young man had intervened because he could not abide the cruel treatment of his peers towards her and her fellow disciple. Her master had always taught her that a swordsman must uphold righteousness and stand tall at all times. If she were to flee today, she would carry the burden of regret for the rest of her life. Amidst the crowd, Yi Xiao wore a faint, gentle smile, his gaze towards Yu Qingji imbued with a trace of profundity. The chosen one, Yu Qingji, golden finger, innate sword bone, not yet awakened, identity, junior sister of the Heavenly Sword sect, plot development, subjected to disdain in the city of Heavenly Dao, possessing a self-deprecating and obsessive personality, mistakenly kills the young master of an ancient clan in the Dao sect's secret realm, pursued by powerful clan members, awakens the innate sword bone, triggering a fateful storyline. May I ask the host, do you wish to bind? It is not her. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had initially thought that this fortunate young girl might be Lin Chen's elusive childhood friend. However, her storyline clearly bore no connection to Lin Chen. Nevertheless, for Yi Xiao, how could he bear to let go of this destined individual presented to him, especially one embodying the essence of a sword immortal? It was a trivial matter. Bind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully binding the third fated individual, gaining 3 fate value. Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you kill my servant in the city of Heavenly Dao? Yun He scoffed coldly, striding towards Yu Qingji. As a vassal force of the Daesun Holy Sect, Yun He may not be exceptionally powerful, yet he held a certain reputation in the city of Heavenly Dao. Junior sister, what are you doing? Are you truly willing to lead our Heavenly Sword sect to ruin? Li Wen gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger boiling within him, casting a fierce glare at Yu Qingji. Yun He, young master, it's a misunderstanding. Smack. But just as his words fell, Yun He raised a chubby hand and struck him forcefully across the face. Even so, Li Fen dared not exhibit a trace of anger, bowing and smiling, urging the young master to temper his wrath. Temper his wrath? Yun He cast a scrutinizing glance at Yu Qingji, a sinister smile gradually emerging on his plump face. It was not impossible, but a more suitable location would be required for such a reprieve. At that moment, a melodious sound of a sword resonated from the distant void. Yi Xiao flicked his finger, unleashing a stream of sword energy that pierced through the air, striking directly beneath Yun He. Ah! After a momentary silence, a heart-wrenching, desperate scream abruptly echoed throughout the realm. Yun He's body began to curl in on itself, blood gushing forth beneath him, a truly harrowing sight. In that instant, the sunlight appeared to dim, leaving only shades of red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan, but devoid of blue and violet. Has it extinguished now? As a deep, gentle voice emerged, a figure clad in white stepped forth, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Wow! What a handsome young man. Surely, he is too striking. I too wish to be pierced by him. The eyes of the proud daughters of the clans flickered with intrigue, their lips parting slightly. Stop! Suddenly, a rush of wind echoed from above. Following that, an enraged, aged voice thundered, instilling a sense of dread. A white-haired elder descended from the heavens, pursued by numerous attendants clad in silver-white battle armor. It was the enforcement elder of Tiandao City, Lu Shan. Elder L. I implore you to take my side. He. Mutilated. Sob. Mutilated. Yun he cried out in anguish, crawling towards El Mountain, leaving behind a crimson trail of blood that was both striking and harrowing, causing Yu Qingji to pale in fear and retreat incessantly. The Tianjian sect, to which she belonged, was but an inconspicuous minor sect surrounding Tiandao City, lacking even the qualifications to participate in the Daozi discourse. She had accompanied Li Fan on this journey, initially hoping to broaden her horizons, yet she had not anticipated encountering such calamity. Now, before the formidable El Mountain, a master of the severing Dao realm, her resolve wavered. With a resounding thud, before Yun he could reach El Mountain, Yitsong delivered another kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Are you a songstress? Here to sing for me while you mutilate? He mocked, his voice laced with disdain. Preposterous, Elder L bellowed, his countenance darkening further. It was the first time he had witnessed such audacity in Tiandao City. Yet, at the moment the young man in white raised his gaze, El Mountain's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment, his eyes wide as if beholding something utterly unfathomable. Subsequently, the law enforcement elder of Tiandao City strode directly to Yun He. Elder L, I beseech you to take my side. Yun He pleaded. You are indeed a songstress. Under the astonished stares of the onlookers, El Mountain stepped forward, mercilessly crushing Yun He's skull beneath his foot. A thick, metallic scent of blood permeated the air, while Yi Shao casually strode past El Mountain, making his way into the Wanbao Pavilion. Would you care to peruse the interior? Yi Shao suddenly halted, turning to gaze at the motionless Yu Qingji beside him. A gentle, faint smile graced his remarkably handsome visage. In that fleeting moment, Yu Qingji felt the tension enveloping her, her heart racing, and even the tips of her ears flushed with a rosy hue. My lord, may I enter? Of course. Tiandao City is a realm where all are equal. With an amiable expression, Yi Shao walked alongside Yu Qingji towards the Wanbao Pavilion. We bid farewell to the divine son Yi Shao. Behind them, Lu Shan's throat bobbed as he cast a glance at the lifeless body of Yun He on the ground, swallowing hard. In an instant, the entire Tiandao City was plunged into an eerie silence. What had Elder Lu Shan called him? Chapter 33. Perhaps a reincarnated sword immortal, encountering his fiancée Yi while flirting. He is the son of Yi Shao. As they beheld the bowing and reserved Lu Shan, a look of terror and shock suddenly spread across the faces of the surrounding talented members of various clans. The son of Yi Shao. How dare this Yun He brazenly display arrogance before the sun? He is truly deserving of death. In that instant, the confusion that had lingered in their hearts dissipated completely. They finally understood why this young man in white was able to openly defy the rigid rules of Tiandao City, compelling the elder of the Dao sect to bow in deference. It turned out that he is the most exceptional prodigy in the 3,000 Dao states and the sole son of the Chongsheng Yi clan, Yi Shao. Only when Yi Shao and Yu Qingji entered the Wanbao Pavilion did Lu Shan slowly rise, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Expel all members of the Yunshan ancient sect from Tiandao City. Yes, Elder Lu. Enough. The Yunshan ancient sect has violated the rules of Tiandao City and bullied young girls. Their crimes are heinous. Let them be executed. No, Elder Lu. Spare me. Boom. The entire Tiandao City erupted into chaos. One by one, the divine servants of the Dao sect sprang into action, mercilessly slaughtering the disciples and servants of the Yunshan ancient sect. Blood and dismembered limbs stained the ground, a sight both horrifying and shocking. The onlookers, the talented members of various clans, hastily departed to avoid being caught in the turmoil. Do you see? Rules are always crafted to serve those in power. Only a slender girl with snow-white hair stood at the end of the street, a hint of confusion flickering in her icy blue eyes. Though Yi Xiao displayed a certain arrogance, he did not seem entirely unreasonable. It appeared necessary to find an opportunity to probe him further. She murmured softly to herself before turning and vanishing into the distance. At a distant tavern, Lin Chun furrowed his brow as he stood by the second-floor window, observing the bustling crowd in front of the Wanbao Pavilion. His gaze sharpened slightly. Just moments ago, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure with white hair, and a wry smile crept onto his face. Was it an illusion? It had been 10 years since Lin Shi left the Fire Flame City, and the Lin family had fallen into ruin during that time. Throughout this decade, he and Yu Ji had been honing their skills in the Holy State, seeking ancient relics buried in various locations, hoping to one day reach the pinnacle of the Holy State. During this period, he had also sought news of his sister Lin Shi, yet he had been unable to uncover any information regarding her whereabouts. Xiao Chun, what troubles you? Yu Ji's voice resonated within Lin Chen's soul, laced with a touch of concern. She feared that this boy from a humble village might act irrationally upon seeing Yi Xiao. It's nothing. Lin Chun hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from divulging all the secrets he had kept hidden from Yu Ji, as he had done in the past. Xiao Chun, the godson Yi Xiao has arrived. You must not act impulsively and absolutely must not provoke him again. Since you fear the godson Yi Xiao so much, why don't we simply leave the ancient city of Tiandao now? Lin Chun let out a cold snort, a trace of resentment flickering in his eyes. Although he was unaware that all the machinations of the ancient teachings of Yin ruins were orchestrated by Yi Xiao, he harbored an inexplicable loathing towards him, a sentiment deeply rooted within. You? Xiao Chun. Yu Ji sighed softly, her tone betraying an unmistakable disappointment. Lin Chun took a deep breath, striving to suppress the disdain swelling within him. Rest assured, Senior, I know what must be done. The Daozi will expound on the Dao, and Wanbao Pavilion will undoubtedly present some treasured artifacts. I have a strong intuition that the final fragment of the key to unlocking that inheritance lies within Wanbao Pavilion. Yu Ji's voice turned grave, as the opening of the Taoist secret realm approached. To assist Lin Chun in acquiring the second strand of heavenly spirit fire, she must locate this key. Each time the Daozi discusses the Dao, Wanbao Pavilion seizes the opportunity to auction numerous spiritual treasures. Hopefully, this time, everything will proceed more smoothly and not end in futility like the ancient tomb of Yin ruins. Indeed, Lin Chun nodded gently, his gaze fixed on the 3 fragments of black iron in his hand, a soft sigh escaping his lips. For reasons unknown, ever since he laid eyes on Yi Xiao, a deep-seated unease had settled in his heart, making him feel as though his path to immortality had become fraught with greater peril. Meanwhile, within Wanbao Pavilion, Yu Qingji gazed in awe at the dazzling array of spiritual treasures and divine materials before her, her bright, expressive eyes brimming with astonishment. Particularly captivating was an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, which instantly drew Yu Qingji's attention. The Breaking Heaven's Sword Technique. Has the young lady taken a liking to this swordsmanship tome? Currently, Wanbao Pavilion is hosting a grand discourse on the Dao, with all items offered at an exceptional discount of 80%. A maid from the Baoga stood behind Yu Qingji, her voice light and cheerful as she softly introduced, Divine Power. At these words, Yu Qingji's eyes flickered with surprise, and a trace of difficulty appeared on her face. No wonder she sensed a subtle sword intent upon first encountering this sword technique. It turned out to be a divine art of swordsmanship, second only to the supreme laws. Junior sister, it's getting late. I believe we should return to the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, our master might grow anxious. Behind her, Li Fan's complexion was pale as he cautiously glanced at the distant figure in white. Given his status, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in the presence of this son of the Yi family, akin to an ant gazing upon a true dragon. This feeling of insignificance made him exceedingly uncomfortable, longing to flee back to the sect at once. Li Fan had practiced swordsmanship alongside Yu Qingji since childhood, their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts, and he had long regarded her as a cherished sibling. However, the sudden appearance of Yi Xiao instilled within him a profound sense of crisis. Sister, how many spirit stones does this sword technique require? Yu Qingji ignored Li Fan and turned to the maid in red, asking softly, 888 million spirit stones. What? Upon hearing this, not only did Yu Qingji's expression freeze in shock, but even a flicker of incredulity and astonishment appeared in Li Fan's eyes. 8 million spirit stones. This was worth more than his life. Even the entire foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect combined would not suffice to cover even a fraction of this sword technique's cost. Hearing the commotion, Yi Xiao picked up a jade box and approached the two individuals. Do you like it? His face bore a gentle smile, exuding refinement, a stark contrast to the earlier haughty demeanor. It's too expensive, young master, I cannot afford it. Yu Qingji replied with a bittersweet smile, her expression sincere yet tinged with an underlying sense of inadequacy. She understood that today was merely a serendipitous encounter with Yi Xiao. Given her humble background, it would be nearly impossible for her to have any connection with the illustrious scion of the Yi family in her lifetime. No worries, I shall gift it to you, young master. Yu Qingji was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking her head, for it was far too precious for her to accept. Though she hailed from a modest upbringing, she had been educated in the classics and understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. I believe that every encounter in this world is fated. Perhaps when you become a great sword immortal in the future, I might require your protection. Yi Xiao casually tossed a pouch filled with spirit stones to the maid in red, stowing the jade box within his spatial ring, and prepared to leave the treasure pavilion. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a renowned prodigy of the sword in the holy state. Yi Xiao, the divine scion. Yu Qingji grasped her sword technique, and a glimmer of hope and determination gradually surfaced in her dark, clear eyes. Thank you, divine scion. At that moment, she felt unworthy to stand beside him. Yet, Yi Xiao's words provided her immense encouragement, fortifying her resolve in the pursuit of her sword path. Great sword immortal. In contrast to those who incessantly mocked her for her timidity, Yi Xiao at this moment resembled a radiant beam of light, penetrating the very depths of her heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully bestowing the celestial sword technique upon the destined daughter, receiving a 10,000-fold reward. The eternal sword technique, supreme law. Yi Xiao, indeed, possessed immense wealth and resources. At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice echoed from the second floor of the treasure pavilion. A figure clad in phoenix robes gracefully stepped forth, followed closely by an enchanting woman in a dark gown. In an instant, the warmth on Yi Xiao's face began to freeze, as he turned to regard the two figures approaching side by side. Mingyue, what brings you here? I am here. Have I disturbed you? Gu Mingyue's expression was frigid, her gaze indifferent as it flicked toward Yu Qingji. When no one is around, you call me wife. Now you refer to me as Mingyue? With a faint chuckle, before Yi Xiao could utter another word, she strode past the two, heading towards the exit of the treasure pavilion. Yi Xiao shook his head, his expression devoid of any anger, instead adorned with a hint of playful amusement. Was Gu Mingyue feeling jealous? Although she had previously exhibited an air of cold indifference towards Yi Xiao, she had always maintained an elegant and composed demeanor. Yet, the glance she cast at Yu Qingji was unmistakably laced with a hint of threat. Now, disregarding Yi Xiao's presence, she had walked straight out of the Wanbao pavilion. Was this not a manifestation of jealousy? Divine child, it appears that sister may have misunderstood something. Yu Qingji grasped the broken sky sword technique, a look of alarm gracing her delicate features. Given her status, not only was she unworthy of being favored by Yi Xiao, she lacked even the qualifications to serve as a maid. Yet, she could not bear to see Yi Xiao, the divine child, be misjudged because of her, and promptly returned the sword technique to him. It is of no consequence, Yi Xiao replied with a gentle shake of his head, his lips curling into a smile as he turned his gaze toward the enchanting woman clad in black robes. In comparison to contemporary figures such as Gu Mingyue and Yu Qingji, this woman radiated an even more captivating allure. Her figure was voluptuous, her beauty striking, and the undulations of her bosom swayed with each step, while her waist moved with a ripe sensuality. The path of severance. As the largest merchant association in the Holy Province, the Wanbao Merchant Guild's financial power was said to rival that of countless clans within the province, rightfully earning its status as the foremost financial entity, with influence extending across 3,000 Dao states. The Su family, which stood behind the Wanbao Merchant Guild, Although not a lineage of eternal life and lacking any formidable figures above the imperial realm, still commanded respect that deterred even the imperial court from provoking them lightly. While the Su family had not made significant strides in their own cultivation journey, the formidable individuals they gathered under their banner could rival any major sect or ancient clan. Master of Tiandao City, Lu Yenran, pays her respects to the divine child Yishao. Yishao replied with a slight nod, his demeanor having returned to its customary indifference. When did Mingyue arrive? Reporting to the divine child, Empress Gu has been here for an hour. Lu Yenran cast a meaningful glance at Yu Qingji, beckoning her attendant to lead the young lady to select a sacred ancient sword, a token of my cordiality. Although she shared some rapport with Gu Mingyue, Yishao, as the divine scion of the Eternal Leaf clan, was undoubtedly a more worthy connection. To Yishao, a sacred ancient sword might seem trivial, yet for a girl hailing from a modest sect, it was a remarkable fortune. No. Thank you, Master Lu. Yu Qingji stammered, her gaze darting nervously towards Yishao, her delicate hands anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. A sacred ancient sword, a treasure that even her master and ancestors had never encountered. Go on, since it is a gift from Master Lu, it would be foolish to refuse, Yishao said with a gentle smile. Master Lu, what has Mingyue purchased from you? She acquired some rare materials and a few tranquilizing elixirs to suppress demonic intent. Yishao's eyes flickered with intrigue as he nodded slowly, then turned to pursue Gu Mingyue, requesting Master Lu to entertain his two companions. Clearly, his previous conduct in the Yin ruins had aroused Gu Mingyue's suspicions. Now, this Empress of the Phoenix likely believed that Yishao had succumbed to the demonic intent of the slaying immortal sword in his endeavor to rescue her, thus secretly seeking treasures to counteract it. This understanding brought Yishao significantly closer to shattering her resolute heart. Farewell, divine scion. Lu Yenran bowed respectfully, her countenance adorned with a humble and gentle smile. Kindly consider what else might be required. Today all will be accounted to me, Lu, she said. No need, thank you, Master Lu. Yu Qingji's expression was one of sorrow. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such treatment. In that moment, certain shackles within her heart shattered, giving rise to deeper yearnings and aspirations. There is a saying, to witness the heavens while being but an ant is the cruelest of fates. They gradually become enslaved by desire, either crushing their resolve or succumbing to power. Miss Yu, take this Bai Yun's sword. Otherwise, it would be a slight to me, Lu insisted. Junior sister, could it be that the divine son Yishao has taken a liking to you? Li Fan remarked darkly, his gaze fixated on the spiritual sword in Yu Qingji's hand. What are you saying, senior brother? How could the divine son possibly be interested in an ordinary woman like myself? Yu Qingji replied, her lips pursed, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes. You should understand the situation well. The divine son's fiancée is none other than the renowned Phoenix Empress Gu Mingyue, the most beautiful woman across the 3,000 Dao states. Even those aspiring to be his maidservants are the proud descendants of supreme immortal sections. In his eyes, you are but a mere plaything, Li Fan said solemnly, with a weighty sigh. Senior brother, please do not project your sordid thoughts onto the divine son, Yu Qingji said, her brows furrowing as she cast a cold glance at Li Fan. She knew she was not worthy of Yishao, yet she was determined to strive for him to notice her. For your own good, it would be wise for you to relinquish certain misguided thoughts. Come. It seems we shall not return to the sect tonight. I shall venture to catch a few wild chickens and prepare your favorite drumsticks. Though Li Fan's heart was filled with resentment, his countenance betrayed a fade of concern. Just as the two were about to depart from Tiandao City, a tall and robust figure stood quietly outside the Wanbao Pavilion, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Miss Yu, this is the Dao sect's divine decree. The son of the Dao has indicated that if you are interested, you may visit the Dao sect in 3 days to undergo trials in the secret realms. Yitsong extended a golden decree to Yu Qingji before turning away without further ado. What? The Dao sect's divine decree? This is the most esteemed symbol of identity within the Dao sect, with fewer than 10 such decrees existing throughout the entire holy province. In that moment, even Li Fan, with his temperament, felt a twinge of envy towards Yu Qingji. With this decree, she would not only gain unrestricted access to the Dao sect and the teachings of the Dao ancestor but also the opportunity to enter the secret realms for trials. Such an opportunity is a celestial fortune for any prodigy from the 3,000 Tao states. Yi Xiao, the son of the Tao. Yu Qingji lightly covered her lips with her delicate hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As a disciple from a humble mountain sect, she had never encountered such a rare stroke of fortune. Suddenly, she felt that the chicken leg Li Fun had previously roasted for her paled in comparison. In contrast to the sword techniques and ancient swords she held, this elevation in status and identity was the true allure that Yu Qingji found utterly irresistible. The ancient token, casually bestowed upon her by the enigmatic Yi Xiao, elevated her from the status of an insignificant maiden of a minor sect to a distinguished guest among the most powerful forces in the Holy Prefecture. She could scarcely fathom the emotions that would engulf her upon her arrival at the Tao sect, a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. At this moment, Yu Qingji found herself engulfed in confusion, pondering why Yi Xiao would extend such benevolence towards her, even at the risk of inciting the jealousy of his betrothed, the Empress Gu. Little junior sister, little junior sister. Li Fun gazed at Yu Qingji, whose eyes were glazed and whose expression was awash with a rosy hue, and he felt a sudden itch at the back of his head. Little junior sister, given your current realm, if you were to recklessly venture into the Tao sect's secret domain, it could lead to dire consequences. Senior brother, I wish to give it a try. Chapter 35. The Showdown. Sincerity is the ultimate strategy to conquer the Empress Mingyue. Please allow me to explain. In the heart of Tiandao City, Yi Xiao trailed behind Gu Mingyue, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Mingyue? Beside him, Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze growing increasingly indifferent and frigid. Her journey to Wanbage was not merely to seek the materials to break the Nirvana seal. Rather, it was to procure elixirs and divine herbs capable of suppressing demonic intent and purifying the heart of Tao for Yi Xiao. After Yi Xiao was gravely wounded by the ancestral spirit of Yin Su, there was a real possibility of him being tainted by malevolent forces. Gu Mingyue had always harbored a sense of guilt regarding this. Now, with her Tao heart in a state of confusion, she found herself harboring faint expectations for this incarnation of Yi Xiao. Yet today, upon witnessing him brazenly defy the ironclad laws of Tiandao City to publicly slay a young master from an ancient sect for the sake of a woman he had just met, and lavishly spending millions of spirit stones to win her favor, Gu Mingyue suddenly felt that her previous emotions had been rather trivial. Please, hear me out. Yi Xiao let out a bitter laugh, suddenly grasping Gu Mingyue's delicate hand and pulling her close. Very well, I shall listen. Gu Mingyue took a deep breath, her expression cold as she regarded Yi Xiao. At this moment, no matter what Yi Xiao might say, she had resolved not to believe him again. She bears an uncanny resemblance to my mother in her youth, huh? In an instant, Gu Mingyue's countenance froze. Her red lips parted in astonishment, caught between words. She was all too familiar with Yi Xiao's background. It was said that his mother was neither of the holy state nor a righteous figure. In the past, Yi Xiao's father dominated the world, clad in white and unmatched, attracting the admiration of countless noble women from various clans. Yet, in the end, this most formidable dragon of the Yi family chose a woman from the demonic path as his wife, defiantly opposing the myriad clans of the holy state. After giving birth to Yi Xiao, this demonic woman vanished without a trace, never to return to the Yi family. Consequently, Yi Xiao's father embarked on a journey across the realms, disappearing from the public eye. Thus, Yi Xiao grew up under the care of his grandfather, Yi Zhantian, seemingly enjoying a life of grandeur, yet he had never experienced the warmth of parental affection. Yi Xiao, if I truly sought a concubine, would I choose an inconspicuous, ordinary girl from a minor sect? Yi Xiao shook his head, his expression gradually turning cold. Gu Mingyue, do you regard me as so unworthy? Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled, especially upon seeing the hint of disappointment in Yi Xiao's eyes, which intensified the guilt in her heart. Indeed, he is the divine son of the Yi family, revered by the 9 veins, possessing celestial beauty and grace. Given Yi Xiao's stature, if he desired a concubine, all the noble clans of the holy state would line up to present their finest daughters before him. So it turns out, I have misjudged him? I just heard that Master Lu mentioned you selected some spiritual materials to suppress demonic intent. What is it, Mingyue? Are you on guard against something? Yi Xiao suddenly laughed, his tone growing distinctly indifferent. Is it unreasonable to act so? Who wouldn't? Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xiao could subtly clarify the matter regarding his demonic form. Since Gu Mingyue had long been aware of the secret yet never disclosed it, it proves her desire to personally expose Yi Xiao and avenge her past self. At such a juncture, even if Yi Xiao were to reveal his true intentions, there would be no risk of exposure. Instead, it would gradually lead Gu Mingyue to develop a false sense of security. If Yi Xiao dares to acknowledge the secret of his demonic form, what else is there to conceal? What Yi Xiao intends to do next is to completely burden Lin Chen with the stigma of evil. Given Gu Mingyue's nature and her identity of reincarnation, it is impossible for her not to discern certain clues. At this moment, Yi Xiao's proactive admission might instead alleviate her inner grievances, preventing her from rejecting his future schemes. Most importantly, Gu Mingyue harbors a love that has turned to deep-seated hatred, possessing feelings for Yi Xiao that are nearly profound. Gu Mingyue's delicate face stiffened slightly as she glanced at the surrounding crowd, her jade-like hand gradually tightening into a fist. She knows Yi Xiao too well. The calmer he appears, the more perilous he becomes. Now, her only uncertainty lies in the true origin of Yi Xiao's demonic intent. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Gu Mingyue replied indifferently, her body beneath the resplendent red robe gradually tensing, ever vigilant against Yi Xiao's potential strike. This man has always preferred to err on the side of extreme caution. Even though she is his fiancée, should his ambitions for supremacy be threatened, he would act without hesitation. Especially the faint aura of murderous intent emanating from Yi Xiao sends shivers down her spine, her gaze growing increasingly icy. At this critical moment, does Mingyue still intend to conceal her thoughts? My heterochromatic eyes grant me a glimpse into the future. Previously, I was tainted by the malevolent intent of the ancient sword, and I envisioned a scene from my wedding night. Yi Xiao, Gu Mingyue exclaimed, utterly astonished that Yi Xiao would openly admit to being influenced by dark forces. Although I have managed to suppress this malevolence for now, should there come a day when I truly succumb to its influence and commit acts that could harm you? Yi Xiao sighed deeply, his gaze more solemn than ever. You must remember, should that day arrive, to slay me without hesitation. What? Before Gu Mingyue could articulate her thoughts, Yi Xiao suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his grip tightening gradually. This very action allowed Gu Mingyue to genuinely perceive the turmoil and helplessness within him. The illustrious scion of the Yi family, an unparalleled prodigy, revealed such vulnerability before her. This was not merely trust. It was the mutual reliance that Gu Mingyue had once yearned for. Yi Xiao, I once heard Master Lu say that there exist 9 imperial symbols in this world, fundamental to the celestial fortunes of the 3,000 Tao states, inherently restraining malevolence. They may hold the power to suppress the celestial causality within the ancient sword. This time, Gu Mingyue did not resist. Instead, she lay quietly in Yi Xiao's arms, softly murmuring. Although it was impossible for her to forgive him entirely or forget the events of their past life, at this moment, after Yi Xiao bared his soul, the barrier within her heart began to fracture, if only slightly. Let us speak further. With my innate Taoist essence, I can temporarily suppress this malevolent intent, though I am uncertain whether it will awaken again as my cultivation progresses. Yi Xiao smiled nonchalantly as he retrieved a jade box from his Chenquin ring and handed it to Gu Mingyue. In truth, the information regarding the 9 imperial talismans was deliberately disclosed by him earlier. How could a mere antagonist like him seek such ancient divine artifacts without the aid of a destined individual? According to the system, if he were to gather all 9 imperial talismans, he could cause the primordial ancestor talisman to metamorphose into the sole chaotic ancient treasure of the 3,000 Tao provinces. At that time, he would not only wield this talisman to dominate the cosmos, but he would also usher in a true era of celestial grandeur. Yi Xiao harbored an inkling that the connection between the ever-changing demon body and the primordial ancestor talisman was intertwined with a genuine celestial secret, likely linked to the great calamity between immortals and demons of yore. What is this? Gu Mingyue's expression faltered, her eyes reflecting surprise as she slowly opened the jade box, revealing a white jade spirit hairpin, its radiant aura exuding an ethereal quality. I happened to purchase it during my visit to the Wanbao Pavilion, believing it to complement your essence beautifully, Yi Xiao remarked. Gu Mingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In comparison to the numerous spiritual treasures Yi Xiao had gifted her before, this hairpin appeared quite ordinary. However, such intimate tokens were reserved for the closest of individuals. In that moment, Gu Mingyue felt an inexplicable wave of emotion swell within her heart, her gaze shimmering with a hint of mist. In this life and the next, what she has always yearned for has never been a divine partner or the pinnacle of the Holy Land, but rather the sincere affection of Yi Xiao. Of course, any lingering resentment from Yu Qingji has now completely dissipated. Mingyue, I do not expect you to accept me all at once, but could you perhaps grant me a measure of trust in the days to come? You are my wife. If even you cannot believe in me, who in this world would be willing to do so? As the moment seemed ripe, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Upon hearing his words, Gu Mingyue did not react with the same resistance as before, but instead gently nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. Mingyue, you are responsible for your beauty, and I shall arrange the flowers. I have heard that Ji Ruming has been residing in the Yi family for some time. Gu Mingyue tucked away her jade hairpin and lifted her gaze towards Yi Xiao, a hint of profundity flickering in her eyes. According to the narrative of my previous life, Ji Ruming had already met her demise in the ancient tomb of Yin Su at this juncture. Yi Xiao should not have been entangled with her in any manner whatsoever. I had taken her as a maid to validate Lin Chen's slaughter of the prodigies from various sects within the tomb. Yi Xiao gently nodded, taking hold of Gu Mingyue's delicate hand, and retrieved a white jade spirit pin from its box, delicately placing it amidst her tresses. A maid? Such a tender gesture stirred the depths of Gu Mingyue's gaze, sending ripples through her heart. Even though she could not ascertain whether Yi Xiao's intentions were genuine or feigned, she felt a warmth at this moment, accompanied by a subtle joy. This affection was something the previous incarnation of Yi Xiao had never bestowed upon her. I have always sensed that Lin Chen was not an ordinary man. Ji Ruming informed me that he sought a token of discourse, and it was highly likely that he would appear in the ancient city of Tiandao, leaving behind a potential calamity that could spell great trouble in the future. Yi Xiao sighed softly, his expression gradually becoming grave. Are you intending to use Ji Ruming to draw out Lin Chen? Gu Mingyue nodded slightly, immediately discerning Yi Xiao's intentions. At present, Lin Chen must harbor a deep hatred for me and will undoubtedly seek ways to deal with me, hence my plan. Yi Xiao leaned close to Gu Mingyue's ear, whispering a few words that caused her eyes to narrow slightly, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her. Such a disposition truly aligns with the Yi Xiao she envisioned in her heart. Cold-blooded, ruthless, and profoundly enigmatic. Yi Xiao, Lin Chen is not to be underestimated. You would do well to exercise caution. In truth, Gu Mingyue is indifferent to Yi Xiao's methods. In the past, she had mercilessly slain numerous contemporary prodigies for the sake of her fiancé, revealing that she is no stranger to ruthless actions. However, in her previous life, Lin Chen had defied all odds, vanquishing countless youthful supreme beings, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the holy state, which speaks volumes of his character. Rest assured. Are you not familiar with my methods? Yi Xiao smiled brilliantly, exuding an air of effortless confidence and composure, as if he were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Such charisma left Gu Mingyue momentarily dazed. She felt there was a deeper meaning in Yi Xiao's words. At that moment, a figure suddenly approached from the distant street. It was Yi Tsong. Upon seeing him, Gu Mingyue hurriedly extricated herself from Yi Xiao's embrace, her face momentarily registering surprise. If memory serves her correctly, in her previous life, the first person Yi Xiao had slain upon ascending to the position of the Divine Sun was none other than this heir of the tyrant body. Yi Tsong, with his domineering nature, had never bowed to anyone and had met his end at the hands of Yi Xiao, his head displayed publicly to instill fear in the 9 branches of the Yi family. Yet, the current demeanor of this heir from the Yi family towards Yi Xiao is marked by utmost deference, an utterly baffling sight. Could it be that her rebirth has truly altered the destinies of others and influenced the order of heaven? Has everything been handled? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Yi Tsong. Divine Son, if everything is in order, then I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments with the Empress. Yi Tsong scratched his head and turned to dash towards the center of the city. Remarkable. What empress or saint could resist the allure of the divine child? Let it not be said that if Yi Tsong were a woman, under the radiance of Yi Xiao, even familial affection would undergo transformation. Yi Xiao, a disciple of the Tao, surrounded by the elite, would do well to temper his demeanor. Gu Mingyue's expression regained its former icy composure, her garments billowing, standing in sublime independence. The Taoist disciple from the Tao sect, in a previous life, similarly acquired profound opportunities within the ancient secret realms, intertwined with the essence of reincarnation. Furthermore, he appeared to harbor persistent sentiments towards Gu Mingyue. "My dear, are you expressing concern for me?" Yi Xiao smiled warmly, gazing deeply into Gu Mingyue's eyes. "I find myself increasingly fond of you. Perhaps in the future, you could take on the role of a radiant beauty?" "Oh," Gu Mingyue's countenance faltered, caught off guard by Yi Xiao's sudden affection. "I shall take charge of arranging flowers." Just as her heart rippled with emotions, she heard Yi Xiao's teasing remark. "You, shameless." Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, a blush rising upon her delicate face, swiftly turning to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao stretched his limbs and strolled towards the city. It was evident that Gu Mingyue no longer exhibited the same aversion towards him as before. With continued effort, Yi Xiao would undoubtedly succeed in fully opening the heart of this empress of the immortal dynasty. As for Yu Qingji, the fated woman embodying the essence of a sword immortal, her sentiments were righteous, yet beneath it all, she bore a humble nature, likely a striking contrast. It would be wise to remain vigilant and address matters in due time. "Remember, my brother, we must cultivate a heart devoid of women, rather than a life devoid of women." Buzz. At that moment, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from the distant city. In an instant, a layer of silvery frost adorned the streets and towers of the ancient city, enveloped in a mist that floated gracefully, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Such an astonishing chill instantly caused Yi Xiao's eyes to narrow with intrigue, a playful smile gracing his lips. His figure vanished from the spot, making his way towards the central Tiandao Tower, the very venue where the Daozi expounded their teachings and the Tianjiao banquet was held. "Make way." Before the Tiandao Tower stood a young maiden clad in an ice-blue gown, her snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall. With a delicate frown, she was none other than Luo Xian, the princess of the Luo god clan. Her beauty was already striking, and her white hair and blue eyes exuded an ethereal divinity, an innate nobility that compelled one to delve deeper into her essence. At that moment, her bare feet touched the ground, and an aura of coldness radiated around her, reminiscent of a snow maiden from mythology, untouched by the mundane world. "Hee, my dear lady, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend you." A young man in silver-white battle armor, with a dignified visage, remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. The commotion soon attracted numerous Tianjiao from the surroundings, all eyes fixated on the imposing figure clad in silver armor, their gazes sharpening with recognition. "Tianlei Shangzi, Lei Wu Di." Among the crowd, Lin Chun furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards the Tiandao Tower. His disdain for these ostentatious scions of powerful clans, who wielded their influence with impunity, was palpable. However, when his eyes fell upon the graceful silhouette in blue, his expression suddenly froze. "Sheer." At this moment he trembled all over, his blood surging, eager to rush towards the heavenly Dao Tower. "Xiao Chun, what is wrong?" "Senior, that girl is my sister." Lin Chen's expression was one of intense agitation. He had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Lin Shi, but he never anticipated such a dire situation. "Sheer has grown. Sister? Is she the Lin Shi you mentioned as missing?" "Xiao Chen, do not act impulsively. The son of the Night Hawk is also in the city. Should your identity be revealed, it would spell disaster for your sister." Yu Ji let out a soft sigh, causing Lin Chun to halt abruptly. "Indeed, the Night Hawk is in the city. If he recognizes Sheer, it could lead to both their demise. This young lady must be visiting Heavenly Dao City for the first time, right? Without a Taoist decree, you cannot enter the Heavenly Dao Tower." Lei Wudi, a robust figure with a face exuding stern authority, wore a genial smile. On either side of his cheeks, silver lightning patterns resembled two formidable fangs, instilling a sense of awe. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the divine wheel. Though not a youthful supreme, his mastery of thunder techniques was fierce and overpowering, rendering him a terrifying combatant. It is said that within Lei Wudi flowed an ancient divine thunder. When unleashed, it bore the capacity to annihilate the heavens and the earth. At this moment, he gazed at the slender, snow-skinned woman before him, his eyes revealing unmasked astonishment. He was particularly fond of such petite and youthful beauties, delicate and fragrant, and he wished for her to wear twin ponytails. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, there will never be any congestion. May I inquire about your standing in Tiandao City, Lei Wudi? If you wish to enter Tiandao Tower, I can escort you. No need, Luoshi replied, her brow furrowing as a wave of nausea washed over her. Her grandmother had warned her that when men offered undue attentiveness, it was merely a guise for their lustful intentions. At her words, a flicker of darkness crossed Lei Wudi's eyes. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and poise in front of the crowd, for to do otherwise would betray his impatience. Miss, did you not comprehend my words? I said I can lead you into Tiandao Tower. Are you unable to understand human speech? Luo Shi's expression turned icy, causing the very atmosphere around them to chill to an unbearable degree. Oh, at the end of the street, an elderly blind man, grasping a bamboo staff, sat before a tea-house, a flicker of surprise flashing across his gaunt, aged face. The guardian lineage? No wonder. Suddenly, he produced an ancient scroll from within his garments and, using his finger as a quill, meticulously inscribed a name. Impudence! Lei Wudi bellowed, his body radiating with a dazzling silver light, lightning patterns coursing across his form. In the holy state, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Aside from the likes of the divine son of Yishao, the Taoist sect Estaozi, and the saint son of the great sun. By this count, there were indeed quite a few who would dare to address him so. Yet, it was utterly unacceptable for this girl, who couldn't even gain entry to Tiandao Tower, to do so. Lei Wudi, do you dare? Among the crowd, Lin Chen's gaze was fixed upon the resplendent figure of silver light, his expression already contorted with fury. Xiao Chen, do not act impulsively. With your current cultivation level, even if you intervene, you cannot aid Lin Shi. Rather, you may inadvertently cause her harm. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chun clenched his fist, initially overcome by fury, yet gradually regained his composure. At that moment, he sensed an undercurrent of disdain in Yu Ji's words. The feeling of being belittled and mocked surged back, as if all past grievances had returned. Had Lin Chun been able to acquire the treasures within the Yinsu ancient tomb, he would not have found himself in such a plight, helplessly witnessing his sister being humiliated and bullied. Now, burdened with the title of a demon, he knew that rashly revealing himself would only invite endless trouble. Sire, fret not. As long as I can obtain the heavenly spirit fire from the Tao sect's secret realm, I shall personally ensure the decapitation of Lei Wudi. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rippled through the crowd. A figure in a purple dress approached, her waist swaying with an enchanting charm. Her attire was strikingly provocative, the dress hemmed high, revealing a pair of long, graceful legs. The creamy, rounded curves of her form were barely concealed, swaying enticingly with each step. It was Hu Meier, the holy maiden of the Tian Mei sect. Upon her arrival, Lei Wudi furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting not desire but a flicker of apprehension. In contrast, the surrounding young talents of various clans flushed with excitement, their mouths watering, as if ensnared by a bewitching spell. Hey, holy maiden who, you are as radiant as ever. I wonder how many young talents fell under your spell last night? Lei Wudi sneered. In the entirety of Saint State, none are unaware of Hu Meier, who possesses an innate allure, having cultivated the most potent charm techniques of the Tian Mei sect, the Bihua Chaoyuan Great Method. Those who fall under her enchantment ultimately find themselves drained of their essence, reduced to her devoted servants. As for last night, one was expected, one arrived, and one has just come. Hu Meier stifled a soft laugh, her enchanting gaze glimmering as it settled upon Luo Shi, her delicate tongue lightly caressing her lips. What a beautiful young girl. Lei Wudi, your taste is commendable. Hu Meier, do you dare to covet what I desire? Lei Wudi's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at Luo Shi. He warned, if you come any closer, I fear you shall be left with nothing but your bones. With that, he reached out to take Luo Shi's delicate hand. Get away. Luo Shi's charming face turned icy, a chilling light swirling in her palm as she forcefully swatted Lei Wudi's hand away. Foolhardy. Despite Lei Wudi's remarkable restraint, He could no longer contain his fury after Luo Shi's repeated rejections. As the esteemed saint son of thunder, a paragon of his generation, he found himself humiliated by a mere woman from a minor clan, one who could not even enter the hall of heavenly Tao. Should word of this spread, how could he ever boast or drink with his fellow sons and daughters of the saints again? With a rumble, Lei Wudi extended his hand, lightning crackling around him, intent on forcibly capturing Luo Shi. Isn't it a known decree of the heavenly Tao city that no violence is permitted within its walls? At that moment, a gentle and serene voice unexpectedly resonated from the distant street. In an instant, the fury in Lei Wudi's eyes quietly dissipated as he turned to gaze into the crowd. Who could it be? Even with his status, he would not dare to truly violate the ironclad laws of the Tao sect. Otherwise, being expelled from Tiandao City would be a minor inconvenience compared to the loss of the opportunity to enter the secret realm of the Tao sect. Yi Xiao. Upon seeing the young man clad in white, his demeanor gentle, Lei Wudi's body suddenly trembled, and the radiance of lightning that enveloped him faded away. Yi Xiao, the son of the Yi family. Beside him, Hu Meyer gasped, her eyes filled with admiration. As the scion of the illustrious Changsheng Yi family, he stood unparalleled in the holy state, second only to the emperor. Furthermore, this divine youth possessed an ethereal beauty and an otherworldly grace that was simply intoxicating. Yi Xiao. Only Luo Shi felt a slight tremor in her gaze, an undercurrent of wariness lurking within. Her journey away from the Luo god clan, spanning thousands of miles to the holy state, was solely to confront Yi Xiao. She could not believe that Lin Chun would be a malevolent entity who slaughtered dozens of clan heirs. Yet, witnessing Yi Xiao's decisive subjugation of the Yun Tian sect's young master, as he came to the aid of a vulnerable woman, had slightly shifted her perception of him. Now, seeing him assertively emerge to defend her, this change seemed even more pronounced. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding between him and her brother Lin Chun? This son of the Yi family, with his celestial appearance and noble elegance, seemed far removed from being a truly wicked individual. What would be the proper punishment for taking action privately within Tiandao City? Yi Xiao raised his gaze towards the two disciples of the Tao sect standing before the heavenly Tao tower, his tone devoid of emotion. According to the law, the punishment could be expulsion from heavenly Tao City at best, or death on the spot at worst. The two disciples swallowed hard, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. In the heart of heavenly Tao City, Lei Wudi brazenly abducts women. Is there still a semblance of law? Is there still justice? Yi Xiao's expression turned solemn, his words resonating with righteousness, immediately stirring the hearts of those around him, their gazes filled with admiration. The Son of Heaven, the beacon of righteousness. Previously, Yi Xiao had made a name for himself in heavenly Tao City by decisively punishing Yun He. Now, with Yun He ignited and reduced to ashes, Yi Xiao once again displayed the grandeur of the sun, unafraid of tyranny, protecting the weak, truly a paragon for our generation. I propose that the elders in charge of law enforcement in heavenly Tao City take immediate action to execute Lei Wudi. As Yi Xiao's voice echoed, a profound silence enveloped the entire heavenly Tao City. Is it truly to execute him? Lei Wudi gulped nervously, cursing inwardly. He dared not provoke Yi Xiao, yet he did not wish for death either. You hold yourself in such high regard, thinking that by killing me you establish justice and law? He chuckled derisively. Yi Xiao, my dear son, there has been a misunderstanding. I merely wished to assist her in entering the heavenly Tao Tower. Is that so? It seems you are the one who wishes to enter, he retorted. Fear not, little sister, for Yi Xiao is here. This beast cannot harm you. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly reached out and gently stroked Luo Shi's delicate face. Instantly, a blush of crimson blossomed on the cheeks of the princess of the Luo god clan, her hands twisting nervously in front of her, clearly flustered. Such an intimate gesture left Lin Chen's expression contorted, feeling more distress than if he had been slain. First a friend, then a sister, and ultimately a little darling? Chapter 38. I will quietly watch you pretend. Gu Mingyue's death stare. While the laws of Tiandao City prohibit murder, it seems there are no regulations against slaying beasts, is there? Yi Xiao, with an imposing demeanor, strode directly toward Lei Wudi. This scene caused Lin Chun to clench his jaws tightly, nearly shattering his molars in frustration. How could Yi Xiao outshine everyone so effortlessly? Lin Shi, my innocent and gradually warming little sister, would she perhaps harbor gratitude towards Yi Xiao for this? After all, even a primordial spirit like Yu Ji had altered her stance due to Yi Xiao's presence. Senior, if I were to use spiritual transmission to remind Sheer, would that be permissible? Lin Chen inhaled deeply. He had already lost so much and could not afford to lose this sister as well. It would be best not to. Setting aside whether your cultivation level can evade the attention of the Taoist experts in this place, can you ensure that Lin Shi will hear your voice without revealing any flaw? Yu Ji sighed softly, her gaze toward Yi Xiao laden with apprehension. She sensed that this scion of the Yi family possessed methods far more terrifying than they appeared. If Lin Chen's identity were to be exposed, it would lead to certain demise. Am I to merely stand by and watch Sheer be deceived and bullied? Lin Chen's expression contorted with rage, his silent roar echoing in his heart. With Yi Xiao present, surely no one would dare to torment Lin Shi any longer. Yi Xiao, all you know is Yi Xiao. Just as Lin Chen seethed with impotent fury, he suddenly noticed Yi Xiao in front of the Tiandao Tower, emitting a soft exclamation as he turned to gaze at him. In an instant, the murderous aura emanating from Lin Chen dissipated, rendering him unable to meet Yi Xiao's gaze, and he silently melted into the crowd. Could he have recognized me? It seemed implausible. Lin Chen's mind quaked, utterly bewildered as to why, despite having concealed his appearance and masked his presence, he still caught Yi Xiao's attention. Senior? At this moment, even Yu Ji was so frightened that she curled up within the soul ring, scarcely daring to breathe. She had an ominous premonition that Lin Chen had indeed fallen into a cataclysmic conspiracy. Yi Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. Lei Wudi's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. His hands clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the fury boiling within. He was no fool. Yi Xiao's ability to overshadow the 9 branches of the Yi family and ascend to the position of the divine heir spoke volumes about his strength. Although the vast majority present had never witnessed the Yi family's divine heir in action, the mere title carried an immense weight of intimidation. You seem quite pleased when you bully others. Yi Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he extended his hand, intricate symbols swirling in his palm, resembling a vast void seal, which he pushed forward with force. The entire Tiandao city erupted in a clamor once more. All eyes were drawn to the 2 figures locked in confrontation, their gazes filled with profound shock and anticipation. Lei Wudi, as his name suggests, is a formidable presence. This heavenly Thunder Saint Sun is renowned for his unparalleled might. Since his emergence, he has traversed the holy state with supreme thunderous techniques, facing few rivals, regarded as a contemporary prodigy destined to attain supremacy in youth. The name of Yi Xiao has recently spread throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao provinces. On the day of the emergence of the Yi family's divine offspring, a celestial phenomenon enveloped the heavens, casting shadows over the entire holy province and instilling awe across the land. Subsequently, the 3rd elder of the Yin Ruins ancient sect, Ji Bangyin, attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly subdued by a family token from the Yi clan, sent from thousands of miles away. What is even more astonishing is that the Yin Ruins ancient sect swallowed this humiliation without uttering a word of protest. The 3,000 Dao provinces seem to have reverted overnight to an era long past, dominated by a figure clad in white. Presently, as the discourse among Taoists has yet to commence, these 2 formidable prodigies have erupted into conflict. For any prodigy of the holy province, this is a true visual spectacle. Who do you believe is stronger, Yi Xiao or Lei Wudi? The assembly of prodigies gazed at the radiant golden handprint above, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and exhilaration. It appears to be a 50-50 chance. Do you have such faith in Lei Wudi? Within 5 breaths, Lei Wudi has perished 5 times. Yi Xiao, you have gone too far. With a thunderous roar, Lei Wudi extended his own palm. Terrifying thunderous symbols swirled around him, resembling the claws of a thunder dragon, each scale embodying the essence of thunder, obliterating all in its path. This ferocious power shattered the void, exuding unparalleled dominance. At the moment of collision between their 2 attacks, the expressions of all surrounding prodigies shifted dramatically, as they were swept away by the residual force emanating from the clash. The earth fractured, ancient towers and sacred halls crumbled, akin to 2 meteors colliding. In the next instant, The figure of Lei Wudi was sent flying amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, blood spurting from his mouth, as his battle armor erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Even Luo Shi, with her icy blue eyes, revealed a hint of astonishment. Yi Xiao's power was far more formidable than she had anticipated. "Ah, Yi Xiao, I shall fight you with all I have." At that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted around Lei Wudi. Strikingly, ancient and brutal silver lightning patterns emerged upon his skin, radiating an aura of apocalyptic might. This divine thunder, a manifestation of the ancient godly lightning he had fused with, was the nine heavens dragon thunder. Subtly, amidst the void above Lei Wudi's head, a silver dragon silhouette coiled down, enveloping his form. In that fleeting moment, Lei Wudi appeared as an ancient thunder deity, his eyes transforming into a shimmering silver, embodying a resurgence of divinity. "Elder L, shall we not intervene?" In the Tiandao Tower, several disciples of the Dao sect gazed down at the tempestuous display of Lei Wudi's power, swallowing hard. Should Yi Xiao, the son of God, be grievously injured today in Tiandao City, it would likely spell dire consequences for the entire Dao sect. Do you comprehend the repercussions of disturbing the Son of God in his display of prowess? Elder El Shan of the Dao sect spoke with a solemn expression. One Lei Wudi poses no threat to the Son of God. He is scarcely worthy of comparison. With an ancient and melodious dragon's roar resonating through the air, a colossal thunder dragon soared from above Lei Wudi, baring its fangs and claws as it charged furiously toward Yi Xiao. The world dimmed in its wake. As the thunderous dragon surged forth, streaks of silvery lightning erupted, rending the heavens and splitting the earth. The countenances of all present paled instantaneously, their eyes wide as they beheld the figure of Yi Xiao enveloped by the divine silhouette of the thunder dragon, vanishing without a trace. Only one, a figure clad in resplendent phoenix attire, stood unmoved, her expression indifferent. "Yi Xiao, I shall remain silent, quietly observing your bravado. It would be wise for you to consider in advance whom this white-haired maiden resembles." Chapter 39. Please, be human. Yi Xiao's explosive performance, is this your reliance? An ancient calamity thunder? Amidst the boundless brilliance of divine thunder, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed. A figure clad in white slowly ascended, tearing through the vast curtain of lightning. In the next instant, Yi Xiao's hand clenched fiercely, and behind him, a colossal manifestation of a divine demon erupted into existence, towering at a height of 100 zhang, seemingly embodying the most primordial essence of divine beings. In the astonished gazes of those around, Yi Xiao delivered a decisive punch, causing 3,000 particles of divine demons to tremble violently as they surged toward the head of the thunder dragon. With a resounding celestial sound reverberating, the serpentine form of the thunder dragon suddenly straightened and became rigid, exploding with a tremendous force. Lightning inscriptions cascaded from the heavens, resembling a magnificent rain of light, illuminating the firmament in resplendent glory. Yet, Yi Xiao's fist imprint showed no signs of halting, relentlessly descending upon thunder invincible. In but a fleeting moment, the body of this thunder saint was utterly shattered. Blood mixed with bone fragments splattered forth, leaving him crumpled upon the ground. His expression filled with despair as he gazed at the approaching fist imprint looming above him. "No, please." Thunder Invincible's lips trembled, tears suddenly streaming down his face, unleashing a series of desperate wails. "Yi Xiao, I implore you." In the distance, a sigh resonated through the heavens. A robust elder with twisted locks of hair stepped forth, traversing mountains and seas in a single stride, appearing before Thunder Invincible. "Yi Xiao, my child." Yi Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly, yet there was no trace of surprise in his eyes. As the holy son of the Thunder Sacred Land, it was expected that Lei Wudi would be accompanied by protectors when he visited the Dao sect for enlightenment. The aura emanating from the elder before him indicated that he was at least at the void divine realm, with a hint of thunderous energy swirling around him, suggesting he was a formidable figure from the Thunder Sacred Land. "Forgive me, holy son. I am Lei Wujia, the Grand Elder of the Thunder Sacred Land. I have some acquaintance with Elder Yi Langtian of the Yi family. I implore you to spare Lei Wudia's life. Our Thunder Sacred Land is willing to pay any price for it," he declared, bowing deeply before Yi Xiao. This scene once again stirred a commotion among the onlookers. Who would have imagined that a powerful elder of the void divine realm, a true titan of the holy state, would bow so humbly before a contemporary youth? Oh, Yi Xiao feigned a look of difficulty. In truth, Lei Wudi's fate held no consequence for him. His motive for intervening was to draw closer to the silver-haired maiden. Individuals like Lei Wudi, devoid of any fortune, posed no threat whatsoever. However, if Yi Xiao could seize this opportunity to extort a favor from the Thunder-Sacred Land, it would undoubtedly enhance his own leverage. At this moment, it seemed as if the path to immortality had formed a closed loop. Your humble gesture, Holy Son, is merely a token of respect, Lei Wujie murmured, discreetly removing the Chenkuan ring from his finger and handing it to Yi Xiao. Cough, cough. What is Elder Lei attempting to do? Do you think I would chastise Lei Wudi for such a trifle? Yi Xiao let out a gentle sigh, momentarily sensing the treasures within the Chenkuan ring, and promptly stowed them away. All my actions are aimed at rectifying the order of Tiandao City and aiding Lei Wudi in overcoming his vices. Otherwise, he will inevitably meet his demise at the hands of others. The Divine Son speaks of great righteousness. Lei Wujie's aged face twitched as he swallowed hard. How shameless! It was his first encounter with such audacity. Had he not appeared in time, Lei Wudi would have undoubtedly become a mere puddle by now. Yet, with Lei Wujie's cultivation at the void god level, he dared not exhibit the slightest disdain. He feared that a mere counterargument might result in him being dealt with by one of the esteemed ancestors of the Yi family, just as Ji Bangyin had been. Wudi, come forth and kneel to express your gratitude to the Divine Son. Lei Wujie inhaled deeply, grasping Lei Wudi by the hair and pulling him forward. If it were not for Lei Wudi's provocation of Yi Xiao, as a proud void god, he would not have to endure such humiliation. Kneel. And give thanks? Lei Wudi's lips quivered. His face flushed crimson. It was Yi Xiao who had nearly brought him to death, and yet the elder not only compensated with a Chenkuan ring full of treasures, but also expected gratitude towards Yi Xiao. With a sharp crack, Lei Wujie struck Lei Wudi on the head, knocking him down before Yi Xiao. What is there to discuss? I thank the Divine Son for sparing my life. Wudi shall heed today's teachings. Strive to be a better person henceforth. Yi Xiao nodded gently and turned to Luo Shi, saying, Come with me. As the light in Luo Shi's eyes grew slightly cold, she discerned an undeniable authority in Yi Xiao's gaze. Just a flicker of his stare caused her delicate form to tense, and her heart could not cease its fervent pulsation. She cast a glance at the icy divine talisman resting in her palm, seemingly resolved, and pursued Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, the Divine Son, behind them who Mayor, with a charming demeanor and a gentle tone, inquired, Do you have time this evening, Divine Son? May I visit you? If there are others, I shall merely take a seat, but if you are alone, perhaps we could engage in something more intimate? Begone, Yi Xiao retorted coldly, vanishing alongside Luo Shi from the eyes of the onlookers. Yi Xiao. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Lin Chun remained. His fists clenched tightly as he gazed at the two figures walking side by side, his heart screaming in anguish. Alas, as the spectre had indicated with his current strength, he stood no chance against Yi Xiao. Even a mere follower of the Yi family's Divine Son could effortlessly crush him. Senior Yu Ji, if I were to fuse with the second strand of celestial fire, would I truly be able to contend with Yi Xiao? Indeed, with your burning heaven-sacred body, once you unite with the second strand of celestial fire, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of the divine will realm, Yu Ji replied, her tone somber after a moment's hesitation. She herself was uncertain whether Lin Chun could indeed surpass Yi Xiao. The power this Divine Son had exhibited had far transcended contemporary standards. Moreover, Yu Ji had a vague sense that throughout, Yi Xiao had not unveiled his true trump card. Yet what could she do? If she were to reveal her innermost thoughts to Lin Chun at this moment, it was likely that his resolve would shatter entirely. Meanwhile, the figures of Yi Xiao and Luo Shi appeared atop the magnificent Tiandao Tower, within a resplendent chamber adorned in gold and jade. At this moment, as he gazed at the young woman behind him, a gentle smile gradually graced his countenance. Luo Shi, the daughter of destiny, possessed the sacred body of ice, and was the reincarnation of the ancient Ice Master. She held the esteemed title of a princess from the Luo god clan, and was the childhood companion of Lin Chun, the Chosen One. The narrative unfolded as Luo Shi, compelled by the turmoil within the Luo god clan, found herself exiled to the Flame City, where she was adopted by Lin Chen's father, Lin Zhan. A decade prior, Luo Shi awakened her sacred body of ice and was subsequently escorted back to her clan by its formidable members. The Blood Soul Palace, in pursuit of the coveted Soul Ring, annihilated the Lin family. In a clandestine effort, Luo Shi dispatched individuals to rescue Lin Chen, but, fearing the Blood Soul Palace, she remained hesitant to reveal the truth to him. May I inquire, host, shall we bind? Bind. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding with the fourth chosen one, acquiring a destiny value of 4. What are you smiling about? Luo Shi frowned slightly, sensing a peculiar depth in Yi Zhao's gaze. You must be sheer. Yi Zhao's expression suddenly shifted to one of sorrow. In truth, the moment he felt that chill, he had already begun to suspect. Lin Chen played with fire, while his sister toyed with ice. As for Yi Zhao, entangling with both would surely create a delightful dichotomy of ice and fire. A double joy. Sister, open the door. It is I, your brother. Sheer, my sister. I have finally found you. Chapter 40. Deceived and lame, the foolish white-haired lowlyhum? You! Luo Shi's pupils constricted, and she dared not exhibit the slightest hesitation. With a flick of her hand, she summoned an ice talisman that plunged into the void, cascading down a myriad of spiritual runes. In an instant, the entire grand hall was enveloped in frost, resembling a prison of ice and snow that severed the connection between heaven and earth. At that moment, Luo Shi's aura surged dramatically, her ice-blue eyes radiating divine brilliance as if she had ignited the threads of fate, her divinity awakening. When she departed from the Luo god clan, she anticipated the day she would confront Yi Zhao. Thus, Luo Shi discreetly procured this ancient ice talisman from the treasure vault of her clan. According to her father, this ice talisman possessed the power to imprison those who had severed the Tao, more than sufficient to deal with Yi Zhao. Originally, Luo Shi intended to linger near Yi Zhao to glean information about her brother Lin Chen. However, she never anticipated that this young master of the Yi family would discern her true identity. Yet, it was precisely this revelation that deepened the intrigue within her heart. She could not fathom how Yi Zhao had come to recognize her and unmask her. When Luo Shi left the Lin family, she was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child. Now, after a decade, both her appearance and stature had undergone a dramatic transformation. Indeed, Luo Shi even doubted that her brother Lin Chen would recognize her at first glance. Tell me, why do you slander my brother Lin Chen as a demon? And, how did you recognize me? Luo Shi stood in the void, her hair billowing, coldly fixating her gaze upon Yi Zhao. Beneath her bare, delicate feet, a faint glimmer of icy patterns danced, resembling a throne of ice and snow, rendering her figure even more ethereal and regal. Within this frigid prison, she harbored no fears of Yi Zhao's potential tricks.
Accusation?
Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in resignation. Adorable creatures do not imply the absence of peril. They require careful training. At this moment, a trace of sorrow and anguish flickered in Yi Zhao's eyes, as if burdened by unspoken troubles. Sister Sheer, it would be prudent for you to depart from Tiandao City swiftly. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi furrowed her brow, a hint of chilling disdain flashing in her gaze. To speak defiantly even when death is imminent. It seems you are one who does not weep until faced with the coffin. As Luo Shi's words fell, an ethereal ice crystal spear gradually materialized in her hands, adorned with intricate runes, and surged towards Yi Zhao with fierce intent. The terrifying chill tore through the void, shattering everything in its path. Under the influence of this icy force, even the strands of Yi Zhao's hair and his skin began to form a layer of glistening frost. Luo Shi's essence was, after all, one of the strongest trump cards in the early stages of the Ascendant Destiny. Within this realm of ice and snow, her combat prowess was scarcely inferior to that of any young supreme being at the pinnacle of the divine wheel. Lin Chen is dead. Yet, just as the ice spear hovered mere inches from Yi Zhao's brow, it abruptly halted. You. What did you say? She stared at Yi Zhao, her crimson lips quivering, her eyes widening in disbelief. A sigh escaped Yi Zhao's lips as he grasped the icy divine spear, feeling the surging chill coursing through it, his gaze sharpening slightly. This weapon's caliber was undoubtedly at least within the realm of sacred artifacts. and it was indeed a peerless sacred weapon. Truly, the prowess of the Luo god clan does not pale in comparison to the most esteemed sects of the sacred continent. I had not intended to disclose this to you, but the moment I beheld you at the heavenly Tao Tower, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. I surmised this must be the protective influence of Brother Lin Chun from beyond. Yi Xiao's expression grew pained, his tone gradually descending into somberness. Yi Xiao, do not attempt to deceive me. Speak what has transpired. Luo she bore down on him with an intensity that betrayed her growing unease, scrutinizing Yi Xiao as if seeking to uncover some flaw in his demeanor. Yet, in that moment, Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with sorrow, devoid of any hint of panic, as though he were not performing. In truth, my acquaintance with Brother Lin Chun is relatively recent, yet we share a remarkable bond, his demise. I bear some responsibility. Yi Xiao reached into his universe ring, retrieving a sphere of black and white spiritual essence, the very yin-yang essence he had once seized from Lin Chen. Upon witnessing the unfolding narrative surrounding Lin Chen, he had anticipated the emergence of this young girl. Thus, when Yi Xiao bestowed a portion of the yin-yang essence upon Gu Mingyue, he had deliberately retained a fragment for this very occasion. This is. As Luo she listened, her confusion deepened, yet she felt an inexplicable sorrow welling within her, as if she had been touched by Yi Xiao's emotions. This essence of yin and yang was entrusted to me by my brother Lin Chen, who risked his life in doing so. Who would have imagined that it would ultimately become his relic? Yi Xiao's hand tightened around the ever-shifting form of the divine essence, his heart secretly anticipating the miraculous artifact he would soon exchange with Luo Shi. I heard from my brother Lin Chun that after the Lin family was annihilated, he was rescued by a mysterious powerful figure and inadvertently discovered a ring beneath the cliff at the back of the Lin family estate. A ring? Luo Shi's skepticism began to wane as the wariness in her eyes gradually dissipated. If Yi Xiao were not a friend of my brother Lin Chen, he could not possibly know about the upheaval that befell the Lin family, let alone her identity. Indeed, within that ring lies an ancient demon soul. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Shi's heart suddenly surged with realization, her gaze trembling fiercely. Initially, my brother Lin Chun coexisted harmoniously with this demon soul, but as its power grew, so did its ambition. This essence of yin and yang was precisely what compelled Lin Chun to seek it out, with the aim of restoring its strength. My brother had long discerned her scheme and intentionally entrusted this essence to me. Alas, despite his utmost caution, the demon soul still perceived the underlying truth. Are you implying that my brother was possessed by that demon soul? Luo Shi's body shuddered, her eyes instantly reddening, nearly causing her to collapse. Before your brother's demise, he confided in me that there were two matters he could not let go of. One was the vengeance for the slaughter of the Lin family, and the other was you. Thus, you intentionally slandered your brother as a demon. At this moment, Luo Shi faintly discerned certain truths, and her gaze towards Yi Xiao was no longer filled with resistance. Firstly, since Lin Chen entrusted me so profoundly, I naturally cannot betray his faith. Given the bond shared between you siblings, it is only inevitable that you would seek vengeance upon hearing of this matter. Secondly, how could I, Yi Xiao, be ungrateful when Lin Chun bestowed upon me such a divine artifact as the yin-yang divine essence? Even though that ancient demon soul is exceedingly terrifying, having slaughtered all the formidable talents who ventured into the Yin-Ru ancient tomb, I must avenge Lin Chun and ensure he finds peace in the afterlife. As the words left his lips, Yi Xiao suddenly took hold of Luo Shi's delicate hand, which felt icy and as soft as a feather, placing the yin-yang divine essence into her palm. Yi Xiao. Luo Shi's throat constricted, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, she could sense the essence contained within this divine artifact, a fragment of true yin-yang origin, a manifestation of celestial creation. In truth, even if Yi Xiao were to keep it for himself, Luo Shi would have no means of knowing. Yet, he chose to return this essence to her, a testament to his character. At the very least, even with Luo Shi's disposition, she might not be able to resist such temptation. It dawned on her that she had long misunderstood Yi Xiao. This scion of the Yi family had immersed himself in danger, undeterred by peril, solely to find her and exact revenge for her brother. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Yi Xiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of malevolence. It was evident that at this moment, Luo Shi had already begun to trust his words. Did you think this was the end? Dear sister, I shall now reveal to you why hell possesses 18 layers. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shi bowed deeply to Yi Xiao, expressing her gratitude. Yi Xiao, thank you for entrusting me with my brother's relic. Although she could find no flaws in Yi Xiao, a sense of confusion lingered within her. Who exactly was the ancient demon he spoke of, and had her brother Lin Chen truly been possessed by it? To unravel these mysteries, the most effective course of action would be to locate Lin Chen, or rather that demon, and confirm the truth for herself. From now on, do not call me divine son. Refer to me as brother. Though my brother Lin Chen has perished, remember, you are not alone. Yi Xiao's expression turned solemn as he gently wiped away the tears from Luo Shi's face. First, call me brother, then sister. Ultimately, we are all cherished ones. As for those marked by destiny, when they fall into Yi Xiao's grasp, their fates diverge into but two paths. They either become treasure-seeking mice, like Lin Chen, scouring for fortune until their vitality is exhausted, ultimately serving as sustenance for Yi Xiao's demonic form. Or they become like Luo Shi, his favored companion in the pursuit of fortune. I understand that given the bond between you and brother Lin Chen, accepting this reality must be exceedingly difficult. However, I implore you not to take any risks. I shall draw her out, allowing you to witness her malevolence with your own eyes. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Shi was momentarily stunned, and the last vestige of wariness she harbored toward Yi Xiao dissipated entirely. If he were deceiving her, how could he dare to permit her to meet Lin Chen? Yi Xiao, brother, is there anything you require of me? You need not do anything but remain obediently within the Tiandao Tower. Otherwise, should anything happen to you, how will I explain it to brother Lin Chen in the future? Yi Xiao shook his head, suddenly recalling something. First, you should refine this divine essence to prevent any unforeseen complications. This. Very well. After a brief contemplation, Luo Shi ultimately did not refuse. Such a celestial treasure, once discovered by others, would undoubtedly invite endless calamities. If Yi Xiao intended to use her to lure out Lin Chen, he would certainly not allow her to refine this essence. Very well, it is getting late. You should rest early. As he spoke, a glimmer of soul light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes, and the Tai Chu ancestor talisman manifested out of thin air, tearing open a fissure in the icy realm before him. His figure stepped into it, vanishing from Luo Shi's sight. This scene further unsettled Luo Shi's heart, instilling in her an even greater reverence for Yi Xiao. It turned out that the prowess of the son of God Yi Xiao was so formidable that even the ice divine talisman could not confine him. Did this not imply that, had Yi Xiao desired to harm her, it would have been a trivial matter? Lin Chen's elder brother. Luo Shi gazed at the yin-yang divine essence in her hand, her eyes once again misty with emotion. She had never anticipated that Lin Chen had been under the control of a demonic soul for the past decade. Had she known earlier, she would have risked her life to persuade the Grand Elder to bring Lin Chen back to the clan. Rest assured, if what brother Yi Xiao has said is indeed true, I will avenge you personally, shattering your enemy's skull and eradicating that vile soul. Achoo. Meanwhile, within the heavenly Dao Tower, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in a pavilion when he suddenly sneezed, a shadow crossing his gaze. Ever since he had encountered Luo Shi, his heart had been in turmoil. He had witnessed Yi Xiao's methods firsthand. This scion of the Yi family was ruthless and adept at feigning superiority. If Sheer fell into his clutches, the situation could be dire. But what could he do? He was powerless to fight back and could not outwit him. Was he left with no choice but to forgive her? No, I must find Sheer. Lin Chen abruptly rose, intent on leaving the room. Xiao Chen, where are you going? Just then, a ripple appeared in the air before him. The figure of Yu Ji descended from the heavens, casting a cold glance at Lin Chen. Senior, I cannot bear to see Sheer suffer at Yi Xiao's hands. Xiao Chen, why do you harbor such aversion towards the scion of the Yi family? Yu Ji sighed, sensing an instinctual fear of Yi Xiao. Do not worry, I just saw Yi Xiao leave the heavenly Dao Tower and he was not in the same room as your sister. What? Yi Xiao has left? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's taut heartstrings finally began to relax. Yet in the next moment, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. Could it be that I may seek out Sheer? But what if it is merely a trap? Before Lin Chen could take a step, he suddenly heard Yu Ji's voice interject. In an instant, a chill surged beneath Lin Chen's feet, nearly dislodging his very spirit. What the elder implies is, what if Yi Xiao is aware of Lin Shi's true identity and is deliberately luring you into the open? This. Lin Chun sank despondently onto the bed, exhaling a soft sigh. Mingyue, are you inside? Meanwhile, Yi Xiao departed from Luoxi and made his way directly to the chamber of Gu Mingyue. As his fiancée Gu Mingyue's residence was also a separate grand hall. At this moment, Yi Xiao harbored no concern that Luoxi might stealthily depart, nor was he apprehensive about Lin Chen clandestinely meeting with Luoxi. When Yi Xiao had taken the Yinyang divine marrow, he left behind the treasure chest that contained it, embedding a thread of soul recognition within. No matter where Lin Chen wandered, he could distinctly sense the aura of this destined individual. With a clatter, as the hall door swung open, Gu Mingyue looked at Yi Xiao with a perplexed expression, her phoenix eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. What brings you here at such a late hour? Am I not allowed to come and see you? Yi Xiao strode into the hall, paying no heed to the fury reflected in Gu Mingyue's gaze. Why do you not go and be with your white-haired sister, and instead come to me? Gu Mingyue's expression was frigid. In a single day, Yi Xiao had unexpectedly taken it upon himself to shelter two young and beautiful women. Although she could reluctantly accept the resemblance between Yu Qingji and Yi Xiao's mother, what about the white-haired girl whom Lei Wudi had taken a liking to today? Who did she resemble? The words of men are often deceitful. Ah! How amusing. Yi Xiao slightly furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he surveyed his surroundings. Rest assured, I am not like some individuals who shamelessly keep their concubines hidden away. Gu Mingyue spoke with indifference, striding towards the rear hall. Oh, I thought someone had overturned a vat of vinegar. Feeling so sour. Turns out it is you, Mingyue. Yi Xiao smiled playfully, causing Gu Mingyue to bite her silver teeth in frustration, feigning indifference. Since Mingyue disapproves of my presence here, I shall return to seek her out instead. With that, Yi Xiao rose to leave. You dare! Gu Mingyue exclaimed lightly, but upon turning, she found Yi Xiao looking at her with a knowing smile, showing no intention of departing. In that instant, a flush of embarrassment surged across her face, igniting her indignation further. Aren't you curious why I chose to save that white-haired girl? Yi Xiao grasped Gu Mingyue's delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace. Ah, she can't possibly resemble your white moonlight, can she? Gu Mingyue did not struggle, nor did she meet Yi Xiao's gaze, instead turning her head to look elsewhere. Do you know what white moonlight signifies? What? The term white moonlight refers to the person one longs for yet cannot attain, while its counterpart, vermilion mole, signifies the individual with whom one is perpetually enamored and never satiated. Yi Xiao suddenly leaned down, drawing near to Gu Mingyue's ear, uncertain whether she wished to be his white moonlight or perhaps his vermilion mole. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue's expression faltered, a rush of warmth enveloping her ear, causing her body to tremble and a delicate flush to rise upon her neck. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her, a terrifying innate aura beginning to boil, as if she were prepared to strike at Yi Xiao. I'm not joking with you. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he gradually rose to his feet, retreating several paces before Gu Mingyue could fully unleash her power. My dear, your cultivation has recovered remarkably well. At that moment, he sensed that Gu Mingyue's aura had indeed returned to the seventh realm of the divine wheel. Moreover, in addition to this innate Tao rhythm, there was an intriguing undercurrent of yin and yang energy. The nine heavens' mysterious female body. Is it? Are you jesting with me? Gu Mingyue furrowed her brows, an unsettling feeling creeping over her that Yi Xiao harbored many secrets from her. That white-haired girl is Lin Chen's sister, a princess of the Luotian clan. Yi Xiao smiled gently, moving to the table, where he lifted a wine cup and took a delicate sip. Observing this scene, Gu Mingyue's delicate features flushed even more, her words caught in her throat. That very wine cup had only just been used by her. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Mingyue, her eyes narrowing in realization. Lin Chen's sister? I had previously dispatched an elder from the Yi family to investigate Lin Chen's past. He has a sister who went missing a decade ago. This time, upon Lin Chen's misfortune, she traveled from the northern plains, determined to seek vengeance against me. Yi Zhao's expression gradually turned colder. For a fleeting moment, Gu Mingyue saw the aloof and ruthless figure he had been in their previous life, one who strategized with a steely resolve. So, you killed her? At these words, Yi Zhao's expression faltered, revealing a hint of helplessness. In your eyes, am I truly that heartless, that cruel and bloodthirsty? What sets me apart from a demon? Gu Mingyue scoffed softly, secretly thinking to herself, aren't you? What do you intend to do? Use that white-haired girl to lure Lin Chen? I have said it before. You need only to be as beautiful as a flower, and leave the rest to me. Yi Zhao deftly took Gu Mingyue's delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace. The night is long. Why don't we indulge in some intimate activities? Yi Zhao, do not overstep your bounds. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, a flicker of indignation glimmering in her eyes. She clearly had not yet forgiven Yi Zhao for his past transgressions, yet found herself less resistant to him than before. As for being excessive, my dear, it seems you have misunderstood me twice today. Shouldn't you offer me some recompense? Yi Zhao lowered his gaze, admiring the exquisite beauty of her pale face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Under the gentle gaze of Yi Zhao, with his profound and tender eyes fixed upon her, Gu Mingyue felt her heart race uncontrollably, a level of nervousness she had never experienced before. This punishment was far from sufficient. Yi Zhao, you sob. Before Gu Mingyue could even struggle, Yi Zhao suddenly lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. In that fleeting moment, her entire body stiffened. The tingling warmth that radiated from her lips sent her heart into a tumultuous quiver. In both her past and present lives, she had never shared such intimate contact with any man. Even in her previous life, Yi Zhao had never laid a finger on her. Until now, as Yi Zhao slowly rose, Gu Mingyue finally snapped back to reality. Yi Zhao. By this time, her face was flushed crimson, her delicate hands clenched tightly, and she fled towards the rear hall, her expression a mix of shame and indignation. Meanwhile, Yi Zhao merely smiled faintly, continuing to sip his wine, savoring the lingering sweetness and fragrance of Gu Mingyue's lips. Although this esteemed empress had yet to fully accept him, it appeared she had lowered her guard significantly. They say that affection grows over time. How could one cultivate feelings if not through shared moments? Now, Gu Mingyue's 9 heavens profound body had awakened. This phenomenon had always been a matter of countless differences in a zero-sum game. Let us proceed. With a hum, Yi Zhao retrieved an eternal ice crystal from his universe ring. After a brief moment of contemplation, he consumed it, integrating it within himself. At that moment, he suddenly realized that each reward returned by the system seemed to vary according to the template of the destined daughter. Both embodying the essence of yin and yang, Gu Mingyue returned with a singular yin-yang turning pearl, imbued with the primordial source of yin and yang. In contrast, Luo Shi possessed an eternal ice crystal, which only allowed her to comprehend the power of the Tao. However, this does not imply that the power of the Tao is lacking in value. On the contrary, it serves as the threshold for entering the realm of celestial mechanics. Yet, when juxtaposed with Gu Mingyue, there lies a discernible disparity in the rewards bestowed upon Luo Shi. This clearly indicates that Gu Mingyue's destined attributes are far more formidable than those of the future Ice Sovereign. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in an overwhelming chill as layers of ice-blue frost adorned the ground, transforming it into a magnificent palace of ice and snow. Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, cautiously peering from the rear hall to cast a wary glance at Yi Zhao. Upon witnessing the frost-laden spiritual patterns swirling around him, her gaze sharpened. This audacious individual dared to cultivate right under her nose, unafraid of a potential ambush? Yi Zhao, enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. As time flowed on, the following day dawned with a cacophony echoing throughout the city of Tiandao. Today marked the commencement of the Tao sect's discourse on the Tao and the gathering of prodigies. The Tiandao Tower had been meticulously adorned, featuring numerous long tables laden with exquisite delicacies and divine fruits. At the very center stood a resplendent white jade platform, gleaming with brilliance, designated as the stage for today's Taoist discourse. By this time, the Tiandao Tower was already filled to capacity with the young prodigies of the holy states. Among them are the heirs of the immortal sects, the scions of celestial clans, and the descendants of ancient lineages, each possessing a vigorous constitution and a spirited demeanor. As one of the most anticipated events in the sacred continent, during the discourse, they not only engage in intellectual exchanges with their peers and listen to the teachings of the Taoist masters, but also partake in the grand auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, where they encounter rare and extraordinary artifacts seldom seen in ordinary life. Subsequently, the participants have the opportunity to ascend Tao Mountain, strike the Tao Bell, and personally approach the monumental divine wall left by the Tao ancestor, where they can contemplate and seek enlightenment, delving into the mysteries of fate. Ultimately, the Tao sect will unveil an ancient secret realm, allowing all disciples to embark on trials. It is said that the Tao ancestor attained enlightenment in this very realm, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth, and earning the revered title of Tao ancestor. Legends suggest that this place was once an otherworldly domain, home to numerous remnants of powerful beings, and inhabited by ancient tribes. Should anyone discover a legacy within, they might emulate the Tao ancestor, shattering the constraints of existence and achieving unparalleled greatness through the ages. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted outside the heavenly Tao Tower. A brilliant ray of divine light cleaved through the sky, descending upon the tower's exterior. Among this radiance, a robust young man clad in golden robes, with flowing golden hair, approached with strides. The crimson sun emblem emblazoned on his forehead shimmered brilliantly, resonating with the vast ocean of the cosmos. Is this the Sun Prince Xiang Kuan, the young sovereign? Within the heavenly Tao Tower, a figure cloaked in black seated in a corner lowered his head, cautiously concealing his presence. Even the young supreme has arrived. Thus, even if treasures were to manifest in this secret realm, it is improbable that they would fall into my possession. In fact, there exists a 10% chance that I might perish at the hands of the Legacy clan. What is the difference between a 10% chance and seeking death? Sigh. It seems best to forego this Tao sect's secret realm and return to the sect to cultivate herbs instead. Withdraw. Chapter 43. Something is amiss. It seems my fiancée has become a slave. Within the hall of heavenly Tao, a cacophony of voices reverberated. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Xiang Kuan, oblivious to the shadowy figure in black quietly retreating. As the foremost power in the holy state, the Daylight Sacred Sect boasted an impressive legion of over 100,000 affiliated clans. Xiang Kuan, the Holy Sun, was a true prodigy of the sacred body, possessing a terrifying cultivation level of the 9th realm of the divine wheel, a youthful sovereign. Across the vast expanse of the 3,000 Tao states, few could rival him, save for those ancient anomalies who had comprehended the secrets of heaven and concealed themselves in the annals of history, such as the descendants of emperors and the remnants of the primordial era. The Daylight Sacred Sect had previously allied with the ancient teachings of the Yin ruins to forge a marriage pact between Holy Sun Xiang Kuan and the sacred maiden Ji Ruming, elevating the young sovereign's reputation to unparalleled heights. In the presence of numerous other holy sons and heirs, none could compare to Xiang Kuan. As he stepped into the hall of heavenly Tao, an eerie silence enveloped the entire celestial edifice. All gazes were drawn to the golden sacred radiance swirling around Xiang Kuan, rendering their bloodlines stagnant and their spirits on the verge of shattering. Was he truly Ji Ruming's betrothed? Within the celestial hall, Lin Chun held a teacup, taking a delicate sip. Even he felt a profound sense of inadequacy in the presence of the Daylight Holy Sun, deeply overwhelmed by the might emanating from Xiang Kuan. It was utterly formidable. As a fellow prodigy of the sacred body, Lin Chen's cultivation level was a staggering 9 realms lower than Xiang Kuan's. This stark contrast illustrated the vast chasm between a village youth and the inheritor of a sacred sect. Even if your fortune defies the heavens, how could one individual's strength possibly compare to a sect that has thrived for thousands of years? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. How could one contend against the pinnacle of 3 generations, the lineage of countless ages? Shao Chun, do not lose heart. You shall inevitably rise to his level in due time. The voice of Yu Ji resonated within Lin Chen's soul sea, instantly rekindling a glimmer of hope in his otherwise dim gaze. Lin Chun drained his cup of tea, his countenance gradually settling into tranquility. Since his arrival in the city of heavenly Tao, he had not encountered Ji Ruming. He held no fondness for this saintess of Insu either. Had it not been for Yi Zhao's sudden appearance that day, Lin Chun was confident he could have easily manipulated Ji Rumeng at will. Reflecting on this, the resentment in his heart slightly abated. What of the holy son of the sacred sect? What of the youthful sovereign? I have tasted your betrothed as well. He chuckled softly. Brother Xiang, it has been a while. Just then, several figures approached outside the heavenly Dao Tower, accompanied by their followers. Among them was a strikingly handsome man clad in a blue robe adorned with landscapes, exuding an air of brilliance. It was none other than the holy son Yun Su. Xiang Kuan lifted his gaze to glance at the blue-robed man, offering a subtle nod before proceeding to sit at the central table of the heavenly Dao Tower. Witnessing this scene, the holy son Yun Su, He Lu Yun, merely smiled with resignation, showing no sign of anger, and made his way to another seating area. His realm was equally among the contemporary elite, standing at the 7th level of the divine will, with the Yun Su sacred law cultivated to the 9th layer, marking him as extraordinarily gifted. In comparison to Xiang Kuan, such talent appears somewhat inferior. Moreover, Xiang Kuan is not alone. His fiancée Ji Rumeng is equally among the contemporary elite. With this formidable duo united, one must wonder, who in the Holy Province could possibly rival them? Subsequently, several young prodigies have arrived, inciting waves of astonishment. Among them, the scion of the ancient royal family, Wang Chongqing, and the heir of the Tianmei sect, Hu Meyer, have garnered considerable attention and discussion. With these exceptional individuals present, the disciples of ordinary ancient clans and immortal sects seem to pale in comparison. Look, it's the son of the night owl. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. Xiang Kuan, Wang Chongqing, and others turned their gaze toward the entrance, their eyes reflecting a hint of solemnity. In recent days, rumors about Yi Zhao have been rampant in Tiandao City. He has openly defied the ironclad rules of the Dao sect, having successively vanquished Yun He and Lei Wudi, while simultaneously capturing the hearts of numerous noblewomen with his image of righteousness and valor. After all, who could resist a scion of an unparalleled lineage, blessed with celestial beauty and formidable strength? Meanwhile, Lin Chun's eyes glimmered with a chilling malice, his grip on the teacup gradually tightening. He did not come to the Taoist assembly merely to listen to the teachings of the Taoist. Rather, he sought to attend the auction at the Wanbao Pavilion, hoping to procure the final fragment of the secret realm to unlock the seal of the spiritual fire and the ancient treasury of creation. Yet, as Yi Zhao made his entrance, an inexplicable twinge of fear suddenly welled up within Lin Chun, as if a shadow had been cast over him. Outside the Tower of Heaven, two figures walked side by side. The young man, clad in garments as white as snow, possessed a tall and slender frame, his handsome celestial visage adorned with a gentle, subtle smile. Beside him, Gu Mingyue donned a resplendent red phoenix robe, her cold phoenix eyes exuding imperial grace. Her exquisitely fair face bore little tumult, flawless and delicate, resembling a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, breathtakingly stunning. The sight of these two standing together instantly drew gasps of admiration from the onlookers. They were a pair of divine lovers, indeed. Trailing behind Yi Zhao were three other figures. Among them, Yi Tsong was equally renowned, with a formidable presence, his strength capable of shattering myriad paths. However, as the gazes of the crowd fell upon another figure clad in a flowing golden robe, their eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Was that Ji Rumeng? In an instant, the entire celestial building was enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes involuntarily shifted towards the sun saint, Xiang Kuan. As his fiancée, Ji Rumeng now followed behind Yi Zhao like a mere servant, her demeanor tinged with humility. Ji Rumeng's delicate appearance and gentle disposition were already somewhat fragile, and standing behind Yi Zhao rendered her even more pitiable and helpless, as if she could be toyed with at any moment. The haughty expression on Xiang Kuan's face froze almost instantly. He slowly rose, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze directed at Yi Zhao. Rumeng, what are you doing? Xiang Kuan questioned. Ji Rumeng's fair cheeks paled, and a bitter smile touched her lips. At that moment, she dared not act recklessly, cautiously casting a glance at Yi Zhao, akin to a docile little dog seeking her master's approval. This scene further intensified Xiang Kuan's clenched fists, his golden hair billowing in the wind, exuding a divine majesty. under the scrutiny of the multitude. His fiancée was inexplicably attempting to curry favor with another man, which filled Xiang Hao with an overwhelming sense of humiliation, causing his scalp to tingle. Not only was Xiang Hao feeling this discomfort, but Lin Chen was also affected. His gaze fell upon Luo Shi, who stood behind Yi Xiao, her white hair gleaming. What incensed Lin Chen even more was the absence of fear on Luo Shi's face. Instead, she appeared radiant and full of life, occasionally glancing at Yi Xiao with a hint of admiration. In that fleeting moment, the two exceptional talents of the heavenly Dao Tower found their hearts shattered. Ji Ruming, come here. Xiang Kuan inhaled deeply, his visage contorted in rage. He had eagerly come to the banquet with the sole purpose of seeing Ji Ruming. What need had he, a distinguished Sun Saint body and a young supreme, to listen to others expound on the Tao? Yet, he never anticipated that while he would indeed see his fiancée, something felt amiss. Xiang Kuan, cease this foolishness, Ji Ruming admonished him publicly, her crimson lips pressed together. At that moment, the suppressed fury within Xiang Kuan erupted completely. Yi Xiao, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will ensure that you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Principles, upon hearing Xiang Kuan's furious shout, the enigmatic young man clad in black involuntarily shuddered. Just listen to that. How fierce it is. He's ready to lay down his life right from the start. The outside world is exceedingly terrifying. Since I have already gathered all the spiritual seeds, I shall return to the sect to cultivate my herbs. I will wait until the moment I ascend to the supreme realm before emerging to spar and philosophize with these contemporary prodigies. With this thought, Han Chongqing no longer dared to hesitate and hastily departed from the city of heavenly principles. At this moment, he probably did not anticipate that this outing would set the wheels of fate in motion. Oh, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze upon the blazing sun totem on Xiang Kuan's brow, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. The reason he had taken Ji Ruming as a servant was to create discord with this extraordinary saintly body. Yi Xiao's myriad transformation magic body requires the consumption of the original essence of the 5 great saintly bodies to transcend the 3rd transformation. Xiang Kuan, just listen to that name. Can he bear the loss of his fiancée? Do you think this is the end? As a fellow adversary of Yi Xiao, Lin Chen, having witnessed Yi Xiao's terrifying combat prowess, has long become a frightened bird. According to the nature of those fated by destiny, he will undoubtedly seek out like-minded brothers to collectively face the risks posed by Yi Xiao. Dead friends do not hinder the path of the living. At worst, once my brothers have perished, I shall look after your fiancée. When Lin Chen actively approaches Xiang Kuan, the true drama shall commence. Explanation? What explanation do you seek? Suddenly, Yi Xiao turned around, grasping Ji Ruming's shoulder and pulling her in front of him. Ruming, you explain it to him. This scene caused a tremor in Xiang Kuan's gaze, a torment more profound than death itself. His fiancée, whom he had never dared to touch, was now held by Yi Xiao. Xiang Kuan, I am now Yi Xiao's female servant. Ji Ruming's delicate face bore a look of anguish as she cast a deep glance at Xiang Kuan. What? At her words, an uproar erupted within the entire Tiandao building. All the prominent figures of the clans gazed at the peerless figure clad in white, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. In the entirety of Shenzhou, who possessed such audacity to dare take the saintess of Inshu, Ji Ruming, as a servant? Yi Xiao. Xiang Kuan inhaled deeply, a golden light suddenly surging in his eyes. In the next moment he charged towards Yi Xiao. Simultaneously, golden holy light began to radiate from his arms, dazzling like the sun. As he unleashed a punch, the void was ignited, rippling with waves of energy. Faintly, it seemed a golden divine will spun and resonated above Xiang Kuan's head, harmonizing with the mark on his forehead, emanating a terrifying aura of sacred might. That was the heirloom of the Daylight Sacred Sect, the great Sun Divine Wheel. A cacophony of astonished voices erupted, filled with a thick sense of dread and disbelief. Xiang Kuan, how dare you lay a hand on my clan's divine son? Yi Tsong grinned, also stepping forward to meet Xiang Kuan. From his crown, blood surged, gradually transforming into 2 sinuous dragon horns. With a swift motion, Yi Tsong thrust his fist forward, the claws of the white tiger tearing through the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. his skin adorned with layers of golden scales. The 9 divine forms of the dominant body manifested. The dragon's head, the white tiger's claw, the Qilin's armor. After being infused with ancestral energy, Yitsong not only ascended to the 6th level of the divine wheel, but also successfully cultivated the 3rd form of the dominant body, rendering his physical combat prowess unparalleled. Though his realm might not surpass that of Xiang Kuan, in terms of vitality and blood power, he harbored no fear against any contemporary figure, save for one. Yishao. A thunderous roar erupted as the 2 fist imprints collided, illuminating the entire heavenly Dao Tower with myriad radiant runes, overwhelming and suppressing the formidable force. The ground beneath Yitsong and Xiang Kuan fractured, revealing terrifying fissures. The sheer force sent ripples of dread through the surrounding elite scions of various clans, leaving them shaken and their scalps tingling. Even the top-tier prodigies like Wang Chongqing and He Luyun could not suppress their gasps, as they sensed that should such a punch land upon them, it would obliterate them on the spot. All eyes were fixed on the scene as Yitsong and Xiang Kuan staggered back a few steps, both bearing expressions of profound astonishment. Particularly for Xiang Kuan, the flames of fury that once blazed within him were doused significantly by Yitsong's strike. It was widely known that Yitsong was merely the 5th in the Yi family hierarchy. There were at least 4 others within the family who were his superiors, possessing even greater combat strength. Among them, the divine scion Yishao had subdued the other 8 branches to claim his position. It is unfathomable to conceive the extent of terror Yishao's combat prowess must reach. Xiang Kuan, you possess remarkable strength to withstand a blow from me. You have every reason to take pride in that. Yitsong grinned, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Just as he advanced towards Xiang Kuan once more, he was taken aback to see Ji Rumeng suddenly kneeling before Yishao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Divine One, I beseech you to grant me a modicum of grace and spare Xiang Kuan just this once. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Kuan was momentarily stunned, a flicker of shock flitting across his gaze. In that instant, he felt an unsettling premonition. Ji Rumeng still harbored feelings for him. She had been coerced by Yishao. How distressing. Should Xiang Kuan persist in opposing Yishao today, it was Ji Rumeng who would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. I implore you to intercede for Xiang Kuan. I implore you to intercede for Xiang Kuan. Hiss. Does a vision begin to form? Oh! At these words, Yishao maintained an air of indifference, slowly nodding. Since Rumeng has spoken, Yitsong, you may return. With that, he turned and strode towards a corner, seemingly oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Xiang Kuan's face. Ji Rumeng then rose, discreetly shaking her head at Xiang Kuan before hastening to catch up with Yishao. Rumeng. Xiang Kuan clenched his fist, the murderous intent in his eyes difficult to suppress. Yet what could he do? A mere 6th-layer divine Will Yitsong could fully withstand his grandson's sacred body. Yizhao's power would be even more formidable. No matter how strong the grandson's sacred sect was, it remained insignificant before the eternal life Yi clan. However, when the Dao sect's secret realm opened, he would risk everything, even his bloodline foundation, to rescue Ji Rumeng. It appears that Ji Rumeng has also fallen under the control of Yishao. In the corner, Lin Chun furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance towards Xiang Kuan, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The grudge of a stolen wife is one that cannot be shared lightly. Perhaps he could devise a strategy to leverage this animosity and ally with Xiang Kuan against Yishao. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength, even if he were to acquire the spiritual fire within the Dao sect's secret realm, he would still struggle to contend with Yishao, Gu Mingyue, and Yitsong. I have a deep affinity with Brother Xiang. You step aside. Just as Lin Chun was lost in thought, a sharp voice broke through his reverie. He frowned and looked up, only to find Yishao and his companions standing before him. In that instant, a chilling sense of dread surged within him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Before he could fully comprehend his fear, Yitsong delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling through the air. Your Excellency, Yitsong said with a slight bow, his dark face betraying an air of deference as he stood behind Yishao. Yishao, however, sat beside Gu Mingyue, ignoring the fallen Lin Chun entirely. How infuriating. Lin Chun felt tears welling up, yet he dared not show a trace of anger as he approached a nearby table. Yishao. Soon the Wanbao Pavilion will host an auction within the Tiandao Tower, Gu Mingyue remarked, her expression icy as she cast a penetrating glance at Yishao. This man had deliberately orchestrated a performance with Ji Ruming to ignite animosity with Xiang Kuan. His true target, it seemed, was not Xiang Kuan, but the hidden Lin Chen lurking in the shadows. What slightly perplexed Gu Mingyue was when Ji Ruming had been trained by Yishao to become so docile and submissive. Oh, an auction? Yishao raised an eyebrow, his smile growing increasingly amused. Purchasing treasures in reverse, a villa by the sea? I will buy whatever destiny buys, for I possess more spiritual stones than destiny. I merely ask, are you vexed? Chapter 45. More distressing than eating excrement, observing her sister transformed into someone else's cherished darling. Luoshi rested her chin on her hand, a flicker of confusion evident in her eyes as she inquired, Yishao Gu, why must you covet another's fiancée? Do you not have one of your own? At these words, Gu Mingyue's lips curled into a faint smile, her gaze playfully directed at Yishao. Well. Yishao offered a helpless smile, clearing his throat twice, his expression suddenly turning gravely serious. This is an adult matter. Children should refrain from meddling. Miss Luoshi, I am willingly following the divine son. Ji Ruming, standing behind him, interjected softly in Yishao's defense. Earlier, she had endured humiliation at Yishao's hands, but it was merely a performance for Xiang Kuan's benefit. Since Yishao had inscribed the soul mark within her soul sea, he had shown her considerable care, never forcing Ji Ruming into any actions against her will. Moreover, when Yishao merged with the Yin-Yang turning will pearl, Ji Ruming had the fortune of assisting him, experiencing the nurturing essence of Yin and Yang. Her own cultivation had subsequently surged, equivalent to a decade of arduous training. Initially, she had been extremely resistant to the identity of a soul servant. However, as she spent time with Yishao, she gradually comprehended that even as a mere servant of the Divine Son, she possessed a status of nobility unattainable by ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of doubt flashed in Luoshi's eyes, her heart beginning to speculate. Could it be that Yishao harbored some peculiar preference? A married woman? Simultaneously, upon hearing Luoshi's address to Yishao, Lin Chun felt his back teeth grind to dust. Yishao Gu? In just a single day, his childhood companion unexpectedly became the cherished sister of Yishao. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from the Tiandao Tower, revealing herself to be the esteemed Master Lu Yenran, whom Yishao had encountered earlier at the Wanbao Pavilion. Adorned in a fitted emerald green gown, her silhouette was exquisitely accentuated, and her waist swayed with an unparalleled allure characteristic of contemporary women. She resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The previously bustling pavilion fell into a profound silence. The eyes of the talented elites present narrowed with intensity, their breaths quickening. The mature charm she exuded was starkly different from the seductive techniques practiced by Humayr. Every smile and frown was a tantalizing invitation. Following her were several young maidens clad in delicate pink garments, their sheer fabrics revealing stunningly fair skin. Each of them held a wooden tray, draped with red silk, from which emanated waves of astonishing spiritual resonance. Before the Taoist appeared, Wanbao Pavilion would unveil several rare treasures for auction, wishing everyone great fortune in the forthcoming Dao sect's secret realm. As her words echoed, Lu Yenran gracefully clapped her hands, prompting a maid to step forward. The first item was a divine treasure of the highest order, the ice crown, with an opening bid set at a single spirit stone. What? Just one spirit stone? Upon Lu Yenran's proclamation, an uproar of astonishment erupted throughout the Tiandao Tower. A divine artifact was being auctioned with an initial bid of merely one spirit stone? Even the heirs of smaller clans began to stir with excitement. Only Lin Chun, with his gaze slightly fixed, directed his attention towards the final treasure plate. Over the years, he had accompanied Yu Ji, excavating numerous tombs of formidable beings and gathering a plethora of spirit stones and treasures. At this moment, he sensed a familiar fluctuation emanating from one of the maidens of the treasure pavilion. Destiny favors me. 10,000 spirit stones. As a timid and gentle female voice resonated, the entire celestial tower fell into silence once more. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon the blue-clad, white-haired maiden, their gazes revealing unmistakable mockery. Did this Na'vi girl truly believe she could pick up a bargain in the Thousand Treasures Pavilion? Had she not been seated beside the Son of the Leaves, the crowd would have surely erupted in derision. Does Sheer fancy this ice crown? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Luo Shi. Yes, this divine crown harbors a trace of icy essence, which resonates harmoniously with my sacred body. A flush of color graced Luo Shi's delicate face. Having stealthily departed from the Luo divine clan, she had not brought along an abundance of spirit stones and thus lacked a measure of confidence. As she perceived the scorn in the eyes of those around her, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the stone to hide away. In response, Yi Xiao said nothing further, suddenly raising 2 fingers to point at the crowd within the tower. In an instant, the expressions of all present froze in disbelief, their eyes wide open as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. However, Lin Chun remained unfazed by this. What else could Yi Xiao do besides flaunt his superiority? Did he genuinely believe that his status alone could intimidate all the prodigies, dissuading them from contesting for treasures? With a soft sigh, Yuji spoke in a somber tone, "Xiao Cheng, this gesture at the auction signifies that the Son of Heaven, Yi Xiao, has lit the lantern." Lit the lantern? What does that even mean? It means that regardless of the price others bid, he will follow. Yuji, feeling increasingly helpless, sensed that Lin Chen's perspective and experience were woefully inadequate. Before a long-lived figure like Yi Xiao, he appeared as nothing more than a rustic dog, utterly disgraceful. What? Does that mean I can simply shout out numbers and ensnare him? Lin Chen's face registered surprise, realizing the disappointment and frustration in Yuji's tone, which fueled his own indignation. I strongly advise against such actions. Disrupting the auction's order may very well prevent you from leaving the Tiandao Tower. Yuji's words were cold and final, leaving no room for further discussion. 10 million spirit stones. At that moment, a shadow flickered across Xiang Kuin's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Today, Yi Xiao had humiliated him, and he would not let the opportunity to trap Yi Xiao slip by. 20 million spirit stones. Yi Xiao's expression remained indifferent, causing both Luo Shi and Xiang Kuin to momentarily freeze in astonishment. 20 million spirit stones. Such a price had entirely exceeded the worth of a sacred artifact. Particularly for Luo Shi, a hint of emotion flickered in her ice-blue eyes. Though she was a princess of the Luo god clan, it was Lin Chun who had truly cared for her throughout her life. Yi Xiao's sudden action stirred ripples in her previously calm heart. Brothers, remember, for places you cannot enter, let your wealth carry you inside. Xiang Kuin Shengzi, are you still following? Lu Yenran lightly pursed her red lips, casting a playful glance at Xiang Kuin. Humph. Xiang Kuin let out a cold snort, secretly reveling in his triumph. With a mere casual increase in price, he had ensnared Yi Xiao for a staggering 10 million spirit stones. Such is the price of ostentation. Only Gu Mingyue seemed to harbor a deeper understanding, her gaze casually sweeping over the surrounding crowd. Given her familiarity with Yi Xiao, she surmised that his sudden generosity must have a hidden motive. Upon learning of Luo Shi's identity, she guessed that the unfortunate Lin Chun must be lurking nearby. Thank you, brother Yi Xiao. Luo Shi's eyes shimmered as she accepted the ice god crown from Yi Xiao, her expression revealing a trace of admiration and gratitude. 20 million spirit stones. Such a sum she had never dared to even dream of. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xiao had carelessly offered it up at her single utterance. Remember, from now on, I am your elder brother. There is no need for formality between us, Yi Xiao said, affectionately ruffling Luo Shi's hair. You bastard. Behind them, Lin Chun clenched his fists, nearly choking on the blood that threatened to escape his lips, only to swallow it back down with great caution. Throughout their childhood, he had cared for Sheer with utmost devotion, shielding her with his life, yet had never received a word of thanks in return. And now, this scoundrel Yi Xiao had effortlessly claimed the title of brother in just one night. It felt more unbearable than consuming excrement. The subsequent artifact promised to be intriguing. Lu Yenran smiled sweetly, lifting the wooden platter before her to reveal a segment of pristine bone, akin to divine jade, resplendent and translucent. Buzz. In an instant, the entire celestial tower was illuminated with radiant brilliance, a surge of primordial essence erupting from the divine bone, captivating the gaze of all within. This is a primordial artifact. This divine bone was procured by an elder of our treasure pavilion from an ancient battlefield, imbued with a trace of primordial aura. As Lu Yenran's words fell, an uproar ensued, the air thick with astonishment. All eyes fixated on the divine bone, glimmering with fervor and avarice. The starting bid was 1 spirit stone, 100,000 spirit stones, 1 million spirit stones, 5 million spirit stones. Gu Mingyue suddenly spoke, plunging the previously raucous ancient tower into silence. At this moment, their concerns extended beyond the illustrious Phoenix Empress to her fiancé, the divine son Yishao. Such a treasure, though enticing, must come with the fortune to enjoy it. 10 million spirit stones. Just then, a flicker of malevolence flashed in Xiang Kuin's eyes as he declared in a low voice. Earlier, Yishao had extravagantly spent 20 million spirit stones to impress that white-haired girl. Now, with his fiancée eyeing this divine bone, how could Yishao allow it to fall into another's possession? 20 million. Yishao remained expressionless, taking a measured sip from his cup. 30 million. Xiang Kuin thought to himself, as he calmly called out a figure that instilled dread. 30 million spirit stones. This sum equaled the foundation of an ancient clan's celestial sect, comparable to the worth of 3 sacred artifacts. Before me lies this divine bone, which, although imbued with a trace of the essence of the Tao, is but a mere whisper of its grandeur and holds little practical value. Xiang Kuin, that cunning rascal, is evidently attempting to ensnare the esteemed Yishao in a predicament. Yet, just as Xiang Kuin basked in his covert delight, he was met with an unsettling silence from Yishao, who had yet to place a bid. In an instant, Xiang Kuin's complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. This should not be the case. Given Yi Zhao's temperament, how could he possibly overlook such an excellent opportunity for ostentation? 30 million spiritual stones. An amount that, despite the vast resources of the Great Sun's sacred sect, could not be amassed in a short span of time. Within a fleeting moment, Xiang Kuin cursed the entire Yi clan through 18 generations. Should no one contest the bid, the jade bone would rightfully belong to Xiang Kuin, the holy son. Lu Yenran stifled a giggle, gently nodding towards Xiang Kuin. Holy son, please proceed to the rear hall to settle the spiritual stones. Xiang Kuin swallowed hard, his steps heavy as he made his way toward the rear hall. Alas, he possessed not a single spiritual stone, and any disruption to the auction order could lead to consequences beyond his capacity to bear. Curse it, Yishao. It seems you do not hold much affection for me after all. Gu Mingyue parted her crimson lips, feigning a look of melancholy as she gazed at Yishao. From her understanding of him, it seemed he was inclined to seek a way to acquire the divine bone without cost. With the divine bone in Xiang Kuin's possession, should Yishao eliminate him, he could seize the bone and save 30 million spiritual stones. What could be more advantageous? What are you saying, my dear? In marital life, we must certainly practice frugality. Save where we can and spend where necessary. Yi Zhao's expression was gentle as he took the opportunity to embrace Gu Mingyue. Moreover, he found himself particularly vexed by pretentious individuals, spending 30 million to acquire a mere broken bone. Was that not sheer foolishness? A soft chuckle escaped Gu Mingyue despite her usual composure. It seemed Yishao intended to infuriate Xiang Kuin by openly calling him a fool. Upon hearing this, Xiang Kuin trembled from afar, nearly spitting blood in response. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final treasure of this auction, announced Lu Yenran, her demeanor growing increasingly solemn as she personally unveiled the last piece of crimson silk. Beneath it lay a fragment, entirely black and resting quietly on a wooden plate, appearing as unremarkable as an ordinary piece of iron. This is. The eyes of the assembled elites flickered with confusion, save for Lin Chen, whose body gradually tensed, a flush creeping onto his face. This fragment, its true purpose unknown even to my Wanbao pavilion, elicited a chorus of laughter from within the Tiandao Tower as Lu Yenran continued. However, this iron piece originates from the Taoist sect's secret realm, where one of our elders sensed a trace of supreme aura within it. What? At her words, the expressions of the gathered talents froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. The mere mention of supreme aura sent their blood pulsing with fervor. Lin Chun took a deep breath, his hand clenching tightly. Present, the myriad elixirs and spiritual materials in his possession are valued at a staggering 10 million spirit stones. No matter how wondrous this iron fragment may be, it cannot possibly rival the worth of a sacred artifact. Lin Chen harbored an unwavering confidence that he would succeed in acquiring this item, unlocking the ancient treasure of the secret realm, merging with the ethereal fires of heaven and earth, ascending to the pinnacle of his era, reclaiming Shir, and riding upon Yuji. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Chun felt an exhilarating rigidity enveloping him. 30 million spirit stones. Just as Lin Chun was lost in contemplation, brimming with ambition, a gentle and serene voice suddenly pierced through the air before him. In an instant, the fervor ignited within Lin Chun was extinguished. His lips parted in bewilderment, his eyes reflecting a genuine sense of confusion and resentment. Yi Xiao. He gritted his teeth, releasing a low, furious growl. Can you comprehend that feeling of pretense abruptly interrupted? In that moment, Lin Chun became increasingly certain of an inexplicable bond between himself and Yi Xiao, one that would result in an unyielding confrontation. A flicker of murderous intent suddenly caused surprise to flicker across the faces of Yi Xiao and his companions, prompting them to turn and regard Lin Chen. Gulp. Lin Chen's body trembled, his gaze becoming remarkably clear. What did you just call me? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as he fixed his stare upon Lin Chun. Indeed, just as he had surmised, this fragment of iron was specifically prepared for the child of destiny. Lin Chun swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he congratulated the divine offspring, stating that if he was not mistaken, this should serve as a key to a supreme ancient treasure. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao's face momentarily revealed a hint of curiosity, yet an involuntary sneer formed within his heart. At that moment, Lin Chen's deliberate mention of the iron shard's purpose was likely intended to incite animosity among the crowd towards Yi Xiao. The supreme ancient vault. Such temptation is not something everyone can withstand. How did you come to know that this iron shard is the key to the ancient vault? Could it be that you possess other fragments? In an instant, Lin Chun felt the gazes of those around him intensifying with fervor. Given his status, it appeared to everyone that he resembled nothing more than a soft persimmon, easily squeezed. I do not have any. I am merely a divine source master. So, you imply that the divine source masters of the Wanbao Pavilion are worthless, unable even to recognize a key to the supreme ancient vault. Yi Xiao nodded slightly, and Lin Chen's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He suddenly realized that, in the eyes of a powerful entity like the Wanbao Pavilion, a background-less yet exceptionally gifted divine source master like himself might be deemed even rarer than this fragment. Once Lin Chen fell into their hands, what difference would it make compared to entering a trap? Gulp. The Dao Sun has arrived. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from outside the Tiandao building. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and slowly turned his gaze. In the next instant, his eyes abruptly sharpened, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. This template is somewhat fiery. Chapter 47. The master's task. The entire Dao Tower suddenly fell into a profound silence. All eyes instinctively turned towards the figure clad in gray, striding forth. He was a young man, tall and slender, with a strikingly handsome face that bore an almost sickly pallor, accompanied by an aura of subtle coldness. His eyes, in particular, exhibited a strange, ghostly white hue, encircled by swirling purple spiritual patterns that radiated an extraordinary mystery, as if he could effortlessly penetrate the cycles of existence. This was the Taoist son, Ling Tian. Rumors about this figure were abundant throughout the world. It was said that he was the reincarnation of a formidable being, having comprehended the cycles of reincarnation, gazing beyond the temporal realm to unravel the profound truths of the world and the causality of epochs. As he approached, the talented individuals within the tower rose in unison, standing in reverence and parting to create a straight path. Ling Tian proceeded directly to the central jade platform, seated himself upon the ground, and his gaze gradually settled upon the only seated individuals within the tower, Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue. In the next moment his eyes sharpened, the purple pattern swirling and humming as he regarded Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue, revealing a hint of profound depth. Yi Xiao, the Taoist son, had gained insights into the power of reincarnation and was capable of perceiving the threads of fate and glimpses of the future. Gu Mingyue cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xiao, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his heart. In this life, Yi Xiao's attitude towards her had undergone a remarkable transformation. If all his actions were but a facade, it would be difficult to deceive the discerning gaze of the Taoist sun. Oh! Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, gradually nodding in agreement. He resolved to share a few drinks with the Daozi later, seeking his insights on the prospects of having sons and daughters in the future. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. If this Daozi were truly as formidable as suggested, he would not find himself before Yi Xiao, reduced to the status of prey. Child of Destiny, Ling Tian, Golden Finger, Reincarnation Tower, sealing the cycle of time and rebirth, all heavenly deities and demons. Template, Reincarnation Flow of Destiny, Identity, Daozi of the Dao Sect, Plot Development. Ling Tian inadvertently stumbles into an ancient forbidden realm, where he is imprisoned by the Linglong Immortal Master for a century, subjected to extraction for cultivation. He acquires the treasured Reincarnation Tower and agrees to 3 conditions set by the Linglong Immortal Master: to retrieve the Reincarnation Imperial Seal lost in the Holy Province, to awaken memories from a past life, and to return to the Forbidden Realm to rescue Linglong, embarking on the pinnacle of his existence. Observing the system template before him, Yi Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of chill, his heart suddenly engulfed in confusion. This template's narrative was not unfamiliar to him. It had recently surged in popularity. However, if his memory served him correctly, the Linglong Immortal Master was the sovereign of the ancient desolate province among the 10 great Dao provinces, and the head of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect, a veritable titan of the mortal realm. Yet, throughout it all, Yi Xiao had never encountered any news of her disappearance. Could it be that someone within the Tai Xian Immortal Sect had usurped her identity, deceiving the entire ancient desolate province? Intriguing. In an instant, a flicker of malevolent intent danced in Yi Xiao's gaze, his interest in Ling Tian deepening significantly. A person of his destiny would never casually appear in the city of Heavenly Path. Should Ling Tian venture into the Dao Sect's secret realm, it would likely signify the presence of opportunities intricately linked to him. The Cycle Emperor's Seal? And I emphasize if, we were to obtain the Cycle Emperor's Seal and return to the Forbidden Realm, the exquisite Linglong Immortal Lord would undoubtedly be taken aback. For Yi Xiao, this imprisoned Linglong Immortal Lord represents a genuine opportunity. My lady, surely you do not wish to remain confined within this forbidden domain indefinitely? A singular secret realm, 2 fated destinies. Provided that Yi Xiao successfully reaps Lin Chun and Ling Tian, the value of Destiny's forging will ascend to 14, granting him the chance to draw from the treasure chest of the Heavenly Path. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, a blush rising to her delicate visage. In her previous life, she too encountered this Taoist disciple in the city of the Heavenly Path, and they shared a connection. Ultimately, Ling Tian attained a profound fortune within the Taoist sect's secret realm, significantly enhancing his strength, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. Even when Gu Mingyue was slain by Yi Xiao's own hand, she had not crossed paths with Ling Tian again. This time, Gu Mingyue's visit to the Taoist sect is largely motivated by her desire to seize the fortune of this disciple. Esteemed guests, I have come today to engage in heartfelt discourse and to validate our Taoist intentions. Ling Tian, the Taoist disciple, wore a gentle expression as he inclined his head slightly towards Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue, before directing his gaze towards the assembly within the hall. Suddenly, before Ling Tian could finish his words, Yi Xiao erupted with laughter, spewing his drink directly onto Lin Chen's face. In an instant, the demeanor of this fiery youth shattered completely. He realized that no matter his actions, he seemed unable to evade Yi Xiao's scrutiny. Witnessing this scene, Ling Tian's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of darkness flickering in his eyes. Ye Xiao, am I not speaking the truth? The disciple's resolve wavers. Does one truly require validation from others for their own path? Ye Xiao's expression remained indifferent, yet a single, straightforward utterance caused Ling Tian's gaze to tremble and his heart to quiver. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's lips curved into a subtle smile. She hadn't anticipated that Ye Xiao could conclude this debate with merely a sentence. The Divine Sun had imparted a lesson. Ling Tian inhaled deeply and bowed respectfully to Ye Xiao. This scene once again stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers, as the discourse of the disciple seemed to have reached an abrupt conclusion before it even began. Rumors would soon circulate that Ling Tian, the disciple, had swiftly conceded. As night fell, numerous prodigies within the heavenly Dao Tower raised their cups in a convivial atmosphere, showering one another with compliments. Ye Xiao was particularly besieged by a throng of youthful beauties, struggling to keep pace with their attention. In stark contrast, Xiang Kuan, the Sun, Holy Sun, had returned to his seat with a perpetually sullen expression, as if bearing an immense grievance. When he finally rose to depart, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with contemplation as he quietly followed suit. Observing this, Ye Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he signaled to Ji Rumeng. In an instant, the sacred maiden of the Yin ruins seemed to tremble, as though receiving a silent command, and vanished into the throng. At that moment, Ji Rumeng finally comprehended why Ye Xiao had once chosen to take her as his servant. The master's task, the moonlit empress. Just then, Ling Tian appeared before Gu Mingyue, a gentle smile gracing his handsome visage. "Are we so well acquainted?" Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at Ye Xiao, her tone imbued with an icy chill. Although she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Ye Xiao, she had no intention of employing any man to provoke misunderstandings on his part. "I have a few words I hope the Empress will consider earnestly." Ling Tian's eyes shimmered with mystical patterns. From the moment he first beheld Gu Mingyue, he sensed the profound aura of reincarnation surrounding her. This essence resonated deeply with him, and if harnessed appropriately, it might expedite the discovery of the reincarnation emperor's seal. Just a moment ago, Yi Zhao's single remark had caused him to lose face entirely. In the presence of the scion of the Yi family, he perceived a terrifying aura, akin to a genuine demonic intent. If he could seize this opportunity to warn Gu Mingyue, perhaps he could aid her in evading this calamity, and she might even feel grateful toward him. "Oh?" Gu Mingyue's brows knitted slightly as she slowly set down the cup in her hand and raised her gaze toward Ling Tian. "Roll. I foresee the Empress facing a tumultuous fate, likely to be exploited by evil forces. That is why I wish to offer a heartfelt warning." "Oh? To be exploited by evil forces is certainly preferable to becoming a mere furnace, is it not?" Before Ling Tian could finish his sentence, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind him. In an instant, the entire heavenly Dao Tower fell into an eerie silence. Everyone turned to gaze at the two figures locked in confrontation, their eyes reflecting a deep sense of shock and trepidation. Yet, only Gu Mingyue wore a subtle smile, her red lips curving gracefully, her eyes shimmering with captivating allure. Was Ye Xiao feeling jealous? Chapter 48. The so-called harmony between husband and wife. Mingyue, have you strayed from the path? Speaking of fate and the future, my dual pupils can indeed glimpse certain truths. The depletion of Daozi's essence suggests a dire consequence, perhaps a complete exhaustion leading to demise. Yi Zhao's demeanor was frigid, his eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. "You." Ling Tian's gaze flickered, and under the scrutiny of Yi Zhao's piercing dual pupils, he felt as though he stood naked in the snow. Could it be that he truly perceived it? That dark century. Initially, he remained steadfast, but eventually, he relied solely on medication. Daozi had just mentioned being manipulated by malevolent forces. Who were these malevolent entities? Was it us? Yi Zhao's indifferent remark instantaneously suffocated the atmosphere within the Grand Hall. Given Yi Zhao's current stature, which of the 3,000 Dao provinces would dare to oppose him? Furthermore, the Chongsheng Yi family stands at the pinnacle of righteousness, having quelled the darkness in times past. Today, Ling Tian Daozi's accusation of the Divine Son being a fiend could only be described as an act of profound treachery. I merely glimpsed fragments of the Empress's destiny, harboring no intent to slander the Divine Son. Ling Tian clenched his teeth, suppressing the fury that surged within him, and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, he had caught a glimpse of Gu Mingyue's fateful threads, yet he could not discern who it was that sought her life. At Yi Zhao's level, the question of whether he was a demon had lost its significance. As long as the Yi family proclaimed him innocent, none among the 3,000 Dao provinces would dare to label him as such. "Are you implying that you are flirting with my fiancée?" Yi Zhao's gaze turned icy, and in the next moment, he unleashed a fist, causing a cataclysmic eruption of 3,000 divine and demonic particles. The terrifying divine power nearly pierced through the void, hinting at the explosion of distant stars. Ling Tian's gaze trembled, equally awestruck by the divine force contained within Yi Zhao's fist imprint. At this moment, he dared not hesitate for even a moment. A strange fissure suddenly opened at his brow. From within, a beam of golden light burst forth, colliding thunderously with Yi Zhao's martial intent. With a resounding celestial sound echoing through the air, a golden ancient pagoda materialized out of thin air, cascading down myriad runes. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's body subtly trembled, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards the golden pagoda tinged with a hint of profound depth. The Reincarnation Tower. As the life-bound treasure of the Linglong Immortal Lord, this pagoda's grade reached the terrifying realm of supreme artifacts. Had it been an ordinary supreme artifact, Yi Zhao would not have been so astonished. From the prior system panel, he had already learned that this ancient tower not only could seal time and reincarnation but also contained numerous deities and demons. Yi Zhao, I mean no offense, but if you continue to press me. Ling Tian's hand clenched tightly, a storm of turmoil brewing within him. Just now, Yi Zhao had merely struck casually, yet it had compelled him to reveal his most formidable trump card. Press you? What of it? Yi Zhao's expression remained gentle as he took a step forward, intending to advance upon Ling Tian. At this juncture, he did not truly wish to subdue Ling Tian but rather aimed to instill a sense of urgency, encouraging him to be more diligent in the forthcoming Dao sect secret realm. At that moment, Gu Mingyue suddenly spoke up, halting Yi Zhao. She was concerned that if Yi Zhao truly harmed Ling Tian Dao, how could he take her to seek fortune? Yi Zhao furrowed his brow in feigned confusion and gazed at Gu Mingyue. My dear, what troubles you? Never mind. Gu Mingyue gently shook her head, her expression gradually turning cold. Ling Tian Dao, I appreciate your goodwill, but I firmly believe that Yi Zhao would never harm me. Would he, my husband? A flicker of anticipation glimmered in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Zhao with fervent intensity. Although she was aware that Yi Zhao's words might not reflect the truth, she longed to hear them. This scene evoked a sense of envy among the surrounding elite of various clans. The harmony between husband and wife was evident. No matter the slanders cast upon you, my heart remains steadfast, through life and death. Even if one day I were to fall into darkness and wreak havoc upon the world, I shall never forsake Gu Mingyue. Should I betray this vow, may I? Yi Zhao inhaled deeply, his gaze growing solemn. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Mingyue placed a gentle hand over his mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. You shall never succumb to darkness. Those who malign you are the true. Suddenly, the expressions of the surrounding elite turned to utter astonishment. It appeared they had not come to hear Ling Tiandao's teachings, but rather to witness the affection between the divine son Yi Zhao and the Empress Mingyue. Ling Tian snorted coldly and strode toward the exit. At this moment, he was secretly devising a plan to redeem himself after the humiliation of today once the secret realm was unlocked, wishing for those two wretched individuals to suffer immensely. The Reincarnation Tower. According to Linglong, as long as he could locate the Reincarnation Imperial Talisman, he would be able to unseal the Divine Tower and gain control over the deities and demons imprisoned within. At that time, not even the mightiest sages would pose a threat to him, let alone mere mortals. A full century. Do you comprehend how I endured these 100 years? I opened my eyes only to be subjected to torment, endlessly tormented. Alas! Until the aura of Ling Tian dissipated, Gu Mingyue and Yi Zhao exchanged knowing smiles. Why did my wife prevent me from dealing with him? Could it be that she felt a pang of compassion? Are you envious? Gu Mingyue pressed her crimson lips together, a rare and enchanting expression gracing her face. In her past life, she had never witnessed Yi Zhao's anger on her behalf. He always wore a mask of indifference. Seeing him so irate, she found it inexplicably charming. Otherwise, should I merely stand by and watch you be flattered by others? Indifferent? Yi Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly stepping before Gu Mingyue, poised to kiss her as if to affirm something. Yi Zhao. In an instant, a flicker of panic crossed Gu Mingyue's eyes, clearly caught off guard and unprepared for such intimacy. For there existed an ancient reincarnation hideaway within the Taoist secret realm, accessible only to Ling Tian. Oh, how did my wife come to know of this? It is truly disheartening. It seems she has concealed many matters from me. Yi Xiao sighed softly. But it appears my wife has learned to be cunning, understanding how to manipulate others. You! Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth tightly, glaring at Yi Xiao with deep resentment, thinking to herself that this was all learned from him. Meanwhile, atop Tiandao Tower, Xiang Kuan entered the palace with a sullen expression, a flicker of rage hidden in his eyes. Earlier, he had been coerced by Lu Yanran to write an IOU in the rear palace, surrendering all the spiritual stones and treasures within his Chenkuan ring. Had it not been for Xiang Kuan's repeated pleas, assuring that he would return to the sect after the Dao sect's secret realm to gather 30 million spiritual stones, he feared even the great sun god wheel would be seized by Lu Yanran. Damn Yi Xiao! Once the secret realm opens, I will ensure your dismemberment. Xiang Kuan, are you inside? At that moment, a low voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Xiang Kuan furrowed his brow and opened the palace door, only to find Lin Chun lurking outside, glancing furtively behind him. Who are you? Xiang Kuan, I have urgent matters to discuss. Concerning Yi Xiao. Lin Chun took a deep breath, not daring to reveal his true identity. He could not fully trust Xiang Kuan. He was merely a pawn. Come in. Upon hearing it was about Yi Xiao, Xiang Kuan's gaze grew sharp, and he nodded, allowing Lin Chun to enter the grand hall with him. Speak. What is it that you seek? Xiang Kuan, Yi Xiao has forced the Dream Saintess into servitude, a truly heinous crime. If you are willing, I can join forces with you to deal with him. Lin Chun inhaled deeply, a glint of astonishing killing intent flickering in his eyes. Do you truly believe that someone like you, a mere inhabitant of the Soul Sea, can challenge me? Xiang Kuan scoffed, clearly dismissing Lin Chun as insignificant. Such a prodigy from the Soul Sea could easily be crushed beneath a single blow of his hand. You doubt the Saint Sun's belief in me? Lin Chun remained unfazed, a flicker of fiery patterns beginning to swirl around him. A terrifying heat rapidly enveloped the entire grand hall. Even Xiang Kuan, upon sensing this fiery aura, could not help but feel a tremor of fear, as if his very innards were ablaze. You! Chapter 49. Kuan must take his medicine standing in the shadows, orchestrating everything. Lin Chun questioned coldly, Do I have the right to ally with the Holy Sun? A glimmer of defiance flickered across his face. If he were to successfully obtain the final fragment of black iron today, he would naturally refrain from risking exposure by collaborating with Xiang Kuan. However, to unlock the ancient repository of spiritual fire within the secret realm, Lin Chun must reclaim that fragment from Yi Xiao. Xiang Kuan was the only contemporary prodigy who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Xiao and held the potential to join forces with him. Why do you wish to confront Yi Xiao? Xiang Kuan furrowed his brow, a hint of vigilance glimmering in his eyes. I am Lin Chen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's countenance transformed as the radiance faded, revealing a face marked by resilience and ordinariness. What? You are that fiend? In an instant, spiritual patterns surged around Xiang Kuan, adopting a stance of utmost caution. Rumors concerning Lin Chen had been rampant during this time. According to whispers from the ancient teachings of Yin ruins, Lin Chun not only annihilated all the clan prodigies who entered the ancient tomb, but also nearly orchestrated the demise of both Yi Xiao and Ji Rumeng. Xiang Kuan had never anticipated that this so-called fiend would have the audacity to appear within the Tower of Heavenly Path. If I were truly a fiend, would I dare to present myself before the Holy Sun? Lin Chen sighed, his eyes betraying a fierce indignation. At this moment, he was resolute that the events that transpired within the ancient tomb of Yin ruins were undoubtedly linked to Yi Xiao. Moreover, those clan prodigies might very well have been slaughtered by this very scion of the Yi family, who had deliberately framed him. You! Xiang Kuan furrowed his brows, a sudden suspicion stirring within him. So, it was all a deliberate ploy by Yi Xiao to frame you? Indeed, I suspect that Saint Ji was also coerced by him. Lin Chen nodded, harboring no worries that Xiang Kuan would expose his true identity. After all, should he do so, he would bear the grave accusation of colluding with the malevolent forces. Given the current enmity between this Sun Saint and Yi Xiao, it is likely that Yi Xiao would seize the opportunity to eliminate him at the earliest chance. Indeed, today, Ru Meng kneeling and begging for mercy was clearly a matter of dire necessity. Xiang Kun pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to Lin Chen and said, "Brother Lin Chen, what do you propose we do? Once the secret realm opens, we can set our traps in advance. I will draw Yi Xiao into them, and together we shall vanquish him." Lin Chen's gaze darkened. With Xiang Kun's realm at the 9th level of the divine will, coupled with the might of his spiritual fire, it was hardly conceivable that he could not defeat a mere Yi Xiao. Yet what about Gu Mingyue and Yi Tsong? Rest assured, I have my methods to deal with them. Although Yu Ji has yet to regain her full strength, she is more than capable of holding off Gu Mingyue and the others. Once we are within the secret realm, I shall no longer need to concern myself with Yi Xiao's identity. Brother Lin Chen, since we share a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Xiao, let us together rid the world of this beast. Xiang Kun clenched his teeth, his expression twisted with fury. He did not doubt Lin Chen's resolve. After all, the latter's predicament was far more perilous than his own. Xiang Kun had merely suffered a setback, sacrificing the foundation of his sect, yet he still remained alive. However, Lin Chen has now been branded as a demon by Yi Xiao, making him an enemy to the world. At this moment, a gentle feminine voice echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing this sound, a look of surprise instantly illuminated Xiang Kun's face, as if he were dreaming. Before him, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, and a radiant glow once again veiled his features. He signaled Xiang Kun to be silent, saying, "Saint Xiang, it would be prudent for our plan to remain unknown to Saintess Ji." Xiang Kun furrowed his brow and slowly nodded. His hesitation was not due to a lack of trust in Ji Ruming, but rather a profound concern regarding Yi Xiao. If the son of the Yi family were to discover his clandestine alliance with Lin Chen, it could jeopardize the entire Daylight Sacred Sect. With a clang, the hall doors swung open, and Ji Ruming stepped inside, her golden robe flowing gracefully, her charming face tinted with shyness. This sight caused Xiang Kun's eyes to narrow, calculations swirling in his mind. Ruming. Xiang Kun opened his arms, eager to embrace Ji Ruming, but she deftly evaded him, reminding him of the presence of others. Oh! A flicker of darkness crossed Xiang Kun's gaze as he turned to enter the hall, donning a gentle smile. "Ruming, what brings you here? I came to see you while Yi Xiao is occupied below. Are you well? You haven't been injured, have you?" Ji Ruming's face expressed genuine concern as her eyes scrutinized Lin Chen. "And who might this be?" "He is my little brother, named Godai." Xiang Kun replied with an endearing smile, utterly captivated by Ji Ruming's words. Forgiveness, perhaps, is a testament to the self-cultivation of a devoted admirer. At this moment, he was increasingly convinced that Ji Ruming must have some unspeakable sorrow. She surely harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have come to his chamber in the dead of night. "Ruming, what exactly is the matter? What has Yi Xiao done to you?" "Xiang Kun, do not inquire further. You must not become adversaries with Yi Xiao. His power is formidable beyond measure." Ji Ruming sighed softly, a flicker of trepidation gleaming in her eyes. The more she displayed such vulnerability, the more Xiang Kun lowered his guard. "You all see it, don't you? She is concerned for me. Ruming, you have suffered. Do not worry. When the Dao Sect's secret realm opens, I shall certainly rescue you." Xiang Kun swallowed hard, especially at the sight of Ji Ruming's pitiful demeanor, which ignited an indescribable fervor within him. "Ahem, Brother Godai, it seems I am out of wine. Would you mind fetching some? We could have a good chat, just the two of us." "Oh, certainly." Lin Chen promptly understood and turned to exit the hall. Once his presence had vanished, a glimmer of amusement danced in Ji Ruming's eyes as she retrieved a wine flask from her Chenkuan ring. "Xiang Kun, I have wine here. Let us share a drink." At that moment, a growing wariness towards Yi Xiao settled within her heart. This divine son had an extraordinary grasp of human nature, having anticipated even Lin Chen's arrival and Xiang Kun's attraction to her beauty. Ruming. Xiang Kun's gaze sharpened, the night deepening, intoxicated, chaotic. Suddenly, an unexpected stir ignited within him. "Xiang Kun, I am truly sorry for the distress you have faced tonight." Ji Ruming filled 2 wine glasses, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed at Xiang Kun. In that moment, Xiang Kun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He accepted the wine glass offered by Ji Ruming and drained it in one gulp. Rumming, what are you saying? I am your fiancé. It is I who have caused you to suffer. As his words fell, his expression gradually solidified. He noticed that the smile on Ji Ruming's face had abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling indifference and disdain. In an instant, a frigid wave of apprehension surged within Xiang Kuan, causing him to feel as though the very blood and spiritual energy within him were dissipating. Kuan, it is time to take your medicine. Chapter 50. The Widow Series. My husband died a tragic death. Ji Ruming, what have you done to me? Xiang Kuan waved his hand, shattering the wine cup that Ji Ruming had offered him, his body swaying perilously as if he might collapse at any moment. Nothing much. I merely added a bit of spirit-sealing powder to your drink. Suddenly, a gentle laugh echoed from outside the grand hall. A figure clad in white pushed the door open and stepped into Xiang Kuan's presence. Upon seeing the newcomer, the last flicker of hope in Xiang Kuan's heart extinguished completely. Master. Ji Ruming pursed her crimson lips, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, akin to a cat that has caught a mouse, waiting for her master's praise and affection. In that moment, Xiang Kuan felt as if he had been rendered numb, the kind of numbness that is both shocking and overwhelming. He finally comprehended that from the instant he entered the Hall of Celestial Path, he had fallen into the snare set by the treacherous duo, Yi Xiao and Ji Ruming. Both Yi Tsong's intimidating punch and Ji Ruming's public kneeling were merely strategies to lower his guard, to make him believe that Ji Ruming was coerced by Yi Xiao. Why does the Holy Sun no longer smile? Have you lost your joy? Yi Xiao inquired, shaking his head as he advanced towards Xiang Kuan. In the next instant, his hand shot out, seizing the neck of the great sun Holy Sun. Given Xiang Kuan's cultivation at the 9th level of the sacred wheel, coupled with the might of the sacred body, even if Yi Xiao could overpower him, it would never be without a sound. Yet now, having consumed the poisoned wine laced with spirit-sealing powder, he found his cultivation utterly depleted, leaving him no room for struggle. Do you expect a villain like me to engage in a fair duel, only to be slain in reverse by the destined one? The truly formidable villains always resort to poison. The death of Xiang Kuan is merely the prologue to this intricate game. Indeed, Yi Xiao must consume the essence of the 5 great sacred bodies to awaken the 3rd transformation of his myriad transformation demonic form. However, it is not the esteemed Sun Sun who holds Yi Xiao's true focus, but rather talents like Lin Chun and Luo Shi. Yi Xiao, how insidious you are. Have the courage to engage me in a fair battle. Xiang Kuan clenched his teeth, his visage contorted with rage. Insidious? I have never considered cunning to be a disgraceful trait. Yi Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. This immortal path has always been a realm of victors and vanquished, those who grasp the heavens, beneath whose feet do not lie countless corpses, a mountain of blood and bones? Do you truly dare to kill me? As he sensed the dreadful power emanating from Yi Xiao's palm, a flicker of fear and desperation finally surfaced in Xiang Kuan's eyes. Rest assured, I shall soon send your little brother to keep you company. Yi Xiao smiled gently, the demonic patterns swirling in his palm as they began to invade Xiang Kuan's being. At that moment, his expression was astonishingly serene, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet the demonic intent within his gaze resembled an ancient abyss, dark and profound, instilling a sense of dread that rendered one unable to meet his eyes. Demon, you. In an instant, Xiang Kuan's countenance turned utterly ashen, an icy chill penetrating to his very marrow. It was you. Everything has been orchestrated by your hand, Lin Chun. I have been ensnared in your machinations? Even Xiang Kuan, despite his ignorance, finally grasped the truth of the matter, his scalp tingling with horror, unable to extricate himself from the realization. It turns out that Yi Xiao is indeed the malevolent force that stands opposed to all. The reason he chose to take his own life was likely to frame Lin Chen, thereby burdening the latter with the blame. In this manner, even if the Sun Sacred Sect were to investigate in the future, they would find no trace of Yi Xiao. How terrifying! Such intricate scheming is nearly fatal. At that moment, a dreadful hum suddenly reverberated within Xiang Kuan's sea of consciousness. A beam of golden light ascended, resembling a resplendent divine sun, radiating a magnificent golden brilliance. The great Sun Divine Wheel, as a relic of the Sun Sacred Sect, this divine will harbored the true might of fiery divinity. Now, with Xiang Kuan in peril, This treasure instinctively came forth to protect its master. Yi Xiao raised his brows slightly, his expression betraying no emotion. As a glimmer of soul light illuminated his brow, the primordial ancestor talisman manifested from thin air, enveloping the divine wheel and drawing it into his sea of consciousness. In that moment, the last flicker of light in Xiang Kuan's eyes vanished completely. Why, Ji Ruming, have I not treated you well? Why have you conspired with Yi Xiao against me? At this juncture, Xiang Kuan's voice grew exceedingly frail, his body withering, the sacred might dissipating. You? Ji Ruming's crimson lips curled slightly, her gaze dreamy, as she shook her head gently. Do you truly think yourself worthy to be compared with the Son of God? With a rush, darkness enveloped Xiang Kuan's form, and the flesh of the sacred sun was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Only his head remained, eyes wide open in death, conveying boundless resentment and terror. What comes next? Do you understand? Yi Xiao extended his hand and picked up Xiang Kuan's universe ring from the ground, speaking in a calm tone. Within it lay a divine bone worth 30 million spiritual stones, which certainly should not go to waste. Rest assured, my lord. Ji Ruming slightly bowed, her delicate hand waving gently, causing ethereal spiritual patterns to dance through the hall, restoring it to its former glory. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xiao nodded and vanished from his location. All that remained was for him to wait for Lin Chun to take the bait. Only then would this grand performance truly commence. After Yi Xiao's departure, Ji Ruming gathered her hair and walked towards the hall's exit. As time passed, the grand feast within Tiandao Tower gradually approached its conclusion. Following Ling Tiandaozi's departure, Yi Xiao stood as the sole protagonist of the gathering. Yi Xiao, once the Dao sect's secret realm opens, we hope you will look after us. The descendants of the ancient clans said, their faces illuminated with joy as they raised their cups in toast. Yi Xiao merely nodded and smiled, maintaining an air of humility and warmth. Where have you been? When he returned to Gu Mingyue's side, a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. It seemed nothing could escape Mingyue's notice. Yi Xiao chuckled softly, discreetly retrieving the ancient divine bone from the universe ring and placing it into Gu Mingyue's hand. I went to fetch a bone for my lady. Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled in surprise, hurriedly stowing the divine bone within her ring, her heart racing. Yi Xiao, are you mad? At that moment, she had already surmised that Xiang Kuan had most likely met his end. Yet she could not fathom how Yi Xiao had, in mere moments, stealthily slain a young sovereign. Could it be that this individual possessed the power to annihilate even the most formidable? What was there to fear? Hadn't he, my beloved, vowed to face all adversities and tribulations alongside me? Could it be that you were deceiving me? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, his expression laced with intrigue as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Mingyue. You! Gu Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, suddenly feeling that after Yi Xiao had revealed the secret of his demonic form, he had become increasingly reckless. Ah! At that moment, a panicked and desperate scream echoed from the Tiandao Tower. Did you slay Xiang Kuan? Ah, my husband, your death is truly tragic. Within the Tiandao Tower, in Xiang Kuan's chamber, Ji Ruming wore a sorrowful expression, shards of a broken wine jar strewn about her feet as she glared coldly at Lin Chun. Ji Saintus, it wasn't me. Lin Chun stood before her, his expression bewildered, casting a glance at the severed head of Kuan resting on the table, his complexion turning pale. Earlier, he had made an excuse to step out for wine, intending to grant Xiang Kuan and Ji Ruming some time for deeper interaction. Yet upon his return after half an hour, he was met with the most horrifying sight of his life. Xiang Kuan's head lay on the table, eyes wide open in fury, refusing to close even in death. Urged by the specter of Yu Ji, Lin Chun turned to leave but collided with Ji Ruming, who was returning with a wine jar. It wasn't you? Then why are you running? Ji Ruming clenched her teeth, blocking Lin Chen's path, refusing to yield. Saintus Ji, I have matters to attend to. Please make way. Lin Chen's expression was fraught with anxiety, particularly after Ji Ruming's startled exclamation, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of a multitude of talented individuals from the clan below. However, this was the Tiandao Tower, and he dared not recklessly invoke the power of the ethereal Ji, nor was he a match for Ji Ruming. Attempting to leave would not be a simple endeavor. Until the situation was clarified, He could not afford to depart. Suddenly, without waiting for Ji Ruming to finish her words, a pair of fiery divine wings unfurled behind Lin Chen. His figure tore through the void as he frantically attempted to flee from Tiandao Tower. At that moment, a strand of sword intent descended from afar, effectively halting Lin Chen's escape. Yishao, Gu Mingyue, Luo Shi, and a host of other clan heirs approached, emerging before the sleeping quarters. Xiang Kuan. Upon seeing Xiang Kuan's severed head within the chamber, shock and disbelief flickered in the eyes of the gathered crowd. The esteemed saint son of the Grand Sun Sacred Sect, a young supreme, had been silently slain? They could comprehend Ji Ruming's presence here. After all, she was the true fiancée of Xiang Kuan. Although she had become Yi Zhao's servant, it was understandable for her to take a moment to visit her betrothed. Yet, who was this common boy? His face marred with panic, clearly not to be trusted. Yi Zhao. As Lin Chen landed, a distinct flicker of terror shone in his eyes. At that moment, he was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Everything that transpired today was likely intertwined with this scion of the Yi family. Dream? What is happening? Yi Zhao furrowed his brow, a perplexed expression etched upon his face. Scion. Please, Scion, you must advocate for me. Ji Ruming wept like a flower drenched by rain, her inherently delicate visage appearing even more pitiable and helpless. A widow? In that instant, Ji Ruming seemed to radiate an additional aura. As she recounted the events in detail, the expressions of the surrounding prodigies grew increasingly astounded, their gazes towards Lin Chen filled with wariness. They had not anticipated that this seemingly mere youth at the Soul Sea realm could indeed have slain Xiang Kuan. This fellow. Is he not the one who was previously identified as a divine source master? It is him. You are the one who killed Xiang Kuan? Yi Zhao approached the severed head of Xiang Kuan, his eyes narrowing in realization. No, Xiang Kuan was not merely beheaded, but had his sacred bloodline devoured. What? At these words, the crowd's eyes trembled, a profound chill surging within them. Devoured of flesh. Such a method could only be the work of malevolent forces. Could it be that evil has infiltrated the heavenly Dao Tower? Only Gu Mingyue, with her lips pressed lightly together, watched Yi Zhao's performance in silence. She suddenly realized that after Yi Zhao openly acknowledged being tainted by demonic intent, her aversion to his secret seemed to wane. In fact, witnessing him earnestly attempt to frame Lin Chen, Gu Mingyue found it somewhat amusing. From the very beginning, her concern had never been about Yi Zhao's demonic form, but rather his heart. The path to immortality has always been one of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. Whether celestial or demonic, it is a realm of victors and vanquished. How could I, a mere soul from the Sea of Souls, possibly slay the esteemed Prince Xiang Kuan? Lin Chen's countenance darkened as he stifled the turmoil within, attempting to reason. Moreover, I bear no grudge against Prince Xiang. Why would I wish to harm him? If my memory serves me correctly, Xiang Kuan had previously utilized the relic of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, the divine wheel of the fiery sun, which has since gone missing. Yi Zhao pondered for a moment, then abruptly turned his gaze to the ancient black ring on Lin Chen's finger. If you seek to vindicate yourself, unveil the Chen Kuan ring for all to see. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face paled instantaneously, his lips parting in astonishment. He had indeed not slain Xiang Kuan, nor did his Chen Kuan ring contain the divine wheel of the fiery sun. However, within his Chen Kuan ring lay an ancient demon soul. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to grasp something, his gaze sharply lifting to meet Yi Zhao's. Could it be that this individual has truly discerned his identity? How could that be? The only one in the entire heavenly Dao city who knew his true nature was Yu Ji. Indeed, reveal the Chen Kuan ring for us to examine. Look, he is drenched in sweat. A chorus of outraged young aristocrats shouted with fervor, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen as he extended his hand yet hesitated to unveil the Chen Kuan ring. There was no other choice. Lin Chen sighed softly, his expression calming. At that moment, his only hope of escaping the heavenly Dao Tower rested with Yu Ji. Ah Xiaochen, I have repeatedly warned you against opposing Yi Zhao Shensi, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Yu Ji sighed softly, and at this moment, she had surmised that the events of the day were likely orchestrated by Yi Zhao from the shadows. And what now? This game of chess is impeccably designed. Regardless of whether Lin Chun can unlock the Chenquan ring, he will inevitably be branded with the name of a demon. Even if Lin Chun were to reveal the truth to Yu Ji, how many would believe him? From beginning to end, Yi Xiao has remained outside the fray, much like a spectator, leaving no traces of his involvement. Such tactics evoke a deep sense of dread, even within Yu Ji, sending chills through her very bones. Senior, we should find a way to leave this place. At such a time, Yi Xiao likely cares little for your fate, Lin Chun remarked, his expression cold, with a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Yu Ji replied, her tone turning icy. Open your soul, see, and allow me to take control of your body. Lin Chun nodded slightly. This method was one they had employed countless times before. Whenever he faced peril, Yu Ji could always seize control of his body, unleashing a power far beyond the contemporary. Beyond this, Lin Chun had no other recourse. In an instant, a tremendous demonic energy surged within his gaze. Dark flames began to swirl around him, reminiscent of infernal fires from the underworld, mysterious and sinister. You are Lin Chun. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Ji Ruming suddenly exclaimed, plunging the entire Tiandao Tower into an eerie silence. What? The demon Lin Chun. With a single step forward, Lin Chun manifested a pair of black wings behind him, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. His figure tore through the void, fleeing frantically from the heavenly Dao Tower. Lin Chun. It was indeed him. This wicked fiend dared to slaughter the esteemed Xiang Kuan within the confines of Tiandao City, showing utter disregard for any authority. The young prodigies of various clans gasped in shock, yet hesitated to act, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence emanating from Lin Chun, which rivaled the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. With their limited abilities, they could barely contend with Xiang Kuan, let alone thwart this malevolent entity. Lin Chun. Luoshi's gaze trembled as she watched the shadow of the dark figure sweep past her, disappearing into the depths of darkness. Faintly, she perceived the radiance on Lin Chun's face fading, revealing a visage that had graced her dreams countless times. However, the chilling coldness in his eyes felt utterly foreign, imbued with an ancient and somber essence. It was true what Brother Yi Xiao had said. Lin Chun had indeed been possessed by a demon. Lin Chun, there is no escape. With a resonant shout, Yi Xiao stepped forth, pursuing Lin Chun without concealment, seemingly intent on drawing attention to himself. Be cautious, Divine Son. The crowd of young prodigies expressed their astonishment at this audacious act. They had not anticipated that the Divine Son Yi Xiao would dare to confront such a formidable demon alone. His gallantry evoked a profound sense of respect and awe among them. Some individuals harbor a profound animosity towards malevolence, merely vocalizing their disdain. Yet Yi Xiao, the Divine Son, embodies this conviction through action and sets an example for others. Brother Yi Xiao, I am here to assist you. Luoshi inhaled deeply, her resolve solidifying as she swiftly followed in Yi Xiao's wake. Let us proceed. We cannot allow the Divine Son to confront the perils alone. Divine Son, we shall aid you in vanquishing the demons. After a brief moment, as the crowd surged forth from the heavenly Dao Tower, the figures of Yu Ji and Yi Xiao had vanished. Throughout this ordeal, Gu Mingyue displayed no hint of concern, quietly observing as Yi Xiao's silhouette faded into the enveloping darkness. Given her understanding of her fiancé, how could she ever place herself in jeopardy? Though the aura of that demon was formidable, it merely reached the level of great ascension. The treasures and divine symbols wielded by Yi Xiao could likely obliterate it with ease. Yi Xiao, which version of you is the true one? Gu Mingyue sighed softly, casting a lingering glance at Ji Ruming before turning away from the scene. It seemed that the current Yi Xiao had completely shed his fade before her. Moreover, his occasional displays of affection left Gu Mingyue enraptured and unable to resist. However, today, having witnessed Yi Xiao's cunning tactics against Xiang Kuan and Lin Chun, an instinctive fear gripped her heart. In that moment, she perceived the cold, calculating Yi family Divine Son from her previous life, mastermind behind it all, manipulating lives, unchanged. Meanwhile, outside the city of heavenly Dao, Yi Xiao descended from the heavens, landing upon a desolate mountain. Are you coming out? At that moment, his expression had already turned indifferent. Standing with his hands clasped behind him under the moonlight, dressed in pristine white, untainted by the slightest speck of dust. A low hum resonated. Before him, Lin Chun stepped forward, his pure black eyes swirling with an aura of malevolence, filled with vigilance. Since Yi Xiao had discovered her hiding place, he naturally possessed a means to compel her to reveal herself. The only thing that puzzled Yu Ji was why the scion of the Yi family dared to come alone. If he truly intended to eliminate Lin Chun or herself, why not lead a host of Taoist or Yi family experts to descend upon them? Even with Yu Ji's composure, she found herself at a loss, and thus refrained from acting rashly. Yi Xiao, the scion. Yu Ji slightly inclined her body, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. This scene ignited a profound fury within Lin Chen's soul, yet he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, his corporeal form remained under Yu Ji's control. Though he could witness all that transpired in the outside world, he was utterly incapable of breaking free from the sea of souls to reclaim his body. If I am not mistaken, the esteemed elder should be the powerful figure behind Lin Chun, Yi Xiao remarked, nodding gently, his expression devoid of any surprise. In the presence of Yi Xiao, I am but a mere solitary soul in this vast universe, harboring unfulfilled grievances, seeking merely to gamble once more with fate. Yu Ji sighed softly, as if stirred by some painful memories, her countenance tinged with sorrow. Oh? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding. Has the esteemed elder considered taking on another to follow instead? If I am not mistaken, every time the elder manifests, their soul must suffer a depletion, and if this continues, it may indeed become irretrievable. Upon hearing this, not only did Yu Ji's expression falter, but even Lin Chun, residing within her soul sea, found his mouth agape in astonishment. What was Yi Xiao doing, undermining their foundation? Was he no longer pretending, boldly showcasing his intentions before them? Now, Luo Shi had already been ensnared by Yi Xiao, mistakenly recognizing him as a brother. If Yu Ji were to be lured away as well, Lin Chun would truly be left with nothing. Cough, cough, Yi Xiao, the divine son. While I may command Lin Chen's physical form, he is still capable of overhearing our discourse. Yu Ji chuckled helplessly, her eyes reflecting a deepening perplexity. Logically, given Yi Xiao's stature, he should have dismissed any attempts to sow discord between her and Lin Chen. Should he not? Could it be that he has discerned her origins? And if so, what of it? The elder's fate, following Lin Chun, would ultimately lead to the exhaustion of their soul consciousness and a complete fall into oblivion. However, should the elder choose to follow me, I guarantee that within 6 months, I shall assist in the reconstruction of your corporeal form, and within a year, restore you to your zenith. Yi Xiao's demeanor remained impassive, entirely disregarding Lin Chun. As for the grievances the elder harbors, I believe the Chongqing Yi family possesses the capability to eliminate any adversaries you may face. Does it not? This. Yu Ji's gaze trembled, and for a brief moment, she found herself genuinely wavering. The reason she had persevered until now was due to her knowledge of a staggering secret within the 3,000 Tao states. This secret had not only led to the demise of her kin but had also nearly caused her, the most formidable prodigy of the Nine Nether clan throughout the ages, to lose her very soul and be unable to reincarnate. The ethereal Yu Ji comprehended that, given her current status, uttering this secret would not only be met with disbelief, but she would likely face immediate annihilation. The Chongqing Yi family, with its profound heritage, indeed represented her most advantageous option. In contrast, Lin Chun, despite his youth, could not possibly rival the breadth of vision or experience possessed by the son of the Yi family, Yi Xiao. To expect him to avenge Yu Ji would be folly. Even the mere reconstruction of his corporeal form might require a century or more. Yi Xiao, you are utterly shameless. Lin Chun cried out in despair. Yet he abruptly realized that every word spoken by Yi Xiao bore the weight of truth. In that moment, an unsettling panic seized Lin Chun, and his tone shifted to one of humility. Esteemed senior, do you recall the day I found you? Both of us were gravely injured, yet I willingly offered you the only third-grade elixir I possessed. If I were to perish, your Tao heart would forever bear a flaw, would it not? Chapter 53. The Mysterious Origin of Yu Ji, the disappeared sovereign of the demon clan. Yu Ji took a deep breath, her countenance gradually regaining its tranquility. Though she hailed from the demon lineage, she was far from being a malevolent fiend. In fact, the ancient Jiao clan was once the true sovereign of the wild expanse, the apex of all demons. Were it not for Lin Chun, Yuji might have long since dissipated into nothingness. Should she choose to betray Lin Chen now and align herself with Yi Xiao, even if she were to reconstruct her corporeal form, her heart of Tao would forever bear a flaw. I appreciate the kind intentions of the Divine Son, yet Lin Chen has saved my life, and I shall not betray him. Yuji shook her head, her heart sinking further in disappointment towards the successor, as she could hear Lin Chen's impotent roar. His emotions were easily manipulated by Yi Xiao, rendering him irrational and unfit for greatness. In contrast, Yi Xiao, with his unparalleled character, cunning, and innate talent, truly embodied the essence of a formidable leader. Ah, I see. Yi Xiao nodded gently, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. His gaze towards Yuji grew increasingly admiring. Under the intensity of Yi Xiao's penetrating gaze, Yuji felt her heart quiver, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment, a wave of indescribable shyness washing over her. By the reckoning of the demon clan's age, Yuji was merely on the cusp of adulthood, though the passage of time since her fall had been painfully prolonged. The loyalty of her predecessor was indeed commendable. It was truly an honor for Lin Chen, this seemingly worthless individual, to earn such recognition. Yi Xiao let out a sigh and suddenly produced a vibrant green spirit herb from his Qian Kuan ring, presenting it before Yuji. This was a soul-nourishing grass, which should assist the elder in regaining some semblance of her spirit. Should you reconsider, you may seek me at any time. I can grant you additional time. With that, Yi Xiao did not afford Yuji the opportunity to retort, but rather pressed the precious herb into her hands before turning to depart. Yi Xiao, the scion of the Yi family, gazing upon the silhouette clad in white that faded into the darkness, Yuji's gaze trembled, revealing a hint of sorrow. Elder, please do not place your trust in him. This scoundrel is the epitome of treachery. Be wary of that herb. Enough, Yuji exclaimed, retreating into the ancient ring and relinquishing her corporeal form back to Lin Chen. In the next moment, without a trace of hesitation, she consumed the soul-nourishing grass. Such a celestial herb, a convergence of the essence of sun and moon, is an extraordinary rarity. Throughout the years, she and Lin Chen had unearthed many ancient hidden realms, yet had never encountered a substance capable of tempering the spirit. If Yi Xiao truly intended to end her life, Yuji was certain that neither she nor Lin Chen could evade their fate this night. At this juncture, she had surmised that both the Yin ruins and Xiang Kuan were orchestrated by this Yi family scion, aimed at cornering Lin Chen into a desperate plight. Ultimately, however, their initial expedition into the ancient tomb was a scheme devised by her and Lin Chen against Yi Xiao and his ilk. Lin Chen's current predicament was purely the consequence of his own actions. Elder, you. Lin Chen clenched his jaw, his countenance darkening significantly. He truly did not anticipate that Yi Xiao could be so insidiously treacherous, even going so far as to undermine him right before his eyes. This was far more agonizing than death itself. In his eyes, Yuji had long since become a cherished companion, sharing both life and death. Yet before Yi Xiao, the emotional foundation he held dear seemed utterly worthless. Even if he were to proclaim to the world that Xiang Kuan and others fell victim to Yi Xiao's hand, he feared that no one would believe him. The only course of action left was to seek out the second strand of celestial spiritual fire and personally eliminate Yi Xiao, thereby bringing a definitive conclusion to this entangled fate. Should he linger any longer, the formidable beings of Tiandao City would soon be upon him. Yuji spoke with a detached demeanor, and at that moment, she felt the surging waves of soul power coursing through her. This particular herb had sparked signs of a breakthrough within her soul. Humph! Lin Chen let out a cold scoff and turned to stride into the depths of the forest. Just then, a terrifying ripple suddenly emerged in the void above his head. Frigid spiritual patterns descended, encasing the world in ice and causing all life to wither. Xier? In an instant, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he abruptly turned to gaze into the depths of the ancient forest, his gaze sharpening. At that moment, he beheld an elderly figure striding towards him, swiftly appearing before him and Yuji. It was none other than the guardian of Luoshi, Granny Orchid. Previously, she had been hindered outside Tiandao City, closely monitoring the happenings within. Just moments ago, Yi Xiao had tracked Lin Chen to this location without concealing his aura, which had drawn her here. She could not fathom why Yi Xiao had suddenly spared this demon, Yet Granny Orchid harbored an enduring animosity towards Lin Chun in her heart. Whether he was a demon was of no concern to her. Only with Lin Chen's demise could Luo she sever the ties that bound her heart and return to the Luo god clan to cultivate in peace. While she could not provoke Yishao, a mere country lad was not beyond her reach to eliminate. Who are you? Lin Chun and Appo's eyes flickered, an inexplicable anxiety surging within him. However, Granny Orchid uttered not a single word, her palm extending outward, wielding a tempest of ice and snow to suppress Lin Chun. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and the earth were shrouded in frost, a chilling mist rising. The demonic aura that had just begun to wane in Lin Chen's eyes surged forth once more. Xiao Chen, run! Yingji bellowed in fury, regaining control of Lin Chen's body, and similarly extended her palm. A vast expanse of black infernal flames erupted, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld, colliding fiercely with Granny Orchid's attack. Yet, despite Yingji having consumed the soul-nourishing herb and regained a portion of her strength, she still proved no match for this formidable deity. In the next moment, Lin Chen's corporeal form was sent flying, his wings unfurling behind him, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness that enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. Is this the innate divine ability of the Jiao clan? Granny Orchid's expression faltered as if a realization struck her, her gaze sharpening suddenly. Meanwhile, at the edge of the mountain forest, Yishao observed the scene before him with a cold gaze, a faint, gentle smile gracing his lips. From the moment he laid eyes on Luo Shi, he discreetly assigned someone to monitor this orchid matriarch. His earlier feigned pursuit of Lin Chun was a calculated move to draw this formidable member of the Luo god clan to this location. When the Lin family was obliterated by the Blood Soul Palace, the Luo god clan's decision not to reclaim Lin Chun indicated their disdain for his status. Now that he has succumbed to darkness, the Luo god clan seeks to sever the ties between Lin Chun and Luo Shi, and the most effective course of action would be to eliminate him. This orchid matriarch would thus become the catalyst for the irrevocable rift between Lin Chun and Luo Shi. Yishao glanced down at the black iron piece in his hand, a flicker of malevolence igniting in his eyes. His intention in acquiring this piece was not to locate the ancient spirit fire repository, but rather to compel Lin Chun to ally with Xiang Kuan. Such a fateful and exclusive fortune undoubtedly harbors numerous perils, which only Lin Chun could navigate. By merely returning this iron piece to Lin Chun, Yishao could follow in his footsteps, evade danger, and seize opportunity. From the moment Lin Chun began to suspect Yu Ji, the fate of this destined child had already been sealed. The divine son. Behind Yishao, two true divine beings of the Yi clan stood silently, their expressions indifferent. Eliminate him, leaving no trace. Yishao maintained a serene demeanor as he turned towards the direction of Tiandao City. At this moment, he sensed a chilling presence racing towards this very spot. I have come from the mountains to capture the orchid. Chapter 54. The most unfathomable of human hearts. A stab in the back suddenly, divine patterns descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire forest. Granny Orchid's expression froze, a profound sense of unease stirring within her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a multitude of divine patterns descended upon her, completely obliterating her presence. In contrast, Yishao exhibited not a flicker of emotion at the sounds behind him. From the moment Granny Orchid witnessed his conversation with Yu Ji, it became evident that regardless of her presence tonight, her fate was sealed. With the final piece of the chessboard now in place, the expedition into the Taoist sect's secret realm was irrevocably set on its course. The Reincarnation Emperor's talisman and the celestial fire of the earth. These two significant opportunities alone stirred one's spirit. The divine wall of the great Tao. One could only wonder if any fateful connections might be discerned within its confines. Yishao murmured softly to himself as he stepped toward the direction of the heavenly Tao city. Given Granny Orchid's strength, her earlier strike would undoubtedly have severely injured Yu Ji. Consequently, Lin Chun would be deprived of a formidable ally in the forthcoming expedition. Regarding the Jiao clan, Yishao had indeed heard whispers. This demon clan once ruled the wild expanse of the great continent but mysteriously vanished overnight. Some claimed they ascended as a whole, breaking free from the shackles of the heavenly path to reach the celestial realms. Others suggested that they foresaw an impending calamity and sought refuge in the hidden realms. Regardless of the truth, since that time, no members of the Jiao clan had appeared in the 3,000 Dao states. Yi Xiao could hardly fathom that the demon soul concealed within Lin Chen's ring possessed such a terrifying history. From the words of the ethereal maiden, Yi Xiao sensed that the plight of this clan was perhaps not as idyllic as the world imagined. Intriguingly, first, the sovereign of the ancient wilderness, the celestial master Ling Long, was ensnared in the Forbidden Lands, utilizing the reincarnation tower to lure the Taoist disciple Ling Tian in search of the reincarnation imperial seal. Subsequently, the Jiao clan re-emerged in the world, burdened with a profound vendetta. These two formidable forces, both epitomes of earthly supremacy, seemed to be effortlessly erased by an unseen hand, leaving not a trace behind. In that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized that behind the 3,000 Dao states, there likely lay a staggering secret, with someone clandestinely manipulating the fate of the myriad beings. Brother Yi Xiao. At that instant, a startled exclamation echoed from the distant shadows. The figure of Luo Shi descended from the heavens, her bare jade feet illuminated by the moonlight, accentuating their delicate whiteness. Sheer, what brings you here? Yi Xiao's gaze trembled slightly, feigning a look of astonishment. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. What about Lin Chen? That fiend. Luo Shi approached Yi Xiao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Brother, you're not injured, are you? No. I lost track of Lin Chen after pursuing him to this place. Yi Xiao sighed lightly, casting a glance towards the distant sky. Considering the time, Granny Orchid should have already succumbed to the hands of those two formidable members of the Yi family. With a resounding boom, a flicker of mild astonishment suddenly crossed Luo Shi's delicate face. That breath. In the next moment, she surged forward, racing towards the ancient forest where Granny Orchid resided. Sheer, what has befallen you? It is Granny Orchid's aura. She is engaged in combat. At this moment, a sense of foreboding settled in Luo Shi's heart. Ever since her return to the Luo God clan, Granny Orchid had persistently urged her to forget Lin Chen. As the princess of the Luo God clan, Luo Shi was destined to become the true queen of the northern ice continent. Her partner, at the very least, ought to be of the caliber of the holy sons from the 10 great states. A youth like Lin Chen, devoid of any background and hailing from the wilderness, was scarcely worthy even to serve as Luo Shi's servant. Had it not been for the upheaval within the Luo God clan, Lin Chen would never have crossed paths with Luo Shi in this lifetime. Now that he had fallen into darkness, Granny Orchid would undoubtedly seek a way to subdue him, severing the ties of Luo Shi's heart. Granny Orchid? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, descending into the ancient forest alongside Luo Shi. Granny! Immediately after, Luo Shi's voice, filled with despair and sorrow, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. At that moment, she beheld a pile of ashes scattered in the heart of the ancient forest. Among them lay an ancient ice crystal order, gleaming with a radiant brilliance, Granny Orchid's cherished possession. Surrounding the ancient forest were numerous traces of fiery devastation, reminiscent of the peculiar flames Lin Chen had previously wielded. Granny! Luo Shi trembled, collapsing to her knees with a thud, weeping inconsolably. Alas! Yi Xiao sighed softly, gently enveloping Luo Shi in his embrace, and solemnly reassured her. Do not be disheartened. Sheer, I vow to vanquish this demon, avenging your brother and our mother. Brother Yi Xiao. Luo Shi's expression was one of despair as she leaned against him, as if all her strength had been drained away. Should Lin Chen witness this scene, it would hardly require Yi Xiao's intervention. The sheer frustration alone might prove fatal for him. It appeared that after devouring Xiang Kuin's sacred essence, the demon had significantly regained its strength. If it could be lured into the Dao sect's secret realm, perhaps the sealing powers therein could be utilized to eliminate it. Otherwise, should it manage to escape. Yi Xiao's gaze grew pensive as he suddenly retrieved a shard of black iron from his Chenkuan ring, lamenting that he should not have contended for this ancient fragment. Brother Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi's eyes flickered with a chilling resolve. She wiped away her tears, as if having made a profound decision. She had not anticipated that the youth who had been sitting beside them all along was, in fact, Lin Chen. May I see this iron shard? Certainly. Yi Xiao casually tossed the black iron fragment into Luo Shi's hands, a hint of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Sheer, Stay by my side for the next few days. I fear Lin Chun may pose a threat to you. In that instant, as Yi Zhao's words settled, Luo Shi's delicate hand pressed gently against his chest. To his astonishment, Yi Zhao's expression, along with his entire body, became eerily still. Brother Yi Xiao, I apologize. Luo Shi slowly rose, her eyes shimmering with a hint of remorse and an astonishing chill. I will lead Lin Chen into the secret realm of the Dao sect and then assist you in eliminating him. With the malevolence of this evil being, his greatest desire must be to slay Yi Xiao. I cannot allow Lin Chen to escape and pose a threat to you, Brother Yi Xiao. At this moment, she sensed an extremely subtle aura of icy coldness at the edge of the mountains. It must be the mark left on Lin Chen by Granny Orchid during their earlier confrontation. Luo Shi, do not act foolishly. That wicked being is cunning and treacherous, a master of disguise. I nearly fell for his ruse myself. Brother Yi Xiao, I have already lost one brother. I cannot allow him to harm you as well. With that, Luo Shi knelt on the ground, collecting Granny Orchid's ashes into a jade jar, and then began to tread deeper into the forest. Having crouched for too long, her steps were now somewhat unsteady, limping slightly. Do not worry, Brother Yi Xiao. Within 100 breaths, your icy seal will be lifted. Keep this Luoshan token on you, and we can communicate at any time. With Luo Shi's strength, it was inconceivable that she could contend with Lin Chun. Yet, if she concealed herself beside this malevolent entity and coordinated with Brother Yi Xiao, they could surely deliver justice and send him to the netherworld. Watching the figure gradually fade from view, the urgency etched on Yi Zhao's face slowly solidified. At that moment, he seemed to foresee Lin Chen's fate. It was indeed the beloved who would deliver such a betrayal. Chapter 55. Daily Life with Gu Mingyue, perhaps unveiling her greatest secret. With a snap, as Luo Shi vanished from sight, a golden light suddenly radiated from Yi Zhao's eyes. In an astonishing turn of events, the icy seal that bound him shattered instantaneously. He gazed down at the ancient ice token in his hand, a faint and gentle smile gracing his lips. With the presence of this young green plum by Lin Chen's side, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape Yi Zhao's grasp, no matter where he ventured. However, a slight disappointment flickered within Yi Xiao, for Lin Chen's fated wife seemed to be conspicuously absent. With a hum, Yi Xiao shook his head and turned towards the bustling city of Tiandao. All that remained was to patiently await the moment when Lin Chen would unlock the secret treasure of spiritual fire, at which point he could seize the destined one. His sister, Zhao Hua, along with the enchanting master residing within the ring, would all become his possessions. According to the system, eliminating the fated individual would yield greater values for destiny forging. Capturing someone like Lin Chen, who defiantly resisted fate, would prove to be a formidable challenge. It was best to eliminate him before he could traverse from the eastern river to the western bank, lest unforeseen complications arise. As for Luo Shi, were it not for her affiliation with an ancient divine clan, Yi Xiao would not have expended effort to subdue her. Despite the decline of the Luo clan, it remained the most formidable force in the northern ice continent. Now, this destined young plum had placed her complete trust in Yi Xiao. With a little nurturing, she would undoubtedly bring both herself and her clan to kneel before him. Look, it's the son of Yi Xiao. In the city of Heavenly Path, a multitude of gifted individuals from various clans gazed in awe at the figure clad in white descending from the heavens, their eyes reflecting a profound respect. Previously, they had been intimidated by Yi Xiao's status, yet they did not genuinely admire his character. However, this night Yi Zhao's fearless actions against the malevolent forces, setting an example for all, elevated him to the status of a true leader in their eyes. At this moment, the radiant light of righteousness illuminated their faces. The Son of God, Lin Chun. Yi Xiao sighed softly, a hint of disappointment shadowing his countenance, as he lamented the unfulfilled expectations of others, feeling the weight of Lin Chun's escape. Son of God, this is not your fault. Lin Chun is simply too cunning and treacherous. Indeed, the audacity of the Son of God to pursue the evil alone commands our admiration. I propose that the Dao sect bestow upon the Son of God the honorary title of Demon Slayer. The assembly of talented clansmen clamored with fervor, their expressions filled with indignation. Had it not been for the timely insight of Yi Xiao in driving away the evil, they might have fallen victim to its sinister grasp. Everyone, Tomorrow marks the opening of the Dao sect's secret realm. Let us retire early. Yi Xiao suddenly lifted his gaze towards the heavenly path tower, where he noticed Gu Mingyue standing at the window, her eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. It felt akin to a wife waiting in the dead of night for her husband to return from an affair. Is everything resolved? Within the heavenly path tower, Yi Xiao held a wine cup, delicately sipping its contents. Beside him, Gu Mingyue, adorned in phoenix robes, parted her crimson lips and casually inquired. With her perceptive nature, she had naturally deduced all of Yi Xiao's plans. Such a flawless arrangement evoked a sense of trepidation even within her, a reborn sovereign, instilling an indescribable fear. Yi Xiao set down his wine cup and turned his gaze towards Gu Mingyue. How much do you know about Ling Tian Daozi? He inquired. Presently, Lin Chun had entirely fallen into Yi Xiao's scheme, yet Ling Tian remained unaffected. Although Yi Xiao surmised that the forthcoming opportunity he would seize might be the reincarnation imperial talisman promised by the exquisite immortal, he remained oblivious to its whereabouts. In contrast, Gu Mingyue, as one who had been reborn, surely possessed knowledge of all the opportunities hidden within the Dao sect's secret realm. Ling Tian's reincarnation gaze allows him to perceive the cycles of past lives. Given your current enmity with him, he will undoubtedly seek ways to confront you in the upcoming Dao sect secret realm. Gu Mingyue's expression was tranquil, yet she suddenly furrowed her brow. At that moment, she discerned a hint of cunning in Yi Xiao's eyes. Was he attempting to gauge her? It seemed rather presumptuous for him to think he could contend with her husband. Yi Xiao feigned disdain, as if he regarded this Daozi with indifference. Yi Xiao, do not underestimate the situation. The Dao sect has long held dominion over this ancient secret realm. Although the ancient clans have not submitted to the Dao sect, they will surely harbor respect for Ling Tian, if he enlists their aid. In an instant, Gu Mingyue's body grew taut, her posture becoming resolute, outlining an astonishing silhouette, her brows knitted in a subtle expression of gravity. Moreover, the reincarnation tower in Ling Tian's possession is no ordinary artifact. It is said to possess the power to seal the cycles of time and the myriad divine beings. This journey to the Taoist sect's secret realm may very well present him with significant opportunities. In her past life, Gu Mingyue had limited interactions with Ling Tian, yet this disciple displayed remarkable enthusiasm and sincerity towards her. Ultimately, Ling Tian, wielding the reincarnation tower, triumphed over numerous contemporary prodigies and successfully acquired a great fortune within the Taoist sect's secret realm, becoming one of the youngest paragons of the holy state. This time, Gu Mingyue ventured to the Taoist sect for two primary reasons. First, to observe the divine wall of the Great Way, seeking insight into her destiny and the desires that lingered in her heart. Second, to seize Ling Tian's fortune, thereby hastening the breaking of the Nirvana seal. A great fortune? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, shaking his head slightly. No matter how grand the opportunity, it would likely remain firmly within Mingyue's grasp. At his words, Gu Mingyue's expression faltered, particularly at the glint of amusement in Yi Xiao's eyes, which sent a shiver through her spirit. Given Yi Xiao's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would underestimate any adversary. This fellow was clearly leveraging her feelings for him to probe her intentions. Could it be that he has uncovered the secret of her rebirth? With this thought, Gu Mingyue refrained from further comment, increasingly wary of Yi Xiao in her heart. What is Mingyue concerned about? Is she afraid that her husband will snatch away her fortune? Yi Xiao chuckled softly, suddenly taking Gu Mingyue's delicate hand and drawing her into his embrace. I have said it before, whatever you desire, Mingyue, I shall help you seize it. Yi Xiao. Release me. My dear, the night grows late. Shall we not retire early? Yi Xiao leaned close to Gu Mingyue's ear, his tone gentle as he said, Rest assured, I shall merely lie here motionless. Yi Xiao, do not go too far. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, attempting to extricate herself from Yi Xiao's embrace. Is it excessive for me to sleep beside my fiancée? Is there no justice left? Yi Xiao remained unfazed, gazing down at Gu Mingyue in his arms, and continued, Does Mingyue wish for me to sleep with another's fiancée? You! Gu Mingyue's lovely face flushed, and a surge of spiritual patterns began to rise around her, teetering on the brink of an outburst. Yi Xiao, however, slowly released his grip and shook his head helplessly. It seems Mingyue still harbors some wariness towards me. Very well, I shall sleep alone. With that, he offered Gu Mingyue no chance to respond and walked directly to the inner hall, reclining upon the bed. A mere test, perhaps if I probe a little deeper, I may discover more? Shameless. Gu Mingyue lightly exclaimed, then settled into a meditative position, ignoring Yi Xiao further. Once she steps into the Dao sect tomorrow, she will be able to discern Yi Xiao's true visage within the divine wall of that realm. If all this time has merely been an act put on by this son of the Yi family, Gu Mingyue will surely unveil his disguise with her own hands, ensuring his disgrace and rendering him an outcast in the eyes of the world. Chapter 56. Benevolent brother, respectful sister? 800 hearts of childhood companions outside Tiandao City. Amidst the ancient forest, Lin Chen's figure descended from the heavens, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. With his physical form, he could hardly withstand a full-force strike from a virtual deity. Even a being of great transcendence could easily crush him. Had it not been for the pivotal moment when Yu Ji sacrificed her very soul, invoking the innate divine ability of the Nine Nether clan, he would likely have been slain by Granny Orchid's palm. Nevertheless, he now felt as though his entire bloodline and internal organs were shattered, suffering grievous injuries. Unbeknownst to Lin Chun, even if Yu Ji had failed to rescue him, Yi Xiao would ensure he did not perish at Granny Orchid's hands. Otherwise, all of Yi Xiao's prior scheming would have been in vain. Little Chen, I am unable to go on. Yu Ji's voice echoed within his soul sea, frail and faint. She had just consumed a soul-nurturing herb, regaining some semblance of strength, only to be struck back to her original state by Granny Orchid's devastating blow. Predecessor, you must not die. If you perish, how shall I unlock the ancient spiritual fire repository? Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Although his trust in Yu Ji had waned, he understood that without her, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to reach this point, let alone merge with the heavenly spiritual fire and awaken the supreme holy body. With the Taoist sect's secret realm about to open, if Yu Ji were to die, what hope would he have for further fortune? I shall not perish, but I may need to enter a deep slumber for a time. Yuki sighed, feeling no concern in Lin Chen's words, only an insatiable desire for destiny. As you previously instructed, locate that ancient repository. Although you have not gathered all the keys to unlock it, you can still break a portion of the seal. At that moment, I will exert every effort to guide you into the realm of inheritance. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he slowly nodded. Very well, senior. Please rest well. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated once more from the distant darkness. A figure clad in an ice-blue gown approached, revealing herself before him. Lin Chen's heart trembled, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet his expression gradually solidified. He recognized that the figure who had suddenly appeared was none other than Luo Shi. However, any remnants of affection for his sister had long been extinguished, replaced solely by animosity. The old woman who had just attacked him bore a striking resemblance to Luo Shi, likely her protector. Brother, is it truly you? Luo Shi's eyes were red, carefully masking the murderous intent and revulsion within. Do you still have the audacity to face me? You weren't sent by Yi Xiao, were you? Lin Chun scoffed, raising his gaze toward the forest behind Luo Shi. He feared that Yi Xiao might suddenly emerge from the shadows and strike him down. Brother, I never anticipated that you would fall to such depths. Luo Shi's expression was one of anguish as she withdrew a vial of elixir from the Chenkuan ring and handed it to Lin Chun. Had it not been for their recent calls of your name, I fear I would scarcely have recognized you. At her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Shi, what do you mean by that? I traveled all the way from the northern plains upon hearing that you had been wrongfully accused. I understand that my abrupt departure must have angered you greatly, but I had my reasons. Are you implying that you made a special journey from the northern plains to see me? Lin Chun furrowed his brow, though internally he scoffed. Yi Xiao is treacherous and has deceived him numerous times. Luo Shi's unannounced approach appeared to be a scheme. Yes, I know with your temperament, you would undoubtedly seek to vindicate yourself and take revenge on Yi Xiao. Luo Shi nodded, then retrieved a piece of black iron shard from the Chenkuan ring. Brother, look at this. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression turned to one of complete stupefaction, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. Sheer, did you intentionally get close to Yishao? Of course, I do not believe you to be malevolent, but since I could not locate you, I had no choice but to approach Yishao. Brother, what transpired between you two? Sigh. Lin Chun clenched his jaw, contemplating the elixir and the shard of black iron in his hands, and began to recount, with embellishments, the events that unfolded in the Yinru ancient tomb along with some of his speculations. The meaning of brother is that Yishao deliberately framed you as a demon for the sake of the Yin-Yang divine essence? In her heart, Luo she couldn't help but scoff coldly. Had it not been for Yishao bestowing the Yin-Yang divine essence upon her, she might have genuinely believed Lin Chen's impassioned performance. Indeed, this treacherous scoundrel Yishao had the audacity to attempt to eliminate Little Chun. At that moment, Yu Ji suddenly interrupted Lin Chen. You would do well to keep my origins from your sister, for the true culprit behind the annihilation of the Lin family has yet to be uncovered. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly grasped the deeper meaning behind Yu Ji's words. According to her speculation, the individuals responsible for the destruction of the Lin family were in pursuit of the ancient stone ring that resided in his possession. This ring not only harbored Yu Ji's lingering soul, but also contained a fragment of celestial fire. Coincidentally, the downfall of the Lin family occurred shortly after Shir's disappearance. This, of course, had long been accounted for in Yi Zhao's schemes. Upon witnessing the unfolding events involving Luo Shi, Yi Zhao must have anticipated that Lin Chun and Yu Ji would undoubtedly suspect her involvement in the Lin family's demise. A frightened bird perceives every rustle as a threat. Now that Yu Ji was gravely injured, Lin Chun had no choice but to rely on this sister to infiltrate the Dao sect and navigate its secret realms. Brother, I heard from Yi Zhao that you possess a demon soul. Luo Shi cautiously cast a glance at Lin Chun, tentatively inquiring, what demon soul? This is all a slander by Yi Zhao Sheer. At this moment, I require your assistance with a particular matter. Lin Chun let out a cold smirk, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his thoughts. I need you to help me enter the Dao sect's secret realm. If he can successfully access the Dao sect's secret realm and acquire the second strand of heavenly spiritual fire, he would truly ascend to the pinnacle of contemporary prowess. Given Lin Chen's current cultivation level, without the aid of Yu Ji, even entering the secret realm would be an arduous endeavor. However, the appearance of Luo Shi sparked a bold idea within him. The Dao sect's secret realm? Luo Shi furrowed her brow slightly, feigning confusion as she gazed at Lin Chun. Brother, considering your present circumstances, would entering the secret realm not be akin to throwing yourself into a trap? Sheer, to speak candidly, within the Dao sect's secret realm lies a supreme ancient vault, which only I can unlock, and within it is sealed a strand of heavenly spiritual fire. Lin Chen stated indifferently, if Luo Shi were indeed the mastermind behind the downfall of the Lin family, she would undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of the spiritual fire. He could then exploit this dear sister of his to clear the obstacles within the secret realm and locate the ancient vault. By then, there would be ample time for Yu Ji to recover from her injuries. I see, brother. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in entering the Dao sect's secret realm. Luo Shi smiled sweetly, yet her eyes harbored not a trace of warmth. At this moment, she could sense Lin Chen's wariness towards her. But what did it matter? Her mission was to lead Lin Chun into the secret realm and uncover the supreme ancient vault. At that time, she could join forces with Yi Zhao to eliminate this monster. Excellent. I knew that my dear sister Sheer would certainly assist me. A look of relief spread across Lin Chen's face as he exchanged a smile with Luo Shi. Let us depart, Sheer, while the sky still holds its twilight. I shall escort you to a delightful place. Chapter 57. The overbearing protector, the dominant Gu Mingyue in the celestial tower. Yi Zhao heard the system notification echoing in his ears, and a gentle smile graced his face. He cast a glance at the distant Gu Mingyue, who sat with her eyes closed in meditation, and a mischievous glimmer danced in his eyes. With the Zhou Tian Yen technique, it was nearly impossible for Gu Mingyue to discern Yi Zhao's fate through the divine wall of the great Dao. While the Dao ancestor was indeed formidable, it was the great celestial sovereign who reigned supreme across the realms. However, with the acquisition of the fate reversal talisman, Yi Zhao had undoubtedly taken a significant step closer to successfully wooing this exalted empress. Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, as if sensing something amiss, and turned her gaze toward Yi Zhao, her eyes narrowing slightly. She observed Yi Xiao propped up on one hand, reclining on the bed, gazing at her with an expression of tender affection. "What are you looking at?" Under the scrutiny of his dual pupils, Gu Mingyue felt as if he regarded even a mere dog with profound emotion. "Indeed, Mingyue is a perfect wife. I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore our fated bond within the divine wall of the great Tao." Gu Mingyue's gaze grew slightly cold. It was her first time hearing such praise from Yi Xiao, and she felt a strange thrill of joy. Yet, did he truly not fear exposing his demonic intent and becoming an enemy to the world? Time flowed on. As dawn broke on the following day, the air in the city of Dao echoed with the sound of rushing winds. A procession of ancient clan heirs, accompanied by their followers, made their way towards the sacred Dao mountain. In that ethereal expanse above, a golden path unfurled, shimmering with divine radiance. Countless ancient beasts lay prostrate along the flanks of the mountain path, amidst dense primordial forests and undulating peaks, where celestial palaces stood majestically. Chaotic primordial energy cascaded like a waterfall from the mountain summit. Celestial mists intertwined, and myriad auspicious lights radiated. This place resembled a true sanctuary beyond the mortal realm, where various ethereal herbs blossomed, celestial rocks loomed, and spirit birds soared, creating a breathtaking panorama. At the pinnacle of the mountain, a multitude of celestial halls were scattered like stars, bustling with countless cultivators clad in feathered garments and Taoist crowns. The secret realm of the Tao sect was set to open today, and a resounding voice echoed, urging all heirs of ancient clans and disciples of the celestial sect to ascend the mountain at once. Instantly, a clamor arose from below Dao Mountain as the elite of various clans stepped forth, resolute in their ascent towards the summit. Beneath their feet lay the Dao steps, said to have been crafted by the Dao ancestor himself, each tier imbued with distinct insights into the great Dao and illusions for tempering one's resolve. Among them stood a young maiden in azure attire, her countenance pure and ethereal, at the foot of the mountain, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. This was her first encounter with such a multitude of contemporary prodigies, each radiating an aura of unparalleled strength and vitality. Indeed, the mere pressure emanating from the steps was far beyond what Yu Qingji could withstand. "Junior sister, we should return. With your capabilities, it is unlikely you could even ascend Daoshan, let alone venture into the secret realm of the Dao sect," Li Fan remarked with a cold laugh, a hint of darkness flickering in his eyes. The identity of Yi Xiao left him devoid of any hostility, channeling his frustrations instead towards Yu Qingji. "I wish to give it a try." Yu Qingji shook her head, her gaze fierce and resolute. She recalled the expectations of the divine son Yi Xiao, great sword immortal. If she could not overcome this minor obstacle, how could she ever aspire to stand tall amidst the heavens and earth, rivaling gods and demons as a formidable sword immortal? "Little junior sister, do not blame me for not warning you. The divine power of the Dao steps is as heavy as 10,000 Jun. Even I cannot reach the summit. Do not bring shame upon yourself." Li Fan scoffed, but as his words fell, two disciples of the Dao sect descended from the sky, landing before Yu Qingji. In an instant, Li Fan's body tensed, his throat dry, his expression transforming into one of utmost reverence. As one of the most powerful forces in the Holy Prefecture, even a mere dog from the Dao sect would hold a higher status than he. "Are you Misyu?" the two disciples inquired, bowing slightly as they addressed her. This scene left Li Fan dumbstruck, his eyes wide in disbelief, having never experienced such respect. Who was this girl in green that warranted the personal welcome of two esteemed disciples from the Dao sect? I am Yu Qingji." "That is indeed the case. Divine Son Yi Xiao has instructed that if Miss Yu arrives, there is no need to participate in the Dao sect trials. You may ascend the mountain directly." Two disciples of the Dao sect, with serene expressions, parted the way. "Miss Yu, please." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the faces of the surrounding prodigies tightened slightly, their gazes filled with envy. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, divine son." Yu Qingji's crimson lips trembled lightly as she followed closely behind the two, ascending towards the mountain peak. She could sense that the eyes of all the clan heirs present were fixated upon her. The gaze, tinged with reverence and envy, caused her heart to tremble, a novel sensation of anxiety washing over her. Simultaneously, Her humble spirit seemed to undergo a transformation, gradually savoring the exquisite taste of power. Junior sister, wait for me. Li Fan swallowed hard, his posture slowly straightening. At that moment, he noticed that those ancient clan heirs, who usually exuded an air of superiority, were now displaying faint smiles of deference towards him. Woohoo! Take flight. The divine son of Yi Xiao had yet to instruct him to ascend directly. He should proceed at a more leisurely pace. The two disciples of the Tao sect frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Li Fan, causing the assertive expression on his face to gradually freeze. Damn it! Look! The divine son of Yi Xiao is coming. A sudden exclamation arose from the crowd. A figure clad in white descended from the heavens, standing before the throng. The divine son of Yi Xiao. Upon seeing the newcomer, whom Mayor's eyes sparkled with allure, her waist swayed as she let out a delicate cry. Humph! Before she could draw near, another cold snort echoed from the sky above. Immediately, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens, forcefully pinning Meyer to the ground. Hiss! What an opportunity, my brothers! Let us proceed. A group of prodigies trembled with anticipation, their gazes fixated on the voluptuous peach that threatened to burst from her attire, swallowing hard in unison. At that moment, Gu Mingyue, adorned in resplendent phoenix robes, gracefully descended, positioning herself beside Yi Xiao. She remained silent, yet the icy demeanor in her eyes deterred the aspiring beauties from approaching Yi Xiao, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Have you had your fill of gazing? If so, join me in ascending the mountain. Gu Mingyue cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao before striding ahead. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose, pondering whether this was what they referred to as guarding one's territory. His wife looks exceptionally beautiful today. With a gentle smile, Yi Xiao reached for Gu Mingyue's delicate hand, leading her past Meyer and toward the summit of Daoshan. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this empress possessed a hint of a delicate disposition, fiercely protective indeed. Behind them, Wang Chongqing and others wore pained expressions as they beheld the two figures resembling celestial lovers, letting out a resigned sigh. Just moments ago, they sensed that Gu Mingyue's aura had reached a terrifying level of ninefold divine wheel, a young sovereign. Together, this couple was unmatched. One must wonder who in the entirety of Shenzhou could rival them. Are you anxious? Gu Mingyue abruptly turned to Yi Xiao and inquired softly. Anxious? Yi Xiao's expression faltered for a moment as he shook his head slightly. Even in opposition to the masses, he felt no apprehension. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's gaze grew slightly cold, and her crimson lips curved into a faint arc. Was this a resolution to embrace despair? What truly unsettled me is you. Just as Gu Mingyue's heart let out a cold laugh, she heard Yi Xiao's indifferent words, which surprisingly bore a hint of remorse in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Gu Mingyue realized that her hatred was not directed at Yi Xiao for becoming a demon, but rather at his indifference and ruthlessness. In her past life, she had committed countless transgressions against her own principles for Yi Xiao, willingly and without complaint. Indeed, to aid him in ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial path, Gu Mingyue had forcibly augmented her cultivation multiple times, jeopardizing her foundation, solely to fulfill Yi Xiao's commands. Even the million soldiers of the ancient celestial Phoenix dynasty had perished under Yi Xiao's ambitions, with their ancestors falling one by one. Ultimately, when her foundation shattered, the celestial dynasty declined, and she lost her worth. Yi Xiao callously discarded her, devouring her essence and draining her of her last ounce of value. Yet now, gazing upon the gentle and serene face before her, Gu Mingyue suddenly felt her eyes grow moist. Let us go. She hastily quickened her pace, as if fearing Yi Xiao might catch sight of her reddening eyes. On the mountain path, a refreshing breeze tousled her hair and red garments, rendering her figure even more slender and ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue walked side by side, traversing the path to the mountain's summit with an air of calm detachment. Gradually, numerous illusory visions began to materialize before the two. Under the formidable power of Yi Xiao's dual pupils, the illusion posed no threat whatsoever. He gently took Gu Mingyue's delicate hand, traversing mountains and rivers, through desolate seasons, until, at last, their figures ascended to the pinnacle of Daoshan, whereupon the illusions receded like a tide. Gu Mingyue tilted her head upwards, gazing at the dissipating snowfall and mist above, a faint trace of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Has it come to an end? If in this lifetime we are to endure the snow together, it would suffice to grow old with you. Yi Xiao sighed softly, his tone reflecting a similar melancholy. In this lifetime, if we are to endure the snow together, would it not be akin to growing old with you? Gu Mingyue murmured, her gaze trembling. In that moment, her state of mind seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, as the bitterness in her heart melted away with the snow. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from ahead. A strand of the great Tao's divine patterns surged forth, manifesting mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, while flames engulfed the heavens. Following this, 7 chimes reverberated through the cosmos, stirring a commotion among the mountains. The great Tao bell, ringing 7 times, indicated a gifted physique. According to the elders of the Tao sect, this sacred bell harbored a fragment of true Tao essence, representing the unity of all things. Anyone who touched this moment would instigate a transformation in the heavenly way, forging their unique path. 5 chimes indicated the extraordinary, 6 signified the young sovereign, 7 heralded the innate holy body, and 8 denoted the favored of the Tao, where the path would align with the individual. To this day, across countless epochs, many prodigies have emerged, yet none have succeeded in striking the bell 9 times. 9 represents the ultimate number, the pinnacle of the Tao. Such an anomaly is deemed a taboo of the present age. Even Ling Tiandazi, an extraordinary prodigy who comprehended the powers of reincarnation, merely resonated with the chime of 8 bells in the past. This aura. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, gazing at the fiery divine patterns in the void, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His gaze gradually fell upon the ancient bronze bell, suspended atop the mountain. This bell, towering at 100 zhang, was intricately carved with numerous ancient and vast Taoist symbols, emanating a mystical and ethereal radiance. As Yi Xiao stepped forward, the strands of Tao patterns continuously shifted and transformed. Celestial Phoenix, auspicious Qilin. Moreover, celestial beings stood tall in the heavens, 3 heads and 8 arms, glaring down upon the mortal realm. It is said that when the Tao ancestor ascended to the celestial domain, he left behind a profound Taoist aphorism. Gu Mingyue's expression remained indifferent as she suddenly spoke. The Tao ancestor once said, "The Tao begets 9 transformations and all paths return to one." All paths return to one? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Tao spoken of by the Tao ancestor referred to the Tao of the Great Way or the paths of the 3,000 Tao states. Who shall come first? You or I? Allow me to take the lead. Gu Mingyue took a step forward, intending to approach the Tao bell, but was abruptly pulled back by Yi Xiao. Mingyue, how about we make a wager? What? Gu Mingyue's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of wariness flickering in her eyes. Let us see who can break the limit of the Tao bell. The loser must fulfill one request from the winner. Yi Xiao's expression was gentle, and he earnestly reiterated, "Can be any request." In an instant, a hint of ethereal beauty blossomed on Gu Mingyue's face, as she comprehended the profound implications behind Yi Xiao's words. Did Mingyue harbor any fear? Was she apprehensive about being bested by him? What was there to fear? Gu Mingyue's expression turned indifferent as she stated that the trial of the Tao bell encompassed not only one's cultivation realm but also innate talent and comprehension. As a resplendent reborn supreme being, endowed with a primordial Tao embryo, how could she possibly be intimidated by a contemporary youth? Mingyue would not be permitted to retract her words. While her demands were not excessive, they required her to fully open her body and heart. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's gaze intensified with indignation, and she strode purposefully towards the divine bell of the Tao. Her condition was straightforward. Should she emerge victorious, Yi Xiao would be compelled to forfeit his cultivation and sever his demonic roots. Thus, regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or feigned, he would forever remain ensnared within Gu Mingyue's grasp. As Gu Mingyue approached the Tao bell, she instantly attracted the attention of all present on the mountain summit. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao walked directly towards the young man clad in black, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. In that fleeting moment, the young man's countenance turned pale, his mind screaming for Yi Xiao to stay away. Ultimately, Yi Xiao merely stood beside him in silence, causing Lin Chen's taut nerves to gradually unwind. Upon the mountain peak, Ling Tian, draped in a gray robe, surveyed Gu Mingyue below with a cold gaze. At this moment, he too was intrigued by this woman, who bore a trace of true reincarnation within her, pondering how many times she could strike the bell. However, his curiosity was predominantly directed towards Yishao. The combat prowess of this scion of the Yi family was such that even he could only gaze in awe. If only this time, he could obtain the Reincarnation Emperor token within the Dao sect's secret realm, successfully step into the Great Ascension realm, unlock the first layer of the Reincarnation Tower seal, and gain dominion over the 9 heavens' divine demons contained within. At that moment, the likes of Yi Shao would be effortlessly vanquished. Chapter 59. The True Strength of a Powerful Couple Ding. Atop the peak of Taoism Mountain, a sudden chime reverberated through the air. A radiant thread of the Tao ascended, as if it had torn through the fabric of time, bridging to an ancient realm. There, ancient fierce demons loomed, great birds soared, and a chaotic celestial mist swept in from the ends of the universe. Divine clouds enveloped the surroundings, as the Tao left its traces. Faintly, in the void above Gu Mingyue, a golden Dharma form seemed to stand tall, exuding an imperial aura of majesty. Was this the power of the innate? In an instant, numerous aged presences emerged atop the Taoist sect, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. Unlike the holy body prodigies, any extraordinary being possessing the innate body in any era would undoubtedly be the true protagonist of that age. They either bore backgrounds unimaginable to the common folk or were descendants of celestial beings. In the past, there was a sage in the mortal realm, closest to the innate, who forged an immortal golden body through the power of faith, attempting to shatter the shackles of humanity's bloodline and ascend through belief. Yet ultimately he faltered, vanishing into the annals of history. In the present day, across the 3,000 Tao provinces, only one from the imperial court is said to have taken a half-step beyond the mortal realm. With but a mere half-step, he has already overshadowed the passage of 100,000 years, reigning over all beings. Ding, ding, ding. A series of 10 chimes echoed, as the extraordinary phenomena of the Tao unfolded, inciting a stir throughout the holy state. Countless leaders of celestial sects and eternal masters emerged from their divine abodes, gazing towards the Taoist direction, their eyes filled with astonishment. 9 signifies the extreme, while 10 heralds uncertainty. In just a brief month, the sacred state has witnessed more than one celestial phenomenon. The grand era has descended. At this moment, Gu Mingyue, with her resplendent phoenix attire, exudes an enchanting aura. Her features are like an exquisite painting, and her skin glistens like snow, radiating a faint ethereal glow. Standing before the Tao bell, she resembles a supreme empress emerging from a myth, her celestial visage exuding an air of cold elegance, coupled with a rare and lofty majesty. As the 10 chimes of the bell resonate, Ling Tian's gaze trembles, and his heart grows increasingly wary of Gu Mingyue. He never anticipated that the talents of this celestial phoenix empress could be so formidable. Yet, paradoxically, this only ignites a flicker of combativeness within him. Yi Shao, it is your turn now. Silence envelopes heaven and earth. Suddenly, Gu Mingyue turns her gaze towards Yi Shao behind her, her crimson lips parting slightly, revealing a hint of alluring charm in her eyes. Dressed in flowing red, she appears like a startled swan. In this moment, the expressions of all the prodigies atop the mountain gradually become dazed, as they cautiously swallow their breaths. Even Yi Shao must concede that Gu Mingyue, at this instant, possesses a beauty and grace that could eclipse the very heavens. Majestic and serene, it is this playful glance that captivates the soul. As Yi Shao steps forward to stand before the Tao bell, the atmosphere around him grows stifling, even their breaths becoming constrained. As the undeniable contemporary first of the sacred state, this son of the Yi family has drawn the attention of all 3,000 Tao states since the day of his birth. The 9 branches of the Yi clan, 9 esteemed lineages. Each of these 9 individuals embodies the true essence of divine blood, representing the pinnacle of the present age. To speak candidly, anyone from the Yi family, be it Yi Chun, Yi Linglong, or Yi Xian, would command respect wherever they go. The moment Yi Shao was born, he ascended to the pinnacle of the holy state, riding on the names of the other 8 great lineages. Particularly, Lin Chan and his companions were currently reflecting an unmistakable glimmer of anxiety in their eyes. The mere presence of Gu Mingyue had already sent tremors through his Dao heart, instilling a sense of trepidation. Should Yi Xiao strike the 9 chimes, he feared that there would be no need to enter the Dao sect's secret realm. He could simply retreat to Fire Flame City for a life of leisure. Brother Lin Chen, do not be disheartened. You walk your own path of cultivation, while they are supported by the celestial imperial families. I believe you will eventually surpass them, said Luo Shi, standing behind Lin Chen, her figure shrouded in a misty glow that concealed her features. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's spirit quivered, and he slowly nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could he allow a momentary feeling of despondency to instill fear in him? The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly thrust his fist down upon the Dao bell. Instantly, the entire Dao mountain fell into a profound silence. All gazes were fixed upon the tall figure clad in white, his celestial visage exuding an air of indifference, their eyes reflecting a mixture of anticipation and tension. However, as time passed, this anticipation and tension gradually morphed into a sense of bewilderment. They had not heard a single chime resonate, and embarrassment began to creep onto their faces. Was this it? Only Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, a faint unease stirring within her heart. Crack! Under the collective gaze of the multitude, an eerie shattering sound suddenly reverberated from the sacred bell of the Dao. Immediately thereafter, a fissure erupted from the point where Yi Xiao's fist had struck, tearing through the entire bell. In an instant, dark thunderclouds gathered above the Dao mountain, shrouding the scene in an ominous gloom, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. Buzz! From behind the Dao mountain, an ancient figure stepped forth, traversing mountains and rivers with a single stride, appearing before the sacred bell. How could this be possible? He extended a withered hand, gently caressing the surface of the bell. In the next moment, this revered relic of the Dao sect transformed into ethereal fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Boom! The heavens and earth were engulfed in a tempest, with thunder rumbling ominously. Amidst the cascading lightning, that figure clad in white stood resolute, exuding an air of icy detachment, both demonic and divine. It has shattered. All present, be they contemporary prodigies or venerable elders of the Dao sect, were struck with genuine astonishment and disbelief. They could not fathom how a mere youth could obliterate this divine treasure left behind by the ancestral Taoist. Could it be that his talent had transcended the mortal confines? It seems, my lady, that you have lost. Yi Xiao smiled calmly, offering a slight bow to the emaciated elder. Yi Xiao pays respects to the Dao master. Indeed, Yi Xiao, the son of Dao, is deserving of the title dragon and phoenix among men. And I am in admiration, the Dao master remarked, a wistful sigh escaping his lips, his already aged visage appearing even more weathered. He shook his head slowly, murmuring to himself as he took deliberate steps toward the ancestral hall of the Dao sect. How could this be possible? Esteemed guests, please follow me to witness the Dao wall. Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining elders of the Dao sect wore expressions of anguish, their gazes towards Yi Xiao filled with trepidation. Mingyue, do not forget our pact. Yi Xiao turned to Gu Mingyue, noting that her previous 10 chimes had shattered the ancient destiny. In contrast, his recent strike had obliterated the Dao bell, symbolizing a transcendence over the great Dao. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, unable to refute, and proceeded towards the back mountain of the Dao sect. My request is simple. Once the Dao sect's secret realm concludes, let us become true partners, engaging in 2 daily pursuits, our 3 meals a day. With Gu Mingyue's 9 heavens mysterious body awakened, Yi Xiao too should embark on a more joyous path of cultivation. Brother, remember this. If cultivation is not for happiness, then what is the point of it? Gu Mingyue shivered slightly, the flush on her ears betraying her current nervousness and shyness. Meanwhile, beneath the Dao mountain, an elderly man in simple garments, blind yet resolute, stood before the forest, his murky eyes gazing towards the peak of Dao mountain. The Dao bell shatters, the taboo emerges, the defiant emperor, the annihilation of the world. This seems to be the best and perhaps the final opportunity of this era. Chapter 60. A pair of golden eyes piercing through eternity, the back mountain of the Dao sect. Yi Xiao and Gu Mingyue stood side by side before an ancient stone wall. At that moment, they beheld the wall emanating a wondrous purple hue, quietly towering at the summit of Tao Mountain, weathered by the winds and sun, adorned with the marks of time. Is this the divine wall of the great Tao? Yishao furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. It was said that this stone wall was a remnant of the celestial platform that shattered when the Tao ancestor ascended, the last divine artifact left in the mortal realm, imbued with a trace of heavenly essence that could unravel the mysteries of reincarnation and the laws of the celestial path. From the very beginning, Yishao sensed that the existence of this wall was rather unreasonable. If it could indeed comprehend the celestial way and penetrate the cycle of reincarnation, why would the Tao sect offer such a divine object for the cultivation of the prodigies from the holy state? You must believe that when certain opportunities are within easy reach, it signifies that you have become the opportunity itself. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue suddenly turned to Yi Xiao, her bright eyes trembling, revealing a hint of hesitation. Until now, she had yearned to discern Yi Xiao's true nature through the stone wall. Yet, at this moment, she found herself inexplicably lost. If Yi Xiao were merely a faade, one could question whether she could summon the resolve to eliminate him. Given her current strength, it was altogether unfeasible. But if Yi Xiao had not intentionally pursued the demonic path, but rather sought to save her from the encroaching darkness, what then could be said of the resentment she had harbored over the years? Have you not always sought an answer? The answer lies before you. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm, devoid of any trace of anxiety. In his grasp, the fateful divine talisman quietly materialized, only to vanish in an instant. Yi Xiao, the divine son. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from behind the two. Emerging from the crowd was Yu Qingji, her pure visage adorned with a sweet surprise. Miss Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting a discreet glance at Gu Mingyue. In that fleeting moment, the flicker of hesitation in Gu Mingyue's heart dissipated entirely, and she strode directly towards the divine wall. Divine son Yi Xiao. Yu Qingji smiled helplessly, sensing an inexplicable hostility emanating from Gu Mingyue towards her. Let us go and observe this divine wall together. Upon noticing Yu Qingji, Yi Xiao discerned that her destined template was that of a sword immortal. Furthermore, Yu Qingji was destined to awaken her innate sword bones within the secret realm of the Tao sect, forging her true destiny. With such a sword immortal template, her potential would undoubtedly be immense. In the future, it would likely be a matter of her indicating a direction while he would merely wield a sword. Very well. In contrast to Gu Mingyue, Yu Qingji's demeanor was considerably more humble. She dared not exhibit an ounce of defiance before Yi Xiao, her eyes forever filled with admiration. As the group approached the divine wall, following the elders' instructions from the Tao sect, they each released a strand of soul consciousness into the wall. In an instant, the dim stone surface illuminated with radiant violet halos, gradually shattering. From a distance, the stone wall resembled a cosmic expanse, with luminous sands swirling in an enigmatic dance. The soul consciousness of the onlookers appeared as mere grains of sand within this vast universe, each forming its own realm. The system. Can the Zhou Tian divination technique obstruct the scrutiny of supreme beings? Yi Xiao spoke indifferently, observing as Yu Qingji and Gu Mingyue approached the divine wall and settled down in meditation. At that moment, a trace of gravity emerged in his gaze, not stemming from Gu Mingyue, but rather from the Wan Hua demon body and the Tai Chu divine rune. He harbored an unsettling intuition that these two entities concealed a monumental conspiracy, one linked to the primordial demon that once wreaked havoc across the 9 heavens. Ding! Even if the heavenly king himself arrived, he would be incapable of perceiving the host's destiny and causality. Oh! At this remark, Yi Xiao's brow arched slightly, a hint of profundity glimmering in his eyes. From whence do you originate? This time, however, the system offered no response, further substantiating some of Yi Xiao's inner conjectures. He then stepped forward, positioning himself before the divine wall, and sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into the wall. Boom! A shroud of darkness enveloped him, vast and boundless, engulfing Yi Xiao's soul consciousness. At that moment, Yi Xiao perceived that he had seemingly materialized in an archaic starry expanse, desolate and expansive. It resembled the dawn of creation, with nothing but darkness surrounding him. What is happening? At this instant, An indescribable sense of oppression weighed upon Yi Zhao's heart as he lifted his gaze towards the far reaches of the starry sky. In the next heartbeat, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing genuine terror. He beheld, amidst the infinite darkness, an ancient bronze coffin, bound by numerous golden chains. Each chain upon it is, astonishingly, a primordial true dragon, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. This bronze coffin stands an imposing 100 feet tall, leaving one to ponder the formidable being interred within. At that moment you have finally arrived. Suddenly, a deep, indifferent voice echoed in Yi Zhao's ears. Instinctively, his bloodline began to boil, tendrils of demonic intent seeping forth, as if drawn by the entity within the coffin. Could it be? In an instant, a conjecture formed in Yi Zhao's mind, his gaze sharpening. The primordial chaos demon. But if the sealed entity within this coffin is indeed that world-destroying primordial demon, who is Yi Zhao? Is it possible that the myriad transformations of the demonic body do not belong solely to this singular great demon, but rather represent a form of inheritance? As Yi Zhao's spirit trembled, guided by this demonic intent, he approached the ancient bronze coffin, when suddenly, the entire realm erupted in dazzling brilliance. Yi Zhao's eyes flickered, a profound terror welling up within him. He slowly raised his head to gaze towards the celestial horizon, his complexion paling. At that moment, he beheld, in the vastness of the starry sky, a pair of golden eyes gradually opening, larger than the heavens themselves. The radiance of those eyes, akin to the sun descending in the west, encompassed an unparalleled divinity, seemingly piercing through billions of light years and the cycles of epochs. Truly beholding him, how is this possible? On the brink of life and death, a resonating hum suddenly echoed in Yi Zhao's sea of consciousness. Before him, the primordial ancestral talisman manifested from thin air, ascending slowly to obstruct that penetrating gaze. In a fleeting moment, Yi Zhao perceived, under the radiant illumination of the ancestral talisman, a series of golden names, emblematic of the countless beings that had perished through the ages, gradually materializing. The grand currents of existence, the ancient hues of chaos, seemed to be encapsulated within this singular ancestral talisman. Meanwhile, the world before Yi Zhao was steadily disintegrating, resembling a fading dream. Suddenly, before the divine wall of the Tao, Yi Zhao's body quivered, and a trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he observed that the once clamorous Tao mountain had succumbed to an eerie silence. Apart from himself, only Yu Qingji remained seated in stillness before the divine wall. Even Gu Mingyue had vanished without a trace. Divine Sun. As a low voice resonated through the air, Yi Zhao furrowed his brow and turned to find Yizong standing quietly at the edge of the forest, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. How long have I been in slumber? Yi Zhao inquired with a steely gaze, his heart trembling at the mere thought of those golden-hued eyes, invoking a profound sense of insignificance akin to that of an ant. Chapter 61. The emergence of the bronze immortal palace, or perhaps the aura of the 9 heavens. The divine sun remarked, "It has been 7 days." Yizong let out a bitter smile as he scrutinized Yi Zhao from head to toe. "Are you all right?" At that moment, he could perceive the ethereal aura surrounding Yi Zhao, reminiscent of one who had just endured a fierce battle. "Have I exhibited any abnormalities during these 7 days?" Yi Zhao inquired, shaking his head slowly as he rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "No." The divine sun has been in deep contemplation with closed eyes. At these words, the taut strings of Yi Zhao's heart began to slacken, yet his inner turmoil intensified. Who was he? Was what he witnessed a cycle of reincarnation or merely the present life? Suddenly, a surge of sword energy erupted around Yu Qingji, standing before Yi Zhao. A silver sword mark flickered momentarily at her brow, akin to an emblem. Yi Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing a faint wave of impending danger. In that instant, he felt as if Yu Qingji's aura had undergone a transformation, as if an ancient and terrifying power was awakening within her. Could it be? From the very beginning, he had speculated that Yu Qingji might be the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Hence, she bore the innate sword bone and possessed an extraordinary sword demeanor. It now appeared that she had glimpsed fragments of her past life within the divine wall of the great Tao, awakening some of her memories. Divine Sun? As Yu Qingji opened her eyes, A look of astonishment graced her features, though behind this flicker of joy lingered a hint of bewilderment. What did you just witness on the divine path? I beheld a throng of individuals clad in golden armor, encircling me relentlessly. Yu Qingji's eyes were filled with terror, as if she had just endured a harrowing nightmare. She dreamt of transforming into a renowned sword immortal, wielding a blade that illuminated the 3,000 states, vanquishing gods and celestial beings alike. Yet, in the end, it seemed she had fallen into a trap, ensnared within a bronze celestial palace. Let us proceed. The secret realm of the Tao sect should have already been unveiled. Yi Zhao's expression was gentle, offering no further inquiries, and he walked alongside Yu Qingji towards the grand hall of the Tao sect. At that moment, he could see a resplendent spiritual gate towering above the hall. That, indeed, must be the entrance to the secret realm of the Tao sect. As for his origins, it appeared that to truly uncover this past, he could only start with the primordial ancestor talisman. According to the system, if he could gather the 9 imperial talismans and merge them with the primordial ancestor talisman, he would unveil the fateful connection with the origin demon of transformation. Yu Qingji, with her crimson lips pressed together, quietly trailed behind Yi Zhao, remaining silent. Miss Yu, when you become a great sword immortal, you won't forget about me, will you? Yi Zhao inquired with a smile, his tone calm. The grace of the divine sun, I shall never forget in this lifetime. If there comes a day when my swordsmanship flourishes, I shall return to the divine sun's side to repay this kindness. Yu Qingji's expression faltered momentarily, as if summoning great courage. Suddenly, she tugged at a red cord around her neck, securing a bronze sword emblem. Previously, it was the divine sun who bestowed fortune upon her, and unable to repay him, she offered this sword emblem as a gesture of gratitude. As her words fell, a blush of ethereal beauty surged upon her face, and her heart raced fiercely. Presently, Yu Qingji was merely an ordinary disciple of a humble mountain sect. Yet, the profound impact that Yi Zhao had imparted upon her in recent days was beyond the realm of mere words to describe. In Yu Qingji's eyes, Yi Zhao was the one who truly altered the course of her destiny, the very first to believe she would ascend to the status of a sword immortal. This respect and acknowledgement held immense power for a young girl, freshly emerged from her sect and awakening to the stirrings of her heart. Were it not for Yi Zhao, she would have had no right to stand within the Tao sect and witness the magnificent waves of the immortal path. The elevation of her perspective and spirit was indeed rarer than any treasures of creation in the world. The sword seal in her hand was her companion, a talisman she had carried close to her person. She wished for the divine sun Yi Zhao to remember her and her promise. The seal was akin to the heart of the sword, just as it mirrored her own heart. Yi Zhao's expression momentarily faltered, and he shook his head helplessly. Miss Yu, you flatter me. I genuinely believe you will become the sword immortal of our age. According to the trajectory of Yu Qingji's story, she was destined to encounter the pursuit of an ancient lineage within the secret realm of the Tao sect. At that pivotal moment, it would likely be the occasion when Yi Zhao completely captured her heart. However, just as Yi Zhao's hand made contact with the ancient sword seal, his gaze suddenly sharpened. At that instant, he could distinctly sense a wisp of celestial energy surging forth from the seal, as if resisting his touch. In an instant, a flicker of realization flashed across Yi Zhao's eyes as the intricate patterns within his palm entwined, extinguishing the lingering essence of the sword intent, which he grasped firmly in his hand. If his conjectures were correct, this sword seal should be intricately linked to Yu Qingji's origins. Presently, this sword immortal maiden harbored a sense of gratitude towards Yi Zhao, even going so far as to bestow this seal upon him as a token of her loyalty. By holding this sword seal, Yi Zhao effectively held her destiny within his grasp. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingji, however, the loyalty of an ant is the most inexpensive of all. I shall safeguard this sword seal for you diligently, and return it when you ascend to the rank of sword immortal. Amid Yu Qingji's anxious and exhilarated gaze, Yi Zhao audaciously hung the sword seal around his neck. This scene sent ripples through Yu Qingji's heart, instilling an obsession that gradually seeped deep into her very bones. Let us depart. As Yi Zhao and his companions descended the mountain path and arrived before the grand hall of the Tao sect, they found it utterly deserted. With the opening of the Tao sect's secret realm, numerous prodigies from various clans would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Yi Zhao tilted his head to gaze at the golden spiritual gate suspended in the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly. Through the gate, he could behold the undulating mountains and majestic peaks within. Further in the distance, ancient celestial radiance ascended in swathes, with vast symbols sprawling like an ancient world. Young Master Yi. Upon sighting Yi Xiao, two elders of the Tao sect approached from within the hall, their faces adorned with a hint of reverence. Whether it was Yi Xiao's shattering of the great Tao divine bell or his profound epiphany before the Tao wall, both instances showcased the formidable talent of this scion of the Yi family. I fear that within less than a century, Yi Xiao will evolve into a true paragon of this age, a colossal figure of unparalleled stature. Esteemed elders, is it still possible to enter the Tao sect's secret realm? Yi Xiao's demeanor was gentle, devoid of any arrogance. In principle, it is no longer permitted. The Tao sect's secret realm has been open for 5 days. However, the two elders exchanged glances, a hint of obsequiousness gracing their features, for the words of the son of Tao Xiao were undoubtedly beyond mere principles. Upon uttering this, the two elders lightly waved their hands, and a terrifying radiance erupted from the spirit gate, as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of the world. Son of Tao Xiao, please. Thank you, elders. Yi Xiao nodded gracefully and, alongside Yi Tsong and Yu Qingji, stepped into the spirit gate, vanishing from sight. Boom! Simultaneously, in an unknown realm, this is the aura of my junior sister's sword imprint. A bronze celestial palace stood majestically above the clouds, adorned with myriad runes that overshadowed the universe. Within, a young man clad in a silver imperial robe sat regally upon his throne, his silver eyes reflecting a mix of exhilaration and astonishment. His presence was immensely powerful, far surpassing that of any prodigy from the 3,000 Tao states. How many years have passed, junior sister? At last you have emerged. He slowly rose, making his way toward the palace's exterior. Brother will take you back to the celestial palace. I shall personally shatter the skulls of all who have deceived and harmed you. Chapter 62. The arrival of extraterrestrial foes, slaughtering the chosen as if they were mere dogs. Young emperor. You must not. Your imperial blood has only just begun to awaken. You cannot leave the celestial palace. From the bronze hall emerged a multitude of elders, each exuding a formidable aura, their vitality astonishingly potent. I care not. I must find my junior sister. I cannot allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. The young man clad in imperial robes uttered fiercely, his eyes resembling thunderous suns, radiant and resplendent. At that moment, his hair seemed to emanate a silvery luminescence, brimming with divine essence. As he stepped forward, it appeared as though an imperial shadow followed in his wake, a manifestation of formidable power. Where does the young emperor intend to go? Just then, an elder emerged from beyond the celestial palace, his imposing figure robust, with silvery hair and beard, surrounded by an aura reminiscent of a tempest of thunder. The Grand Elder has arrived just in time. Please assist me in activating the ancient formation within the ancestral hall. I must journey to the 3,000 Tao states. The young man in imperial robes spoke with an air of indifference, radiating an undeniable authority. Preposterous, the silver-haired elder thundered, his eyes ablaze with a radiant fury. Do you not comprehend that we would face retribution from the heavenly Tao upon descending? Regardless of the consequences, I am determined to bring my junior sister back. The young man remained unmoved. After 3 millennia of waiting, he had finally sensed a trace of his junior sister's soul, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. Do not speak of the 3,000 Tao states. Even if it were the 9 netherworlds, I would proceed without hesitation. Junior sister? Are you referring to the sword immortal, Jinghong? Yuji? The silver-haired elder's gaze quivered, contemplation flickering in his eyes. With the innate bloodline talent of the young emperor, even a mere fragment of his soul venturing into the 3,000 Tao states would suffice to dominate the heavens and the earth. For them, the 3,000 Tao states are indistinguishable from the lower realms, a world of insignificant insects. The young emperor may descend into the lower realms, but he must agree to 2 conditions. As the youngest sword immortal of the 9 heavens, Yuji's swordsmanship talent has instilled fear in countless innate beings. Before her, celestial beings, demons, and spirits could be effortlessly cleaved in a single stroke. It is precisely due to her extraordinary talent that she was plotted against and ultimately met her untimely demise at a tender age. If the young emperor can indeed locate the reincarnation of this astonishing sword immortal, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for the Qin clan. What are the conditions? First, the young emperor must not descend in his true form. He may send forth a wisp of his divine soul. With the young emperor's bloodline talent, even a fragment of his soul would be sufficient to vanquish the prodigies of the lower realms. Second, our clan has a bloodline presence in the 3000 Dao states, which should have evolved into a long-lived family by now. The young emperor may descend into their midst, and they will assist in the search for the whereabouts of the sword immortal. Upon hearing this, the young man in the imperial robe gently nodded, offering no rebuttal. With his strength, even a wisp of his consciousness could slaughter prodigies in the 3000 Dao states as easily as one would cull dogs. In the secret realm of the Dao sect, Yi Xiao and his companions descended from the heavens, landing at the foot of a celestial mountain. At this moment, they could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy of this world was several times denser than that of the Dao sect's blessed land. Here ethereal mists swirled about, and the laws of the great Dao manifested in the forms of ancient dragons and phoenixes, roaring through the cosmos. According to Elder Dao, this secret realm is the very place where the Dao ancestor attained enlightenment, housing the remains of numerous ancient beings and brimming with divine mechanisms. Should anyone manage to uncover a supreme legacy within this realm, they would ascend to become the most formidable prodigy of the present age. Is Qingji planning to accompany me, or does she intend to embark on her own journey of cultivation? Yi Xiao turned to glance at the young girl beside him. Upon hearing his words, a blush of embarrassment graced Yu Qingji's delicate face, yet her eyes sparkled with a subtle joy. The affectionate address of Qingji from the Son of God filled her with an inexplicable sense of honor. Son of God, I wish to cultivate on my own, Yu Qingji replied, taking a deep breath, her tone steady. Though she hailed from a humble sect and had never encountered such a terrifying ancient secret realm, she felt as if she glimpsed a fragment of her destiny within the Dao wall. Regardless of whether that woman, who had slain countless gods and demons with a single sword, was a manifestation of her current life or a past one, it quietly transformed her resolve. She understood that to become such a person, one must at the very least possess the courage to confront perilous trials alone. Very well, take this communication talisman with you. If you find yourself in danger, you may use it to contact me, Yi Xiao said, tossing a divine talisman to Yu Qingji as he watched her venture into the forest, disappearing into the distance. The warmth on his face gradually solidified into a more stoic demeanor. When did Gu Mingyue depart? He gazed into the distant sky, his eyes swirling with soul patterns, sweeping in all directions. In such a secluded realm, replete with the remains of ancient titans, it presents an exquisite sanctuary for Yi Xiao. Presently, Ling Tian and Lin Chen must be embarking on their treasure-seeking journey. Yi Xiao merely needs to locate a tranquil tomb, where he can absorb the profound insights and primal essence from the remains of these ancient giants. When Lin Chen and the others eventually uncover their treasures, he shall pursue them. If the enemy hoards provisions, then I shall stockpile weaponry. The enemy is my granary. As for the divine son, he departed on the third day following the opening of the Dao sect's secret realm. Yi Tsong slightly inclined his body, a hint of resigned amusement gracing his features. It seems that Empress Gu. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Yi Tsong, urging him to speak candidly. Indeed, Empress Gu appeared to be weeping sorrowfully. She instructed me to remain by the divine son's side. At this revelation, Yi Xiao's expression remained inscrutable. After invoking the fate reversal talisman, the vision of destiny perceived by Gu Mingyue would be entirely inverted. In essence, what she beheld could very well be the scene of her personally slaying Yi Xiao. The heart of this esteemed empress, it seems, has been thoroughly unsettled. Yi Xiao need only seize an opportunity to gently manipulate the situation, coaxing her to lower her defenses and open her heart. In truth, compared to the system, this golden finger, his fiancée Yi, is equally a natural treasure trove. Having been reborn, she possesses an intimate understanding of the significant events transpiring across the 3000 Dao provinces and is well-versed in the intricacies of all secret realms. If Yi Xiao can successfully win her over, he would be able to join forces with Gu Mingyue, sweeping through the various secret realms and gathering opportunities from across the heavens. More importantly, wherever mystical realms manifest, they are often accompanied by the emergence of fated individuals. Upon beholding the ancient bronze coffin and the pair of golden divine eyes, Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of oppression within, as if he had fallen into an eternal game of chess. Yet, given his current prowess, he could not possibly grasp the profound secrets of the cosmos. The only course of action left was to cultivate. You should go as well. With those words, Yi Xiao strode forward into the forest. At that moment, he sensed that at the end of this ancient woodland, there existed some wondrous fluctuations of life force. If his instincts served him right, those beings must be the legendary ancient remnants. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Yi Xiao, Yu Qingji's figure appeared at the foot of a celestial mountain. She gazed at a distant divine herb shimmering with rainbow brilliance, her eyes filled with awe and joy. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this herb, she felt a warmth surging through her bones. In fact, it seemed as though she was experiencing a hallucination, hearing faint breaths resonating within her soul sea. Was someone gradually awakening within her soul sea? Chapter 63. Sword Immortal or Sword Demon? The emergence of the Yaksha maiden from the ancient divine mountain suddenly. An eerie sound of rushing wind echoed through the forest. Yu Qingji's expression faltered. She instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading a golden spiritual net that descended from the heavens. Ah! A voice of surprise resonated from a distance. A young man clad in silver armor, his appearance ominous, with a pair of silver wings sprouting from his back, approached with measured steps, trailed by a host of bizarre beings. Among them were robust, towering bull-headed creatures, and a woman with the upper body of a beauty and the lower body of a serpent, among others. Interesting to think one could evade my celestial net. A remnant of the ancient clan? Yu Qingji furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly plucked a radiant, multicolored celestial flower, clutching it in her hand. At that moment, a sense of tension gripped her heart as she gazed toward the end of the forest. There, she could faintly discern several young, naked women, bound and immobilized, their expressions vacant and numb, as if they had just endured relentless torment. Quite pleasing to the eye. Surely, they would be delectable, the silver-winged youth remarked, extending a long, crimson tongue to lick his lips. In the next instant, he waved his hand gently, prompting two bull-headed beings to step forward, grinning as they approached Yu Qingji. The prowess of these two was formidable, each surpassing the 9th level of the Soul Sea, for minor realms above Yu Qingji. Their vitality and blood power were astonishing, far beyond what any human could rival. Young Master Yeluo, may we indulge in a taste of this maiden's broth? The two bovine-headed beings grinned broadly, grasping the celestial web and encircling Yu Qingji in their midst. For them, each opening of the Taoist sect's secret realm represented a splendid opportunity to hunt the talented youths from the outside world. Particularly, these young and exquisite women possessed tender flesh and vibrant spiritual veins, imparting a delightful sweetness when consumed, especially in a soup. With this capture, they would have ensnared 9 exceptional maidens today, allowing them to host a banquet in their honor and invite their sister and brother-in-law to partake in the feast. Yeluo nodded gently, his demeanor refined, yet his words sent chills down the spine. You! Upon hearing this, Yu Qingji's eyes quivered in shock. She had not anticipated the cruelty of these remnants, who would prey upon the talented of the human race. At that moment, she glanced at the 7-colored divine herb in her hand and a radiant communication talisman, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. The figure before her, Yeluo, stood at the 3rd level of the divine will realm, far beyond her capacity to confront. However, she had only just parted from Yi Xiao, and to call for help now would seem utterly disgraceful. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly thrust the 7-colored divine herb into her mouth. Instantly, strands of sword energy erupted around her, cleaving the surrounding void into fine dust. The two bovine beings exchanged glances, and in that instant, they no longer dared to hesitate. They unfurled the celestial web, intent on ensnaring Yu Qingji. Buzz. At that moment, the ancient sword in the maiden's hand was drawn, slicing forward with fierce intent. All present beheld a fleeting ray of brilliance, yet that golden web was abruptly torn asunder. This scene caused the sinister expression on Yi Luo's face to gradually solidify, his gaze fixated on the azure ancient sword held by Yu Qingji, a holy artifact. He could scarcely fathom that a girl, whose cultivation was merely at the Soul Sea realm, wielded such a sacred weapon. Should he deem himself fortunate or unfortunate? Yuji, you conspire with evil spirits, yet refuse to surrender. You have brought shame upon the Yu clan. I declare you are not a sword immortal, but rather a veritable sword demon. Simultaneously, an array of peculiar images manifested before Yu Qingji. She glimpsed numerous unfamiliar faces, some bearing sinister smirks, others filled with disappointment. No, it is not true. Yu Qingji cried out in fury, and dark golden divine patterns began to swirl around her bones. An ancient and terrifying sword intent surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Soul Sea 6th layer, Soul Sea 7th layer, Soul Sea 8th layer. Divine Will 1st layer. In but an instant, Yu Qingji's realm ascended to the Divine Will tier. Before Yi Luo and the others could fully comprehend the situation, torrents of sword chi enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of the primordial light of creation at the dawn of existence, annihilating the ancient forest entirely. With a thud, Yu Qingji's body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, her garments were completely drenched in perspiration, and within her originally clear gaze, there emerged a subtle hint of profundity. This is. She gazed down in astonishment at her arm that gripped the sword, realizing the presence of the sword bone. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, Yu Qingji had often heard her master speak of the unparalleled talent of the innate sword bone. After consuming that divine herb, she had felt a searing heat in her bones, unexpectedly awakening her sword bone. Moreover, at this moment, Yu Qingji sensed an intuition that there existed more than just this singular sword bone within her. Ah! As she slowly rose, a pallor suddenly swept across her visage. She beheld that the figures of Yi Luo and the others had long since vanished, leaving behind only a grim tableau of severed limbs, reminiscent of a purgatory. Even the 8 proud daughters of the human race, captured by Yi Luo, had been reduced to mere fragments by the sword intent she had just unleashed. How could this be? Yu Qingji's expression turned anguished as she recalled the ethereal visions she had just witnessed. Could it be that, in a past life, she was indeed a sword demon rather than a sword immortal? But just as she found herself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, a resonant hum suddenly emanated from the pool of shattered flesh and blood before her. A wisp of golden radiance quietly ascended, which Yu Qingji seized in her grasp. It was an ancient ring, shimmering with a hazy celestial light, pulsating with a peculiar force of the void. Meanwhile, in the heart of the secret realm, a golden ancient mountain stood majestically, standing in stark contrast to a distant expansive lake. Upon the summit of the divine temple, a woman adorned in a golden robe, with an ethereal beauty, sat gracefully upon the grand dais, her languid demeanor surveying the multitude of fallen beings below. Her presence exuded an unparalleled nobility, her golden tresses cascading in waves, while a pair of golden wings, resembling pure gold, unfurled majestically behind her, radiating divine essence. Upon her forehead, 2 golden horns pulsated with an astonishing surge of vitality, adding an element of the uncanny to her visage. Saintess, something grave has occurred. Suddenly, a voice of alarm echoed from outside the hall. The golden-robed woman furrowed her delicate brows, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. What has caused such turmoil? Young Master Yelua's soul has shattered. Oh, if he is dead, then so be it. What is there to make such a fuss about? The woman's expression remained regal and unperturbed. With the secret realm now open, many prodigies from the 3,000 states had arrived. Their ancestral patriarch had repeatedly cautioned them against attracting undue attention, lest they invite unnecessary troubles. Though Yelua was her brother, he was merely a debauched scion, prone to causing disturbances. Were it not for their shared lineage, she would have long since consumed him. Saintess, young Master Yelua secretly took away our sacred relic from the divine mountain, the Chenkuan Taiching ring. What? At these words, the golden-robed woman abruptly rose, her golden wings unfurling to obscure the heavens. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, her fingers sharp as blades, and plunged them into the skull of the person below, reducing them to mere fragments. The Divine Mountain's present generation. Follow me to battle. Chapter 64. The stealing of homes, the ancestral tombs within the divine mountain, what is that? A sudden clamor erupted throughout the entire secret realm. All the prodigies, both from the human race and the ancient clans, looked towards the central divine mountain with astonishment. At that moment, they beheld a brilliant light illuminating the mountain. From within, a woman adorned in golden robes, with golden hair and wings, stepped forth, followed by a multitude of prodigies from the ancient clans. Her aura was immensely powerful, rivaling that of youthful sovereigns. It was the Yasha Saintess Yi Tang. How has she emerged? Has someone provoked the ancient divine mountain? This spells trouble. It seems the human prodigies are destined for misfortune this time. The ancient clan prodigies' eyes flickered with trepidation, hinting at a hint of amusement. They were eager to witness who possessed such audacity to provoke this Yasha maiden. As a saintess of the ancient divine mountain, Yi Tang bore within her veins a trace of true Yasha blood. This lineage was said to have once been part of the Nine Heavens demon clan, a race comparable to deities. I have found you. Yi Tang stood in the void, her eyes shimmering with layers of enigmatic golden patterns. Her figure surged towards the ancient forest where Yu Qingji resided, her vital energy surging like a tempest, an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiating from her. With Knight Luo gone, it mattered little, he was but a waste. However, the Qian Kuan Tai Ching ring is an heirloom of the ancient divine mountain, a treasure of the void that must never fall into the hands of others. Simultaneously, Yi Zhao's figure traversed the mountains and forests, arriving before an ancient stone hall. As his consciousness unfurled, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. At that moment, he sensed the presence of numerous life forces within the hall. Yet, among them, the strongest was merely at the first level of the Great Ascension. With the recent opening of the Dao sect's secret realm, an agreement had been established between the Dao Lord and the ancient lineage. The current contest was to be free from the interference of the lineage's formidable beings. With Yi Zhao's current prowess, there was no one, save for those favored by the heavenly Dao, who could pose a threat to him. With a hum, he descended from the heavens, striding directly toward the stone hall. From a distance, he could hear the fervent discussions within, all revolving around the emergence of the ancient divine mountain's Yaksha maiden. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow, his heart stirring with speculation. It was likely that this Yaksha maiden was intent on pursuing Yu Qingji. Judging by her narrative trajectory, it was during her flight from the lineage's pursuit that she awakened her sword bone, ultimately achieving her true destiny. Apart from her, both Ling Tian and Lin Chen were also on their own paths to fortune, likely already embarked on their treasure-seeking journeys. Is this Yaksha maiden you speak of truly formidable? Yi Zhao inquired as he pushed open the hall's door, revealing a gentle smile. In an instant, the expressions of the ancient beings within the hall turned utterly dazed, their eyes wide with shock. It was the first time they witnessed a human prodigy daring to step into their ancestral domain. Perhaps I shall observe for myself, Yi Zhao remarked with a shake of his head and a smile, his eyes suddenly flickering with an astonishing demonic aura. In an instant, the entire grand hall was enveloped in a rising tide of demonic runes, transforming into an endless realm of darkness that shrouded all remnants of the ancient tribe. This is true malevolence. Before the remnants could even struggle, their physical forms and souls were inexorably corroded and decayed by this sinister presence, becoming mere sustenance for Yi Zhao's demonic form. In a mere heartbeat, Yi Zhao's aura began to ascend, inching closer to the realm of transcendence. Simultaneously, the memories and souls of these remnants were completely devoured by him. The ancient divine mountain and the Yasha maiden. A faint smile graced Yi Zhao's lips, his eyes ablaze with dark intent. At this moment, he had discerned that the remnants before him belonged to the Stone Spirit clan, whose physical bodies were remarkably resilient, yet they were among the weakest of the ancient tribes. However, the Yasha maiden they spoke of was one of the two most formidable powers in this land, the saintess of the ancient divine mountain. Her realm had reached the 9th level of the divine wheel, placing her as the second most powerful among the contemporary remnants. The only one surpassing her was her fiancé, a true noble figure of the remnants. According to the information gathered by the Stone Spirit clan, the Yasha maiden's brother had been hunted down, losing a supreme treasure in the process. Her emergence at this time was driven by the desire to reclaim this artifact and avenge her brother. With Yu Qingji's fateful destiny, It was inconceivable that she would perish easily at the hands of the Yasha maiden. Such archetypal antagonists are invariably designed for those destined individuals to awaken. At this juncture, Yi Xiao was not in haste to rescue Yu Qingji. After all, the atmosphere had yet to reach its zenith. It would only be when the ancient divine mountain took to the skies, cornering Yu Qingji to the brink of despair, that it would be the perfect moment for Yi Xiao to make his grand entrance. The archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, though cliché, undeniably proves effective. Moreover, the plight of Yu Qingji now bears a striking resemblance to the fateful scene she beheld within the divine wall of the Great Path. Surrounded and facing imminent demise, despair looms. This, perhaps, is the pivotal moment that awakens her memories of a past life and her innate talent as a sword immortal. Do you perceive this as mere coincidence? Alas, it is a meticulously orchestrated and clever correspondence crafted by the author. Silence now, and kiss me. At this juncture, Yi Xiao's formidable presence emerges, extracting Yu Qingji from the clutches of fate and the dire straits that mirror her current existence. This will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon her heart. Regardless of whether Yu Qingji eventually awakens her memories, she shall never forget Yi Xiao, the ancient divine mountain. Yi Xiao shook his head with a smile, his figure gradually vanishing from sight. From the memories of these stone spirit clansmen, he discovered an intriguing fact. The existence of the ancient divine mountain was originally to guard a grave. Within it lies the resting place of the formidable ancients from the ancient clans. Thus, the ancient divine mountain is not merely a singular race but a convergence of numerous ancestral beings. Currently, the Yaksha woman leads the present guardians of the mountain in pursuit of Yu Qingji, while the mountain's powerful entities are subdued by the Tao Lord, presenting Yi Xiao with a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought in mind, a surge of divine patterns enveloped Yi Xiao, as he concealed his life force with the art of heavenly transformation, making his way towards the ancient divine mountain. Along the journey, he witnessed numerous battles, as the prodigies of the human and ancestral clans hunted one another, the wonders of creation manifesting in the world. However, for Yi Xiao, the greatest fortune here, aside from the fated individuals like Ling Tian and Lin Chun, lies in the essence of the ancestral remains of the forgotten clan. As a villain, one cannot expect me to achieve a breakthrough in my dying moments and cross realms to vanquish foes. We must, of course, rely on our formidable realms and combat prowess to crush our adversaries head-on. As Yi Xiao's silhouette appeared before a golden ancient mountain, a genuine smile graced his face. The area was enveloped in mist, with peaks rising and falling majestically. In the midst of these mountains, a glimmer of vibrant light flickered, resembling a holy sight of ceiling, exuding boundless mystery. This was the ancient sacred mountain revered as the ancestral land, where the ancestors of the forgotten clan lay buried. With a playful expression, Yi Xiao stealthily entered the divine mountain and stood before a dilapidated ancient tomb hall. In the next moment, a stream of celestial radiance descended gracefully, the sword aura vast and profound. The towering rock spirit standing at the hall's entrance had its head shattered in an explosive burst. Before its form could collapse to the ground, Yi Xiao waved his hand, casting its remains into the universe ring, and then vanished into the tomb hall. It is unimaginable that a group of tomb guardians have now become the true rulers of this secret realm. What terror must their masters, the ancient powerhouses interred here, possess? At the instant Yi Xiao stepped into the ancient tomb, his expression gradually hardened. The tomb was densely populated with numerous gravestones, each towering several zhang high, radiating an overwhelming sense of desolation and vastness. Even, some tombstones have succumbed to the ravages of time, their inscriptions rendered almost indistinct. Conversely, others shimmer with an ethereal glow, exuding a formidable aura. Yi Xiao strides forward, his gaze sweeping over the ancient monuments, growing increasingly astonished. The ancient Yasha clan, the ancestral warriors of night battles. Daman, Manzhong, the four-armed nether general Jialo Tian. As he contemplates these once-renowned titans of antiquity, a sense of desolation and sorrow wells up within him. Time, like a relentless blade, cleaves through the proud. Whether one is the great witch of the barbarian king or the god of war of the nether clan, ultimately none can escape the cyclical nature of time, finding their final resting place here. Sighing softly, Yi Xiao settles down in the center of the mausoleum, his eyes swirling with demonic patterns as he reaches out towards the remains of these ancestral figures. In an instant, various primal energies begin to manifest from the coffins, converging towards Yi Shao. At this moment, his aura surges dramatically, enveloped in a dark radiance, akin to a chaotic demonic sun, overshadowing the ages. In a mere heartbeat, dark clouds gather above him, shattering the shackles of divine cycles, propelling him into the realm of great ascendants. Across the expanse of 3,000 states, great ascendants are not uncommon. Each of them is virtually a leader of their respective states, truly the chosen of the great path. At this moment, the Yasha women could scarcely imagine that while pursuing Yu Qingji to reclaim the legacy divine ring, their ancestors have already become sustenance for Yi Shao. Time flows on, as the illustrious champions of the holy state gradually descended upon the central realm of the secret territory. Their clashes with the remnants of the ancient clan intensified. For the champions of the holy state, the powerful legacies of this place represented a celestial opportunity. Conversely, for the remnants, the cosmic rings, spiritual treasures, and even the very flesh of the holy state champions were considered treasures of creation. Gradually, numerous remnants, under the leadership of various kings and princesses, commenced their hunt to capture the champions. In the face of such a widespread hunt, the champions were gripped by fear, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the secret realm, Luo Shi raised her delicate hand, freezing a creature of the ancient clan before her, reducing it to powder with a mighty strike. Beneath her feet lay numerous corpses and severed limbs, a truly harrowing sight. Sheer, well done. In the shadows, Lin Chun approached, his expression imbued with admiration and relief. It had been several years since their last meeting, and Sheer had grown remarkably powerful. They found themselves in a vast underground abyss, extending for miles, inhabited by numerous dark creatures, silent and terrifying. Had it not been for Luo Shi, Lin Chun, a mere soul master, would have been unable to traverse this great chasm alone. According to the words of the Phantom Princess, at the end of this abyss lay the place where she had sealed the spiritual fire and concealed her treasures. Considering the passage of time, it had been 10 days since the secret realm opened. At this moment, Lin Chun could sense the aura of the Phantom Princess within his soul ring, gradually surging with an intensity far greater than before. At the moment when this ancient demon soul awakens, it signifies Lin Chen's redemption and his ascendance over all creation. Even Yi Shao, without the presence of a protector, would stand no chance against him and the ethereal Ji. Brother Lin Chen. A flicker of subtle disdain crossed Luo Shi's eyes, yet her face bore a faint smile. Is that ancient hideaway truly located here? Of course. When have I ever deceived you, Sheer? As long as we reach the end of the great abyss, we shall behold it, Lin Chun replied, his expression gentle as he nodded with a smile. Throughout this journey, he had utilized Luo Shi to eliminate numerous remnants of the ancient clan. It was evident that his dear sister harbored a profound obsession for the celestial fire of the world. Then let us hasten our steps. The two exchanged a knowing smile, embodying a tender brother-sister bond, gradually vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, with the emergence of the ancient divine mountain, under the leadership of Yi Tang, they soon located the human prodigy who had seized the Chenkuan Taching Ring. However, the Chenkuan Taching Ring was a treasure of space, capable of creating its own domain and traversing the void. Thus, even though Yi Tang could sense the aura of this precious ring, she was unable to capture Yu Qingji. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the distant mountains. 3 prodigies from the ancient divine mountain, wielding spiritual treasures, descended with tremendous force. In an instant, the surrounding forest was utterly shattered, fissures tearing through the landscape. Amongst the chaos, a figure clad in green flashed past, attempting to flee towards the heaven's edge. Quickly, inform the Saintess. We have found her. A serpentine being, adorned in eerie scales, bellowed furiously, unleashing a torrent of emerald light that engulfed the surroundings. The air buzzed with tension. Yu Qingji furrowed her delicate brows, and with a fierce swing of her ancient sword, she struck downward. Although her sword intent severed the luminous essence, it could not halt its advance. Tendrils of sinister and eerie spiritual patterns descended, enveloping the entire space where Yu Qingji stood like a confining cage. A subtle change flickered across Yu Qingji's countenance, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Ever since she consumed the seven-colored divine herb, she had been in seclusion, refining her sword bone. However, since yesterday, numerous remnants of ancient beings had invaded this forest, tirelessly searching for her whereabouts. Yu Qingji speculated that they must be connected to the silver-winged youth whom she had slain. Yet, she could not fathom how these remnants could locate her regardless of her concealment. Kill! In an instant, a terrifying roar erupted in the vicinity. The three ancient beings possessed realms surpassing the fifth level of the divine wheel, their auras overwhelmingly potent. As they launched their formidable assault, three seals of spiritual brilliance plummeted from the heavens, their might astonishing. Even with Yu Qingji's remarkable swordsmanship, she felt her spirit tremble under their divine power. A moment's hesitation led to her being crushed to the ground, a pitiful sight. With a gasp, Yu Qingji's body quivered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, a clear radiance began to swirl within her eyes, transforming them into a vast and indifferent expanse. Even then, even her demeanor seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, resembling that of an entirely different individual, as frigid as ice. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed once more through the void. A handprint, shrouded in chaotic mist, descended from above, resembling a grinding stone, enveloping the bodies of the three descendants completely. In a mere instant, this handprint cleaved through the fabric of reality, crashing downwards. The three prodigies of the ancestral bloodline, having reached the fifth level of the divine will, were unable to emit even a cry before being reduced to mere remnants of blood mist. This scene instantaneously caused Yu Qingji's gaze to tremble. She slowly raised her head, her eyes suddenly narrowing. At that moment, she beheld a figure clad in phoenix attire gracefully stepping forth from the depths of the void, possessing a celestial form and countenance, her eyes reflecting an unmasked indifference and profundity. Chapter 66. Those who praise my true name shall witness eternal life, Gu Empress? Yu Qingji murmured, her gaze fixated on the scattered remains of the fallen clan, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Previously, in the city of Heavenly Dao, she had sensed the hostility emanating from this empress. Thus, upon encountering the resplendent phoenix attire and the exquisitely pale visage, Yu Qingji was taken aback. Particularly at this moment, the flicker of disdain in Gu Mingyue's eyes rendered her feelings of insignificance palpable. Powerful, noble, breathtaking. She epitomized the ideal woman, the sole one worthy of Yi Shao, the godson in Yu Qingji's eyes. In that instant, the heart of the sword sect maiden ached painfully, her fragile pride once again trampled upon. She comprehended that Gu Mingyue's presence was not to rescue her, but rather to intimidate her. I can save you, yet I can also take your life. Thank you, Empress, for your timely intervention. Yu Qingji inhaled deeply and bowed in gratitude towards Gu Mingyue. In the void, Gu Mingyue's gaze remained frosty, as she cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qingji before turning to depart toward the forest's edge. The ancient ring you possess is a relic of the primordial divine mountain. It would be wise to exercise caution, lest you find your fortune waning next time. With that cold and indifferent pronouncement, Gu Mingyue's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Her presence here was to discern what made this woman, favored by Yi Shao, so extraordinary. The remarkable sword intent that had emanated from Yu Qingji had not escaped her notice. It was astonishing, indeed. In her previous life, Gu Mingyue had no recollection of the woman who had appeared in the Taoist sect's secret realm, nor had she heard of such a prodigy in swordsmanship. It was as if this woman existed beyond the cycle of reincarnation, leaving no trace behind. A sense of unease crept into Gu Mingyue's heart, as for the first time, she felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from a woman. After witnessing the fateful destinies depicted in the divine wall of the Great Path, Gu Mingyue found herself engulfed in a complex array of emotions. She beheld the shocking truth that in this life, Yi Shao had met his demise in her embrace. At that moment, anguish and emptiness washed over her like a relentless tide. It became evident that both love and hate were equally difficult to sever. The ring? Yu Qingji furrowed her brows, retrieving a golden ancient ring, her gaze sharpening with sudden clarity. At that moment, she comprehended why, regardless of where she sought refuge, the remnants of the clan would inevitably find her. A thunderous rumble reverberated through the void. Just then, a booming sound echoed once more. Yu Qingji's eyes flickered with intensity as she turned, only to behold a golden light resembling a vast cloud descending, densely packed, at the edge of her vision. At the forefront stood a statuesque woman, flanked by nearly 100 extraordinary beings of the remnant clan, each more bizarre than the last, their vitality astonishing. Among them were towering giants, skeletons engulfed in flames, bull-headed creatures, serpent men, and three-eyed beings bearing the weight of the heavens, akin to a procession of specters. Yet, before the figure clad in golden robes, these fearsome remnants appeared remarkably docile, not daring to overstep their bounds. Flee! In an instant, Yu Qingji swiftly stored the Qian Kuan Tai Ching ring within her soul sea, refraining from making any further moves. Her figure quietly melded into the forest, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Had it not been for Gu Mingyue's earlier warning, she would undoubtedly have found herself at a dead end. She has vanished? Night Tang flapped her wings and descended before the corpses of the three remnants, picking up a piece of flesh to taste. 30 breaths. She must be nearby. Seal off this desolate mountain and search inch by inch. Yes, holy maiden. A group of talented remnants descended from the sky, their bodies enveloped in vibrant spiritual radiance, sealing the void around them. In an instant, the very fabric of this realm rippled with boundless waves, drawing the attention of many. All gazes were fixed upon the nearly 100 formidable remnants, witnessing their ability to uproot ancient trees and mountains. Awe was the only sentiment reflected in their eyes. With such a display of power, even the likes of Yi Xiao and Ling Tiandao would likely be devoured whole if they fell into their hands. Amidst the crowd stood a figure clad in gray, arms crossed behind his back, his icy white eyes swirling with purple patterns, exuding an air of profound depth. He watched the direction in which Gu Mingyue had departed, feeling a vague sense of confusion within. For some reason, Ling Tian felt that Gu Mingyue, like himself, was drawn towards the same destination, the reincarnation heaven mansion. How could this be? Ling Tian murmured to himself, recalling that his initial reason for joining the Dao sect was to seek the reincarnation imperial talisman and fulfill the 3 promises made with Linglong. Over the years, he has perused ancient texts and discreetly sought information, ultimately uncovering the location of this ancient cave. With Ling Tian's mastery over the power of reincarnation, he now faintly senses a trace of the essence of reincarnation within the secret realm. Gu Mingyue is not a native of the holy state. How could she possibly be aware of the greatest secret concealed within the Taoist sect's hidden domain? A plan must be devised. Ling Tian cast a lingering glance at Yi Tang before turning to leave this place. If his memory served him correctly, that woman in green appeared to have a significant connection with Yi Xiao. Given the domineering nature of this heir of the Yi family, he would undoubtedly ensure her survival against the remnants of the ancient clan. Under the watchful eyes of many, amidst a life-and-death crisis, it was the perfect opportunity for Yi Xiao to flaunt his prowess. Ling Tian did not expect Yi Tang to subdue Yi Xiao. However, Yi Tang's betrothed is reputedly a minor lord of the remnants, a true pure-blooded being. Soon, the news of Yu Qingji being besieged by the ancient divine mountain and trapped in a dire situation spread throughout the Taoist sect's secret realm. Within the ancient divine mountain, amidst the tombs, ancient ancestral corpses emerged from their earthen coffins, lying scattered on the ground, reduced to mere dust and ashes. Yi Xiao sat cross-legged in the void, enveloped in swirling dark light, consuming all the essence and soul remnants contained within these corpses. At that moment, arcane patterns twisted across his skin, reminiscent of the primordial darkness that obliterated the heavens at the dawn of creation, with each strand of these patterns housing a formidable demon lord. His aura continued to ascend. First layer of the Great Ascension. Second layer of the Great Ascension. Third layer of the Great Ascension. Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly opened wide, resembling 2 abysses of darkness tearing through the fabric of reality, resonating with thunderous echoes. Those who chant my true name shall glimpse eternal life in the cycle of rebirth. He furrowed his brow and murmured softly. This phrase echoed in his mind after he had consumed the remnants of the ancestral spirits that lingered in this place. What astonished Yi Xiao even more was that the essence of the souls within these corpses was exceedingly tenuous, far from the terrifying notion he had envisioned, akin to having been thoroughly drained by another. Rebirth. Eternal life? A chill flickered in Yi Xiao's gaze as a suspicion stirred within him, prompting him to turn and stride toward the ancient tomb's exit. It was unfathomable that such formidable ancestors had been utterly vanquished within this secret realm. One could only imagine the sheer terror of the being who had slain them and siphoned their very essence. Could it be the master of the rebirth imperial seal? In that moment, Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming sense that countless secrets lay concealed behind the 3,000 states. What piqued his curiosity further was the connection between the demon soul within Lin Chen's ring and the master of rebirth. What was the source of the unrelenting hatred she could not relinquish? Chapter 67. The Duality of Souls? The despair of Yu Qingji. It is time to emerge. Yi Xiao stretched his limbs, for regardless of the secrets concealed within this mysterious realm or the Dao sect, everything would be unveiled once he pried open Ling Tian's skull. Before that, he needed to pay a visit to Yu Qingji, leaving an indelible mark in her Dao heart before her complete awakening. It appeared that next time, he ought to seek out some fresh supreme beings to devour. The demonic intent in Yi Xiao's eyes dissipated, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. For instance, that exquisite immortal master Linglong who had toyed with Ling Tian for a century. Meanwhile, in the desolate mountains, streams of spiritual radiance cascaded from the heavens, reducing the verdant forests below to mere dust. In the void, Yi Tang sat majestically upon a golden spiritual throne, gazing down upon the mountains. At this moment, should Yu Qingji dare to reveal even a hint of her presence, she would swiftly crush her head with lightning speed. Just then, a deafening hum resonated from the depths of the forest. A strand of sword intent cleaved through the heavens, tearing apart the corporeal form of a talented descendant of the ancient clan who had reached the third layer of the divine wheel. Amidst the swirling blood mist, a figure clad in green strode forth, not fleeing, gradually coming into view of the onlookers. Yi Tang slowly sat upright, a trace of scorn appearing on her exquisite visage. Not fleeing? Not fleeing. Yu Qingji shook her head, tilting her gaze towards the holy maiden of the divine mountain. The remnants of the ancient clan here are far more formidable than those she had previously slain, each surpassing the fifth realm of divine cycles. Particularly striking is the golden-clad woman, who astonishingly has reached the ninth realm. Given Yu Qingji's prowess, it would be utterly impossible for her to evade their relentless pursuit without the aid of the Chenkuan Taiqing ring. However, should she unleash the ring's might, she would forever be marked by Yi Tang, leaving her with no avenue for escape. Submit, relinquish the Chenkuan Taiqing ring, and I shall grant you a swifter demise, Yi Tang proclaimed, her legs crossed, the golden gown cascading to reveal a breathtaking expanse of immaculate white. At that moment, her expression was chillingly indifferent, reminiscent of a lofty empress passing judgment upon mere insects. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingji shook her head, the humility in her gaze gradually being supplanted by a flicker of resentment. Just moments ago, Gu Mingyue had regarded her with the same dispassionate demeanor, as if her life held no worth in the eyes of these saintly maidens and imperial daughters, easily extinguishable at their whim. By what right? Yu Qingji's head bowed, her delicate form quivering, yet her tone remained eerily calm. By what right? Yi Tang frowned slightly, then suddenly revealed a hint of a playful smile. By virtue of the ancient clan's legacy, by the nobility of my bloodline that surpasses yours, and by the strength that eclipses your own. With that, Yi Tang gestured to a nearby scion of the ancient clan, whose skin bore a grayish hue, reminiscent of stone. Immediately, he stepped forward, his aura surging with vitality, and delivered a colossal punch aimed at Yu Qingji. Boom! The terrifying divine force cascaded down, obliterating the very peak upon which Yu Qingji stood. This scene immediately stirred the gazes of the surrounding prodigies from the holy state, causing them to swallow softly. At this moment, they realized that the realm of this rock-born being had astonishingly reached the terrifying level of the seventh stage of the divine will, rivaling many of the holy sons from various celestial sects and the heirs of great teachings. Just as Yu Qingji gripped her ancient sword, preparing to strike forward, she observed three more prodigies from the lost clan emerging from another void, casting countless runes and seals upon her. The realms of these four individuals all surpassed the seventh stage of the divine wheel. As they acted simultaneously, even a true young supreme would find it exceedingly difficult to confront them directly. It was evident that Yi Tang's actions were intended to intimidate the holy state prodigies, making them aware of the consequences of provoking the ancient divine mountain. You! Yu Qingji gritted her silver teeth, clutching a communication talisman tightly in her hand. She knew that as long as she activated this talisman, the predicament before her would be effortlessly resolved. However, if she sought the acknowledgement of the divine son Yishao, she must possess both the courage and strength to become a sword immortal. With this thought, a radiant brilliance enveloped Yu Qingji's eyes, transforming her entire demeanor into one of profound depth. Suddenly, her entire skeletal structure erupted with a resplendent, multicolored celestial glow, sword patterns swirling as if a true immortal were awakening. As she swung the ancient sword in her hand, a sweeping sword aura pierced through the vast abyss, akin to the mists drifting from the primordial depths, obliterating the assault of the four prodigies from the lost clan entirely. This scene instantly elicited a hint of surprise in Yi Tang's eyes as he slowly lowered his gaze toward Yu Qingji, sensing this aura. Innate sword bone? Before the crowd could fully react to the shock, Yu Qingji's figure unexpectedly tore through the void, appearing directly before the towering figure of the rock spirit. In the blink of an eye, she struck down with her sword, piercing through its skull and splattering a torrent of blood and bone fragments, a sight both harrowing and vivid. The world fell silent. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the lifeless body that had collapsed to the ground, their eyes reflecting a deep shock. A young girl who had just entered the Divine Will realm had slain a being at the 7th level of the Divine Will with a single strike. The grace of a sword immortal, a reckless act. The remaining 3 heirs of the ancient clan trembled in fear, not daring to hesitate, and summoned their most formidable trump cards to confront Yu Qingji. In an instant, the heavens and the earth erupted with dazzling brilliance, blinding to the eyes. Ancient seals and divine patterns descended, producing a deafening roar. With a shudder, Yu Qingji's body trembled, her flesh and bones fracturing under the immense pressure. This scene felt eerily familiar to her, and a profound sense of resentment began to stir within her heart. At that moment, a cold, indifferent voice echoed in her soul sea, steadying her mind. What? Upon hearing the voice, Yu Qingji's eyes widened, a terrifying dread welling up within her. From her master, she had heard numerous tales of ancient souls seizing bodies. These ancient souls typically concealed themselves within secret realms and ruins, and upon encountering a suitable host, they would invade their soul sea, seizing control of their bodies to complete the possession. When did this happen? At that moment, Yu Qingji remained oblivious to when she had been infiltrated by the malevolent soul, only feeling an icy chill seep deep into her bones. Your sword bone is forged from the primordial essence, crystallized from the profoundest insights of the sword path across the realms. You must have faith in your sword. Nothing is beyond its reach. Nothing is beyond its reach. Yu Qingji's expression faltered, and a powerful yearning surged within her, resonating through her very sword bone. Why do you wish to assist me? This matter is rather intricate. Let us first address the immediate predicament. I shall not betray you. Very well. Yu Qingji nodded lightly, her gaze sharp and resolute, prepared to unleash this illuminating strike of the heart. At that moment, Yi Tang unexpectedly rose and stepped toward her. A thunderous roar echoed. The saintess of the divine mountain sensed the shift in Yu Qingji's aura, and unease began to stir within her. With a graceful wave of her hand, golden radiance cascaded like a waterfall, transforming into a resplendent golden palm print that tore through the heavens, its lethal intent overwhelming. Yu Qingji's countenance changed dramatically, as the faith she had just nurtured in the sword path crumbled instantaneously. Her form was suppressed by Yi Tang's single hand, the sword intent extinguished, leaving her with no opportunity to retaliate. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Open your spirit and merge with me. I shall assist you in overcoming your current tribulation. At that moment, the cool, feminine voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of urgency. Merge with you? Yu Qingji's expression froze, a look of confusion crossing her features. If I merge with you, will I still be myself? You and I are, in essence, one. Chapter 68. The Pure Love Warrior? The shadow left by Yi Linglong on the inheritors. What did you say? Yu Qingji exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief and horror. I will explain everything later. There is no time. Do not resist me. Buzz. At that moment, as Yu Qingji found herself engulfed in uncertainty and confusion, her gaze suddenly trembled. Before her, the void flickered momentarily. From within, A figure clad in white stepped forth, standing directly in front of her. Yi Xiao, the divine son. Yu Qingji gasped, her heart quaking incessantly. Like any ordinary disciple of a sect, she had once dreamt that her destined partner would be a peerless divine being, arriving on auspicious clouds to shield her from all trials and tribulations. In this instant, Yi Xiao's presence illuminated her inner turmoil and uncertainty, etching itself deeply into her heart. Who is he? A cool voice echoed within her soul, tinged with astonishment. In truth, her soul awareness had only just awakened, born alongside her sword bones. Thus, she remained unaware of the events that had transpired in Tiandao City and within the Dao sect. He is Yi Xiao, the divine son. A trace of stubbornness flickered in Yu Qingji's eyes as her crimson lips curled. Until today, she had never imagined that she would stand beside Yi Xiao, akin to Gu Mingyue, sharing his side. For she believed she lacked the qualifications, the background, and even her talents and beauty paled in comparison to Gu Mingyue. After Yu Qingji effortlessly slayed the prodigy of the lineage of the God Wheel's 7th tier, a faint flicker of ambition ignited within her heart. Yi Xiao, the divine son? Yu Ji, I advise you not to harbor any thoughts towards him. A figure of such stature could never be drawn to your current self. And what of you? Yu Qingji's expression turned indifferent as she abruptly countered, who exactly are you? We are, in essence, one entity. You are the sole consciousness born from my reincarnation, while I am but a remnant of my previous life spirit, existing solely to unveil your true identity. Trust me, once you integrate with me, the memories of your past life and the innate talent of the sword immortal shall gradually awaken. Past life? Talent of the sword immortal? Yu Qingji's gaze trembled, and she shook her head slightly. I am not yet prepared. Let me ponder this further. With that, she denied the spirit's opportunity to speak, sealing it within the ocean of her soul. At that moment, Yu Qingji harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the spirit's claims. Furthermore, as it was stated, the merging of the two would awaken the memories of her past life. Did that not mean Yu Qingji would transform into an entirely unfamiliar self? Suddenly, a resounding roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Yi Xiao took a step into the void, with an air of nonchalance, and unleashed a mighty punch. As the strike descended, the very order of the universe seemed to be reshaped. A magnificent divine radiance surged forth, gradually extinguishing the imprint of Night Tang's palm. With a peculiar shattering sound, Night Tang's complexion turned an ashen white. Her outstretched arm was unexpectedly shattered by a single, forceful blow from Yi Xiao. Blood mingled with delicate fragments of bone cascaded down, plunging the entire realm into a profound silence. At that moment, both the remnants of the clan and the assembled prodigies of the holy state were enveloped in a thick sense of shock and trepidation, as a chilling sensation surged from their feet, nearly lifting the very crowns of their heads. Who are you? Yi Tang's brow furrowed tightly. Blood stained her garments crimson, her severed arm a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor of haughty superiority. In response, Yi Xiao paid her no mind, striding directly to Yu Qingji, his brow slightly creased. Are you unharmed? Divine son, I am fine. Under the gaze of the multitude, Yi Xiao's concern for Yu Qingji was, to her, far more exhilarating than her previous ascent to the Path Mountain. Did I not provide you with a communication talisman? Why did you not utilize it? Yi Xiao's expression was icy, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. It appeared that Miss Yu did not regard him as a friend. Divine son, that is not the case. In an instant, Yu Qingji was flustered, her red lips pressed tightly together, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Should she confess to the divine son that her sole intention was to prove her worth and capture his attention? Very well, do not be so distant next time, or I shall indeed be displeased. Yi Xiao shook his head, his gaze deep and unfathomable. The daughter of destiny, Yu Qingji golden finger, innate sword bone, sword immortal true soul. Plot development. The daughter of destiny awakens her fateful memories, leading to the revival of her life-bound sword seal, simultaneously awakening her sword bone and true soul. A celestial being of imperial blood will soon descend from the heavens to guide her back to the 9 heavens. Gazing at the system panel before him, Yi Xiao fell into deep contemplation. A dual-soul entity? A sword immortal from the 9 heavens? This template was not unfamiliar to him. Yet what scheme lay behind the impending arrival of the imperial blood celestial? A head sent thousands of miles away. Could it be a tale of pure love? Humph! Humanity, I am the ancient sacred maiden of the divine mountain, the princess of the Yaksha clan. Noticing that Yi Xiao had disregarded her, Yi Tang's expression grew increasingly grim. As the true leader of the remnants, she had never been so blatantly ignored, and her inner fury was palpable. Beside her, a group of talented individuals from the remnants gathered, their gazes filled with trepidation and vigilance as they stared at Yi Xiao. The earlier scene had left them bewildered, rendering them unable to react in time. The invincible saintess Yi Tang had suddenly been struck down by a single punch. Yi Xiao, with a cold demeanor, exuded an undeniable authority. Yi Tang's eyes narrowed sharply, as if she had recalled something dreadful. You are from the Eternal Leaf family? She vividly remembered the last genius of the Leaf family who had descended into the Dao sect's secret realm, Yi Linglong. That seemingly gentle and serene woman was, in truth, utterly unhinged. In her initial days, she was merely at the 5th level of the divine wheel, yet with her exquisite 9-hearted Linglong, she orchestrated the downfall of the entire Secret Realm's legacy clan, inciting them to turn against one another and seizing a multitude of treasures and inheritances in the process. What is even more infuriating is that even Yi Tang, the most beautiful maiden of the legacy clan, was deceived by her facade, ultimately lured into her bed. This incident was something Yi Tang never dared to mention to her fiancé. This individual is the scion of the Eternal Life Yi family, the illustrious Yi Xiao. Do you not kneel and acknowledge your transgressions? In the distance, a throng of prodigies from the holy state clamored, their long-repressed aspirations finally liberated with the formidable arrival of Yi Xiao. In recent days they had been evading and hiding, wary of the ancient divine mountain's profound heritage and Yi Tang's formidable prowess. Now, witnessing this once mighty Yasha maiden being effortlessly crushed by Yi Xiao, their excitement was palpable. What? The scion of the Yi family? Yi Tang's crimson lips parted slightly, a flicker of dread flashing in her eyes. To her, the ability to subdue someone as erratic as Yi Linglong implied the immense power possessed by this Yi family scion. Yi Xiao, this may be a misunderstanding. Yi Tang swallowed hard, forcing a smile that rendered the entire atmosphere utterly still. Was this the proud and cruel Yasha saintess they remembered? How had she cowered so easily before the scion? A misunderstanding? Yi Xiao raised his brows slightly, nodding slowly. Suddenly, an ancient sword materialized in his hand, slicing downwards. The air resonated with a thunderous sword chant. Terrifying sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing heaven and earth. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, any descendant of the ancient clan that dared to come into contact with this formidable sword intent found their physical form obliterated, their souls extinguished. Yi Xiao, my betrothed is Aotian, the forbidden prodigy of the Dragon Blood Marsh. Should you dare to take my life, he shall not let you go unpunished. Chapter 69. To be pierced by the lance of the Leaf Owlson is indeed an honor. The Dragon Blood Marsh? The forbidden monarch? Yi Xiao's expression remained serene, with no trace of turbulence in his gaze. From the souls he had previously consumed from the remnants of the clan, he had long been aware of the existence of this formidable power. The Dragon Blood Marsh, the ancient divine mountain, as the pinnacle of the Taoist sect's secret realms. These two forces have perpetually maintained their robust lineage through intermarriage. Much like the ancient divine mountain, the Dragon Blood Marsh is home to a myriad of races. Its master is none other than the forbidden monarch spoken of by Yi Tang. Aochia, according to the remnants, this young monarch is a descendant of the primordial dragon lineage, endowed with innate divine strength. Furthermore, his cultivation realm far surpasses that of the contemporary remnants, residing at the Great Ascension level. Indeed, Yi Xiao, if you dare to kill me, my husband Aotian will not let you go. Yi Tang gritted her silver teeth, hiding behind a crowd of remnants in an attempt to intimidate Yi Xiao. Then let me deal with him as well. As Yi Xiao's words fell, the countenances of the talented remnants turned ashen. Yi Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. If you insist on battle, the ancient divine mountain is not afraid of you. Then let me witness your prowess. Yi Xiao's demeanor softened as he strode towards Yi Tang. With a hum, strands of sword intent surged around him, piercing through the vastness. The entire void was suddenly torn asunder, the sword energy resonating ominously. In a flash, Yi Xiao's stone sword descended, a terrifying radiance cascading from above, effortlessly shattering the corporeal forms of several talented remnants. At this moment, Yi Xiao strode into the boundless sky, where the clouds were light and the breeze gentle. With each swing of his sword, the very fabric of this realm shifted, akin to a sea of stars boiling with fervor. Remarkably, he did not employ any sword techniques. Relying solely on the principles of yin and yang, along with the Tao of chaos, he decimated the elite descendants of the 6 and 7 realms of the Lost Clan. Attacked together, Yi Tang, with a pale visage, shouted vehemently. Before him, a host of elite descendants summoned their innate spiritual artifacts, divine scales, magical seals, and golden elixirs, all hurtling towards Yi Xiao in a furious assault. "Beware, divine son!" Yu Qingji exclaimed in alarm, her eyes shimmering with an unusual glint. She had not anticipated that the divine son possessed such mastery over the sword path, with each strike emanating an awe-inspiring aura of the laws. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, slightly shaking his head. In the next instant, he unleashed another strike, obliterating the spiritual artifacts and divine abilities, causing the elite descendants to explode into clouds of blood mist, their souls extinguished. "Flee!" In that moment, the crowd could no longer suppress the terror within. They turned to escape the scene. "Can you truly escape?" Yi Xiao's dual pupils radiated threads of golden light. Instantly, the entire expanse of void became utterly stagnant. All of the elite descendants remained frozen in their previous stances, their expressions of horror still etched upon their faces, rooted to the spot. Dual pupils. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding forest. In the eyes of Wang Chongqing, He Luyun, and others, there flickered a profound sense of dread and disbelief. They had long been aware that this prodigious scion of the Yi family had awakened the most enigmatic dual pupil talent, yet they had never witnessed him wield it. Now Yi Xiao, utilizing the power of his dual pupils, astonishingly managed to seal both the vast expanse of the sky and dozens of celestial prodigies simultaneously, a feat that was utterly inconceivable. Why does it feel as though the power of this prodigy could annihilate those at the pinnacle of cultivation? Wang Chongqing let out a bitter laugh, his gaze towards Yi Xiao imbued with a hint of bewilderment. Clad in white with a sword in hand, the prodigy appeared unparalleled. Is this truly the authentic strength of Yi Xiao? He Luyun also sighed, at this moment fully realizing just how fortunate Lei Wudi had been on that fateful day. In comparison to Yi Xiao, their so-called invincible postures seemed almost laughable. "Yi Xiao, are you truly intent on exterminating all?" Yi Tang gritted her teeth, her expression gradually transforming into one of fierce determination. She found herself with no avenue for retreat. Given Yi Xiao's ruthless nature, there was no chance he would spare her. In an instant, Yi Tang's figure surged forth, her golden wings unfurling and casting shadows across the heavens, igniting into roaring flames. Simultaneously, she summoned a trident of divine might, sweeping down with the force to obliterate the heavens, accompanied by a deluge of divine fire. A terrifying heat erupted throughout the realm, as if it were incinerating the very depths of one's soul. This flame was the ancestral fire of the Yaksha clan, capable of searing the soul in silence and secrecy. Yet, for Yi Xiao, no assault on the soul posed the slightest threat. A resonant hum echoed through the air, as the primordial ancestral symbol subtly manifested at the center of Yi Xiao's brow. As his silhouette boldly stepped into the layers of soul flames, he raised his hand to grasp the ancient trident that had plummeted from the heavens. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal striking metal echoed, causing Yi Tang's expression to freeze, her entire being trembling. She could hardly fathom that Yi Xiao had, with mere physical strength, thwarted both her innate divine fire and her cherished spiritual treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tang relinquished her battle spear and fled desperately towards the ends of the sky. Just then, an ear-piercing sound of slicing wind reached her ears. A flash of golden light pierced through her body, sending her hurtling down from the heavens. In the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Yi Tang resembled a bird caught in a hunter's grasp, impaled by Yi Xiao's spear and nailed to a distant rock wall. This scene sent tremors through the hearts of those beings not native to the ancient divine mountain, shattering their resolve. They could scarcely imagine that the esteemed saintess of the ancient divine mountain, a young supreme being, could scarcely withstand even a single strike from the illustrious son of Yishao. Yishao, I beg you, spare my life. Yitang managed to turn her head, blood mingling with her internal injuries spilling forth, her once defiant eyes now filled solely with desperation. You should not plead for mercy from me. Yishao stood amidst the void, his dual golden pupils radiating divine brilliance. Please, spare me, kind sir. Upon hearing this, Yitang immediately understood, casting her gaze towards Yu Qingji, who stood behind Yishao. Had she known earlier that the woman was a descendant of the Yi family, she would never have dared to act so audaciously. Yu Qingji delicately pressed her crimson lips together, casting a cautious glance at Yishao, feeling somewhat at a loss. Even though she had begun to comprehend certain aspects of her past lives, it was still challenging to alter her timid and self-deprecating nature in such a short span of time. Kill if you wish, there is no need for hesitation, Yishao remarked indifferently, but suddenly, Yitang cried out in despair. Yishao, I was intimate with Yi Linglong. I implore you, for the sake of Yi Linglong, grant me this opportunity, and I am willing to submit to you. In an instant, the entire realm fell into a profound silence. The expressions of many prodigies from the holy state froze, their gazes gradually turning mocking. Did Yitang truly forsake her dignity for the sake of survival? With Yi Linglong's gentle and dignified demeanor, how could she possibly engage in such absurdity? Only Yishao raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in resignation. Based on his understanding of Yi Linglong, it was entirely within her character to indulge in a fleeting dalliance with a member of the fallen clan. Who is Yi Linglong? Yu Qingji's face flushed with a hint of color, her eyes increasingly filled with hesitation and confusion. A mad woman. Yi Zhao's expression remained impassive as he suddenly grasped Yitang's head, tearing her down from the war spear. Take me to meet your betrothed. At these words, Yitang's expression momentarily faltered, her lips parting as if to speak but then hesitating. At that moment, she had an inkling that perhaps dying just now was not such a misfortune after all. Otherwise, once Aotion becomes aware that she has betrayed him, she is likely to be torn apart by this bloodline taboo of the dragon. Chapter 70. The Forbidden Monarch Outyen. Unyielding in life and death in the span of a single day, the news of Yi Shao single-handedly slaying nearly 100 prodigies on the ancient divine mountain spread throughout the entire Dao sect's secret realm. Whether among the human prodigies or the beings of the ancient race, all were awestruck by the terrifying prowess of this scion of the Yi family. Indeed, rumors even circulated that the holy maiden Yitang was brutally shot to death by Yi Shao himself. The method of her demise varied in tales, yet all suggested it was by the spear. Amidst this tumult, at the heart of the secret realm, a vast expanse of black marsh stretched for miles, shrouded in mist. By the marsh's edge stood a figure clad in phoenix robes, her hair cascading like a waterfall, cold phoenix eyes gazing indifferently at a group of scaled beings from the ancient race. Dragon Blood Marsh, entry forbidden. A proud man among them, with a flattened head and slitted eyes, shouted, his gaze toward the robed woman betraying a hint of greed and wariness. The ancient divine mountain has fallen? Yitang was slain by Yishao? Gu Mingyue furrowed her delicate brows, clearly taken aback. According to the narrative of her previous life, these beings of the divine mountain were supposed to have perished at Lin Chen's hands. Moreover, Yitang had been killed in a final battle after Lin Chen's last desperate breakthrough. The notion that she had met her end at Yi Zhao's hands was truly inconceivable. You possess a striking appearance. Why not accompany me to meet our young monarch? Perhaps you could ascend to greatness and become the king's consort. The scaled being scrutinized Gu Mingyue with intent, preparing to subdue her on the spot. In the next instant, his expression changed abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Gu Mingyue extend a delicate jade hand, enveloped in boundless innate energy, which engulfed his form and shattered it into a mist of crimson. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the followers behind the Jiao man sensed the commotion, Gu Mingyue had already appeared before them. A series of eerie shattering sounds echoed, and in mere moments, the corporeal forms of these remnants were utterly destroyed. If memory serves, the reincarnation opportunity that Ling Tian acquired should be located within this vast blood-soaked marsh. Gu Mingyue gazed at the blood-red expanse before her, discerning the direction with a slight adjustment, and made her way directly towards the heart of the marsh. As her aura completely faded, a figure cloaked in gray gradually emerged from the void behind her. It was none other than Daozi Ling Tian. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had sensed that this Empress of the Phoenix seemed to share his intentions. Now, having manifested in the Dragon Blood Marsh and decisively vanquished several Jiao clan prodigies, it was evident that she had come prepared. Gu Mingyue, if blame is to be placed, it must be for your lack of discernment. Ling Tian's eyes shimmered with mystical patterns as he two-stepped towards the center of the marsh. There, magnificent golden palaces rose majestically above the blood marsh, undulating with grandeur. Suddenly, within the central temple, a deafening roar reverberated. Terrifying dragon energy erupted forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, plunging the entire Dragon Blood Marsh into a profound silence. All beings within the marsh prostrated themselves upon the ground, their bodies trembling, scarcely daring to draw breath. The owl? How dare he take the life of my betrothed? A young man adorned in golden robes, with twin horns sprouting from his head, sat majestically upon the throne, exuding an overwhelming aura of dragon energy that radiated in all directions, transcending the realms of time. His presence was profoundly enigmatic, with a blood-red, crystalline scale embedded in the center of his brow, resembling a splendid gem nestled at the apex of his being. The two crimson dragon horns twisted menacingly, embodying the essence of the great Tao, inscribed with intricate patterns capable of effortlessly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Lord Aotian, let us seek vengeance for the Saintess Yi Tang, cried his followers, their voices rising in fervor. My lord, I have heard that the Saintess is not dead. She has instead yielded to that owl Yi. Your Highness, the descendants of the great Zhe clan clamored, their spirits ablaze. Among them were several young women, fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful, each possessing an array of peculiarities. As a scion of the dragon bloodline, Aotian was accompanied by 300 exquisite maidens, ever ready to serve his whims. Yet, Yi Tang was to be his bride, the future matriarch of the dragon blood great Zhe. How could she have been slain by a mere human progeny? Suddenly, Aotian seemed to recall something, his body trembling with realization. He vividly remembered a woman named Yi Linglong, who had toyed with the entire ancient lineage, nearly single-handedly obliterating 2 sacred grounds of the clans. Her cunning and intellect were beyond the comparison of these illustrious heirs. Even Aotian had been ensnared by her machinations, relinquishing numerous treasures of the dragon kin, ultimately failing to even catch a glimpse of her visage. The humiliation of such an encounter lingered painfully in his memory. Brother Outyen, it has been quite some time. At this moment, a gentle yet deep voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. Outyen furrowed his brow, a shadow of gloom flickering in his brown eyes. Ling Tian. He harbored little fondness for this disciple of the Tao sect. On the contrary, the Tao ancestor had suppressed the ancient clans, treating them like livestock, kept here for the sake of cultivation. Every secret realm's ancient clan harbored a deep-seated hatred for the disciples of the Tao sect, yet they feared the sect's profound heritage, daring not to provoke them lightly. Brother Outyen seems rather unwelcoming towards me, even though I have brought you some good news. Ling Tian chuckled, feigning a look of distress. What good news could you possibly have? Outyen leaned upon his throne, each arm embracing a beauty from the ancient clan, carelessly kneading their bosoms. I have heard that your fiancé Brother Outyen, has been shot dead. You! Upon hearing this, dragon patterns surged around Outyen, and with a sudden forceful grip, he crushed the chests of the 2 women. Ling Tian, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? He slowly rose, surrounded by countless runes, a blood dragon's true image seemingly towering behind him. I came to inform you, Brother Outyen, that Yi Zhao's fiancé is currently within the Dragon Blood Great Marsh. A flicker of malevolence passed through Ling Tian's eyes. Although this ancient clan's warrior was fearsome, he lacked intelligence, being the most arrogant person Ling Tian had ever encountered. In Outyen's eyes, there was simply no one in this world who could rival him, and naturally he bore no fear of Yi Zhao. What? Aotian's expression abruptly changed, a flicker of lascivious light flashing through his brown eyes. Ha ha ha, Yi Zhao, You have slain my fiancée. Thus I shall seize yours. He taunted, Brother Ao Tian. Are you satisfied with this news? Humph, Ling Tian, you would do well not to deceive me, or I assure you, you shall not escape the dragon blood marsh. With a cold snort, Ao Tian led his followers swiftly out of the grand hall. Surrounding him, streams of divine light and runes flowed, resembling a young true dragon, roaring defiantly at the heavens. It was only after Ao Tian and his entourage's presence had vanished that Ling Tian traversed the dragon blood shrine, emerging before a vast expanse of crimson marsh. This was indeed the destination of his journey, the fabled site of the true dragon's demise, and the dwelling of an ancient titan. According to Linglong, the reincarnation tower in Ling Tian's possession was the very essence of this formidable being. Through reincarnation, he glimpsed immortality. Any cave he left behind could forge a Tao ancestor of ascendant caliber. If Ling Tian could uncover this cave, he would unlock a genuine legacy with the reincarnation tower. At that juncture, he would ascend to the ranks of contemporary taboos. The present taboos, the reincarnation imperial symbol, these constituted the first two conditions Ling Tian had promised Linglong. As for the third condition, it was time to commence. Ling Tian retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his Chenkuan ring, his tone frigid as he spoke. With that, he stepped into the blood marsh, completely vanishing from sight. Chapter 71. Is there someone riding on the Saintess? Soon, the news of the emergence of Ao Tian, the forbidden prince of the dragon blood great marsh, spread throughout the secret realm of the Tao sect. It is said that his reappearance is driven by a desire for vengeance against Yishao. He has gathered his forces to besiege Gu Mingyue, aiming to forcibly take this empress of the celestial dynasty as his bride. In an instant, the entire secret realm of the Tao sect was set ablaze with excitement. Not long ago, Yishao had mercilessly slaughtered the top 100 prodigies of the ancient divine mountain and pierced through Ao Tian's fiancée. Now, with Ao Tian's powerful return, he seeks to capture the empress. These two figures represent the pinnacle of contemporary strength, one being the son of the Chongqing clan in the Holy State, a figure of taboo, while the other is an invincible scion of the Legacy clan. Both have never faced defeat, yet this time, one of them shall inevitably step upon the corpse of the other to ascend the divine altar. With the sound of rushing winds echoing from above, countless beings from the Legacy clan and prodigies of the Holy State converged upon the dragon blood great marsh. In an instant, the area was enveloped in radiant light, with great beasts and spirit carriages obscuring the sky, instilling awe in all who beheld them. Meanwhile, in the northeast of the secret realm, Yishao gazed at the young maiden in green before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Yishao, for saving me. Yu Qingji murmured. Her red lips pursed, her head bowed slightly as she cast a cautious glance at Yishao. Do not stand on ceremony with me. However, you must remember to contact me early if you find yourself in danger next time, Yishao advised, extending a finger to gently tap Yu Qingji's small head. Such an intimate gesture caused the heart of the sword fairy to race. Well, I must take my leave now, do take care of yourself. At that moment, Yishao had already learned of Ao Tian's emergence and was searching for Gu Mingyue. He held a certain intrigue for this taboo descendant, perceiving her as potentially valuable sustenance. As for Gu Mingyue's presence in the dragon blood marsh, Yishao speculated it was likely connected to the enigmatic reincarnation secret vault. Be cautious, divine son. Yu Qingji quietly observed Yishao turn away. Suddenly resolved, she called out in a solemn tone, Yishao, divine son, HM? Yishao's expression faltered slightly, yet his eyes revealed no trace of disturbance. At present, Yu Qingji had awakened the 9 heavens sword soul, embodying dual souls, undoubtedly wrestling with confusion and fear within. For a young woman of her modest sect, the experiences she was undergoing had completely upended her previous understanding. Does Qingji have something to say? No. Yu Qingji bit her silver teeth, murmuring softly, Divine son, if one day I become a great sword immortal but forget you, would you be angry? Forget me? Yishao shook his head with a smile, fixing a fierce gaze upon Yu Qingji. Of course. You promised me that you would come seek me out once you become a sword immortal. I understand. Yu Qingji clenched her delicate hand, the bewilderment in her eyes gradually being replaced by a stubborn determination. If Yishao were to disregard her promise, Perhaps Yu Qingji would eventually embrace her former sword soul. Upon hearing the words of Yi Xiao, Yu Qingji found herself resolute within. She harbored no desire to revert to her former self, nor did she wish to transform into a stranger. She was Yu Qingji, a humble disciple of the heavenly sword sect, destined to become a great sword immortal. As she gazed at the figure in white gradually receding into the distance, she suddenly raised her sword, etching the character for Yi upon her wrist with deliberate strokes. The essence of the sword seemed to burrow into her very marrow, an indelible mark that would never fade. This agony twisted Yu Qingji's expression, yet a faint, melancholic smile graced her lips. Yi Xiao, this way I shall never forget you, she murmured, glancing at the vivid red character on her wrist before turning towards the depths of the secret realm. At that moment, an indescribable desire for slaughter surged within her. According to the sword spirit in her past life, she had indeed been a sword immortal of the 9 heavens, with all her insights into the sword path embedded within her very essence. Yu Qingji understood that if she truly wished to stand alongside Yi Xiao, she must possess commensurate strength. As time flowed onward, the number of prodigies descending upon the dragon blood marsh increased, and waves of spiritual might erupted above the vast expanse. Numerous prodigies of both the human and the legacy clans engaged in fervent debate over the strengths and weaknesses of Yi Xiao and Aotian, which gradually escalated into a chaotic skirmish between the two factions. Meanwhile, at the edge of the marsh, Aotian, adorned in golden robes and surrounded by intricate symbols, gazed coldly at the captivating figure clad in phoenix attire before him. "Are you Gu Mingyue?" This scene immediately provoked a chorus of scornful jeers from the surrounding forest. "The Empress Gu is someone you can gaze upon? Soon, the son of God Yi Xiao will surely pluck out your eyes." Nonsense. The young Lord Aotian, with his forbidden demeanor, is unparalleled in this world. No woman he desires can escape his grasp. What utter rubbish. Have you forgotten about Yi Linglong? Suddenly, the direction of the remnants fell into silence. Every being of the remnants trembled, clearly harboring a deep-seated dread of the name Yi Linglong. Perfect. Aotian nodded gently. Despite his character and countless conquests, he was still captivated by the woman before him, adorned in phoenix robes. "Gu Mingyue, I have set my sights on you. From this day forth you shall be my princess." Upon hearing this, the faces of the talented youths from the holy state revealed a complex array of emotions. This Aotian was indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggested. Not to mention that Gu Mingyue was the fiancée of Yi Xiao. She was also the empress of the celestial dynasty, of immeasurable nobility. How could a mere insect of the remnants compare? This was merely within the confines of the Taoist sect's secret realm. Should Aotian step outside, he could easily bring ruin upon their entire clan. "Oh?" Gu Mingyue arched her delicate brows, yet her eyes held a trace of profound depth. Earlier, she had ventured to the blood-red marsh, only to be thwarted by the divine might of dragon blood within. According to a creature of the marsh she had slain, entry into that blood-soaked expanse necessitated possessing a true dragon token. Within the entirety of the remnants, only one person possessed such a token, Aotian. With her exceptional talent and means, evading Aotian's pursuit would be a trivial endeavor. Gu Mingyue raised her gaze towards the blood-red dragon scale on Aotian's brow, a hint of icy coldness flickering in her eyes. Her deliberate appearance was meant to entice Aotian, so she could seize this genuine dragon blood scale. Moreover, for reasons unknown, ever since she learned of Yi Zhao's slaying of Yi Tang, a subtle resentment lingered in her heart. She wished to witness whether Yi Xiao would traverse great distances to come to her aid should she find herself in peril. "Little prince, be cautious with your words. If my betrothed were to hear what you just said, I fear the entire dragon blood marsh would be left in ruins." Suddenly, Gu Mingyue turned her head towards the horizon, a charming smile gradually gracing her lips. "Seeking death." At her words, a surge of murderous intent erupted in Aotian's eyes, and he stepped forward, intent on rushing towards Gu Mingyue. Just then, a voice of astonishment arose from the distant crowd. "Look, what is that? It seems to be the holy maiden of Yi Tang. No, wait. It appears that someone is riding on her." Chapter 72. Baby, our relationship resembles a roller coaster, thunderous and tumultuous. The heavens and earth stretch infinitely, shimmering with golden light. Suddenly, A golden figure tears through the void, its wings enveloping the sky as it descends. In an instant, this space is illuminated by golden radiance, reminiscent of an ancient divine sea, surging with endless waves. As that figure lands, the forest is filled with gasps of astonishment. Everyone gazes at the golden-haired woman kneeling on the ground, resembling a beast of burden, their eyes reflecting an indescribable shock and disbelief. At that moment, they notice a youth seated upon her, clad in resplendent white, his celestial visage unparalleled. What an astounding entrance! It is nothing short of explosive, rendering the proud descendants of both clans utterly speechless. Truly, he is the son of the leaf owl. Lu Yun exchanges glances with Wang Chongqing, a hint of subtle sorrow flickering in their eyes. Who could have imagined that the esteemed holy maiden of the ancient divine mountain, the youthful supreme Yi Tang, would now willingly kneel like a dog beneath the feet of Leaf Owl, serving as his mount? By the way, Brother Wang, have you seen Hu Mayor recently? Lu Yun suddenly recalls something, surveying the crowd around him, his brow furrowing in inquiry. As an ardent admirer of Leaf Owl, Hu Mayor has never missed his appearances. Yet, since entering the Dao sect's secret realm, it seems he has not encountered the saintess of the immortal sect for quite some time. I believe I once saw Empress Gu enter the same ancient tomb with her. Wang Chongqing chuckles bitterly, a trace of depth flickering in his gaze. Empress Gu? In an instant, Lu Yun seemed to recall something, her body trembling imperceptibly. Clearly, this empress of the celestial dynasty was not as cold and indifferent as she appeared. Yi Tang, what are you doing? By the banks of the great marsh, Aotian gazed at Yi Tang, who was pinned beneath Yi Xiao, his face turning a sickly hue. Ouchia! Yi Tang's crimson lips quivered as she cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao, not daring to make the slightest move. Before encountering Yi Xiao, she had believed that Aotian's power was truly unparalleled, a force that overshadowed all of antiquity. Yet, having witnessed Yi Xiao's massacre of the ancient divine mountain's beings, her resolve crumbled entirely. In the presence of this scion of the Yi family, Aotian appeared utterly diminished. Seeking death, Aotian's expression turned frosty as he stepped forward, tearing through the void to appear directly before Yi Xiao. With a single, forceful strike, his fist descended, the golden robes vibrating, and his eyes swirling with a terrifying bloodlust, resembling a young true dragon descending to subdue Yi Xiao. In that moment, the world around them was engulfed in darkness. Only Aotian's hand, adorned with layers of blood scales, radiated a brilliant glow. Yi Xiao's gaze was sharp as he raised his hand, seemingly summoning an infinite array of divine patterns that clashed violently with Aotian's fist. The air erupted with a thunderous roar. Across the vast expanse, mountains crumbled, and terrifying fissures tore through the landscape, reducing everything in their path to mere dust. Such an astonishing display of power sent tremors through the hearts of the contemporary prodigies present, leaving them dazed and bewildered. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Aotian, the scion of the forbidden royal lineage, was unexpectedly sent flying, plunging into the vast lake below. A profound silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. Who could have anticipated that the once imperious and domineering Aotian would be struck down by a single punch from Yi Xiao? Is this the retribution for arrogance? At that moment, Yi Xiao dismounted from Yi Tang and strode towards Gu Mingyue. Behind him, a golden chain was fastened around Yi Tang's snow-white neck, resembling a subdued creature, as she crawled along in his wake. This scene once again caused the onlookers to narrow their eyes, deepening their awe for Yi Xiao. Not to mention, when it comes to training, Yi Xiao is undoubtedly unparalleled. Is everything all right, my dear? Yi Xiao surveyed Gu Mingyue with concern. Given his understanding of his fiancée, it was improbable that Aotian could easily locate her. Gu Mingyue's appearance at this moment likely indicated that she was playing the role of prey, enticing the hunter. Could it be that Aotian possessed something so coveted that even Gu Mingyue desired it? Yi Xiao's methods were becoming increasingly elaborate. Gu Mingyue maintained an icy demeanor, despite a flicker of joy in her heart. Her face betrayed no emotion. Ever since she learned of Yi Xiao's decisive action against Yi Tang, her mood had been persistently troubled. Initially, Gu Mingyue had intended to personally eliminate the young girl, Yu Qingji, during her visit. However, recalling the sorrow she had seen in Yi Xiao's eyes, she ultimately spared the girl who bore a striking resemblance to her future mother-in-law. In the present moment, Gu Mingyue intentionally made her presence known to draw Ao Tian forth, intending to seize the opportunity to suppress him and acquire the blood crystal dragon scale. However, she never anticipated that before she could take action, Yi Xiao would arrive. Previously, she had discreetly inquired about the incident where Yu Qingji was nearly subdued by Yi Tang, with Yi Xiao appearing only afterward. It appears that in Yi Xiao's heart, she holds far greater significance. Is my lady referring to her? Yi Xiao's expression momentarily faltered as he tightened his grip on the chain, lifting Yi Tang into the air. In an instant, the face of this saintess from the sacred mountain flushed crimson, her expression twisting in distress. My lady has misunderstood. I was merely hurrying here and rode upon her as a means of transport. Yi Xiao shook his head, casting his gaze downward towards the place where Ao Tian had fallen. If my lady disapproves, then he shall perish. Just as Gu Mingyue was about to speak, Yi Xiao reached out and grasped Yi Tang's head. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated from the distant marshlands. Yi Xiao, Aoqia, adorned with swirling runes and an aura that shook the heavens, emerged above the sky, stepping upon the waves with an overwhelming presence, radiating a brilliant blood-red glow, akin to a resplendent sun. A sharp crack echoed as a bone shattered, and Yi Tang's eyes widened in horror as Yi Xiao crushed her head with a single hand. Thud. Silence enveloped the world. All gazes were fixed upon the saintess of the sacred mountain, discarded like livestock by Yi Xiao, a chilling sense of dread permeating their very souls, leaving them unable to turn away. Originally, they believed that Ao Tian was already sufficiently domineering. However, it has now become evident that this taboo of the descendants is nothing in the presence of the son of the leaf. Yi Xiao. Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled, equally astonished that Yi Xiao would truly crush this young supreme of the heritage clan simply due to her words. Gu Mingyue, must you experience a grievous wound to recall the time when you loved me most? Yi Xiao's expression remained icy, his eyes betraying a faint sense of helplessness and fatigue. Must our mutual destruction be the proof of my affection for you? The background music swelled. Baby, our relationship resembles a thrilling roller coaster, propelling me upward only to plummet back down. Gu Mingyue averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. She realized she had indeed been somewhat unreasonable, stirring a subtle wave of emotion within her heart. In her past life, Yi Xiao would never have relinquished any follower of the 9th level of divine wheel for her sake. Meanwhile, the overwhelming aura that had just surged from Ao Tian had completely solidified. Yi Tang is dead. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Yi Xiao had not slain Yi Tang earlier, but rather subdued her. This son of the leaf was purely intent on humiliating him. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, the expression of this young lord of the heritage clan twisted into a mask of fury, his body surrounded by swirling runes as his aura turned frigid to the extreme. Yi Xiao, I shall slay you. Bring him to me. Just as Ao Tian was on the verge of erupting, he suddenly heard Yi Xiao speak. The overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him was forcibly interrupted by Yi Xiao. Damn. Chapter 73. One sword is sufficient to kill you, Ao Tian's expression faltered, and a subtle sense of unease blossomed within him. At that moment, a series of clanking chains resonated from the distant heavens. Everyone turned their gaze upward, their eyes suddenly narrowing in disbelief. They beheld, deep within the vast swamp, a burly youth grasping a black chain, dragging along a group of young beings as he approached. Following behind them was a graceful woman clad in golden robes, wielding a whip. It was Yi Tsong and Ji Rumming. Long before, upon hearing that Ao Tian led the crowd to pursue Gu Mingyue, Yi Xiao had discreetly sent word to Yi Tsong and Ji Rumming, urging them to gather their followers and capture all the contemporary prodigies within the Dragon Blood Swamp. With the formidable talents of the two, along with numerous disciples from the ancient In Ruin sect, these remnants had little chance to resist. After all, those capable of fighting in the Dragon Blood Swamp had already departed with Ao Tian from the temple. Little prince, save me. I do not wish to perish. Aoqia, what folly have you committed? The beings of the swamp wept in anguish, their chests pierced by the very chain that bound them. As Yi Tsong gently tugged, a look of torment washed over the faces of the captives. What did I say? Little prince, choose your words wisely. Gu Mingyue's crimson lips curled into a faint smile, casting a mocking glance at Ao Tian. This scene elicited a collective sigh from the surrounding prodigies of the holy state, their eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. A true partnership, this couple never missed an opportunity to showcase their bond. You! Ao Tian gritted his teeth tightly, and before he could utter a word, he witnessed Yi Zhao's hand wave lightly, commanding, Yi Tsong, eliminate them all. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist erupted in the void. Yi Tsong clenched his fist sharply, pulling the nearly 100 young beings towards him with the chains. In the next moment, he unleashed a punch, his formidable physical form manifesting with a thunderous roar, shattering the bodies of all those descendants into a fine mist. The entire realm was plunged into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the blood-stained sky and the imposing figure standing amidst the blood fog, their hearts trembling incessantly. Yi Tsong. Following Yi Linglong, the descendants felt the emergence of yet another nightmare in their hearts. Even Wang Chongqing and other ancient sect heirs, along with the holy sons of celestial sects, exhibited genuine trepidation in their eyes. To crush 100 descendant bodies with a single blow, the physical strength of this Yi family's powerhouse was utterly beyond comprehension. Yet, he was merely the fifth in the Yi family's hierarchy, with 4 even more formidable figures above him. Ah! Ao Tian roared towards the heavens, tearing through the void to appear before Yi Zhao, proclaiming, I will break your bones one by one. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of transcendence emanated from him, akin to a true dragon. How dare a mere mud loach covet the woman of this divine son? Yi Zhao's expression remained indifferent as he extended his hand, grasping the void itself and bringing it crashing down. The void handprint. This supreme technique was one he had appropriated from his insufferable younger brother. One could only wonder if Yi Fan at this moment longed for him. Within the depths of Yi Zhao's multifaceted gaze, mystical patterns surged forth, distorting the fabric of time and sealing away the epochs. Yi Zhao, you seek your own demise. The greatest taboo for Ao Tian throughout his life was to be likened to a loach. Indeed, his true form bore no resemblance to that of a true dragon. Rather, he was an ancient blood demon serpent. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon a dragon scale in the dragon blood marsh, which contained a drop of genuine dragon blood that Ao Tian assimilated into his being. It was through this dragon blood scale that he sprouted dragon horns, developed dragon scales, and acquired a semblance of the dragon lineage, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the remnants. Over the years, although Ao Tian had been deceived, he had never tasted defeat. In an instant, as he extended his hand, a layer of dense, crimson dragon scales enveloped his entire arm, with sharp claws and surging vitality. In but a fleeting moment, this forbidden being of the remnants tore through the divine might of Yi Zhao's multifaceted gaze. Ao Tian, the young lord. Truly formidable. At that moment, a flicker of hope re-emerged in the dim eyes of countless beings of the remnants surrounding them. This was the invincible, awe-inspiring Ao Tian they remembered. With a roar, as two forces collided, a dragon's roar reverberated through the mountains and rivers, causing the sun and moon to wane. Yi Zhao's ethereal palm strike was utterly rent asunder by Ao Tian, disintegrating into a cascade of spiritual brilliance. In terms of power, I have never been bested, Ao Tian declared sharply, his blood-red hair billowing, as if he had reclaimed his former confidence. Oh! In response, Yi Zhao's countenance displayed no sign of perturbation. He abruptly clenched his fist, causing 5,000 divine demonic particles to resonate violently. Behind him, a formidable deity emerged, shattering the celestial firmament as if stepping forth from the primordial chaos of ancient times. With a resounding impact of Yi Zhao's fist, it descended with overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were obliterated beneath the weight of that singular blow, darkness engulfing all, rendering the ages barren. What unfathomable power is this? Ao Tian's countenance shifted dramatically, as he sensed a trace of primordial aura beneath that fist imprint. At that moment, he dared not hesitate. The blood scales on his brow erupted with resplendent divine light. Within him, an ancient dragon's essence began to awaken, converging entirely upon his arm. Crack! Even so, as Yi Zhao's fist imprint descended, a flicker of confusion and terror crossed the eyes of this tabooed descendant, and his arm shattered completely. Blood mingled with fragments of bone erupted forth, and Aotion's figure plummeted anew, crashing into the vast marsh below. Buzz. This time, however, Yishao offered Aotion no respite. The ancient sword of slaying immortals cleaved downward, its sword energy vast and unfathomable, reducing the marsh beneath into mere powder. This individual. Gu Mingyue's gaze trembled lightly, acutely aware of Yishao's burgeoning strength and physical prowess. It was evident that Yishao had encountered fortuitous circumstances within the secret realm, his power now surpassing that of the Great Ascension stage. Suddenly, a sense of despondency washed over Gu Mingyue. After much effort, she had finally stepped into the Great Ascension realm, believing she could overshadow Yishao with her cultivation, only to find herself left behind once more. A vague intuition stirred within her. It seemed that in this life, Yishao was even more formidable than in the last. Flee! Surrounded by the vast expanse of heaven and earth, the once intrepid descendants of the clan, who had gathered to observe, suddenly scattered in terror, utterly daunted by Yi Zhao's formidable presence. At that moment, the dragon blood marsh erupted with tumultuous waves. Enormous bubbles ascended from the depths of the marsh, gurgling as if something of immense heat was boiling beneath. What is this? The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes gradually shimmering with anticipation. Under the collective gaze of the multitude, yet another figure emerged from the marsh, enveloped in flames of blood, adorned with countless mystical symbols. The blood scale upon his brow surged forth with a breathtaking wave of vitality, resembling a humanoid true dragon, exuding an air of invincibility. Yishao, you wish to slay me? Do you believe yourself worthy? Buzz. In response, Yishao uttered not a single word of frivolity. The sword energy of his immortal slaying sword resonated, obliterating the heavens. Above him, the ethereal silhouette of an ancient immortal gradually materialized, and in a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a strand of sword intent descended from the ninth heaven, vanquishing all celestial beings, timeless and eternal. An immortal technique? Aotion's cold, grim visage gradually turned vacant as he swallowed hard. With a single sword, I shall bring your demise. As Yi Zhao's voice fell, he indeed raised the ancient sword in his hand and gently swung it toward Aotion. The void trembled. At the moment the ancient sword descended, a chilling and profound demonic pattern enveloped the eyes of the immortal silhouette. Across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, the sword energy roared. The entire dragon blood marsh seemed to be cleaved asunder beneath this singular strike. No. Aotion's countenance turned ashen. Within the aura of this sword intent, he beheld a vision of countless corpses scattered across the land, celestial beings beheaded. In an instant, his indomitable heart shattered, his entire body covered in dragon scales standing on end, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. No! At the brink of life and death, the true dragon bloodline within Aotion seemed to be thoroughly awakened. A remarkable surge of vital energy erupted from the crown of his head, transforming into the shape of a true dragon. His physique began to swell, with dragon scales, claws, and a tail emerging, fearsome and terrifying. At this moment, a glimmer of hope flickered once more in the eyes of all the remaining beings, as they felt their bloodlines boiling. Under the oppressive might of the dragon, they found themselves devoid of any resistance, unable to suppress the urge to kneel in reverence. However, in the very moment when Yi Zhao's sword intent struck down, that towering dragon shadow was abruptly shattered. The horrifying blood energy splattered outward, while a strand of sword chi pierced through layers of blood mist, seemingly poised to penetrate Aotion's head. Yi Zhao, Gu Mingyue gasped, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. She had deliberately revealed herself to provoke Aotion into action, aiming for the true dragon blood scale on his brow. If Yi Zhao were to shatter it with his sword, all her efforts would be in vain. In a heartbeat, the ancient sword in Yi Zhao's hand came to a halt just before Aotion's brow. A deep glimmer passed through his eyes, accompanied by a faint smirk of amusement. From the very beginning, he had surmised the true purpose behind Gu Mingyue's appearance. His body suddenly trembled, as if experiencing immense backlash. Yi Zhao, Gu Mingyue's gaze quivered, revealing genuine concern deep within her eyes. The terrifying sword intent was palpable, and the repercussions of retracting it were undoubtedly dreadful. One could only imagine the immense backlash of sword energy that Yi Xiao was currently enduring. At this moment, a faint sense of guilt stirred within her, for she had harbored her own thoughts and had refrained from disclosing the true purpose of the blood scale to Yi Xiao. With a heavy breath, Ao Tian felt the vitality within him dissipate. He collapsed, kneeling before Yi Xiao with a thud. Had that sword struck down, his demise would have been inevitable. Before Ao Tian could fully comprehend his shock, he suddenly felt Yi Xiao's fingers pierce effortlessly into the center of his brow. In the eyes of all those present, filled with terror and disbelief, Yi Xiao's fingers deftly pried away his life-s dragon scale. A piercing agony erupted, accompanied by a spurt of blood that stained Yi Xiao's white robes crimson. In that instant, the world fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, whether human or of the remnants, turned ashen, utterly stunned by Yi Xiao's mercilessness. Yi Xiao, Ao Tian gritted his teeth, concealing the murderous intent within, as his dragon might dissipated entirely. We had a pact. You cannot slay me after prying away my dragon scale. Divine Son, I am willing to submit to you. Oh, a playful glint appeared in Yi Xiao's eyes as he gently caressed Ao Tian's head. This scene, though immensely humiliating for Ao Tian, compelled him to feign enjoyment and submission. In the next moment, ethereal patterns flickered within Yi Xiao's palm. The terrifying divine power descended, shattering Ao Tian's skull into mere fragments. A gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The divine sun touched my crown and with a single strike, shattered the celestial spirit. Ao Tian, the young lord, countless remnants of the fallen cried out in despair, their chilling dread penetrating to the core, yet they dared not move. Even the so-called invincible Ao Tian was effortlessly slain by this son of the Yi family, leaving these wretches devoid of the courage to provoke Yi Xiao. They were all to be annihilated. With Yi Xiao's indifferent utterance, a cruel expression immediately surfaced on Yi Zhang's face. Under the vast sky, his overwhelming divine form was unleashed in an instant. His figure surged into the throng, his tiger claws tearing through the air, and his dragon head roaring in fury, proving to be even more ferocious and terrifying than the remnants of the fallen. Indeed, some of the nearby elites from the Daybreak Sacred Sect and the Dao Sect were brutally torn apart by this bloodthirsty embodiment of the Yi family. Flee! In an instant, all beings in the vicinity scrambled in every direction, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Bright Moon, have you been intentionally avoiding me? Yi Xiao's figure descended from the heavens, standing before Gu Mingyue with a playful smile. Are you after this dragon scale? Gu Mingyue's gaze flickered, as she found herself hesitant to meet Yi Xiao's eyes. At times, she even questioned whether it was she who had been reborn, or if it was Yi Xiao. Why did it seem that no matter what she did, she could never conceal anything from him? Aside from this dragon scale, there truly is nothing worth remembering about this mudfish. Yi Xiao shook his head with a smile, gazing down at the dragon scale in his hand. Within it, a blood-red dragon shadow writhed and danced, resembling the mysterious transformations of the great Tao, utterly enchanting. My wife has intentionally revealed herself to lure Ao Tian, seeking to use my hand to eliminate this mudfish, hasn't she? Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyue's heart quivered, and she felt an unexpected twinge of anxiety. Given Yi Xiao's temperament, he loathed being schemed against the most. Now that he had confronted her directly, it seemed he had no intention of letting her off easily. How calculative my wife is, to even scheme against her own husband. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering how he should punish her. Yi Xiao, do not go too far. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, yet her resolve felt rather feeble. In comparison to Yi Xiao, her small schemes were indeed trivial. How could he dare to claim otherwise? Whether it was Lin Chan or Xiang Kuan, they had been utterly outmaneuvered by him, left with nothing but enmity and isolation. Now he pretended to uphold a righteous facade. Moreover, while she had indeed been plotting against Yi Xiao, it was not her intention to instigate a battle between him and Ao Tian. She merely wished to see if he would come to her rescue as he did for Yu Qingji. Yet, this excuse was difficult for Gu Mingyue to voice. Even though she no longer harbored such intense hatred for Yi Xiao, her feelings had not yet reached a point of absolute surrender. Just then, as Gu Mingyue stewed in her indignation, Yi Xiao suddenly extended his hand and delivered a sharp slap upon her backside. Even through the delicate layers of her phoenix robe, The sound of that resounding slap was crisp and melodious, reverberating throughout the vast emptiness. In an instant, astonishment flickered across the faces of those around, as they halted in their tracks and turned their gazes towards Gu Mingyue. As the fiery sting of pain radiated from her rear, Gu Mingyue's expression gradually turned into a dazed state. Her crimson lips quivered, and a brilliant blush flared upon her fair, cool complexion. Yishao. Clap. 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 Chapter 75. Gu Mingyue's transformation of heart. It seemed as though Gu Mingyue had begun to feel the nurturing warmth of love. A series of 3 resounding slaps extinguished the fury that blazed in her eyes. At that moment, the revered empress of the celestial dynasty, with her exquisite complexion now flushed, felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, coupled with an indescribable tingling sensation. How could this illustrious empress, destined to be a supreme power, be publicly chastised by Yishao? Should he dare to scheme against her again, the punishment would escalate to a more humiliating degree. Yishao suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with a fierce edge. Women often sulk and overthink. It's mostly due to indulgence. A good spanking is all that is necessary. Yishao. Gu Mingyue bit her silver teeth, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. In both her past and present lives, she had never experienced such humiliation. At that precise moment, Yishao extended a blood-red dragon scale towards her. In an instant, the wrath on Gu Mingyue's face began to solidify into a perplexed stillness. She had anticipated that Yishao would harbor resentment after being outmaneuvered by her, yet she was taken aback by his willingness to offer her the blood scale. Do you not want it? Yishao arched an eyebrow, feigning the intention to reclaim the scale. With a hum, Gu Mingyue quickly snatched it from him, fearing he might change his mind. Notification. Congratulations to the host for bestowing the ancient blood dragon scale upon the chosen one, receiving a 10,000-fold reward return. Ancient blood dragon demon core, refinement will impart the understanding of the path of slaughter and awaken the true dragon's might. Yishao, do you not wish to inquire about my intentions for this dragon scale? A flicker of complexity passed through Gu Mingyue's eyes as she suddenly realized that, in this lifetime, Yishao seemed to harbor no reservations towards her. When he first arrived at the Xianhuang ancient dynasty and learned of her complete loss of cultivation, he not only refused to annul their engagement but also consistently delivered an array of precious treasures and spiritual materials every 7 days. Indeed, he even unreservedly gifted her the ancestral sacred artifact of the Yi family, the soul-settling stone. Yet, what would be his reaction if he were to discover that her foremost intention upon regaining her powers was to seek vengeance against him? Do as you wish. If you find it unfeasible, simply convey your needs to me, and I shall assist you, Yishao replied gently, his gaze fixed on the system panel before him, his anticipation palpable. The path of slaughter. Merely contemplating it, he could surmise the extent of his power following the fusion of this demon core. Furthermore, while the true dragon's oppressive aura may lack significant impact on human cultivators, perhaps serving merely as a display of grandeur, it would impose an authentic bloodline suppression upon the demon race and those remnants of ancient beings, wielding unparalleled might. The primal blood dragon, as one of the 10 ancestral dragons, its innate divine ability was slaughter, rendering it the most brutal and merciless among its kin. Suddenly, Yishao seemed to ponder something, his gaze sharpening with realization. If he were to merge with this ancestral dragon's demon core, would that not signify his complete transformation into the true dragon of the Yi family? Might there exist the possibility that Yi Fan stands beside a living true dragon? Yishao. Upon hearing Yishao's words, Gu Mingyue felt her eyes welling with tears. Thank you. With that, she turned abruptly and rushed deep into the vast marsh. At this moment, her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her utterly bewildered as to whether to love or hate Yishao. In such times, Gu Mingyue understood that the only course of action available to her was to cultivate. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could she confront the tumultuous events that lay ahead. As she departed, the once boisterous dragon blood marsh gradually succumbed to tranquility. Yitsong and Ji Rumming stood silently behind him, their eyes reflecting profound reverence. Rumming, how have you fared with the task I entrusted you? This esteemed saintess of the Yin ruins had mastered the path of dreams, proving to be far more useful in certain respects than a brash individual like Yitsong. My lord, everything has been arranged accordingly. Ji Ruming replied softly, leaning closer to whisper a few words into Yi Xiao's ear. Indeed, at her words, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Previously, Luo Shi had discreetly conveyed to him some intelligence regarding Lin Chen's whereabouts. According to Luo Shi, the tomb that sealed the spirit fire was not located in the heart of the secret realm, but rather in a great abyss at its outskirts. However, after devouring the lingering souls of the ancient ancestors of the Divine Mountain, Yi Xiao had learned that during the cataclysmic battle between the ancestral clans and the Lord of Reincarnation, this formidable being was accompanied by a great demon, a fearsome bird engulfed in black flames. The flames that envelop him are a calamity for any remnants of the clan. Although Yi Xiao is unaware of the reasons behind Yu Ji's departure from the Lord of Reincarnation, it is evident that her so-called unwillingness is likely related to this matter. Yi Xiao descended into the secret realm of the Dao sect not merely to harvest these fated individuals. The ancient Divine Mountain and the profound depths of the Dragon Blood Marsh certainly harbor numerous treasures within the clan. The Dao Master has made an agreement with the remnants, prohibiting their formidable warriors from attacking the prodigies of the Holy Province. However, he did not stipulate that the remnants could not turn against their own kind. Given the deep-seated animosity that the ancient Divine Mountain holds towards the Lord of Reincarnation and that formidable black flame demon, should they become aware of Lin Chen's whereabouts and his nefarious deeds, the outcome would be dire, disturbing ancestral graves and devouring ancestral souls. Lin Chen is utterly deranged. As antagonists, we adhere to our principles. We shall never exploit the common folk for our gains. Aside from the threads and needles, we shall take everything else. Yizong, dispose of this blood dragon. We cannot let it go to waste. We shall roast it for later. Yi Xiao glanced towards the distant sky, a hint of profound depth flickering in his eyes. At that moment, he sensed several ancient and formidable presences concealed within that void. It was clear that the powerful beings from the Dragon Blood Marsh had arrived. Observing the direction in which Gu Mingyue had departed, the ancient reincarnation cache must lie deep within the marsh. As her fiancé, Yi Xiao was determined to devise a plan to delay these Dragon Marsh warriors, ensuring that Gu Mingyue's plans would not be thwarted. Indeed, Yizong grinned, hoisting the carcass of the dragon and dragging it ashore. Yi Xiao ventured into the depths of the forest and settled into a meditative posture. System, refine the ancient blood dragon demon pill. As his words echoed, an overwhelming surge of searing heat coursed through his meridians. At that moment, his vitality reached a boiling point, enveloping him in a torrent of blood flames, exuding an aura of draconic majesty. Faintly, above his head, a colossal blood dragon, seemingly emerging from the ancient past, coiled around his form. The earth trembled, and the heavens resounded with the roar of dragons. Gradually, Yi Xiao's figure became entwined in strands of sanguinary energy, his aura ascending steadily. Third stage of ascendance. Fourth stage of ascendance. Fifth stage of ascendance. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao's realm ascended to the fifth stage of ascendance. His body became adorned with vicious blood scales, reminiscent of a true dragon descending upon the world, radiating an ancient and overwhelming might. Meanwhile, at the border of the holy state, in a quaint mountain village, a robust elder with silver hair and beard suddenly rose. His silver eyes reflected a profound shock and trepidation as he gazed towards the direction of the Dao sect. Master, what troubles you? At that moment, a youthful voice, inexplicably familiar, resonated from behind him. Chapter 76. The lame, the mute, and the shrew? The mysterious master of Yi Fan. This aura is the aura of the ancestral dragon. The silver-haired elder furrowed his brow slightly and turned to glance at the youth behind him. At that moment, a distinct gravity shadowed his countenance, prompting a soft sigh from within. Master, what has transpired? The youth scratched his head, for it was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on his master's face. Having inadvertently stumbled into this enigmatic mountain village, he had spent 3 full years here. According to his esteemed masters, the passage of time in this realm differed from that of the outside world, marking it as a true sanctum for cultivation. Throughout these 3 years, he had diligently followed his 4 masters, mastering numerous mystical arts and uncovering many ancient secrets of the mortal realm. Child, what was the name of the youth who sought to excavate your supreme bone? The silver-haired elder chuckled softly, walking alongside the youth towards the village. His gait appeared somewhat unsteady, revealing him to be a cripple. Yi Xiao. The youth was none other than Yi Fan, who had once fled from the Yi family. Upon hearing the elder's words, a flicker of intense resentment gleamed in his eyes. Originally, as a scion of the Yi family who awakened the supreme bone, he had believed he could ascend to a position of prominence and prove himself. Yet, to his dismay, the Yi Xiao grandfather and grandson had exhibited such shamelessness, sealing his soul and physical form before seizing his divine bone. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Fan, through misfortune, had gained the fortune of forging the chaos divine body, transcending even the sacred body. According to his masters, the chaos divine body was an unparalleled physique, a true taboo talent even among the celestial realms. For the past 3 years, Yi Fan has been perpetually consumed by the thought of escaping the mountain village. He is determined to unveil the true identity of the divine scion of the Yi family before the eyes of the 3,000 Dao states and countless clans, to personally tear open his chest and reclaim the supreme bone that rightfully belongs to him. Previously, your fourth master calculated a divination, proclaiming you to be the true dragon of the Yi family. However, there exists a demonic dragon within the family that poses a calamity in your destiny. The silver-haired elder pondered for a moment before expressing his deepest concern. I have sensed the revival of an ancestral dragoness aura from the direction of the holy state. Ancestral dragon? Yi Fan's expression hardened, clearly unfamiliar with this term. Indeed, under the current grand rules of the 3,000 Dao states, such an ancient bloodline should not exist. The elder sighed bitterly, his weary eyes gradually revealing a resolution. Fanner, you have trained alongside me for 3 years. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you a true supreme technique. Supreme technique? Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated Yi Fan's face. Master, what is this supreme technique? The true dragon's supreme technique. As the elder's words fell, silver-white scales began to emerge upon his skin, and his aura transformed into a profound depth, as if he could effortlessly rend through time itself. Old dragon head, what madness are you indulging in now? Suddenly, an irate voice echoed through the mountain village. A strikingly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure and a dignified demeanor, approached, cursing as she came. Her exquisite features, adorned with flowing hair and bright eyes, radiated a mature elegance. Upon noticing the newcomer, the silver-haired elder's imposing demeanor abruptly softened, revealing a charmingly simple smile. Second Master Yi Fan respectfully bowed, an expression of reverence gracing his features. Among his 4 masters, this particular one possessed the most fiery temperament. It was said that not only Yi Fan but even the other 3 elders would face a harsh reprimand if they ever provoked her. Thus, she was colloquially known as Mad Second Mother. Fanner, come here. Your master has prepared several precious pills for you. Consume them while they are still warm. At the village's entrance, another disheveled and gaunt elder waved, clutching a gourd of wine, his yellowed teeth visible as he grinned. Humph, you old ragamuffin. Are you attempting to have Fanner test your pills again? Just then, a resounding soul sound reverberated through the air. A figure clad in white descended from the heavens, landing gracefully behind Yi Fan. It was a handsome middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray yet radiating vitality. Third Master, Fourth Master, you insufferable mute. How could I possibly allow my cherished disciple to test your concoctions? The old ragamuffin snorted, then turned to Yi Fan with a radiant smile. My dear disciple, rest assured, this time you shall not be engulfed by desire. Come, consume these pills. Trust me, as a chaos divine body, no poison shall claim your life. Enough! The elder dragon leader waved his hand, silencing the commotion. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin imparting to Fanner his innate divine abilities. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 individuals' expressions shifted, their gazes sharpening with growing seriousness. Dragon Lord, why are you in such a hurry? There are still less than 6 months until the ancestral worship at the Jishang Academy. As the elder dragon's voice faded, a subtle chill flickered in the eyes of the 3. The Jishang Academy? Even Yi Fan's face bore a hint of eager anticipation. Was Master suggesting that it was time for him to emerge into the world? Fanner, since you have taken us as your masters, there are certain matters we shall not conceal from you. There exists an item within the Jishang Academy that our masters require you to retrieve. The elder dragon's expression grew solemn, and an air of profound gravity enveloped him. What item? Yi Fan's countenance shifted. For the Jishang Academy, as the greatest sanctuary for cultivation on earth, has always embraced all seekers of knowledge. Regardless of noble lineage or common birth, anyone could enter the academy to cultivate, tailored to their abilities. It remains a bastion of the most potent and resplendent faith of humanity. I shall disclose it to you in due time. For now, rest well today, and come to the waterfall to find me early tomorrow. The elder dragon gestured to dismiss Yi Fan, his expression gradually turning grave. Brother, what is truly happening? The voice of the man in white resonated once more, and the elder dragon sighed softly, murmuring, I have sensed the presence of the second ancestral dragon. What? How is that possible? The three gazed at each other, their eyes wide with confusion and disbelief. The celestial order has collapsed, leaving us with little time. The opening of the Jishang Academy may be our final opportunity. The old dragon leader sighed, and within his brown eyes seemed to reflect an ancient world, transcending beyond the 3,000 provinces. Brother, although Fanner possesses the chaotic divine body, he has only been with us for 3 years. If we rashly venture to the Jishang Academy, what of 3 years? The chaotic divine body harmonizes with the strengths of myriad races. With the talents of our 4 clans, can we not cultivate a being of forbidden stature? The old dragon leader snorted coldly, his gaze profoundly fixed on the figure of the young boy heading towards the village entrance. Moreover, if you do not trust your own judgment, do you not believe in her? She brought Yi Fan before us, proving that this young man is the key to altering our fate and reshaping the holy state. Chapter 77. The enchanting woman beneath the willow tree. Severing her cycle of rebirth at the entrance of the mountain village stood a towering willow tree, swaying gracefully in the breeze, its leaves resembling delicate brows under the gentle warmth of the sun. A woman adorned in a deep azure gown, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, sat elegantly upon a branch, her bare feet gently swaying. Senior Willow. Yi Fan's gaze flickered as he bowed slightly to the woman in blue, a complex array of emotions swirling within his eyes. After fleeing from the Yi family, he had sought refuge in these mountains. Yet, the vitality emanating from him had attracted a formidable demon beast, forcing him to flee to this very spot, where he first encountered the enchanting woman with dark tresses. The memory of their initial meeting remained etched in his mind, her beauty akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, inadvertently straying into the mortal realm. In the brief moment she turned, the formidable demon beast was so terrified that it lost control, collapsing to the ground in fear. What is your name? She inquired. Yi Fan. Yi? Such a familiar surname. Thus, Yi Fan followed the dark-haired woman back to Qingshan village. From now on, you shall cultivate here. They are all kind-hearted individuals, she declared. It was Yi Fan's first encounter with the 4 esteemed masters. Unbeknownst to him, he did not know their true names. He only knew that the Grand Master, surnamed Long, was a cripple. The second master, surnamed Yu, possessed a fiery and erratic temperament. The third master, a renowned alchemist surnamed Een, was nicknamed Old Slob. Yet the potions he concocted often yielded unpredictable effects, resembling poison. The fourth master was Mute, yet his spiritual essence was extraordinarily powerful, and he was the gentlest among the 4. For the past 3 years, Yi Fan has diligently followed the teachings of his 4 esteemed masters. However, their pedagogical methods are rather peculiar. The Grand Master insists that he stand beneath a towering waterfall, forbidding him from employing any sacred body or spiritual might, compelling him to contend with the force of water solely with his physical form. The second master prepares for him a wondrous blood bath each day. The third master engages him in alchemical experiments, while the fourth master delights in playing chess with him. For 3 continuous years, Yi Fan has repetitively engaged in these 4 activities, gradually losing his patience. Had it not been for the Chenkuan bag bestowed upon him by Yi Shao, filled with profound techniques and divine treasures, he might have succumbed to the loneliness and fled from this place long ago. Masters, you have promised to impart your divine abilities to me. Yi Fan's face radiates with a brilliant smile, though his eyes reflect a profound determination. The Jishang Academy, as a scion of the Yi family, albeit a humble branch member, his horizons and experiences far surpass those of ordinary ancient clan prodigies. This academy is renowned as the most illustrious sanctuary for cultivation in the Holy Province and across the 3,000 Dao states. Its reputation is unmatched because the Jishang Academy welcomes all, regardless of their origins. Any human can enroll and pursue their studies. The academy's venerable leader is revered as the sage, imparting wisdom and knowledge that rivals that of ancient sages. Across the 3,000 Dao states, the only institution that can be compared to the Jishang Academy is the sacred Buddhist mountain in the Great Fan Buddhist state. There, even the most malevolent demons and wicked beings, if they sincerely repent, can find forgiveness and protection under the Buddha's robe. Thus, an ancient adage persists throughout the 3,000 Dao states. The academy gathers faith, while the Buddhist mountain collects incense. With the temperament of Yi Shao, once the academy emerges, he is bound to descend. There, it shall be the arena for Yi Fan to exact vengeance, revealing the sinister visage of Yi Shao before the eyes of the sage. The woman with dark hair slowly rises, turning her gaze toward Yi Fan, unveiling an exquisite celestial beauty. At this moment, her brows are slightly furrowed, her ethereal countenance exuding an air of cold indifference, a weariness born from witnessing the vicissitudes of the mortal realm through the ages. Senior, I may soon depart from Qingshan village. The dark-haired woman remains unmoved, as if it is her nature to remain untouched by worldly affairs, untainted by earthly bonds. She lightly touches the ground with her jade-like foot, descending gracefully before Yi Fan. In the next instant, within Yi Fan's astonished gaze, she gently taps a finger, resting it upon his brow. Buzz. Across the vast expanse of heaven and earth, celestial radiance ascends. At that moment, Yi Fan feels a surge of warmth flash fleetingly from his brow, akin to a willow leaf etched deep within the ocean of his soul. Senior. In an instant, Yi Fan senses that his chaotic divine body is undergoing a transformation. If you encounter any discontent, return. With her words lingering in the air, the dark-haired woman turns and strides into the expansive willow tree, gradually vanishing from sight. Yes, Senior. Yi Fan's eyes glimmer with unshed tears as he deeply bows to the grand willow before making his way back to the village. In truth, he had long since discerned that neither the elder Lu nor his four masters were human. Indeed, the five of them did not share the same lineage, each emanating a distinct aura. Previously, from his master, Yi Fan had also gleaned fragments of information regarding the elder Lu. She seemed to be awaiting someone, severing her own cycle of rebirth. Senior Lu, I am aware that I am currently quite feeble. Once I reclaim the supreme bone and fully realize my divine form, I shall undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your wish. Yi Fan took a deep breath, and gradually, a face filled with mockery reflected in his mind. Yi Shao, this time, I will personally carve open your chest and shatter your bones one by one. Meanwhile, in the Taoist sect's secret realm, Achoo! Yi Shao opened his eyes, his aura radiating with the might of a dragon, shaking the depths of the ocean. Surrounding him were strands of murderous bloodlines entwined, resembling an ancient dragon deity that had slaughtered through the ages. After merging with this true dragon demon core, the divine demonic particles within him had surpassed 10,000, granting him power sufficient to sweep through the contemporary world, rivaling the celestial mechanisms. He slowly raised his gaze towards the void above, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Son of heaven, the meat is ready. At that moment, a waft of roasted meat fragrance drifted from afar, where Yitsong and Ji Rumming stood outside the forest, having awaited for quite some time. Oh? Yi Shao raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding his head. Initially, he had assumed that his actions of slaughtering Aotian, publicly extracting his dragon scales, and roasting his flesh would surely enrage those ancient beings in the dragon blood marsh, compelling them to take action. This way, Yi Shao could justifiably reveal his trump card and summon the ancestors of the Yi family to annihilate the remnants of the secret realm. However, he had not anticipated that these ancient beings would possess such remarkable restraint, daring not to act against him. Yi Shao approached Aotian, discovering that this tabooed remnant had now been roasted to a golden hue, sizzling and oozing oil. He casually tore off a dragon claw, the texture crisp and tender, the skin and flesh firm, deliciously juicy. Indeed, next time, he should have the ancestor venture into the wildlands to capture some true dragon bloodlines for nurturing. The flavor would surely be even more exquisite. Yi Shao marveled, yet his eyes remained vigilant. After a considerable time, he still had not witnessed any formidable beings from the Dragon Blood Marsh take action, which inevitably left him somewhat disheartened. Let us depart. Divine Son, where shall we go next? To the ancient Divine Mountain. As Yi Zhao's words fell, the expressions of Yi Tsong and Ji Rumming instantly turned to one of shock. The ancient Divine Mountain? Divine Son, you just rode the Holy Maiden and publicly crushed her delicate form. Now you wish to venture to the ancient Divine Mountain? How bold! Rumbling. At the edge of the secret realm, within the vast abyss, Lin Chen's gaze trembled as he and Luo Shi concealed themselves behind a rock, carefully masking their presence. At that moment, they beheld a multitude of remnants soaring above the abyss, all exuding an aura surpassing that of the Great Ascension. How is this possible? Have we been exposed? Lin Chun glanced at Luo Shi beside him, a sense of confusion brewing within. Logically, if Luo Shi intended to eliminate him, revealing his whereabouts to Yi Xiao would suffice. There would be no need to collude with the remnants. Luo Shi, with your strength, can you halt these great ascension beings? Upon hearing this, a flicker of sarcasm flashed in Luo Shi's eyes as she gently shook her head. Brother, I can at most stop one. At this moment, she became increasingly convinced that the Lin Chen before her was not truly her brother, because her elder brother Lin Chen would never allow her to put herself in danger. It seems she must seek assistance from Yu Ji. Lin Chun nodded gently, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Present, he had lost all trust in both Yu Ji and Luo Shi. Were it not for the necessity of their aid in cleansing the remnants of the ancient beings from the abyss, he would have long ventured alone to that ancient repository. Senior. Soon, a somewhat bewildered voice emanated from the soul ring in Lin Chen's hand. Little Chun, have you arrived at the ancient repository? Not yet, Senior. We have encountered some difficulties. Lin Chun let out a wry smile. The more dire the circumstances, the more he felt compelled to feign patience, ensuring that he did not sever ties with Yu Ji. Difficulties? Yu Ji's tone was laced with a hint of resentment. Just moments prior, she had shielded Lin Chun from a powerful, enigmatic being's palm strike, not only expelling the precious herb gifted to her by the Divine Son Yi Xiao but also sustaining damage to her own spiritual essence. Now, still recovering from her injuries, Lin Chun had audaciously awakened her once more. In that instant, Yu Ji recalled Yi Zhao's earlier words. If this continued, she feared she might perish before Lin Chun ever reached his full potential. Senior, you wouldn't wish for my demise here, would you? A multitude of transcendent beings has suddenly appeared. Transcendent beings? Yu Ji murmured, equally perplexed. In the past, she had devoted immense effort to prevent any remnants from discovering the secrets hidden within the abyss, meticulously establishing numerous restrictive formations in this very location. Any living being that steps into the abyss will be suppressed by the seals here, their cultivation plummeting beneath the realm of heavenly secrets. Throughout the endless ages, this great chasm has been regarded as a forbidden ground by numerous ancient clans, who have never dared to tread upon it lightly. Now, these suddenly appearing powerful descendants seem to harbor ill intentions. Go ahead, sighed Yu Ji, realizing that she had no retreat left. If Lin Chun could enter that ancient sanctuary and merge with the second strand of celestial fire, he could utilize the precious materials within to concoct elixirs for her to restore her soul. Very well, Senior, please exercise caution. With those words, Lin Chun hesitated not for a moment, stealthily gliding into the darkness alongside Luo Shi. It was only after their presence had completely vanished that Yu Ji's figure emerged from the void, her already blurred visage becoming even more indistinct. In the next instant, a fierce inferno ignited in her eyes, resembling a tumultuous ocean of wrath, surging forth to engulf the throng of ancient beings. A horrifying heat silently permeated the entire abyss. Dark flames, inscribed with divine patterns, began to materialize from the void, forming an immense net that shrouded all light, consuming everything in its path. As Yu Ji's former hiding place, every restriction within this sealed chasm resonated with her bloodline. In this domain of confinement, not even a being of great mastery, let alone those of heavenly secrets, could match her prowess. In an instant, the countenances of the ancient beings turned ghostly pale. Before they could react, they were reduced to nothingness by the engulfing inferno, leaving no trace behind. Ahem! The figure of the specter trembled, her entire essence growing increasingly dim, as if a mere breeze could disperse her. She stood still for a considerable time before finally turning to proceed towards the depths of the abyss. Lin Chun, this shall be the final encounter. Buzz. Meanwhile, above the abyss, the expressions of two elder yaksha, adorned with golden hair and wings, shifted dramatically as they exchanged alarmed glances and hastily soared towards the ancient divine mountain. They had sensed that formidable aura, strikingly akin to the flames associated with the Lord of Reincarnation and the formidable beast that accompanied him. It turned out that the rumors circulating about the ancient divine mountain were indeed true. That great beast and its successor had returned to the secret realm. Consequently, the remains of the ancestors buried within the ancient divine mountain had been unearthed, and the true culprit behind the devouring was now fully identified. Such methods bore an eerie resemblance to the horrific fates met by the ancestors eons ago. Time passed. By the time the two Yaksha elders returned to the ancient divine mountain, this sacred site had been engulfed in an atmosphere of sheer terror. In the past, the Lord of Reincarnation, in alliance with that demonic flame bird, had nearly annihilated the entire lineage, slaughtering all the powerful beings of the remnants. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by the Tao ancestor and confined here for countless ages. Now, with the return of the beast's successor to the secret realm, having first consumed the original essences of all the ancestral remains, and subsequently appearing in that forbidden abyss, it was inconceivable that there were no ulterior motives at play. By a peculiar twist of fate, the Tao sect and the ancient sacred mountain, along with the dragon blood great marsh, had established an accord. No formidable being above the Mahayana level may lay a hand upon any external prodigy, lest they face the Tao sect's retribution. Although that demonic heir was indeed a creature of malice, employing sinister and cunning tactics, the ancient sacred mountain lacked concrete evidence to substantiate his myriad misdeeds. The trepidation in their hearts was palpable. The mountain master, if he dares to consume the remains of our ancestors, surely he would not hesitate to devour us as well. There must be some hidden secret within that forbidden abyss. If that infernal demon were to be resurrected, the enmity between it and the ancient sacred mountain would yield catastrophic consequences. Within the grand hall of the sacred mountain, the expressions of the powerful remnants were fraught with terror and unease. It was utterly horrifying. Even the mountain master, Yiya, the leader of the Golden Nightshade clan, wore a grim and pained countenance, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Yitang had perished as had Aotian. Yet, for the ancient sacred mountain, the true terror lay in that enigmatic demonic air. According to the ancient texts of the sacred mountain, this formidable demon could very well be a transcendent malevolent being, reveling in the consumption of souls and bloodlines. The 108 ancestors of the remnants had all been devoured, their souls extinguished, unable to find peace in death. Now, as it returns, it casts an unspeakable dread upon all beings of the sacred mountain. Humph! And that Yi Shao, how dare he slay our sacred maiden? Mountain master, why not quietly send someone to eliminate him and frame that demonic heir for the deed? In the hall, an elder with the countenance of a bull, at the pinnacle of the Mahayana realm, spoke with a fierce glare. Elder Nyobai, tread carefully with your words. Iya replied coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the bull-headed elder. A descendant of the nether demon is already enough to cause him considerable distress. Should he provoke that esteemed heir of the Yi family, the ancient sacred mountain may be on the brink of annihilation. It seems the mountain lord has encountered a predicament. Perhaps he should share it to lighten my spirits? At that moment, a gentle and serene voice suddenly resonated from outside the temple. A figure clad in white gracefully approached, wearing an expression of tranquil indifference. In an instant, the entire grand hall fell into complete silence. All gazes turned towards the youth of the human race, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome features strikingly clear, as their eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. A human? Chapter 79. The husband's good intentions. Strategies for winning the empress must pay attention to details. Who are you? Nightya suddenly rose, an overwhelming aura of his Tao realm crashing down, fracturing the entire divine mountain hall with countless fissures. He never anticipated that a mere human youth would dare to stride boldly into the hall, flaunting his prowess before them. although an agreement between the Dao sect and the major legacy clans stipulated that no powerful figures from the legacies could interfere with the contemporary prodigies. This youth's actions still incited the ire of the elders of the Divine Mountain. Provocation. This was a blatant act of defiance. Who am I? The young man in white, his demeanor calm, suddenly turned to address the bull-headed elder. What did you just say? The elder Niubai's brow furrowed, his eyes, the size of copper bells, filled with indignation. Known for his fiery temper, as evidenced by his name, his wrath was palpable at being so openly challenged by an unknown human youth. I said that the Yi family's scion, Yi Xiao, is despicable, shameless, and cruelly bloodthirsty. Truly a heinous sinner. Oh, the elder's statement, rich in idiomatic expressions, revealed a hint of culture, though it was not extensive. The young man in white nodded slightly before shaking his head with a smile. Despicable, shameless, and cruelly bloodthirsty. I can concede those points, but heinous sinner? What do you amount to? Boom! Before he could finish his words, he unleashed a punch, summoning a divine and demonic manifestation, as a myriad of divine and demonic particles within him surged and roared. The heavens collapsed, and the universe tilted. Puff! As an eerie shattering sound resonated through the air, the elder with a peak cultivation of the Great Ascension, resembling a bull's head, was caught entirely off guard, failing to emit even a single cry of anguish before he was obliterated. Blood and fragments of bone erupted in all directions, and a heavy stench of blood began to pervade the entire hall. You are Yi Xiao. Yi Yu's gaze widened in astonishment, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. What? He is Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, the assembled elders of the Divine Mountain were equally shaken, their eyes trembling as they beheld the dismembered remains of the bull-headed elder, a chilling sensation rising from their feet, piercing through to the very core of their beings. Regarding this scion of the Yi family, it is safe to say that the remnants of the clan are universally aware of his reputation. Not only did he publicly massacre a host of Divine Mountain prodigies, but he also decisively vanquished the young Lord Aotion by the shores of the Dragon Blood Marsh, exhibiting an utterly invincible demeanor. Previously, many had harbored doubts about Yi Xiao's strength, suspecting that the human race was cunning and deceitful. They believed that as the scion of the Yi family, he must possess numerous treasures of divine nature that surpassed ordinary realms, using them to suppress Yi Tang and Aotion. However, after witnessing him shatter a peak Great Ascension elder with a single punch, they realized that this was not merely an invincible stance. No, this was unequivocally a manifestation of the forbidden. Outside the hall, Ji Rumming and Yi Tsong stood trembling, their faces etched with an expression of profound anguish. At that moment they had yet to step into the hall, yet they were already intimidated by the formidable auras of the bizarre elders standing within. Yet Yi Xiao, the scion, displayed no hint of trepidation and audaciously exploded the bull-headed elder before the assembly. Yi Xiao, do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? After a brief moment of shock, Yi let out a furious roar, his wings unfurling behind him, stirring a tempest of wind. At that moment, his eyes radiated an infinite golden light, akin to two blazing suns. You dare not, Yi Xiao calmly replied, shaking his head. Given Yi Yu's level of cultivation, if he intended to strike, he would not waste a single word. His concerns extended beyond the Dao Master. They encompassed Yi Xiao's identity and hidden strengths. To anyone's view, Yi Xiao's audacity to venture alone to the ancient Divine Mountain could not possibly be an act of folly. Should Yi Ya rashly act and violate the agreement with the Dao sect, the consequences would be dire. Of course, even if Yi Ya were to attack, he would pose no threat to Yi Xiao. The supreme robe he donned was sufficient to withstand any assault from a path-cutting powerhouse. Moreover, Yi Xiao possessed numerous life-preserving trump cards bestowed upon him by the ancestors of the Yi clan. Yi Ya's expression faltered, his imposing aura diminishing slightly. Yi Xiao, the ancient Divine Mountain does not welcome you. I implore you to depart at once. Upon hearing this, the elders within the hall exchanged glances, their faces clouded with indignation as their gazes towards Yi Xiao deepened in intensity. Oh, I had initially intended to assist the Mountain Master in dealing with that heir of the Nether Demon, but it seems the Mountain Master has chosen to wait passively. Yi Xiao shook his head with a look of regret, preparing to turn and exit the hall. Wait! In an instant, Yi Ya's expression shifted, revealing a hint of subdued anger and surprise in his eyes. What did you say? I came here to propose a transaction with the mountain master. Yi Xiao smiled gently, resembling the master of the sacred mountain Yi Ya, who had severed the path of the strong. His concerns were not rooted in blood ties but rather in the pursuit of celestial benefits and supreme status. Only by being the master of the sacred mountain could he partake in the purest spiritual essence and the most precious transformations of this realm. Should the sacred mountain fall, even if he managed to escape with his life, he would lose everything. On this celestial journey, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. What transaction? Yi Ya furrowed his brow, perceiving an air of disdainful confidence in the white-clad youth, a demeanor reminiscent of a formidable hero. I will assist the ancient sacred mountain in eliminating that inheritor of the nether demon, and in return, the ancient sacred mountain will ensure the dragon blood marsh remains under my watch. Yi Ya's expression shifted, clearly finding this proposition hard to believe. Is it truly that simple? Why should I trust you? The inheritor of the nether demon had previously devoured a holy offspring in the city of Heavenly Path, and there existed a certain enmity between them. Thus, he had no desire to see him grow stronger. Yi Xiao's gaze was cold, yet there lingered a profound depth within his eyes. I have slain Aotion and seized his true dragon bloodline. The dragon blood marsh will undoubtedly seek to reclaim it. I would prefer not to be ambushed by the people of the dragon blood marsh while engaged in battle with that inheritor of the nether demon. Upon hearing this, Yi Ya fell into a contemplative silence. The ancient sacred mountain and the dragon blood marsh were both pinnacle forces within the secret realm, each possessing substantial foundations. However, should they strike against the dragon blood marsh, they would inevitably become a target for all, losing the respect of their ancestral kin. Of course, the mountain master could choose not to believe me. Once we exit the secret realm, I have my methods to eliminate that inheritor of the nether demon. Yi Xiao gazed quietly at Yi Zhai in the night, unperturbed. He had unwavering faith that Yi Zhai would ultimately make the correct decision, thereby falling into the trap he had meticulously laid. What do you wish me to do? After a prolonged silence, Yi Zhai suddenly turned to Yi Xiao and inquired. It is quite simple. I require the Mountain Lord to lead all the formidable beings of the Divine Mountain to besiege the Dragon Blood Marsh, ensnaring them within its depths. As Yi Zhao's words settled in the air, astonishment flickered across Yi Zhai and the elders of the Divine Mountain. Is that all? We need not assault the Dragon Blood Marsh, merely confine them? Precisely. However, the Mountain Lord must assure me that not a single insect shall escape their clan. Yi Xiao nodded, though a shadow of unease lingered in his eyes. Given the profound legacy of the Dragon Blood Marsh, the ancient Divine Mountain would need to mobilize entirely to contain them. Otherwise, should the Dragon Blood Marsh rise in defiance, the ancient Divine Mountain might face perilous annihilation. In such a scenario, Gu Mingyue would be free to act as she pleased deep within the marsh. Yi Xiao was confident that Gu Mingyue's intellect would allow her to deduce the underlying reasons and comprehend his earnest intentions. Thus, not only would he seize the opportunity to cultivate the favor of the Empress, but he would also reap the benefits of the Divine Mountain's heritage. As for Lin Qin, he was initially Yi Zhao's quarry. Now, Yi Xiao had redefined his character, extracting the last vestiges of value from him. The time had come for this strategic game to draw its net. Master, sister, fortune, I shall claim them all. Chapter 80. The most beloved slaughter of innocence. With the principle of never taking a needle or thread from others, are you certain that, with your strength, you can contend with the heir of the underworld demon? At this moment, Yi Ya had already made a resolution in his heart. He had no recourse but to place his trust in Yi Xiao. Should that heir of the underworld demon obtain the opportunity within the forbidden abyss, exterminating him would not be a trivial matter. Is the Mountain Lord truly concerned for me? Yi Xiao scoffed, a mocking glint evident in his eyes. Humph. Yi Ya refrained from further words and signaled to the elders within the hall. Elders, prepare yourselves. All cultivators above the Great Ascension must accompany me to the Dragon Blood Marsh. Fourth elder, you shall remain to guard the sacred mountain. Yes. Beneath the grand hall, a serpent woman with red hair and emerald eyes gracefully bowed. Her cultivation was at the pinnacle of heavenly mechanism, a level beyond the reach of contemporary beings. With her safeguarding the sacred mountain, combined with the mountain's grand formation, Even the formidable beings of the cave abyss would not dare to act recklessly. Has the mountain lord forgotten something? Yi Xiao said with a resigned smile, a hint of greed gradually surfacing in his gaze. The air of the underworld demon posed little threat. However, he carried a remnant soul of the underworld demon, exuding a terrifying aura. To hedge against any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent for the mountain lord to provide me with some life-preserving trump cards. Yi Ya's expression shifted. His teeth clenched as he asked, "What trump cards do you seek?" "Perhaps a treasure capable of trapping that remnant soul of the underworld demon." With a wave of his hand, Yi Ya summoned forth a golden feather that descended from the heavens, hovering before Yi Xiao. "This is my fated divine feather, capable of slaying any celestial being. Yi Xiao, I await your favorable news at the Dragon Blood Marsh." With that, Yi Ya stepped forth, leading a multitude of formidable beings from the divine mountain towards the expanse of the marsh. He had already devised a pretext, intending to pressure the Dragon Blood Marsh into yielding the various gifts received during the betrothal of Aotian and Yitang, both of whom had perished. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the divine mountain, and celestial beasts unfurled their wings to soar. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and his companions stood within the hall, gazing at the retreating storm clouds, their expressions revealing little disturbance. Slaying any celestial powerhouse? Yi Xiao pondered while holding the divine feather, deep in thought. He slowly turned to the ancient elder of the divine mountain, speaking gently, "Elder, is this divine feather truly as formidable as claimed?" "Indeed," replied the serpent elder, his demeanor exuding pride, his brown slit-like eyes filled with apprehension. "You may not fully grasp the might of the Golden Nightshade clan. Their progenitor once followed the 9 heavens demon lord and had slain deities. The master of this divine feather possesses a power equivalent to the full force strike of a void transcendent. As long as that nether demon is not at its peak, can be vanquished with a mere gesture. However, remember, this feather can only be utilized once. One must seize the opportunity wisely." "Oh?" At this, Yi Xiao nodded slightly, a faint, gentle smile gracing his lips. "What realm do you occupy, elder?" "I?" At the pinnacle of celestial mechanics, hardly noteworthy, the serpent elder waved his hand, feigning modesty. Yet, at the very moment her words fell, she suddenly froze in place. At that instant, she beheld Yi Xiao, whose golden true feather was erupting with resplendent brilliance. Etched upon it were numerous ancient symbols, reminiscent of profound insights into the Tao and its laws. As this aura manifested, it stirred boundless waves within the grand hall. "Yi Xiao, what are you doing?" Without a word, Yi Xiao directed the true feather towards the esteemed elder of heavenly mechanisms. Simultaneously, a strand of divine pattern quietly emerged at his brow, and the primordial ancestral talisman ascended, enveloping the entire hall and sealing off all fluctuations of the array. In the realm of heaven and earth, divine inscriptions illuminated the surroundings, resembling an ancient sword that cleaved the heavens, evoking awe and slaying all that lived. In an instant, the Serpent Man elder's mind reeled, her azure locks swirling, and a surge of demonic energy roiled within her as she endeavored to counteract the force. She had never dreamed that Yi Xiao possessed such a terrifying treasure capable of thwarting the might of the divine mountainess formation. With a resounding crack, as the true feather descended, her entire head exploded, truly pierced by the plume, blood and bones scattering. This scene sent tremors of fear through the hearts of the divine mountain disciples within the hall, leaving them utterly chilled. At that moment, however, Yitsong suddenly turned and closed the grand doors of the temple. Yi Xiao's expression remained serene, his eyes radiating divine light that completely confined the space around them. As he stepped forward, a tremendous pressure of the 5th level of the Great Ascension descended, causing the faces of the divine mountain prodigies within to pale dramatically, leaving them in despair. "Do not come any closer." Ah! In an instant, the temple erupted with resplendent spiritual radiance. Countless intricate runes cascaded from the heavens, stirring up waves of immense proportions. Yexiao and Yetsong unleashed their formidable fist prints, obliterating all the proud beings of the divine mountains in their wake, reducing their corporeal forms to mere fragments and extinguishing their souls entirely. Limbs and blood scattered across the ground, resembling a scene from a slaughterhouse, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. In the present day, The ancient divine mountains had seen their strongest warriors follow Yiya to the Dragon Blood Marsh, leaving behind only the frail and the aged, along with the venerable fourth elder, who stood at the pinnacle of heavenly secrets. To an onlooker, a figure of such caliber would be sufficient to instill fear in any external prodigy. Yet Yiya had gravely underestimated Yexiao's ambition and schemes. He remained oblivious to Yexiao's true intentions in orchestrating an assault on the Dragon Blood Marsh. As the sovereign of the Taoist sect's secret realm, the mandate of the Dragon Blood Marsh was to suppress the ancient repository of reincarnation. If the ancient reincarnation treasure were to manifest at this moment, one could only speculate whom the Dragon Blood Marsh would despise most. From the very beginning, Yexiao had no intention of genuinely allying with the ancient divine mountains, nor did he plan for them to return from the Dragon Blood Marsh. With a thunderous roar, as the temple doors swung open once more, a thick, metallic scent of blood assailed the senses. Yexiao, guided by a creature from the divine mountain, proceeded towards the rear hall, where the true treasures of this ancient lineage lay hidden. This is where the Son of God resides. With a swift motion, Yexiao struck down, reducing the head of the young Yeksha to mere dust. Search for any survivors. As Yi Zhao's voice fell, Yitsong and Ji Ruming immediately turned and headed towards another grand hall. His figure, however, stepped into a resplendent ancient palace, vanishing from sight. At that moment, he sensed an exceedingly terrifying soul seal within the hall. Such sealing power was certainly beyond the capability of any youth from the divine mountains to break. Yet for Yi Zhao, possessing the supreme treasures of the and the no seal posed a significant threat. The products of the sovereign are invariably exquisite. Buzz. In the next instant, a strand of golden light ascended, and at Yi Zhao's brow, the gleamed radiantly, suppressing all soul seals entirely. The ancient door, long sealed, finally began to open slowly, revealing a realm of divine radiance and ethereal treasures. A dazzling array of spiritual artifacts and divine materials lay before him, a sight too beautiful to behold. When the figures of Yi Zhao and his companions appeared beneath the divine mountain, this once sacred ancestral ground was already shrouded in silence. Divine Son, where shall we go next? Yitsong asked, his aura swirling with blood. His cultivation had evidently advanced amidst the slaughter, subtly approaching the pinnacle of the divine wheel. You two should exit the secret realm first. Yitsong, seek out the eighth ancestor and ask him to wait for me at the entrance of the secret realm. Yi Zhao retrieved 2 bags filled with spiritual treasures from his robe, handing one each to Yitsong and Ji Ruming. At their current levels, they found it increasingly difficult to assist Yi Zhao further. As the Yi family represented Yi Zhao's greatest reliance, the elders remained his true trump cards. Yet, the contemporary figures such as Yitsong shall follow in the footsteps of Yi Zhao, truly ascending to the pinnacle of the world. The strength of an individual is insignificant. It is the power of a clan that truly signifies strength. Thank you, Son of God. Yitsong exchanged a glance with Ji Ruming, both their eyes reflecting a profound sense of joy and reverence. As the two departed, a trace of depth gradually flickered in Yi Zhao's gaze. Having received the wealth, it is time for him to fulfill his promise and confront the malevolent Lin Chen. Chapter 81. The Old Ruins, Deities and Demons, the Path of Reincarnation. Gu Mingyue's emotion, the Dragon Blood Marsh, vast and boundless, is enshrouded in a terrifying mist of blood. Bubbling waters surge within, as if entombing an entire era. Gu Mingyue stands before a pool of blood at the center, her flowing hair dancing in the air, her phoenix-like eyes sharp and profound. The innate symbols around her shimmer, warding off all toxic miasma and sanguine essence. She had visited this place once before, yet was thwarted by the potent blood aura of the true dragon. According to the creatures of the marsh, the seal here was set by an immensely powerful true dragon, allowing only those of true dragon bloodline to trespass. Although Gu Mingyue has acquired a true dragon blood scale, she is not the genuine reincarnation heir. Recklessly touching the seal could provoke the vigilance and wrath of the Dragon Blood Marsh. Suddenly, a resounding hum reverberates from the direction of the Dragon Blood Temple as Gu Mingyue ponders her predicament. Startled, she turns her gaze to the source, her eyes narrowing in astonishment. There, she beholds radiant figures standing aloft in the heavens, surrounded by swirling symbols, exuding astonishing vitality. Leading them is a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe, with wings sprouting from his back and eyes that glimmer like molten gold, brimming with divinity. The ancient divine mountain, the king of Yakshas? Gu Mingyue furrows her brow, murmuring softly. Logically, the ancient divine mountain and the dragon blood marsh have been kin for generations, devoid of enmity. With the Taoist sect's secret realm now open and the major clans confined by the Tao Lord, such a show of force seems unwarranted. Moreover, the previous overwhelming defeat of Yi Xiao over Yi Tang and Ao Tian should have united the two ancient clans against a common foe. Now, the ancient divine mountain approaches with an unmistakable and ominous intent. Suddenly, Gu Mingyue seemed to recall something, as a visage of striking gentility gradually emerged in her mind. Yi Xiao. Beyond him, she could conceive of no one audacious enough to scheme against a dominant clan leader. Her understanding of her betrothed was profound. His cunning and stratagems could rival those of the venerable ancestors of celestial sects and the masters of great teachings. Yet, if this was indeed the act of Yi Xiao, what could his intentions possibly be? Gu Mingyue lowered her gaze to the true dragon blood scale in her hand, her eyes narrowing with sudden clarity. Could it be that he sought to delay the dragon blood clan, thereby crafting an opportunity for himself to seize a treasure? Yi Xiao. A faint smile curved her crimson lips, and an unexpected warmth surged within her heart. She yearned to rush to his side at that very moment and uncover the truth behind these events. Yet, in her past life, he had been so indifferent towards her. Buzz. Gu Mingyue inhaled deeply, suppressing the ripples of her emotions, and stepped forward into the layers of crimson mist. Regardless of the circumstances, the true purpose of her journey was the ancient repository of reincarnation before her. As a reincarnator, even though Gu Mingyue had gradually lowered her guard against Yi Xiao, she steadfastly believed in one principle. Strength is the key to mastering one's destiny. Yi Xiao's innate talent continually instilled in her a sense of caution. To alter her fate, the simplest method lay in unsealing the Nirvana seal. Buzz. At this moment, Gu Mingyue no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the swirling blood mist, vanishing from sight. With her previous life's experience, she knew that these ancient secret realms would undoubtedly harbor numerous trials and tribulations. With Ling Tian forging the path ahead, many of her troubles were alleviated. This was a lesson she had learned from Yi Xiao. Suddenly, blood patterns surged in the area, and a chilling essence of reincarnation quietly permeated the air. Before Gu Mingyue, an eerie soul bridge materialized, upon which stood unparalleled figures. There were towering golden giants, true dragon emperors adorned with scales, and shadowy demons cloaked in darkness with 3 heads and 6 arms. Faintly, at the end of the soul bridge, a black grand hall loomed, reminiscent of an ancient ruin, a mausoleum for countless celestial races. Boom! Simultaneously, in the Dragon Blood Temple, a man with blood-red hair felt a sudden chill in his gaze, as if sensing something, and turned to look deep into the vast marshlands. Night Ye! What do you mean by this? Oh Jia, is my point not clear enough? Since Ao Tian and Yi Tang have both perished, shouldn't the wedding gifts collected by your Dragon Blood Marsh be divided with my ancient divine mountain? Night Ye's expression remained indifferent, completely disregarding the urgency and murderous intent reflected in the eyes of the marshland overlord. Night Ye, with Tian and Yi Tang gone, you're not seeking revenge for them but rather fixating on their wedding gifts? Oh Jia bellowed, his blood-red hair swirling as his aura surged with overwhelming might. In the contemporary struggle, life and death are dictated by fate. Moreover, Ao Tian perished by the shores of the great marsh, yet I did not witness your intervention. Yi's tone dripped with sarcasm, unwavering in his stance. You, Yi, do you intend to instigate an eternal conflict between our two formidable factions? You must consider the consequences carefully. The descendants of the Yi clan have been ensnared by the Tao sect, stripped of their freedom. Even so, both Ao Jia and Yi are acutely aware that the Tao sect opens the secret realm once every century solely to unleash the celestial prodigies of Shengzhou to hunt down the Yi clan's exceptional heirs, suppressing them generation after generation. Such tactics bear a striking resemblance to those employed by the beings of the 9 heavens. The identity of this Tao master may not be as straightforward as the world perceives. It is utterly foolish for Yi to rally forces and provoke at the Dragon Blood Great Marsh. Should these two ancient clans engage in battle, the inevitable outcome would be their complete subjugation by the Tao sect, leaving no chance for resurgence. Il Wang has misunderstood. I merely seek to reclaim the spiritual treasures belonging to my ancient sacred mountain, Yiya replied, shaking his head, revealing no genuine desire for mutual destruction with the Dragon Blood Great Marsh. After all, he had only agreed to assist Yishao in delaying those formidable Dragon Blood warriors, not to incite infighting among the E-clan. Humph, we shall see if you possess the capability, Aojia retorted with a scoff, signaling to an elder from the Dragon Blood to investigate the blood marsh. Yes. Just as the elder prepared to depart, he was intercepted by several elders from the sacred mountain. Yiya, what is your true intention? No one from the Dragon Blood Great Marsh shall leave this place until Ao Wang returns the spiritual treasures. What? Upon hearing those words, Aojia's gaze trembled, and a sudden suspicion arose within his heart. Could it be that Yiya deliberately trapped them in this place? But what could his purpose be? Very well. Let me see if you possess such capability. With that, Aojia stepped forward, tearing through the void and appearing directly before Yiya. His hands transformed into blood-red dragon claws, with veins of blood surging from his palms, descending upon Yiya with overwhelming force. Boom! In that instant of collision, the surrounding void became blurred and shattered. A terrifying aura of spiritual might enveloped the land for miles around. At this moment, Yi Zhao's figure materialized before the ancient abyss. He cast his gaze downward into the darkness, his golden, resplendent eyes capturing every detail of the ceiling restrictions below. The master of reincarnation, the Phantom Queen. What connection could exist between these two? Yi Zhao's expression remained indifferent, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the secrets concealed within this abyss were likely more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Chapter 82. The hero's duty to rescue the fair maiden. The calculations against Gu Mingyue begin anew at last. Deep within the vast expanse of the great abyss, Lin Chun stood breathless before a dilapidated bronze ancient gate, his eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Before him, a palace, shrouded in darkness, stood quietly, enveloped in mist, exuding an aura of boundless desolation. At that moment, he beheld countless skeletal remains scattered before the grand hall, alongside numerous fragments of divine treasures. For miles around, strands of fiery patterns permeated the air, reminiscent of ancient forbidden realms where deities dared not tread. After enduring countless hardships, accusations, and pursuits, Lin Chun had finally discovered this ancient hall, which sealed the essence of spiritual fire. According to Yu Ji, within this hall resided not only a strand of celestial spiritual fire, but also countless divine treasures she had sealed there. Though Yu Ji had never disclosed the reason behind the sealing of such treasures in the secret realm of the Tao sect, it hardly mattered now. They were all mine. Destiny favors me. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ears, slightly frail. A flicker of ethereal light vanished in an instant, returning to the soul ring. My soul form may not endure much longer. Once you unlock the ancient hall, you must swiftly merge with the spiritual fire and break through to the great ascendancy realm. Rest assured, I shall hasten to concoct some elixirs to restore your divine essence, Lin Chun replied, his expression impassive, devoid of any trace of emotion. The rift between them had already formed deep within their hearts, since Yu Ji had suspected him of coveting the yin-yang divine essence. On that fateful day, the night owl descended, brazenly attempting to court the Phantom Lady, thereby striking a profound nerve within Lin Chun. Although, in the end, the Phantom Lady did not truly betray him, certain fissures, once formed, are difficult to mend. Now, as Lin Chun stands on the brink of acquiring the spiritual fire of this realm and the ancient treasures, the value of the Phantom Lady has significantly diminished in his eyes. Nevertheless, prior to the genuine fusion of the second spiritual fire, Lin Chun would not sever ties with her, for he still required her guidance to navigate the uncertainties that may arise at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chun manifested a shattered black compass, comprised of 4 fragmented pieces of black iron. He approached the ancient bronze door, placing the compass into a central recess. Suddenly, a radiant silver light erupted from the door. Divine inscriptions emanated from the compass, radiating outward like a celestial sea igniting in brilliance. With a resounding roar, the bronze portal gradually opened, releasing a cascade of colorful light. In that moment, Lin Chun felt an elevation of spirit, tilting his head back with a hint of ecstasy. It dawned upon him that no matter the adversities he might face, he would ultimately transform peril into opportunity, achieving his aspirations. From this day forth, he would ensure that the entire holy state recognized who the true fated taboo was. The night owl and Ji Rumming would inevitably serve as stepping stones, paving his path toward eternal imperial glory. Sierre, wait for me outside the hall. From the very beginning, he had never fully trusted this sister of his. Now that the ancient vault was opening, he was about to enter seclusion to merge with the spiritual flame, leaving Luoxi outside to prevent any unforeseen complications. The spectral princess had awakened from her slumber. Within this profound seal, even if Yi Xiao were to descend, he posed no threat to him whatsoever. Does my brother not believe in me? Luoxi's gaze was cold, yet a faint trace of disappointment flickered across her face. Sire, there are many prohibitions within this ancient vault that conflict with your ice physique. You must remain outside for the time being. I shall return shortly. Luoxi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, just as Lin Chen turned, he suddenly heard a swift rush of wind behind him. Immediately following, a chilling aura surged forth, piercing directly at Lin Chen's waist. Xiaocheng, be careful. In the face of life and death, the spectral princess stepped forth from the ancient ring, positioning herself in front of Luoxi. The terrifying nether flame unfurled, a shadowy, profound energy descending from above, sending Luoxi's figure hurtling backward. With a thud, the chest of the esteemed princess of the Luo god clan caved in entirely, blood mingled with her internal organs spewing forth in a harrowing spectacle. Although the spectral princess's realm was merely at the pinnacle of great ascension, she was not someone a mere divine will could contend with. Indeed, just as brother Yi Xiao had said, the youth before her was not Lin Shan at all, but rather a puppet possessed by this ancient soul. Humph! Overestimating oneself. Lin Chen's expression was twisted, yet a faint sorrow lingered in his eyes. When the Lin family met its tragic demise, he fortuitously escaped with his life and encountered the ethereal Yuji. At that time, Lin Chun harbored merely two fervent desires: to unearth the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Lin family, and to avenge the 307 clan members, and to locate his dear sister, Shi-Er. Now, although he has fulfilled his wish to see his childhood companion, she has become a different person altogether. Just as Luoxi was about to plummet to the ground, a ripple suddenly surged behind her. A pair of delicate, alabaster hands emerged from the void, cradling her tenderly. In an instant, Lin Chen's countenance turned ashen, his eyes reflecting a tall figure clad in white, exuding an aura of frigid malevolence that was utterly uncontainable. Xiao Chen, run! Yuji exclaimed with urgency, not daring to hesitate for a moment, as she enveloped Lin Chan in her embrace, fleeing frantically towards the ancient palace. Luoxi gazed at the receding figure, shrouded in dark malevolence, her ice-blue eyes flickering with indignation. Brother Yi Xiao. At that moment, she curled up in Yi Xiao's embrace, her body taut like a frightened kitten, both obedient and pitiable. Had Yi Xiao not arrived in the nick of time, her fate today would have been more agonizing than death itself. Originally, they had planned to wait until the malevolent entity fused with the local legacy before striking, ensuring a foolproof victory. Now, however, not only had it escaped into the Grand Hall, but she had also sustained grievous injuries. Would she dare to act recklessly again? Yi Xiao shot Luoxi a sharp glance, gently wiping the blood from her lips before producing a meticulously prepared 7th-grade elixir from his robes and forcefully placing it into her mouth. At this moment, despite Yi Xiao's actions being rather brusque, Luoxi felt a long-lost warmth enveloping her. Brother Yi Xiao is angry, she mused, yet he seemed far more concerned about her injuries. How amusing. His sharp tongue belied a tender heart. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying spiritual resonance surged through her being. Astonishingly, the wound on her chest began to heal at an observable pace, with even signs of a breakthrough in her realm. Previously, under Lin Chen's care, she endured daily beatings, but now, with brother Yi Xiao, she only indulged in the elixirs without the trials. Congratulations, host! You have bestowed upon the destined daughter the 7th-grade elixir, the Diamond Song Yuandan, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward, the 9 Revolutions Catastrophe Pill. Upon consumption, it instantaneously elevates 2 major realms for 1 hour, serving as a means of survival and combat, without any toxic side effects. A flicker of profundity danced in Yi Zhao's eyes as he discreetly stored the catastrophe pill within his Chenkuan ring. To elevate 2 major realms for an hour, was this not a pure manifestation of ostentation? Presently, Lin Chen found himself at an impasse. Even Yu Ji, the ancient demon soul, appeared exceedingly weakened, evidently having been significantly worn down by Lin Chen, thus posing no threat. However, the true master of this secret realm was none other than Ling Tiandazi. His exclusive fortune stemmed from the reincarnation lord who had once swept through the entire lineage. With the 9 revolutions catastrophe pill in hand, Yi Xiao could not only effortlessly reap his rewards but perhaps seize the opportunity to capture Gu Mingyue as well. In this world, there is likely nothing more enchanting than the notion of holding hands through life and death, forever entwined. The fervent struggle relies on fate, while those destined for victory are the ones favored by the heavens. As for the antagonists, they meticulously tread their path, seizing every advantage and eliminating all potential risks. Brother, please do not be angry anymore. Henceforth, I shall obediently listen, said Luoshi, playfully sticking out her little tongue, her voice soft and tender, her eyes revealing an unmistakable hint of remorse. She had initially intended to bid farewell to Lin Chen herself. However, it appears she had underestimated the vigilance and strength of this formidable creature. Wait here and see how I shall deal with you shortly. Chapter 83. The pig raised for slaughter. The elder should be aware that the junior is indeed a demon. Damn it! That wretched Lin, she has indeed colluded with Yi Xiao. Deep within the grand hall, Lin Chen's expression twisted in rage, his face as pale as death. Despite his constant vigilance against Luoshi, he had not anticipated being ensnared by her and Yi Xiao. Throughout this journey, Lin Chen had used Luoshi to eliminate numerous remnants of the ancient clans, meticulously observing her every move, never once detecting any anomaly. Without Luoshi, during the slumber of the ghostly princess, he would have never reached this point. Yet now, with Yi Zhao's sudden appearance, he found himself engulfed in fear and despair. Elder, you should be able to stop Yi Xiao, right? Lin Chen's gaze swept over the hall, suddenly sharpening. At that moment, he noticed that the hall was quite unadorned, with corners piled high with spirit stones and celestial materials, while the walls were adorned with an array of spiritual treasures and magical artifacts. A dazzling display. In the very center of the hall, an ancient bronze cauldron floated serenely. Within it a golden flame flickered and swayed, seemingly capable of incinerating all existence with ease. Indeed, the ghostly princess replied, nodding slightly, though a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Logically speaking, with her peak Mahayana realm, she should have no fear of any contemporary figures. However, upon laying eyes on Yi Xiao for the first time, an indescribable unease stirred within her. Given the temperament and methods of this scion of the Yi family, how could he allow himself to be placed in peril? Yi Xiao had long been aware of her existence, and his appearance now was clearly premeditated. Then I implore you, elder, to stop Yi Xiao. I shall swiftly integrate this spirit fire. Lin Chen took a deep breath and stepped towards the ancient bronze cauldron. According to Yu Ji, the spirit fire sealed here was the primordial emperor flame, ranked first on the ancient spirit fire list. This supreme divine fire was born from the bloodline and insights of a fallen emperor-level powerhouse. The void-devouring flame that Lin Chen had previously merged with was a soul flame, ranked third, capable of incinerating souls and killing invisibly. The 2 great spirit fires complemented each other. If he could successfully integrate them into his body, he would become the true taboo of this era. Rest assured, the sealing power I have set up here will prevent Yi Xiao from entering for the time being. Yu Ji spoke indifferently, a hint of sorrow hidden in her dark eyes. Once, she had tried every means to escape this place, hoping to return one day to reap the rewards. Who would have thought that she ultimately could not break free from the shackles of fate and fell victim to a shocking conspiracy? Now, she only hoped that Lin Chen could successfully merge with the primordial emperor flame and depart safely, finding a remote mountain or vast marsh to cultivate in seclusion. With the spiritual materials and elixirs available here, he would have ample resources to ascend to the cave abode or even the path-cutting realm. Suddenly, as Yu Ji's voice faded, a ripple stirred in the void. A massive handprint descended from the heavens, adorned with countless divine patterns, embodying chaos and the interplay of yin and yang. In an instant, Lin Chen's complexion turned ashen, and silver flames erupted around him. Behind him, a radiant silver figure materialized, resembling an ancient emperor, engulfed in flames. The sacred body of heaven burning. As a sacred body celestial, had Lin Chun not been born into poverty, he would have undoubtedly become a young supreme being by now. It is said that this sacred body originates from an ancient human emperor, the Flame Emperor, a true titan among men. Once the sacred body reaches its zenith, a mere flicker of its gaze can incinerate the ages. However, at the moment the ethereal palm imprint descended, the sacred silhouette above Lin Chen's head unexpectedly shattered with a resounding crash. His body was further crushed to the ground, his bones emitting a series of eerie cracking sounds, rendering him utterly outmatched. Damn it! Lin Chun clenched his teeth, a fissure appearing at his brow. Suddenly, a burst of silver flames erupted forth, hurtling towards the palm imprint in an attempt to obliterate it. Xiao Chen. Beside him, Yu Ji gasped, turning to behold the approaching figure clad in white, her eyes widening in astonishment. Even with her profound spiritual insight, she failed to perceive when Yi Xiao had made his entrance. In that moment, the truth dawned upon her. Lin Chen's earlier words were indeed factual. The yin-yang divine essence had not been hoarded by him. It had likely fallen into the hands of this scion of the Yi clan. This meant that from that very instant, Lin Chen had already been ensnared in Yi Xiao's web. With this realization, a chill of trepidation permeated Yu Ji's heart, reaching deep into her marrow. What has the esteemed elder considered? Will you abandon the shadows and embrace the light, submitting to me? Yi Xiao approached with an air of nonchalance, a gentle smile gracing his face. Sighing softly, Yu Ji waved her hand to dispel a strand of nether flame, extinguishing the ethereal palm imprint looming over Lin Chun. In the presence of the esteemed Ye Xiao, the divine child, the question arose. If I were to yield to you, would you grant Lin Chen a chance at survival? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's countenance twisted into a grotesque expression. Predecessor, you cannot. Ye Xiao shook his head, imparting wisdom that the elder should comprehend. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains is a grave taboo on the path of immortality. His previous mercy towards Lin Chun stemmed from the latter's latent potential as a person of destiny. After all, one must nurture a pig to slaughter it in its prime. Now that Luoxi had witnessed Lin Chun succumb to the allure of darkness, her trust in Ye Xiao was absolute. Furthermore, with the emergence of the Spirit Fire secret vault, Lin Chun had seemingly exhausted all his light and warmth. Yet, being a person of destiny, safeguarded by the will of heaven, how could Ye Xiao possibly afford him any opportunity to rise again? Thus, with this understanding divine child Ye Xiao, I must take my leave. The expression of Yu Ji reflected deep sorrow. Her eyes gradually filled with resolve. In the next instant, her form was enveloped in an overwhelming tide of dark flames, transforming into a colossal black avian that obscured the sky. A terrifying aura, laced with myriad fiery runes, surged forth, aiming to subdue Ye Xiao. I have made myself clear. My patience is finite. What has the elder gained by continually shielding Lin Chen? Ye Xiao sighed softly, as demonic patterns began to intertwine in his gaze. He raised his hand once more, forming a fist, and a cacophony of countless divine particles roared forth, obliterating the fiery runes before him into mere dust. The fifth stage of the Great Ascension. Yu Ji gasped, a chill coursing through her entire being. In merely a month's time, this scion of the Ye Xiao clan had achieved a breakthrough to the fifth stage of the Great Ascension. What an extraordinary and unparalleled talent this is. Even the